Chapter 1 The Fated Villain. Qin Lang, you have gone too far. Planting spies around me and even sending someone to follow me, how despicable can you be? Our engagement was arranged by our families. Mu Yuyan, can unequivocally tell you that I harbor no affection for you, rather, I would say I detest you. I implore you to cease this relentless pursuit. In the presidential office of Muren International, Mu Yuyan, the female president clad in a sleek black business suit, glared fiercely at the seemingly oblivious Qin Lang. Delivering her admonishment with icy resolve, unfazed by her wrath, Qin Lang sat on the sofa, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, his mouth twitching slightly. Had he traversed into another realm? And not just any realm, but one from a novel he had read extensively. Ironically, his current identity was not that of a charming protagonist surrounded by beauties, but rather that of a notorious villain constantly being humiliated by the main character. Qin Lang, the sole heir of the esteemed Qin family from Yanjun, was the grandson of a venerable figure, a titan of industry with an illustrious legacy. His father still held a powerful position, capable of shaking the entire nation with a mere stamp of his foot, while his mother thrived in business, owning substantial shares in numerous prominent state-owned enterprises. His acquaintances were either affluent or aristocratic. He was truly a second-generation rich kid, scion of power. He had been dealt an enviable hand, yet through the actions of the original Qin Lang, it had been squandered. Reduced to a sycophant, he had groveled before his fiancée, Mu Yuyan, while secretly plotting against her, inserting spies into her circle, and committing various nefarious deeds. Ultimately, he had turned the blade against the very shield she had summoned at great cost, the protagonist Yi Feng, only to meet his own demise, serving as a stepping stone for Yi Feng's ascent to greatness. The weight of his illustrious lineage had become a mere stepping stone for Yi Feng's rise. The thought alone was tragic. Being a sycophant might bring momentary pleasure, but it invariably led to ruin. However, all of these foolish actions belonged to the previous incarnation. Now, with a new identity, everything would start anew. Din, host's identity confirmed, binding to the fated villain system. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Qin Lang, well versed in web literature, recognized that his unique advantage had arrived. The fated villain system, as its name implied, was designed to assist him in embodying the role of the villain, crushing the sun of destiny, and transforming into a greater power. By seizing the opportunities that belonged to the fated child, he would accumulate villain points, which could be exchanged for items or used for lotteries, thereby enhancing his own strength. After familiarizing himself with the system's operations, Qin Lang felt a sense of satisfaction. Compared to the facade of virtue, being a villain was quite appealing. Enjoying oneself was the true delight. As Mu Yuyan observed the occasional smile that crossed Qin Lang's face, her body trembled with indignation. Had it not been for her bodyguard's vigilance, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that her office had been bugged, her private life laid bare for Qin Lang to eavesdrop upon, and this man had the audacity to smile. Qin Lang, how dare you laugh here? I demand an annulment. I want to dissolve our engagement. Having briefly familiarized himself with the system mechanics, Qin Lang slowly lifted his head and replied coldly, very well. What was happening? Mu Yuyan was taken aback. Qin Lang had acquiesced. Just recently, he had relentlessly pursued her, even going so far as to plant listening devices, acting utterly deranged. Could it be that the sun had risen in the west, and she was about to be liberated from this unfortunate engagement? Qin Lang lounged nonchalantly on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, casually sipping tea. Let's annul the engagement. I have no objections. You may convey this to the Mu family and have them take the lead. Mu Yuyan's brows knitted together, her annoyance palpable as she huffed. You are being unreasonable. Qin Lang chuckled. Unreasonable? Why not mention the insatiable greed of your Mu family? And you, Mu Yuyan, shouldn't elevate yourself too highly. Do you believe I am unworthy of you? If it weren't for my Qin family, your Mu family would have been divided among greedy vultures a decade ago. A decade prior, the parents of Mu Yuyan and Qin Lang had been close friends, but an unfortunate accident led to the death of Mu Yuyan's father, plunging the Mu family into turmoil. As opportunistic predators circled, it was Qin Lang's father who single-handedly stabilized the Mu family during that crisis. Out of gratitude for the Qin family's benevolence, Mu Yuyan's mother had proactively arranged this engagement. Thus, the union between Qin Lang and Mu Yuyan was merely a desperate plea for self-preservation from the Mu family. Reflecting on this, Qin Lang could not help but scoff at the original's foolishness. Despite holding a royal flush, he had chosen to be a sycophant. Did he not understand that in a woman's heart, a sycophant ranked even lower than a backup option? There remains another choice before you, to feign the continuation of this engagement temporarily, of course, with a time limit. Should I feel inclined, I might discard you at my whim. Qin Lang grinned. The daughter of destiny. She bore a fair share of fortune herself. How could he forego such an opportunity to exploit this resource before it was drained? Mu Yuyan clenched her silver teeth. That is impossible. What if you act recklessly? Qin Lang shook his head. Your thoughts are far too sordid. How could you consider it so? It is merely a pretense of being a couple in front of others. If you truly refuse, then you must return to the Mu family and have them initiate the annulment. What happens then, I cannot guarantee. Did she expect to reap the benefits of the Qin family without any cost? Such folly! In this world, there were no free lunches. Mu Yuyan's brows furrowed, engulfed in a deep inner conflict. She was acutely aware of the ramifications should the Mu family take the initiative. If Qin Lang were to dissolve the engagement, there would be no repercussions for the Mu family, merely a loss of face, as they could not retaliate against the Qin family. However, if Mu Yuyan were to call off the engagement, the implications would be starkly different. Qin Lang was the legitimate grandson of the Qin family, the sole heir of its future. Her actions would undeniably be a slap in the face to the Qin family. Henceforth, not only would she lose the protection of the Qin family, but she might also face severe repercussions. Even if she loathed the idea of remaining with Qin Lang, she recognized that a short pain was preferable to a long one. If she refused this arrangement, she would likely find no other prospects besides marrying Qin Lang for the rest of her life. Fine. I will agree, but you must uphold your promise to annul our engagement. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. D. The plot has changed. Congratulations, host. Villain fortune points 1000. Qin Lang did not respond, rising to take Mu Yuyan's delicate hand, leading her outside. Mu Yuyan instinctively struggled, but Qin Lang interrupted her. Are you truly unwilling to allow me to annul our engagement? Can't even a couple hold hands? Well, she might as well consider it a scratch from a dog. Mu Yuyan thought bitterly. Din, the heroine Mu Yuyan has experienced an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations, host. Villain points 300. Qin Lang paid no mind to her internal musings, boldly surveying her graceful figure as he grinned mischievously. For a young lady, especially a beautiful one, wearing such fitted clothing isn't wise. Your figure is too alluring, and it might attract undesirable attention. I followed to last night. Chapter 2, The Lottery. Surge of charisma in the depths of Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes, an expression of discomfort emerged. Unaware of the current jest, she had only heard whispers of Qin Lang's reputation, leaving her heart brimming with dissatisfaction. As the office door swung open, Mu Yuyan's female bodyguard, upon witnessing the two emerge hand in hand, questioned with suspicion, Miss, what is happening here? Qin Lang, emboldened, wrapped his arm around Mu Yuyan's slender waist and replied, Is it so shocking for a couple to display intimacy? Mu Yuyan shuddered involuntarily, likening the moment to being pounced upon by a dog, and thus feigned indifference. D. The protagonist Mu Yuyan has experienced a significant emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 600 points of the Destiny villain value. For the next half of the day, Qin Lang held Mu Yuyan close, meandering through the entire company for hours. He took advantage of the situation, amassing a total of 6,800 points of Destiny villain value. His relentless pursuit of Mu Yuyan's affection concluded after their dinner. As he bid farewell outside Muran International, embracing her and prompting Mu Yuyan to shyly flee, he turned and entered his Maybach, flanked by four Mercedes-AMG vehicles, and majestically headed towards his villa. Seated in the rear, Qin Lang reflected on the situation. Mu Yuyan's disdain for the original host was profound, and her meticulous nature meant that he could only savor small victories. Any further advancement seemed implausible. Would she truly run away out of shyness? Was she so easily swayed? It was merely an act to fabricate a thought of reconciliation between them. Qin Lang remained patient. He understood that as the embodiment of fate in the original narrative, Mu Yuyan held a significant status and was a crucial part of his plans. The situation has improved considerably. At least I have shaken off the image of the infatuated fool, but I must continue to strive, Qin Lang mused, silently invoking the system panel. Character: Qin Lang Late, 25 Physique, 6 Kidney Deficiency Charm, 85 Destiny Villain Value, 6,800 Skills, Non-Star, Not Yet Activated Lottery Center. Activating each lottery costs 100. Destiny Villain Value. Gazing at his character profile, Qin Lang complained, "System, this is excessive. Kidney deficiency. As a transmigrator, can you tolerate such unfair treatment? This bonus condition is seriously flawed. You must rectify this bug." The system's mechanical voice responded, devoid of emotion. "The host is transmigrated. This physique bears no relation to the original antagonist's attributes. The likelihood of kidney deficiency in the host is multifaceted, including but not limited to inadequate development and excessive fatigue." Enough. Stop right there. Just hand over the newbie gift pack. Qin Lang hastily interrupted the system's explanation, fearing that further discourse might lead to dire consequences. "The newbie gift pack is ready. Would you like to claim it?" "Yes." "D. Congratulations. The host has acquired the skill Affinity LV1 Group Affinity 10, 100 Destiny Villain Value required to upgrade to LV2, with each subsequent upgrade requiring double the value. D. Congratulations. The host has received a physique enhancement pill 10. Each pill increases the host's physique by 1. D. Congratulations. The host has gained charm 15. These are splendid items. Qin Lang's eyes brightened. With the affinity skill, wouldn't stepping out in the future equate to having an added buff that enhances goodwill? He waved his hand and spent a cumulative 3,100 points of Destiny Villain Value to elevate Affinity to LV6. Simultaneously, he consumed 10 physique enhancement pills, boosting his physique by 10 points. With a normal physique hovering around 10, and his now at 16, Qin Lang had definitively bid farewell to kidney deficiency. As for his charm, that had effortlessly elevated his allure. Achieving a near-perfect score of 98 in charm, who among men could rival Qin Lang's looks, especially when one considers him reclining on a bed, phone in hand, smiling at the screen. Armed with a charm score of 98, Qin Lang found it considerably easier to execute his plans moving forward. Lottery, 10 consecutive draws, spend all remaining Destiny Villain Value. D. Congratulations, the host has gained Physique 1. D. Congratulations, the host has acquired Basic Piano Skills. D. Congratulations, the host has acquired Intermediate Piano Skills. D. Congratulations, the host has received the Photo Book of Enchio. After exhausting his Destiny Villain Value, Qin Lang's attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Character: Qin Lang. Age, 25 physique, 26 charm, 98 destiny villain value, 0 skills, affinity LV6 group affinity 60. Advanced piano skills, advanced key art. Store, not yet activated lottery center. Activating each lottery costs 100 destiny villain value system backpack, a photo book of Anchio, Qinfeng tissue 3. Not bad at all aside from a few peculiar items, the rest were quite useful. After closing the attributes panel, Qin Lang instructed his driver and bodyguard, Zhanzi, on the way back, there are certain individuals and matters that require your attention. Qin Lang meticulously detailed his orders. He understood the plot, yet certain elements were time-sensitive, necessitating immediate updates. Understood. Zhanzi's reflection in the rearview mirror displayed a smile. Young master, rest assured, this sort of reconnaissance is my specialty. Typically, Zhanzi would not dare to jest with Qin Lang. Given the latter's unpredictable temperament, no one could foresee when he might suddenly act irrationally. However, today felt different. Even Zhanzi sensed that the young master appeared more handsome, particularly with that amiable visage. Exactly. Qin Lang did not dispute this. Having finally traversed into this familiar narrative, he had some time before the return of the mercenary king, Yifeng. During this interval, he must forge connections with all he knew of the plot. To eliminate Yifeng, brute force alone would be insufficient. He needed to seize opportunities. After all, that fellow was the child of destiny. One could never rule out the chance that a stray bullet might send him tumbling off a cliff, only to be rescued by a passing female NPC, leading to a captivating love story. Before acquiring immunity to the protagonist's halo, the only method to defeat the child of destiny was to leverage the established opportunities. As the Maybach convoy entered the city's ring road, Qin Lang's expression took on a mischievous gleam. The mercenary king, is it? The leader of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps. I wonder how much destiny villain value this child of destiny can bestow upon me. I eagerly await the moment our paths cross as the plot unfolds.
Chapter 3. The rustic Su Xiaoxiao. Upon returning to the opulent villa, Qin Lang felt no discomfort. Before his journey through time, he had already been a young magnate of considerable wealth, having amassed a fortune through sheer diligence and entrepreneurial spirit. Capital holds no inherent morality. Rather, its accumulation often comes at a steep price. This realization contributed to Qin Lang's self-perception as not entirely virtuous. Reclining comfortably on an elegant European-style sofa, he gently swirled the contents of his goblet, while a timid girl, her head bowed and fingers nervously twisting the hem of her oversized cleaning uniform, stood before him. Zhanzi, with a grim demeanor, informed him, "Young master, the cleaner accidentally broke your collection of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain." Hearing Zhanzi's ire, Su Xiaoxiao's fingers trembled, turning pale under the strain. No matter how impoverished she might be, she understood the immense value that the term Yuan dynasty conferred upon blue and white porcelain. To have shattered such a precious artifact weighed heavily on her conscience. Qin Lang lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the girl before him, slightly over 5 feet tall and slender. Even the blue and white uniform appeared somewhat baggy on her frame. Yet this seemingly unremarkable girl was none other than Su Xiaoxiao, one of the prominent heroines of the tale. Despite her current modest appearance, Su Xiaoxiao held a significant role in the original narrative, having grown up alongside Yifeng in the same orphanage, occupying an irreplaceable position in his heart. The incident of the broken vase had led the original owner to oppress Su Xiaoxiao, coveting the land belonging to the orphanage she represented, thus forging a bitter enmity between them. This conflict escalated into a direct confrontation with Yifeng, culminating in a dramatic turn of events, where Yifeng emerged as the gallant hero. However, all of that was now but a distant memory. Qin Lang savored a sip of red wine, a look of contentment gracing his features. "Su Xiaoxiao, young master Qin, I acknowledge my mistake. I truly did not mean to break it. I promise to compensate you for the blue and white porcelain. Please grant me some time," Su Xiaoxiao stammered, her anxiety evident. Summoning her courage, She dared to meet the gaze of the formidable Qin Shao, her heart fluttering as a wave of calm washed over her, dispelling much of her fear. What a handsome man! His eyes radiated warmth. Such a dashing gentleman. Why was he characterized by her colleagues as a temperamental tyrant? Qin Lang was pleased with her response. He beckoned her closer, pulling her down onto the sofa while his other hand gently grasped her delicate chin. Her exquisite features resembled those of a refined young lady, her captivating eyes shimmering with emotion, and her finely arched brows slightly furrowed. The warmth of her breath brushed against his hand, her lips, devoid of any modern embellishment, bore a natural rosy hue. Undoubtedly, aside from her stature, Su Xiaoxiao's beauty would earn her a score exceeding 95. Qin Shao, what do you intend to do? Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze darting away, her words tumbling out in a nervous rush. Junzi, observing the scene, mused inwardly. Was the young master under some strange influence? Did he truly desire to engage with such a rustic girl? Nevertheless, as a bodyguard who had remained by the original owner's side for an extended period, he possessed his own skills and promptly exited the living room, silently vowing, "I have seen nothing. What do you think I should do?" Qin Lang chuckled at the inquiry. "You, a mere cleaner, presume to bargain with me? You broke my blue and white porcelain and dare to speak of compensation? What do you possess to repay me? That vase cost me 8 million at auction. How long will it take you to repay that with your cleaning salary? 10 years? 100 years? I don't know." Su Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless by the staggering sum. Such a fortune was beyond her comprehension. Even if she were to forego all sustenance, she could never accumulate such wealth. The distressed girl, contemplating her grave mistake, felt tears welling in her eyes, her voice quivering as she pleaded, "Qin Shao, I truly do not know how to compensate you." According to the background provided by the agency, she knew he had grown up in the Sunshine Orphanage, well liked by all. "If you could persuade the director of the orphanage to sell the land at a low price, we could dismiss the matter of the blue and white porcelain entirely." Su Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head. "No, that is impossible." She had heard whispers of companies seeking to acquire the orphanage's land, and she never imagined that even Qin Lang sought a stake. She was no longer a child, faced with such circumstances. She began to suspect that the porcelain's destruction was a scheme to compel her into persuading the director to sell the land. With no other recourse, Qin Lang suggested, "Since you refuse, we shall proceed with business. The value of my broken collectible must be assessed, and it amounts to several million. If you have the funds, repay your debt. If not, then you shall find yourself in prison." He reclined, nonchalantly crossing his legs, his expression inscrutable. Time was of the essence before Yi Feng's return, and he could not afford to squander it on Su Xiaoxiao. Even a month of unwavering kindness towards her would likely pale in comparison to the enduring bond of childhood friends. "Why are you still seated? Will you voluntarily surrender? Or shall I summon the authorities to take you away?" Qin Lang's tone turned frosty. Panic surged through Su Xiaoxiao. She had heard tales of the horrors faced by female inmates, each more ruthless than the last. If imprisoned, she would surely be victimized. After much hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao relinquished her final shred of dignity, kneeling before Qin Lang, her head bowed, trembling. "Qin Shao, please grant me another chance. I am willing to work for you. As long as it is lawful, I will do anything you require, cleaning, laundry, cooking. I can do it all well." Qin Lang eyed her skeptically. "Cleaning, you say? Is that the kind of cleaning that results in breaking a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain each day?" Chapter 4. The young master has changed. I won't make such a mistake again. Su Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. She truly felt helpless now, in the wrong and with no room for recompense. If young Master Qin really called the police, she would end up in prison. Qin Lang squinted, pondering for a moment before he slowly spoke. "The chef in the villa isn't very skilled. However, we do need a full-time nanny. How about this? You stay for a trial period, and if you can manage, you can stay on. If not, we will discuss it then." "I can manage. I definitely can." Su Xiaoxiao eagerly nodded. "I am quite capable." Ding. The plot has changed. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. The villain points have been credited. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Lang's mouth, adding a hint of mischief to his otherwise charming demeanor. Whether you can manage will only be determined once you've tried. Let's set your salary at 10,000 a month, with food and lodging included. 10,000 a month. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Is that too little? No, it's too much. Su Xiaoxiao innocently shook her head. As a cleaner, she toiled for a month for only 5,000, and that was without food or lodging. This offer felt like a windfall from the heavens. Ding! The heroine Su Xiaoxiao has experienced an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 villain points. Qin Lang was amused by Su Xiaoxiao's surprised expression. In the original narrative, Su Xiaoxiao was depicted as an exceptionally kind-hearted girl, and witnessing it firsthand confirmed his expectations. Her naivety was so profound that she didn't even realize her salary was less than it should be, instead claiming it was more. If unscrupulous capitalists do not exploit such innocent girls, then who will they exploit? Is 10,000 a month considered a lot for Su Xiaoxiao? Certainly. However, the prerequisite was to compensate for the 8 million yuan worth of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain. Even if she had no other expenses, she would need to work nearly 70 years to repay that debt at just over 20 years old. Despite being sold, Su Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy within, believing she had encountered a benevolent boss. She was filled with immense gratitude. Change comes gradually, step by step. After arranging matters concerning Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Lang returned to his bedroom. He dialed the call from Mu Yuyin that he had just terminated, and upon connection, he spoke strangely. Is there something you need? It was a rare occasion for Mu Yuyin to call him, which intrigued him. After a brief hesitation, Mu Yuyin stiffly replied, "Come to my house tomorrow." Busa. With that, Qin Lang hung up the phone. Flattering without cause is either deceitful or malicious. He did not believe he possessed such charm that Mu Yuyin would change her opinion of him in just a single day. Ding! The heroine Mu Yuyin has experienced a significant emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Soon, the phone rang again. Even Mu Yuyin, despite her good temper, could hardly maintain her composure at this moment. This is the second time. The repeated disconnections were something she had never anticipated would happen with Qin Lang. It seemed all men were fickle, changing their hearts faster than their expressions. My mother is here and has specifically asked for you to join us for dinner. After all, we are still contractually bound as a couple, and according to our agreement, you should come. Mu Yuyin struggled to suppress her irritation, her tone quite rigid. What time? Tomorrow at noon. All right. Before long, the phone was hung up again. Ding! The heroine Mu Yuyin has experienced a significant emotional fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 600 villain points. TSK. Listening to the mechanical system prompt, Qin Lang clicked his tongue. Whether he refused or accepted, he earned villain points. Mu Yuyin was simply a mobile treasure trove, so prolific in generating villain points. He tossed his phone aside, lay back on the soft bed, stretched lazily, and began contemplating the next steps in his plan, eventually drifting off to sleep. At 6 o'clock, having grown accustomed to early rising, Qin Lang opened his eyes promptly. After dressing, he went downstairs and found breakfast already laid out on the table. Buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and millet porridge, all in abundance. Beside the table, Su Xiaoxiao lay there, clad in a blue and white cleaning uniform, her delicate and even breathing indicating she was in deep slumber. He surveyed the vast villa. Having just moved in, some areas had not been attended to, leaving a bit of dust. However, after just one night, everything was spotless. It was evident that Su Xiaoxiao had worked diligently throughout the night. In a 3-story villa spanning nearly 700 square meters, it was apparent that Su Xiaoxiao truly valued this job, not wanting to be dismissed or perhaps fearing imprisonment. Cough! As Qin Lang sat at the main seat, sipping his porridge, he accidentally choked, the sound startling the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao awake. She rubbed her bleary eyes, her delicate face appearing unevenly flushed from pressing against her hand. Upon seeing Qin Lang seated at the main table, she quickly woke up, stammering, "Young master, is my breakfast unpalatable? I only know how to make these simple dishes. If you are not accustomed to them, I can learn. I pick things up quickly and will surely be competent for this job." Taking a bite of the bun, Qin Lang shook his head. "No need, it tastes just fine. Breakfast should be light. The clothes you changed are in the bathroom. Do not use the washing machine. Su xiao xiao salimninadith. Cautiously pulling out the chair to avoid any loud noises, then somewhat dazedly made her way to the bathroom on the second floor. Not long after, Qin Lang called Junzi over, gesturing to the seat beside him. Sit down and eat something. After Junzi sat down, he chuckled sheepishly. Young master, I've already eaten. Once Qin Lang finished the bun he was holding with his chopsticks, he casually said, later, instruct someone to prepare a bedroom for Su Xiaoxiao to use as a nanny's quarters, so she has a place to rest. Junzi gazed at Su Xiaoxiao moving about on the second floor, whispering, young master, you can't possibly be serious about keeping this girl, can you? Drinking his millet porridge. Qin Lang half raised his head and shot a sidelong glance. What's wrong with that? Junzi displayed an awkward smile. It's not that it can't be done. But isn't this breakfast a bit too simple? Casting a glance at the light breakfast spread before him, it paled in comparison to what the previous chef had prepared. If Su Xiaoxiao were an exceptional beauty, that would be one thing. You wouldn't dare to ask such an inconsiderate question. However, the key was that Su Xiaoxiao appeared rather unrefined, as if she had just come from the countryside, resembling a rustic girl. What on earth did the young master see in her? He realized that not only had the young master become more handsome, but his demeanor had also turned refined. Even his thoughts had become inscrutable. Author's note. Chapter 5. Su Xiaoxiao feels wronged. How is the investigation you were tasked with coming along? Qin Lang inquired, wiping the corner of his mouth with a casual air. Junzi suppressed his smile, growing serious as he addressed the matter at hand. Bai Xiaoyun and Bai Ruyu are biological sisters, both hailing from the Bai family in Tianhai City. One is still a student, while the other serves as the acting general manager of the family company. As for Qiujur, her identity is somewhat sensitive, seemingly deeply intertwined with the Black Dragon Society. Qin Lang nodded, acknowledging the efficiency of the investigation. Is there sufficient manpower? Junzi chuckled wryly. The Bai sisters are accompanied by bodyguards, and Qiujur is always surrounded by a group of people. Ordinary individuals simply cannot follow them. We need to recruit capable personnel from the villa's security team. The number of bodyguards at the villa must not be insufficient. If we lack manpower, recruit more. You should arrange this, ensuring that they are trustworthy. I trust your judgment. Qin Lang regarded him with approval. You may determine their remuneration. Furthermore, starting today, all bodyguard salaries will increase by 5,000, and yours will rise by 10,000. Junzi felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, momentarily dazed. The responsibility of recruiting private bodyguards was entrusted to him, signifying a significant elevation in his standing in Qin Lang's eyes. The heavens are watching. The young master is no longer merely a playboy. With determination, he resolved to work diligently, envisioning a future where he would own a car and a house, and frequent the Qianji Lotus Club without the need for frugality. Qin Lang approached Junzi, patting him on the shoulder. As a veteran of the Special Forces, Junzi was undeniably skilled, capable of holding his own against Yifeng, who had just returned from abroad. Moreover, in terms of loyalty, Junzi was more than qualified. In the original narrative, he even risked his life to shield Qin Lang, enduring severe injuries to protect him. Such a stalwart and loyal man was not someone Qin Lang would hesitate to empower. Young master, Junzi gritted his teeth, sincerely grasping Qin Lang's hand resting on his shoulder. Rest assured, I will fulfill the task. From now on, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west. If you ask me to chase a chicken, I will not pursue a dog. Good, I believe in you. Qin Lang subtly exerted pressure before withdrawing his hand. Drive the car in and accompany me to purchase some clothes. Although there were plenty of outfits at home, with a different one for each day of the month. Qin Lang could not condone the original owner's taste, which seemed to flaunt brand logos ostentatiously, as if to announce his wealth to the world. Comparatively, Qin Lang preferred a more understated style. He called out to Su Xiaoxiao, who was bustling about on the second floor. Come down. Su Xiaoxiao fed somewhat awkward, her cheeks still bearing traces of foam. As Qin Lang stepped closer and brushed his fingers against her cheek, she instinctively retreated, lowering her head shyly. Qin Xiao, is there something you need? Qin Lang pinched the foam on his fingertips, scrutinizing her slender form. The blue and white cleaning uniform was particularly glaring. Let's go out. Choose a few outfits. It's unseemly for you to wander about the house in that uniform. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. She wanted to mention that she had spare clothes at her rented apartment, but after a night of cleaning, especially in the opulence of the villa, she felt that wearing her old clothes while serving Qin Lang was a disservice to his status. Fearing that her attire might provoke his disdain and lead to her dismissal, she resolved to use some of her savings to buy a couple of slightly pricier outfits. Junzi drove Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao to the shopping mall before parking the car. Upon entering, they attracted a considerable amount of attention. Wow, what a handsome young master. He must be from a wealthy family, so striking and fit. Oh my, he smiled at me. How is it possible to have such a healing smile? I think I'm going to faint. He asked like the prince from my dreams. Hey, who is that cleaning lady next to him? Walking so closely, how shameless. She should look in a mirror and see her own worth. Does she really think proximity will catch his eye? As Su Xiaoxiao walked beside Qin Lang in her cleaning uniform, she felt the weight of curious gazes and lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Qin Lang exuded an aura reminiscent of a noble prince from ancient palaces, eliciting heartfelt admiration from all who beheld him. In stark contrast, she felt like a lowly maid, unworthy of standing beside him, instinctively stepping aside to distance herself. This shop will do. Choose a couple of outfits. Qin Lang halted in front of a women's clothing store, gesturing for Su Xiaoxiao to enter while he continued on his way. He entered an Italian bespoke suit store, selecting a dozen suits and exchanging his ostentatious attire for the refined garments, which enhanced his already understated elegance. Young master, if I didn't follow you every day, I would think you had traveled to Korea. It's astonishing. You seem transformed, even more handsome, Junzi exclaimed, genuinely impressed, devoid of any flattery. Qin Lang adjusted his tie, accepting the receipt from a starry-eyed salesgirl and casually tossing it into a shopping bag, smiling without dispute. Is the charm value of 98 joking with you? He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Is Su Xiaoxiao still not ready? Junzi, laden with shopping bags, volunteered. I'll go find her. Given your current load, why not return the clothes to the car and wait outside? Qin Lang suggested, shaking his head. I'll go look for her. Returning to the women's clothing store, he peered inside, but could not find Su Xiaoxiao. Instead, he caught sight of a familiar blue and white striped uniform in the corner. Approaching, he discovered Su Xiaoxiao curled up in a corner, sobbing quietly. Chapter 6. The Injured Kitten, What is the matter? Is it truly so difficult for you to choose 2 pieces of clothing? Why are you crying here? Have you selected your attire? Qin Lang's face was stern, his voice cold as he reprimanded her. Sir, may I switch to another store? The one you chose is too expensive for me. Su Xiaoxiao choked out, her words fragmented. One hand wiped away her tears while the other rested on her abdomen, as if seeking solace and protection from an invisible barrier. Qin Lang frowned icily. Change stores? What difference would that make compared to the clothes you wore before? We are going into this one now. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for dissent. With her head bowed, Su Xiaoxiao followed Qin Lang like a small attendant, re-entering the store. Well. Which blind fool is it that has sullied the fresh air so soon after its arrival? A flamboyantly dressed young woman approached, adorned in gold and jewels. She pinched her nose with her elegantly manicured fingers, as if repulsed by an unbearable stench, feigning the urge to retch. Glaring at Su Xiaoxiao, who had just entered, she rolled her eyes in disdain. Was it you I saw earlier? A mere cleaner coming into a Fendi boutique to buy clothes. Do you really think this is the place for you? Do you believe that after 2 months of cleaning, you can afford a single bag? I can afford it, Su Xiaoxiao declared defiantly, stepping to the counter to glance at the price tags. The numbers swirled before her eyes, overwhelming her with their enormity. She feared that if she embarrassed the young master, she might lose her job, and then she would be handed over to the police, ruining her life forever. I won't buy a bag. I want clothes. Su Xiaoxiao proclaimed, moving to the racks and wandering aimlessly, failing to select anything. 9,888, 8,888, 11,800. After examining dozens of garments, the cheapest was still over 8,000 yuan. 8,000 yuan was all she had left. After a year of diligent work, frugal living had allowed her to save 50,000 yuan. However, when the director of the orphanage organized a fundraiser for new beds, she donated 45,000 in one go. Now, With only 5,000 left, and having prepaid her rent, this amount was just sufficient for her daily needs, allowing her to stretch it for nearly 4 months. Yet, the notion of purchasing luxury items, let alone a bag that cost over 10,000 or even a single Fendi dress, was beyond her current means. The flamboyant woman stood before the racks, fanning the air in front of her nose, her expression dripping with mockery. What's the matter? Didn't you insist you could afford it? Why not choose something and pay for it? Stop wandering around aimlessly. If you can buy, then buy. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will dig holes. You, a lowly commoner, should remain in your own rubbish heap and not sully this high-end store, polluting the air and offending my eyes. And what of being a cleaner? My earnings are hard-earned and clean. Why shouldn't I be here? Is this store yours? Su Xiaoxiao's slender frame trembled with indignation. I didn't ask for your gaze. Why do you speak so cruelly? Although I wear a cleaner's uniform, I am clean and have no odor. Why do you insult me? I have done nothing to provoke you. Humiliated and battered by the words of the flamboyant woman, Su Xiaoxiao resembled a small wildcat, bristling and fierce as she retorted. Yet, her timid nature held her back. Even in her fury, her words dwindled into a feeble whisper, much like a defeated kitten retreating to lick its wounds in a dark corner. Good heavens! Can you cease your crying? If you must weep, return to your rubbish heap. How loud you are! Is there no one to intervene? We're the salespeople. We customers are your deities. Must you allow this cleaner into the store? To equate my taste with that of a cleaner is an affront to me. Amidst the flamboyant woman's theatrical outbursts, Qin Lang knelt beside Su Xiaoxiao, offering her a silk scarf. Stop crying. Wipe your tears. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively accepted the scarf, dabbing at her eyes, even lightly sniffing it. She stood, clutching the scarf in her hand, feeling embarrassed as she glanced at Qin Lang. I'm sorry for soiling your scarf. I will wash it and return it to you. This scarf is not mine, Qin Lang replied, pointing to a display cabinet from which he had taken it. What? Su Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless, standing frozen as if turned to stone. You, how could you? The flamboyant woman nearly fainted at the sight. That scarf had caught her eye, and she had long hesitated to purchase it. Now it was being used by Su Xiaoxiao to wipe her nose. You are doomed, utterly unfortunate, unable to buy a single piece of clothing, and yet you've tarnished a limited edition Fendi scarf. Do you have any idea how much that scarf costs? 42,000 yuan. I haven't even made the decision to buy it yet, and you've sullied it? Chapter 7. The ugly duckling transforms into a black swan amid the pretentious laughter of the flamboyant woman. The hesitant sales assistant could no longer restrain herself and approached. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt a shiver run down her spine. I didn't mean to, stammered Su Xiaoxiao, nervously clutching her silk scarf, her spirit nearly fleeing in fright. This scarf isn't stained. I'll take it back to wash. I'll return it clean. The sales assistant shook her head in resignation. It was against store policy for the scarf to be resold. Under the astonished gazes of the three women, Qin Lang gently wiped the scarf across Su Xiaoxiao's nose, as if he were compelled by a peculiar obsession. Now it's finally clean, he remarked with a sense of satisfaction. He scrutinized the scarf again. What a pity. Now it's slightly dirty and can't be used. How about I buy it for you? He extended the scarf towards the flamboyant woman. She paused, taken aback, and instinctively queried, Why give it to me? Qin Lang offered a smile as warm as a spring breeze. After all, filth finds its match in filth. How dare you insult me? The flamboyant woman admitted that her more audacious mockery of Su Xiaoxiao was largely due to Qin Lang's presence beside her. She felt envious and resentful. How could a mere cleaner stand alongside such a handsome man? Now, feeling as if Qin Lang might as well accuse her of being a worn-out shoe, she erupted, baring her teeth in a fierce snarl. Do you know who my husband is? Qin Lang shook his head innocently. No, perhaps you should call him over so I can meet him? Just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll take your surname. The flamboyant woman strutted away, her hips swaying like a poodle. Young Master Qin, this scarf. Su Xiaoxiao held the scarf awkwardly, her heart racing. Had Qin Lang just stood up for her? Impossible. How could someone of his stature ever do that for her? Surely, he was merely irritated by that woman's ruckus and wanted her to leave. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his warm smile akin to a gentle summer breeze, soothing Su Xiaoxiao's flustered heart, causing her cheeks to flush like ripened apples. Ding! The protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, experienced a surge of emotional intensity. Congratulations, host. You have gained 800 villain points. If you like this scarf, keep it. It has already been used. If not, simply discard it as trash. Su Xiaoxiao clutched the scarf delicately, shaking her head in reluctance. I can't throw it away, but I can't afford it. Qin Lang replied matter-of-factly. It was my suggestion for you to buy some new clothes, as it is a necessary aspect of being a caretaker. This scarf is also a gift for you. He pointed to several garments displayed individually in the store, gently patting Su Xiaoxiao's slender shoulder. Try on this one, and that one over there. Unable to refuse Qin Lang's request, Su Xiaoxiao obediently took the clothes handed to her by the sales assistant and entered the fitting room. Before long, Su Xiaoxiao emerged, transformed in a flowing gown. The black fabric hugged her waist, and the pleats around her upper body accentuated her figure, while delicate lace at the bust area hinted at an alluring charm, evoking a sense of anticipation. Her long, shapely legs, adorned in strappy high heels, added to her height. With her naturally radiant beauty, she appeared strikingly fresh and playful. The sales assistant's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. You look stunning. Being in the fashion industry, she understood the significance of appearance. Su Xiaoxiao, now clad in elegant attire, resembled a black swan emerging from the confines of her former ugly duckling self. In contrast, Qin Lang remained remarkably composed. As the protagonist, could Su Xiaoxiao's beauty truly be lacking? She had merely led a life of scarcity, with inadequate nourishment and attire, rendering her unremarkable. A prolonged stay in his villa, accompanied by slight refinement, would allow her to rival even the elegant Mu Yuyan of Mu Ren International. This one is lovely. Wrap it up, and let us try another, Qin Lang decided effortlessly. Su Xiaoxiao, now clad in a new outfit, cautiously stepped out of the fitting room. The white camisole showcased her delicate collarbones, while the smooth, curvaceous lines accentuated her slender frame. The pale pink miniskirt, which barely grazed her knees, was an uncharted territory for her. She hesitated yet boldly gazed in Qin Lang's direction, her voice barely audible. Young Master Qin, does it look good? It looks good. Wrap it up, on to the next one. Over a dozen outfits later, each one suited Su Xiaoxiao impeccably, whether pure, playful, or elegant. Her figure resembled a Model S, perfectly complementing the clothes. Mr. Qin has exquisite taste. The garments you selected are exceptionally fitting for Miss Su, the sales assistant beamed. She found conversing with Qin Lang genuinely enjoyable, as even the most mundane topics sparked a desire to continue. Then I shall graciously accept the compliment, Qin Lang shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Pack up the outfits we just tried on. They all look splendid, and don't forget that scarf. Su Xiaoxiao mumbled, it's too much. These clothes are quite expensive. Qin Lang turned, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Is it more expensive than the broken blue and white porcelain you shattered? All right, that conversation just died. Su Xiaoxiao retorted, rendered speechless and resigned to her role as a bag carrier. With a swipe of the card, the sales assistant worked with fluidity, the notification of over 400,000 in cash ringing in her ears. It suddenly dawned on her what had just occurred. She had completed a transaction worth over 400,000. Her commission alone would net her thousands. Why had she not felt the weight of this before? Not even a flicker of doubt regarding Qin Lang's ability to pay? As Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao exited the store, the familiar, irksome sound of exaggerated fawning echoed from outside. Darling, it's right here. Just here. A couple of shameless individuals called me a worn-out shoe. You must stand up for me. Chapter 8. The overbearing protector outside the Fendi boutique, a striking woman was embracing a rather unremarkable middle-aged man, seductively coaxing him while her hands clung to his arms, pressing them towards her bosom. Upon spotting Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao, who had just exited, she immediately pointed at them and began hurling insults, exclaiming, "It's this pair of shameless lovers, darling. They are the ones who insulted me. Heraluding gazi scrutinizit, Su Xiaoxiao." And upon noticing the petite cleaner dressed in attire from Fendi's Fashion Week, her eyes turned a shade of green with envy. She shook the man's arm, playfully whining, "Darling, I also want to buy clothes from Fashion Week." Kai Yong approached with a grim expression, fixing his gaze on Qin Lang, emanating an air of menace. "Kid, which family do you belong to in Tianhai City?" Observing the numerous bags in Su Xiaoxiao's hands, it was evident that she had spent a considerable amount of money. Despite having earned a decent living as a contractor in recent years, there were still many influential figures in Tianhai City he could not afford to offend, prompting him to ask cautiously, "The Qin family?" Kai Yong raised an eyebrow. "The family of Qin Shan?" His demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Qin Shan, the chairman of a small real estate company in Tianhai City, was worth millions and considered a modestly successful individual, at least by ordinary standards. However, in Kai Yong's eyes, Qin Shan was hardly significant, relying on Kai Yong for work to make a living. Realizing it was the Qin family he was dealing with, Kai Yong's arrogance surged. "Young man, don't say I haven't given you a chance. If you offend someone, be prepared for retaliation. Have my darling slap you a few times and apologize, and we can let this matter go. Otherwise," Qin Lang chuckled, "Otherwise what?" From a moment he laid eyes on the flamboyant woman. He had discerned she was no highborn. True wealth was seldom so boisterous. He suspected the woman was merely leveraging her relationship with a rich man. Yet he was taken aback by the lack of taste exhibited by her partner. Kai Yong's expression turned icy. "You little brat, don't get too cocky. Even if your father came, he would still respectfully refer to me as Mr. Kai." Qin Lang shook his head. "Really? I find that hard to believe." Believe it or not, Kai Yong, already hot-tempered, was further incensed by Qin Lang's nonchalant demeanor. He lunged forward, attempting to slap him while shouting, "Do you think you're untouchable?" However, the slap did not land on Qin Lang, but instead struck Su Xiaoxiao, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. A red mark quickly blossomed on her delicate cheek as she bravely shielded Qin Lang, declaring, "This has nothing to do with Qin Xiao. If you want to hit someone, hit me instead." She did not believe the slender Qin Lang could stand up to a brute like Kai Yong, especially since he had no bodyguard by his side. Had this been earlier, Su Xiaoxiao would not have displayed such boldness. But today, Qin Lang had offended the flamboyant woman for her sake. She could not simply stand by and let him be harmed. "Damn it, I'll hit you both." Kai Yong roared in fury, swinging his hand again towards Su Xiaoxiao. With a sharp crack, Kai Yong's hand was halted mid-air as Qin Lang seized his wrist with a frigid expression. Kai Yong had not anticipated Su Xiaoxiao's bold reaction, which had inadvertently caused her to take the hit. Now that he realized it, he would not allow Kai Yong to continue his rampage. Although Kai Yong appeared stout, his constitution had been ravaged by indulgence over the years. He barely possessed a physique of 6 or 7 out of 10. In contrast, Qin Lang's physical prowess was at a staggering 26, rendering Kai Yong as feeble as a child in comparison. "Hit someone? Who do you think you are?" Qin Lang tightened his grip, causing Kai Yong's wrist to turn pale. In agony, Kai Yong's facial muscles contorted as he howled, "Let go! Damn it, let me go, or I'll ruin you! Fool!" Qin Lang yanked him forward, causing him to stumble, and with a sudden knee strike, he collided with Kai Yong's arm. "Producing a sheathkening krak, a bone breaking." "My arm! Ah, how dare you!" Kai Yong screamed, clutching his injury as he collapsed to the ground, his face turning a deep shade of purple from the excruciating pain. The flamboyant woman crouched, panic-stricken. "Darling, get away from me." Kai Yong kicked her aside, his mind consumed with thoughts of revenge against Qin Lang and the Qin family. He vowed to make the Qin family pay dearly, ensuring that Qin Shan would atone for his son's transgressions. Meanwhile, Qin Lang regarded Kai Yong's threats as mere air, indifferent to his rants. He gently touched Su Xiaoxiao's reddened cheek, softly inquiring, "Are you all right? Why did you foolishly rush over?" Su Xiaoxiao turned her head, avoiding his touch. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I didn't know you were so formidable in a fight, Qin Xiao. I thought without a bodyguard, you wouldn't stand a chance, so I stepped in. Besides, this trouble was originally due to me. Don't worry about me. I've dealt with bullies since childhood. This little injury is nothing. It will heal quickly." The slap had transformed Su Xiaoxiao's once dim eyes into pools of resilience, a stark contrast to the tearful girl who had hidden in the corner moments before, as if she were two different people. In truth, Qin Lang was unaware that Su Xiaoxiao's character had not merely changed in such a brief time. It was simply her true nature. She could endure physical pain, but the emotional turmoil was unbearable. The more she dwelled on it, the more aggrieved she felt, and tears began to well up in her eyes. Observing the understanding Su Xiaoxiao, Qin Lang felt a ripple in his heart. He placed his hand on her head, speaking with earnest authority. I do not know what kind of life you have led, nor who has bullied you in the past, but from this moment forth, you are my servant, a member of the Qin family. No one shall bully you, nor lay a finger on you, not these two fools, nor anyone else. Even if the king of heaven himself were to come, he has no right to bully a member of the Qin family. As long as I, Qin Lang, draw breath, you will forever be under the protection of the Qin family. Do you understand? Chapter 9. A move behind in the game? Ding. The protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, experiences an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 villain points. Ding. Su Xiaoxiao's affection level rises. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 villain points. Ding. Su Xiaoxiao's affection continues to soar. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 villain points. Su Xiaoxiao lifts her little head, her big, watery eyes sparkling with a luminous glow. Right in front of her, Qin Lang's handsome features seem to shimmer with an ethereal charm. As if viewed through a romantic lens, his contours sharp and exquisite, surrounded by a twinkling starlight that sparkles brilliantly. For a moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mind is filled with his commanding declaration. You little brat, if you have the ability, don't run. If I don't break your legs today, I 1TB surname Kai. Kai Yong's vicious words jolted Su Xiaoxiao from her daydream. She slapped her cheeks with both hands, shaking her head vigorously as she scolded herself internally. Su Xiaoxiao, how shameless can you be? What foolish thoughts are you entertaining? Qin Xiao only cares about the reputation of the Qin family, and 1T allow their maid to be bullied. It's not just for you. Don't be so self-important. Yet, even after coming to this realization, a profound sense of security enveloped her heart. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Qin Lang observed her as she laughed one moment, cupped her cheeks the next, and then pouted in dismay. He couldn't help but chuckle. This girl is so easy to read. Her thoughts are written all over her face, as innocent as a blank canvas. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, insisting it's nothing. Nothing at all. Qin Xiao, let us hurry and leave. If those people he called show up, we won't be able to escape. Leave? Why should we leave? I haven't settled the score with you yet. Qin Lang stood firm, unyielding to her attempts to pull him away. With a slight tug, he pulled her into his embrace. Like a startled little rabbit, Su Xiaoxiao quickly sprang back from his arms, her head bowed in embarrassment. Such an intimate gesture flustered her, as she had never had such contact with the opposite sex. Qin Lang was quite pleased with her reaction. His mix of aloofness and warmth, combined with his charm, made winning the affection of such a naive girl as Su Xiaoxiao remarkably effortless. The steadily accumulating villain points only served to reinforce this notion. Qin Lang glanced at Kai Yong, who was angrily shouting into his phone, scoffing, is it just calling for help? Who can't do that? I could do it too. Within 10 minutes, both sides had summoned their people, and a crowd of curious onlookers gathered, eager to witness the commotion. This is a disaster. My handsome guy is about to be beaten. The odds are overwhelming. Who called for help? Why did my handsome brother only summon that one guy? No matter how strong he is, can he really take on so many? Isn't that just asking for trouble? A group of young girls began to panic, fearing they would witness a disastrous scene of their handsome brother being brutally beaten. On Kai Yong's side, having worked on construction sites for years, he often resorted to violence to resolve issues, which led him to assemble a group of thugs. Today, he had gathered 13 men, all of them burly and robust as bulls. On the other hand, it was rather one-dimensional, with only Junzi present, who was not only responsible for maintaining order, but had also made a trip to help Su Xiaoxiao carry her heavy bags to the car. Qin Xiao, aren't there others in the villa? What if we can't win? Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit anxious, seeing the intimidating crowd in front of her, all of them looking far more formidable than Junzi. Qin Lang remained silent, casually gazing towards Kai Yong's direction. Is this all the people you have? Are they all here? Let us see how long you can keep up that arrogance. Kai Yong grinned menacingly, addressing his thugs' attack. I'll reward anyone who breaks an arm with 100,000 and 20,000 for a leg. A chorus of roars erupted as the thugs surged forward like wolves descending upon their prey, charging towards Qin Lang. The fastest among them reached Qin Lang first, but Junzi, who had been standing like an ancient pine, sprang into action. His speed was almost illusory as he delivered a kick. Boom! The nearly 180-pound brute flew several meters back, as if he were a sack filled with gravel. Show some strength if you finish it in 3 minutes. I'll cover your expenses at the Qianji Lian Club tonight. Qin Lang patted Junzi on the shoulder. Junzi's eyes lit up, grinning broadly. Young master, you said 3 minutes? Are you underestimating me? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a tiger unleashed, instantly tearing through the ranks of thugs. This was no mere brawl, it was a massacre. Before Junzi, these ordinary thugs couldn't even get close. One chop from his hand sent one man crashing unconscious, and a single kick sent another flying several meters away. 3 minutes. In less than a minute, all 13 thugs lay sprawled on the ground, screaming in agony. Hiss! Everyone present gasped in astonishment. Is this even human? How could someone be so ruthless? To incapacitate so many thugs in such a short span was beyond belief. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, no one would dare imagine the scene that had just unfolded. Including Su Xiao. Everyone was taken aback by Junzi's terrifying prowess. Only Qin Lang remained unfazed, showing no signs of surprise at Junzi's capabilities. If Junzi lacked this level of skill, how could he have sparred with Yifeng for hundreds of rounds? If Qin Lang's physical prowess rated a 26, then Junzi must be in the 80s or 90s, while Yifeng likely surpassed 90, perhaps nearing 100. As Kai Yong recovered from his shock, he took a deep breath and gazed solemnly at Qin Lang. You truly have some skill to find such a bodyguard. It seems Qin Qingshan has indeed kept a tight rein on you. What a pity. He pointed to the surveillance cameras in the mall. You're still a step behind. Young man, in today, as society, it's not just about having a strong fist. You need to be cautious. You and your bodyguard have injured many of my men. Even if I have to pay a hefty price today, I will ensure you both spend a year or so behind bars. Chapter 10. The Qin family of Yinjing Kai Yong acknowledged that today he had met his match. He had never anticipated that he would fall at the hands of a young man. However, this did not signify his surrender. On the contrary, he had long been prepared for contingencies. Should his hired thugs incapacitate Qin Lang, he would merely need to spend a bit of money to ensure that the perpetrators served a year or so in confinement. As for the present situation, it seemed he would have to let Qin Lang and his bodyguard face the consequences, although dissatisfaction brewed within him. The thought that it wouldn't be long before Qin Qingshan arrived with his son to bow and apologize filled him with a sense of anticipation, as he began contemplating how best to humiliate the young upstart. Make way, please. Do not block the path. What has transpired here? Why are there so many injured? The higher-ups of the shopping mall, accompanied by security personnel, rushed over, their expressions grim. Upon seeing them, Kai Yong's spirits lifted, and he approached with a feigned smile. Manager Wang, do you still remember me? Wang Weishan furrowed his brow, regarding Kai Yong with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Who are you? Kai Zong Juka Akwa Di Li. It's me, Xiao Kai. I was a subcontractor for the earthworks when a mall was being constructed. Remember? I even treated you to a meal. It's great to see you, Manager Wang. I've encountered some trouble today. I was assaulted. Could you assist me by retrieving the surveillance footage? As the chairman of the company, Kai Yong should not have needed to demean himself before a mere manager. Yet, with the formidable Tangsher Group backing Wang Weishan, an entity boasting assets exceeding 100 billion, Kai Yong understood he was in no position to compare resources. Pointing at his injured arm, he pleaded, Manager Wang, look, my arm is broken. Please help me. Wang Weishan remained impassive. The mall's cameras are malfunctioning and currently inoperative. There is no recorded footage. Kai Yong's skepticism grew. All of them are malfunctioning? Indeed, having spent years on construction sites, Kai Yong sensed an unusual undercurrent. Turning to observe Qin Lang, who appeared unperturbed in the distance, a surge of alarm gripped him. Suddenly, a security guard screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. My leg! That thug Kai Yong hired had a knife concealed in his sleeve. Quickly, rush in and subdue these ruffians. They are violent criminals. With a shout that seemed rehearsed dozens of times, the security personnel, led by Wang Weishan, charged forward, re-engaging the injured thug in a fierce struggle. Gaizong stood for then. Realization dawning upon him. Wang Weishan's arrival was not coincidental. He was clearly there to cover for Qin Lang. Discontent coursed through him. Manager Wang, I don't know what connection you have with this young man, but surely a mere Qin family doesn't warrant you treating me, Kai Yong, in such a manner? Wang Weishan's expression hardened, and he whispered, audible only to Kai Yong, do you know he belongs to the Qin family? Kai Yong sneered, of course I know. There is only one Qin family in Tianhai City, and that Qin Shan relies on my company for his livelihood. Qin Shan? Who is that? Wang Weishan asked. Unfamiliar with the name, but he could infer from Kai Yong's words that the man had mistaken identities. What a fool. He is not from Tianhai City. He hails from Yinjing. Kai Yong muttered under his breath as Wang Weishan delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, shouting to the crowd, this man is also armed. Two of you assist in restraining him. Soon, two brave young women wearing hats dashed forward, launching an assault on Kai Yong's lower regions. Crumpled on the ground like a defeated dog, Kai Yong's pain jolted him awake. The Qin family, not from Tianhai City, but from Yinjing? The Qin family of Yinjing. Kai Yong's heart raced. Is there a Qin family in the business circles of Yinjing, aside from that prominent figure frequently seen on television? Hiss. Realization dawned upon him, illuminating everything. The young master of the Tangsher group hails from Yinjing, and the only one capable of manipulating the Tangsher group in such a manner must be the family of that prominent figure. It must be them. Only the Qin family could compel the young master to act in this way. Heaven help me. Who have I offended? Kai Yong curled up on the floor, peering through the legs of the two young women toward Qin Lang. In that moment, he wished fervently to be struck down. Had he known that Qin Lang belonged to the Qin family of Yinjing, he would not have dared utter a single harsh word, even if it meant losing all his limbs. A flamboyant woman, witnessing her husband being violently assaulted for half a month, sensed the tide turning and hurriedly fled the scene. Esucioso, somboteist, geist of Qin Lang. Young Master Qin, what is going on with these mall security guards? Qin Lang shrugged. They were called in. I said to summon people, but I never specified that only Junzi was to be summoned. Let us go. It's getting late. And I have matters to attend to at noon. Su Xiaoxiao obediently nodded, following alongside him. What would you like for lunch, young Master Qin? I won't be home today, so you can prepare something for yourself. Junzi headed to the underground parking garage to fetch the car, while Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao waited at the mall entrance. Instead of the expected Maybach, they were met with a Rolls-Royce. A rotund man, beaming like a deity, emerged from the back seat and hurried over to Qin Lang, rubbing his hands together and smiling broadly. Young Master Qin, how did it go? Was the matter resolved? I just received your call at home and rushed over immediately. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? The newcomer was none other than Tang Tianpei, the chairman of the Tangsher group and the eldest son of the Tang family in Yinjing. At 28, he had once been a striking young man, but 3 years ago, due to internal family issues, he had been expelled from Yinjing. Having mingled in the elite circles of Yinjing, they had their connections. Yet, the tides had turned. Tang Tianpei could no longer converse with Qin Lang from an equal standing. Now, Qin Lang was the direct descendant of the Qin family of Yinjing, the sole heir to their legacy. The situation was handled well. Thank you, brother Tianpei. Today, I owe you a favor, and I shall repay it when the opportunity arises, Qin Lang said, his smile radiant. Tang Tianpei frowned. Young Master Qin, you flatter me. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, I am more than happy to assist with such trivial matters. What favors are you speaking of? This is quite unnecessary. You see, I came here today to invite you to the upcoming Dingfeng gathering, where the elite of Tianhai City will gather. I thought it a splendid opportunity for them to witness your brilliance. Chapter 11. Speak freely. Since Brother Tianpei has spoken, it would be remiss not to respond. Qin Lang smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Once Junzi arrived with the car, he took Su Xiaoxiao into the vehicle and departed. As Junzi drove smoothly, he curiously inquired, Young Master, was that the eldest son of the Tang family? How had he fallen into such disarray? 3 years ago, Tang Tianpei, while perhaps not rivaling Qin Lang's current looks, was certainly a dashing young man. Yet, in just a few years, he had transformed into a rather unappealing middle-aged figure. Fanon? Qin Lang disagreed. The Tang family holds significant sway in Yanjing. For the legitimate heir to have degraded to this extent, and to appear so subservient in my presence. Is that normal? Junzi instinctively nodded. It is rather typical. The Tang family cannot compare to yours, young master. Especially after Tang Tianpei's internal family troubles led to his expulsion from Yanjing. Unlike you, the sole heir of your family, he is merely a sycophant before you. Spend more time reading instead of frequenting the Qin Club. Use your intellect to see beyond superficial appearances. Qin Lang admonished. People possess dignity and pride. A once prominent young master, regardless of his misfortunes, would not so easily become obsequious. If he has indeed changed so drastically, there is only one explanation. His spirit is still unbroken. Young master, are you suggesting he wishes to return to Yanjing? Junzi found this notion astonishing. However, Qin Lang chose not to elaborate, waving his hand. Focus on driving. Discussing such matters with Junzi was merely a means to gauge his loyalty. He intended to cultivate him as a trusted confidant. In terms of strength, Junzi was undoubtedly competent and loyal, but his rigid thinking sometimes hindered him. If Junzi could learn to adapt, he would be nurtured as a confidant. If not, he would remain a mere pawn of the family. After delivering Su Xiaoxiao back to her villa, it was already noon, coinciding with the agreed time to meet Mu Yuyan. Junzi drove Qin Lang toward her residence. In the car, Junzi chuckled, one hand on the steering wheel while raising a thumb behind his head. Young master, you truly are impressive. Your discerning eye is remarkable. I thought Su Xiaoxiao looked rather plain, akin to a village girl. I couldn't fathom why you chose to keep her around. But today, after a change of clothes, she has transformed. It's as if you performed magic. She appears lively and charming. And despite her previous simplicity, she is obedient and sensible, truly an indispensable asset at home. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Do you find this type appealing? Junzi grinned lewdly. I prefer those a bit older. Manager Zhang from the Qin Club is quite appealing, intelligent, mature, and most importantly, she knows how to treat a man well. Qin Lang had visited Qin more than once and had often seen Junzi with Manager Zhang, initially assuming they were discussing which technician to choose. He had not anticipated their budding romance. Manager Zhang was in her 40s, older than Junzi by 8 years. 43, Junzi confirmed, as the saying goes. A woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. 5 years older is a treasure, and 8 years older is a gold brick. In the Jiangnan No. 1 Villa District, Mu Yuyan sat in the living room, watching her mother busily tie an apron in the kitchen. She murmured with a hint of melancholy, Mom, when I return to Yanjing, I want to see you in the kitchen again. Is it truly worth your effort to cook for that Qin Lang? As a daughter, Mu Yuyan felt she was being treated unfairly, nursing a jealousy towards Qin Lang. Lin Wanqing placed the final dish of stir-fried pork with edamame on the dining table, wiped her hands on her apron, and then dabbed at her forehead with the back of her hand, smiling warmly. You silly girl, you don't understand. When the future son-in-law visits, I, as the mother-in-law, must show some hospitality. What future son-in-law? Mu Yuyan looked at her mother's joyful expression, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. With Qin Lang's character, he is likely to be unfaithful. In a few years, he might even have children. Are you suggesting I should step in as a stepmother? Don't speak nonsense. Lin Wanqing scolded. Haven't I told you? Keep such thoughts to yourself. Don't voice them. Do you think there is any man in this world who is not like that? Either they lack capability, or if they do have it, they are never clean-cut. Have you forgotten your father's indiscretions? When Mu Yuyan's father passed away, it caused a significant upheaval in the Mu family, nearly resulting in her and her mother's expulsion. Why? Because schemers had discovered her father's illegitimate child and sought to use him as leverage against the family. Had it not been for the Qin family supporting the two vulnerable women and providing a substantial sum of money to the illegitimate child's mother, the matter would not have been so easily resolved. Yuyan, you are my only daughter. How could I harm you? Lin Wanqing sat beside her daughter, earnestly advising her. Qin Lang may be a bit mischievous and domineering, but it is evident that he cares for you. Mischievous? He installed listening devices in my office. Is that what you call mischievous? Moreover, I deliberately brought in boyfriends to irritate him, yet they all mysteriously vanished, alive or dead. Who knows? You call that domineering? Mu Yuyin clenched her teeth in frustration. This man was clearly an arrogant second-generation heir, the very embodiment of a villain. If not for his influential father, would he be so carefree now? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a figure appeared in the corner of the living room. It was none other than Qin Lang, standing there with an indifferent expression, gazing at the furious yet stunning Mu Yuyin. Qin Lang, why did you not inform us of your arrival? Lin Wanqing exclaimed, startled. Yuyin is still young and speaks without thinking. Please do not take her words to heart. Qin Lang feigned ignorance, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Mu Yuyin. If you have the courage, repeat what you just said. Say it. I will. Mu Yuyin, still fuming, snorted. Am I wrong? If it weren't for your father, would you be so unrestrained? Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. That is precisely it. What you said sounds delightful. Speak freely, do not hold back. Chapter 12. Who is the biological one? Initially, Mu Yuyin expected Qin Lang to be seething with rage. At the very least, his expression would reflect his displeasure. To her surprise, her furious words did not provoke him. Instead, he wore a smug look on his face. How can a person be so shameless? Accusing him of relying on his family was tantamount to calling him a freeloader. Yet he seemed to accept it with delight. You, she pointed at Qin Lang. I have never encountered someone so devoid of shame. Yuyin, how can you speak like that? Apologize to Qin Lang at once. Lin Wanqing could no longer contain her frustration. Time and again, she witnessed her daughter insult Qin Lang. And even as his biological mother, she felt a pang of discomfort, let alone outsiders. Mu Yuyin defiantly turned her head away. No, I didn't say anything wrong. Why should I apologize? She instinctively glanced at Qin Lang for his reaction, only to find no trace of anger on his face, which only deepened her confusion. What was happening today? The moment she laid eyes on Qin Lang, something felt amiss. It was as if he had transformed into a more handsome version of himself in just a day. He appeared remarkably agreeable. Previously, Qin Lang's volatile temperament would have erupted at the slightest provocation. He would either explode in anger or throw something. Now, his sudden calmness left her feeling quite unsettled. While it was unclear whether Qin Lang was truly angry, Lin Wanqing was certainly agitated, her chest rising and falling dramatically. Mu Yuyan, I demand that you apologize. Did you hear me? Are you disregarding your mother's words now? Mom. Mu Yuyin simmered with suppressed anger, and upon witnessing her mother's fury, her own demeanor weakened. No matter how assertive she had grown up in her mother's shadow, and before her, she remained an eternal child. This was the first time she had been scolded so fiercely by her mother. Fear and grievance welled within her, and soon her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing this, Qin Lang stepped forward, gently taking Mu Yuyin's delicate hand in his own. Annie, please don't be so upset. Look, you frightened Yuyin. He continued with a smile. You may not know, but Yuyin and I are a couple now, and we often tease each other without taking it to heart. We're both young and quite in tune with the trends. Really? Lin Wanqing furrowed her brows. Mu Yuyin nodded reluctantly, pinching Qin Lang's back with her other hand, and said, you can ask Aining. Aining was Mu Yuyin's personal bodyguard, always by her side and privy to her affairs. Lin Wanqing's anger dissipated, her expression softening as she regarded Qin Lang with the fondness of a mother-in-law viewing her son-in-law. Ah, the youth today, as long as you two are happy. Qin Lang maintained a serious facade. Annie, what do you mean by that? You're not old at all. If you were to walk down the street with Yuyin, one might mistake you for sisters. While this compliment was intended to flatter, it was true that Lin Wanqing, in her 40s, maintained a youthful appearance. Her face radiant with collagen. Dressed in a light pink long-sleeved t-shirt that hinted at transparency, it subtly showcased her slender figure. Her blue skinny jeans accentuated her long legs, making her quite the sight to behold. In terms of beauty, she might slightly pale in comparison to Mu Yuyin, yet she exuded a mature elegance that was equally captivating. Lin Wanqing beamed with satisfaction, playfully scolding, you little rascal. It seems you become quite the smooth talker in my absence. Auntie is old and cannot compete with the youth. This outfit belongs to Yu Yin, but it suits me well. Ah, I see. Qin Lang grasped the implication and exclaimed, What? This outfit is Yu Yin's? I've never seen her wear it. I know her figure is tailored to perfection, like a golden ratio. I didn't expect you to look so good in her clothes. Your figure is truly enviable. Not at all. You flatter me too much. Annie feels embarrassed. Lin Wanqing laughed, her bright smile never faltering. She affectionately took Qin Lang's hand. Just in time, I prepared a home-cooked meal for you. I hope you enjoy it. Today, I truly am fortunate. As Qin Lang and her mother walked hand in hand towards the dining room, Mu Yuyin felt a twinge of abandonment, like a left-behind child. He has changed, indeed. The once arrogant and willful guy has now become charming. He is certainly not a good person, she huffed in annoyance, glancing at her own home attire, which featured an embroidered bear hugging a pillow. Even without Qin Lang's compliment, she had no intention of changing. It was just dinner. After all, was it necessary to make such an effort? At the dining table, Lin Wanqing sat at the head, with Qin Lang and Mu Yuyin flanking either side. Throughout the meal, Qin Lang's bowl remained overflowing with food, as he never once took the initiative to serve himself. In stark contrast, Mu Yuyin did not receive the same attentive service from Lin Wanqing. During a tussle over the last cola chicken wing, her chopsticks collided with Lin Wanqing's. Lin Wanqing rolled her eyes. Why does a young girl need to eat so much? Saying this, she placed the last piece of chicken wing into Qin Lang's bowl. Mu Yuyin was left in despair. Mom, who is really your biological child? Of course you are. Lin Wanqing reproached lightly. Am I not allowed to treat my son-in-law a little better? Are you jealous? Mu Yuyin pouted, grumbling internally. This is not merely a matter of favoritism. It's blatant discrimination. She wondered if she should conduct a DNA test. She truly could not comprehend the spell Qin Lang had cast on her mother, rendering her so utterly enthralled. Yin, if you want this chicken wing, you can have it, Qin Lang said, rising to place the piece in her bowl. With an amiable smile that radiated warmth, he unwittingly stirred ripples in her heart. Even though Mu Yuyin had always harbored disdain for Qin Lang at that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. Chapter 13. Mu Yuyin's uncontainable rage. To be honest, Qin Lang did have genuine feelings for her. Although he often exhibited erratic behavior and resorted to violence outside, he was relatively gentle in her presence. At the very least, he had never bullied her or laid a hand on her. Furthermore, the Qin family held considerable influence in Yanjing, making this union a significant match for the Mu family. Most importantly, her disdain for Qin Lang seemed to have diminished greatly. The more she observed him, the more pleasing he appeared. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Mu Yuyin scolded herself internally for entertaining such thoughts. She slapped her cheeks, feeling a flush of embarrassment, and shot an annoyed glare at Qin Lang, who had carelessly placed a piece of cola chicken wings into her bowl. Who wants to eat the food you picked? Your saliva is all over those chopsticks. If you don't mind, I certainly do. While confronting Qin Lang, Mu Yuyin berated herself. What had come over her? Why was she suddenly contemplating his merits? Not only was Qin Lang acting strangely today, but she felt unlike her usual self as well. Qin Lang shrugged, shaking his chopsticks. I picked it up with the thicker end. There's no saliva on that. Ignoring her protests, he placed the chicken wing into her bowl. It's not dirty. If you want it, eat it. If not, just put it back on the plate. Lin Wanqing, watching the playful banter between the pair, couldn't help but touch her fair neck and smile with delight. Outside, people spoke of Qin Lang as an arrogant second-generation rich kid, reckless and shameless, tarnishing his family's reputation. Yet, meeting him in person, Lin Wanqing realized that these rumors were mere fabrications. Casting a glance at her mother, Mu Yuyin felt a sense of foreboding. She was convinced that Qin Lang was deliberately putting on this amiable facade to impress her mother, aiming to transform their contractual relationship into something genuine. What a cunning fiend. Mu Yuyin, disturbed, jabbed the cola chicken wing with her chopsticks, gritting her teeth in frustration, wishing she could tear it apart. You, young lady, can't even behave properly at the dinner table. Why can't you learn from Xiaoqin? Lin Wanqing chided, feeling increasingly pleased with Qin Lang and increasingly discontented with her daughter. I truly don't understand what Xiao Qin sees in you. In our time, a young man like him would have already had suitors lining up. While she scolded her daughter, Lin Wanqing absent-mindedly rubbed her neck. Auntie, since I have some free time today, how about we go to the hospital after dinner for a checkup? Qin Lang suggested softly, putting down his chopsticks. Lin Wanqing, puzzled, asked what for. Mu Yuyin, already seething, snapped at Qin Lang. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? My mom is perfectly healthy. Why would you suggest a hospital visit? Are you trying to irritate her? Qin Lang's words seemed to imply that her mother was unwell. Given Mu Yuyin's already foul mood, such remarks would irk anyone, even if they were genuinely a couple. Qin Lang didn't argue. Having nothing to do is still doing nothing. Let us consider it a health check. Auntie, have you had one recently? Lin Wanqing shook her head. No, I've been swamped with work at the company in Yanjing, juggling meetings and board votes. Even this trip to Tianhai City was squeezed in my busy schedule. I only have 3 or 4 days here. There's no time for a checkup, and it seems unnecessary. Hospitals aren't exactly pleasant places. She added, You're sweet to suggest it, but I feel perfectly fine. Exactly. Mu Yuyin chimed in enthusiastically. Mom will live a long life, forever youthful. Qin Lang hesitated, as if wrestling with a monumental decision. Auntie, since you feel that way, I shouldn't push. However, today, as a junior, I must play the villain. Whether you want to go or not, I'll take you, even if I have to tie you up. Despite his firm resolve, Qin Lang Wu disclosed the reasons behind his actions. He craved ambiguity, wishing to incite Mu Yuyin's anger and discomfort in Lin Wanqing. The plan was simple. First, provoke her ire, then elicit her shyness. As expected, Mu Yuyin's earlier radiant smile vanished, replaced by a thunderous frown aimed at Qin Lang. Clenching her teeth, she exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? I've told you my mom is perfectly fine, yet you keep pestering us. Do you want me to kick you out to feel satisfied? Qin Lang's face flushed crimson, his words caught in his throat, leaving him visibly exasperated. Lin Wanqing, observing the exchange, waved her hand and said, Yin, don't be angry with Xiao Qin. He means well. Since he insists, let us just go to the hospital. It won't hurt. It's been a while since you've had a checkup. Mom, Mu Yuyan protested. Lin Wanqing firmly declared, That's settled. Don't argue. I'll decide what's best for my health. Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes. You just spoil him. Afterward, she shot another glare at Qin Lang, one filled with disdain. She loathed the idea of him meddling with her mother, her dearest kin. No one was allowed to harm her. The lunch ended on an unpleasant note. Junzi, who had driven a Maybach, initially invited Mu Yuyin and her mother to join him. However, she adamantly refused, insisting on driving her own pink convertible BMW to take her mother. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Wanqing underwent blood tests and various scans, feeling increasingly dizzy as she absent-mindedly rubbed her neck. Finally, around 4 in the afternoon, the doctor in a white coat called out, Lin Wanqing, who is Lin Wanqing? Come to collect your health report. Mu Yuyin grasped her mother's hand, intentionally pushing Qin Lang outside the door. Doctor, how is my mom's health? Is she exceptionally well? The doctor looked up puzzled. Are you the patient's daughter? How can you be unaware of your mother's condition? Healthy? Your mother's coronary heart disease has progressed to the 3rd stage. Any delay could lead to sudden cardiac arrest. Boom! The doctor's words left Mu Yuyin stunned. Standing frozen in place, her mind blank. Chapter 14. First arouse her anger, then make her shy, ignoring Mu Yuyin. The doctor in the white coat furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Wanqing. Could it be that you are unaware of your own physical condition? Lin Wanqing, still in a daze, shook her head and stammered, I don't know, doctor. Could it be a mistake in the tests? The doctor rolled his eyes. You underwent the examination alongside a dozen normal individuals. Why is it that everyone else is fine, yet you alone have encountered an issue? It's quite peculiar that you two, so often careless, suddenly decided to get checkup. The mother and daughter instinctively glanced at Qin Lang, who remained hesitantly outside the door. Xiao Qin, come in quickly. Why are you just standing out there? Lin Wanqing waved him over, and upon his approach, she forced a smile. Thanks to you, otherwise, if something were to happen to my mother, we would have been none the wiser. Coronary heart disease. And at stage 3, Lin Wanqing found the diagnosis hard to believe, and a wave of fear washed over her. Did you sense something was amiss? Why were you so adamant about having my mother get a checkup earlier? Lin Wanqing questioned, puzzled. Qin Lang nodded, having noticed something unusual. Andy, when you spoke, you unconsciously touched your neck, and the frequency increased when you were upset. That isn't normal. The doctor aptly raised his thumb in approval. Young man, are you studying medicine? Coronary heart disease results from severe arterial stiffness in the coronary arteries, leading to insufficient blood supply to the heart muscle and causing ischemia, which can result in angina. In stage 3 patients, angina can manifest as neck pain, making the instinctive neck touching a prominent symptom. Thankfully, you arrived in time. If the condition is managed properly, the chances of improvement are significant. Had you delayed further or engaged in more strenuous activities, a heart attack could have occurred, potentially leading to sudden death. Mu Yuyin finally snapped back to reality. Upon hearing the doctor's words, a cold sweat broke out on her back. Her heart felt as though it had leapt into her throat, experiencing a sensation akin to free fall. Terrified, she grasped her mother's hand, trembling, with tears glistening in her eyes, her reddened eyelids threatening to spill over. Don't worry, Mom is fine. We caught it early, and everything will be all right. Lin Wanqing reassured her daughter, patting the back of her hand while casting a grateful glance at Qin Lang. You noticed the signs, yet you didn't mention anything at home? You made Yuyin upset with your silence. Qin Lang shook his head with a bitter smile. I couldn't bring myself to say anything, Annie. You don't understand the position you hold in Yuyin's heart. I merely sensed something was off and didn't want to jump to conclusions. If I'd spoken out and your health was fine, it would have been a misunderstanding on my part. I didn't want to hurt you. Yuyin would have been furious. Yem mifine. As long as you are healthy, it doesn't matter if I bear some discomfort. Besides, I'm a man. How could a young lady like Yuyin make me feel wronged? Lin Wanqing felt a wave of emotion. How considerate and thoughtful Qin Lang was. His concern for her daughter surpassed even her own as a mother. He would rather endure discomfort than allow Yuyin to feel any distress. It was truly moving. No, Lin Wanqing resolved in her heart. If she ever hears anyone speaking ill of her future son-in-law again, she would not stand idly by. She would confront them and give them a piece of her mind. What sort of skill was it to gossip maliciously? Her son-in-law was a fine young man, not the shameless scion of rumors. The doctor chuckled, teasing you, young man. Look quite dashing, yet your mind is remarkably astute. You will surely be a devoted husband. He glanced at Mu Yuyin, causing her to blush and lower her head. Biting her lip, she hesitantly approached, clenching her fists, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I apologize. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known about my mother's condition. I feel like such an inadequate daughter. Thanks to you, I truly don't know how I would have managed otherwise. At that moment, Mu Yuyin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, realizing how furious she had been at Qin Lang in the villa earlier. He had been genuinely concerned for her mother's health, swallowing his own grievances to spare her unnecessary worry. Reflecting on this, Mu Yuyin felt her previous behavior was utterly disgraceful. She had no right to criticize Qin Lang's good intentions. Had it been anyone else, she would have had no words to defend herself against accusations of being ungrateful. Fool, why are you apologizing? I'm your boyfriend, and your mother is like family to me. How could I stand by while my family is unwell? Stop overthinking it. Your eyes are red. Anyone would think I've bullied you. Please don't cry. I can't bear it. Qin Lang gently patted Mu Yuyin's head. This was his first bold, yet unopposed act of affection. Ding. Mu Yuyin's affection for the host has increased. Congratulations, host, you have gained 800 villain points. Ding. Mu Yuyin's affection for the host continues to rise. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 villain points. Ding. The luck of the child of destiny, Yi Feng, has decreased by 500 points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5,000 villain points. As the doctor prescribed medication and outlined daily precautions for Lin Wanqing, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Qin Lang's mind. How delightful! What Yi Feng should have accomplished, he achieved ahead of time. Not only did he gain a substantial amount of villain points from Mu Yuyin, but he also caused Yi Feng's luck to diminish by 500 points. He had gained a staggering 5,000 villain points. So, It seems that seizing Yi Feng's opportunities not only reduces his luck, but also rewards him tenfold with villain points. With this thought, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel increasingly thrilled about his role as a grand villain. Chapter 15. Breaking the ice upon returning to Jiangnan No. 1. Mu Yiyan devoted herself to Lin Wanqing's side, constantly serving tea and inquiring about her well-being. Lin Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart, yet she could not help but chuckle bitterly at her daughter's overzealous care. "My dear, do you think I am so fragile that I can hardly walk? Have you taken on the role of a mother at such a young age?" Mu Yiyan shook her head, her exquisite face still reflecting a hint of lingering fear. "Isn't it just that I'm worried? Mother, how about I accompany you back to Yinjing tomorrow? The hospital there is among the finest in the country. They can surely treat your coronary heart disease." Sighing helplessly, Lin Wanqing responded, "Oh, it's not as simple as that. Coronary heart disease is not easily cured. Countless wealthy individuals have succumbed to it after a night of overexertion. I never imagined I would be afflicted by this illness." "Mom." Mu Yiyan's eyes began to redden again. She truly feared to contemplate what her life would become without her mother. The two women embraced on the sofa, a beautiful sight that resembled a stunning landscape. Seated across from them, Qin Lang cleared his throat softly. "Auntie, Yiyan, you mustn't be overly worried. While medication is a part of the treatment, more importantly, one must focus on recuperation. Once you return to Yinjing, I will arrange for you to stay at the Xiangshan Sanatorium for a while. In terms of medical standards, it is undoubtedly the best in Huaxia." "Xiangshan Sanatorium?" Lin Wanqing's gaze faltered. "Am I even eligible to enter there?" Few were aware of the exclusivity of Xiangshan Sanatorium in Huaxia, as it was not open to the public. Those who resided there were the titans of the political sphere. The facility boasted the most sophisticated medical instruments and world-renowned doctors. In essence, it was akin to the Imperial Medical Institution of ancient times. Qin Lang smiled reassuringly. "As for others, I cannot say, but for you," and he trailed off, glancing at the still red-eyed Mu Yiyan, and continued, "Seeing Yu Yin so anxious and distressed pains my heart. You need not worry about this matter. If necessary, I can have my grandfather make a call to the director of Xiangshan Sanatorium." "Xiao Qin, how thoughtful of you." Lin Wanqing gazed at her future son-in-law, appreciating how much he cared for her daughter. However, she felt a twinge of concern regarding Qin's grandfather's involvement. If it were not for Qin Lang, she might have suddenly succumbed to a heart attack without understanding why. Gratitude seemed futile. She simply hoped that Qin's grandfather would intervene. Nonetheless, she harbored some apprehension, as Xiangshan Sanatorium was comparable to the Imperial Medical Institution, not easily accessible to everyone, regardless of the old man's stature. Qin's grandfather was one of the last surviving heroes since the founding of Huaxia, a truly towering figure. If he were to assist her in this matter, she worried about the potential gossip from other influential figures. Mu Yiyan grasped her mother's hand. "Mom, please don't refuse. This is also Qin Lang's genuine intention." She longed to accompany her mother back to Yinjing for treatment, but no hospital could rival Xiangshan Sanatorium's prestige. "Well, fine. Since I've come all the way to Tianhai City, I don't wish to rush back. I'll stay a few more days, and after returning, I'll trouble Xiao Qin with the arrangements." In Tianhai City, Lin Wanqing stayed for only 3 days before heading back to Beijing. In the villa's living room, Mu Yiyan sat beside Qin Lang, and with her mother absent, the atmosphere became notably peculiar. "How is my mother doing? Will she be able to enter Xiangshan Sanatorium?" She turned her head, observing Qin Lang's handsome profile as she softly inquired. "It's all arranged. As soon as Annie lands, someone will guide her directly in," Qin Lang assured her, placing his hand gently on the delicate back of Mu Yiyan's hand. Mu Yiyan appeared oblivious to the gesture, or perhaps she had grown accustomed to such small displays of affection during their 3 days together. In her heart, even the slightest self-soothing thought had dissipated. "How do you think I performed these past few days, my future son-in-law?" Qin Lang, emboldened, attempted to grasp Mu Yiyan's wrist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Feeling the warmth of his broad chest, Mu Yiyan struggled slightly before blushing and conceding. Perhaps it was gratitude towards Qin Lang, or perhaps his recent behavior had completely altered her previous impressions. Indeed, Mu Yuyin could hardly believe how exemplary Qin Lang had been before her mother. Had the arrogance he once displayed been merely a facade? Otherwise, how could he have developed such exceptional team-making skills in such a short time? Throughout those 3 days, Qin Lang visited the villa daily, engaging her mother in conversation and brewing tea. With 12 intricate steps in tea preparation, lighting incense to eliminate distractions, cleansing the cups to purify intentions, cooling the broth in a jade pot to nurture tranquility, pouring tea to welcome the esteemed guest. Even someone as refined as her mother could not help but admire and appreciate his skills. Moreover, upon learning of the illness, Mu Yuyin and Lin Wanqing found themselves lost in anxious thoughts at night, leading to sleeplessness. Upon discovering this, Qin Lang not only refrained from showing irritation, but also played soothing piano lullabies to help them sleep. The enchanting melodies flowed like a gentle mountain stream, effortlessly calming the heart. Had Mu Yin not secretly crept downstairs to witness Qin Lang's skilled fingers gliding over the piano keys, accompanied by the enchanting music, she would have never believed he possessed such talent. You're performing quite well. Keep it up. Mu Yin nestled against Qin Lang, her hand brushing over his abdomen in surprise. I didn't realize you had such a great physique. You even have abs? Qin Lang chuckled. There are many things you have yet to discover about me. Their eyes met, and Mu Yuyin wore the same outfit Lin Wanqing had on the day she arrived, an oversized, translucent pink blouse paired with deep blue fitted jeans. The combination accentuated her graceful figure and exuded an air of elegance and coolness. Nice ensemble, Qin Lang remarked. Your figure is quite impressive as well. Chapter 16. The temporary thrill of a tyrant as the atmosphere grew increasingly enchanting. Qin Lang's hand became bolder, slowly shifting from her slender waist upwards. That's enough, Mu Yuyin exclaimed, swatting away Qin Lang's wandering hand. She stood up from his lap, adjusting her disheveled attire. She felt that Qin Lang had become rather audacious, his demeanor growing increasingly frivolous. If she did not interrupt this ambience promptly, who knew what else he might dare to do? A taste of sweetness was sufficient. She could not afford to lose herself entirely. I still need you to take care of matters concerning my mother. This is a favor I owe you, and I shall remember it. As if awakening from the illusion of being a couple, Mu Yuyin resumed her former air of aloofness and pride, transforming into the embodiment of a frosty, imperious CEO. Qin Lang shrugged. You're clearly dismantling the bridge after crossing it. You summon me when in need. Yet to scar me when it suits you? Mu Yuyin wished to retort, but the words caught in her throat. With a cold huff, she added, If that is how you feel, then there is nothing to be done. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Fine, I'll take my leave, Qin Lang replied, not angered, but casting a meaningful glance at Mu Yuyin before turning away. Proud, remain proud. You think you can toy with me indefinitely? The thrill of tormenting a tyrant is fleeting. Soon you shall know what it truly means to pursue a husband to the ends of the earth. As she clad in a semi-transparent long gown, Mu Yuyin saw Qin Lang off at the entrance of the villa, waving goodbye. Be cautious on your way, and send me a message when you arrive home. Her affectionate demeanor caught the admiration of Junzi, the driver of the Maybach. As the luxurious vehicle departed from Jiangnan, 1. Junzi remarked, Young master, you truly are remarkable. It's as if a young cow has turned upside down to see lightning, utterly impressive. The former President Mu was so haughty, her eyes nearly lodged in her nostrils, and now look at her transformation in just a few days. Young master, have you already taken a plunge? He winked suggestively. Not even a will touch the ground. What plunge? Qin Lang muttered under his breath. The speed of Mu Yuyin's change was nothing short of masterful. Just moments ago in the living room, she had maintained a serious demeanor, yet upon seeing Junzi, her smile was that of a natural performer, truly adept at disguise. He did not dwell on this matter, instead reciting a silent invocation to open the system panel. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 26. Charm, 98. Destined villain value, 36. 200 skills. Affinity LV6, group affinity 60. Advanced piano skills, advanced T-art. Store. Opening, destined villain value has reached 30,000. Level 1 store is now accessible. Lottery center. Opening, each lottery draw consumes 100 destined villain value. System backpack. Anchio's photo album, Qin foam tissues too. During these past few days, accompanying the mother-daughter duo had not been without its rewards. His affinity points soared and his destined villain value amassed significantly. Moreover, with the presence of the thoughtful Su Xiao, even casual touches, be it a brush of her hand or a gentle nudge, yielded abundant villain points. Cumulatively, he had surpassed 30,000, meeting the threshold to unlock the system store. Open a store. Before Qin Lang, a shimmering, ethereal screen materialized, showcasing an array of items alongside their respective costs in destined villain value. Physique 1, if below 6,500 points of destined villain value. Physique 1, if below 1,000 points of destined villain value. Charm 150,000 points of destined villain value. Skill Advanced Aesthetic, 3,000 points of destined villain value. Skill Beginner Medicine, 100,000 points of destined villain value. After perusing the offerings, Qin Lang's eyes widened. This was no ordinary system store. It reeked of unscrupulous commerce. He had labored for days to accumulate a little over 30,000 villain points. Yet the items within the store were scant and exorbitantly priced. He spent 17,000 points to raise his physique to 60 and another 9,600 to elevate his affinity skill to LV8. The remainder was reserved for the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Anchio's photo album. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an advanced medical tool. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained Physique 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill Advanced Aesthetic. After the lottery concluded, the system panel displayed character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 68. Charm, 98. Destined villain value, 0. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity 80. Advanced piano skills, Advanced T-Art. Advanced Aesthetic. Store. Opening, Lottery Center. Opening, each lottery draw consumes 100 destined villain value. System backpack. Anchio's photo album. Qin foam tissues 2. White lady's photo album. Advanced medical tool 1. Upon reaching a physique of 68, Qin Lang experienced a fleeting illusion, as if a colossal mammoth stood before him, ready to be shattered by mere punch. Of course, this sensation stemmed from the rapid enhancement of his physique, leading to a temporary lack of self-awareness. Once his body adjusted to this newfound strength, the feeling would dissipate. Not to mention a mammoth. Even Junzi, who was driving, would likely be a formidable opponent. However, there was no rush. It had only been a few days. He had transformed from a state of weakness to one of vigor, embodying the essence of a knight filled with passion. It would not be long before surpassing Junzi became a matter of course. Breaking 100 before Yi Feng's return was certainly within reach. As the Maybach came to a stop at his villa, Su Xiao had already heard the sound and rushed out. She stood timidly in the corner of the doorway, her head bowed as she softly murmured, "Young master, welcome home. Where did you learn such formalities? Did I not say that here is like your own home? You may do as you please. Do not be so restrained. Do you not understand?" Qin Lang gently took hold of Su Xiao's fragile hand. She attempted to pull away, but, despite her efforts, was unsuccessful. Upon meeting Qin Lang's teasing smile, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she ceased her struggles. She realized she might be somewhat confused. She was acutely aware that whenever the young master saw her, he would engage in little gestures, yet upon hearing his familiar voice, she instinctively rushed to greet him. Caught in a trance, she was unsure whether her actions were subconscious or a deliberate approach towards the young master. Chapter 17. The foolish Su Xiao in the living room. Qin Lang sat on the sofa, releasing his grip on Su Xiao's hand, and queried with a hint of suspicion, "Xiao, do you feel uncomfortable when I hold your hand? Otherwise, why do you always struggle so vigorously to break free? Or is it possible that your heart belongs to someone else?" Su Xiao was taken aback, her face paling. "Young master, how could you say such things?" Her heart raced uncontrollably as she stole a glance at Qin Lang, whose troubled expression only added to her confusion. What did the young master mean by this? Did he? In contrast to the modern world, Su Xiao was at the tender age of blossoming youth, filled with the stirrings of first love, making her particularly sensitive to matters of romance, especially with someone like Qin Lang. whose mere smile could inspire her to dream sweetly of him for several nights. She found it hard to contain her imagination. It was as if an ordinary boy, in class, would ponder if the usually aloof class beauty's fleeting glance meant she harbored feelings for him. In the throes of adolescence, both boys and girls are susceptible to such thoughts, and Su Xiaoxiao was no exception. She fiddled nervously with her pale fingers, grappling with her clothing, uncertain of how to respond. What if the young master misunderstood her and became angry, never wanting to hold her hand again? But if she denied having feelings, would he grow bolder in his advances, which frightened her as well? Caught in this turmoil, Qin Lang, observing her bashfulness, chuckled softly. You needn't be overly concerned. There's nothing amiss. If you have someone you like, just tell me. I'm already quite aware of your circumstances. If it helps, I'll refrain from being too forward. That boy Yifeng, right? You grew up together in the Sunshine Orphanage, childhood sweethearts, but he seems to have gone missing? Do not worry. I trust that good people have good fortune. He will surely return one day, perhaps sooner than you think. Each word struck Su Xiaoxiao like a dull blade, carving deeper into her fragile heart, until Qin Lang's final remark pierced her soul. I wish you both happiness and love. No, that's not it. Young master, you've misunderstood. Su Xiaoxiao stammered, her voice tinged with distress. Yes, she had once been close to Yifeng during their childhood, but at such a young age. How could one understand the complexities of romantic feelings? Moreover, it was she who had often defended Yifeng against the bullies at the orphanage, suffering the consequences of his troubles. Their bond was more akin to that of siblings facing adversity together. Why are you crying? Qin Lang reached out, pulling her delicate form into his embrace, tenderly wiping her tears. Did I say something wrong? Su Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling wronged, and responded with a muffled sound from her nose. Qin Lang, curious, asked, what if Yifeng returns and wishes to pursue you? That's impossible. Xiaofeng always sees me as an older sister. She shook her head. But upon noticing the frown on Qin Lang's face, she added, if he truly behaved as you say, I wouldn't accept him. I only see him as a brother. Ding. Yifeng's fortune points decreased by 1,000. Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 villain points. Hearing the system notification, Qin Lang felt a wave of satisfaction. He had merely offered Su Xiaoxiao a precautionary jab, yet he reaped unexpected rewards. Embracing the still trembling Su Xiaoxiao, he found his heart stirred. Though she was delicate, her skin was smooth and soft, especially her long, exquisite legs clad in white stockings, resting upon him, creating an undeniable allure. Young master, Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts flitted as she wished to avert her gaze. Qin Lang quickly redirected the conversation, pinching her thigh playfully. It's been several days. Why are you still so thin? Did you not eat properly while I was away? I did eat, she replied, her cheeks flushed. She sensed that the young master had moved past his fixation on Yifeng, and her heart felt lighter. How peculiar it was for him to concoct such notions about her, and Yifeng being a pair. She genuinely regarded Yifeng as a younger brother, and it had been quite some time since he had gone missing. Did he even remember her? She wondered. Let's add another dish tonight. We usually prepare 8 dishes and 2 soups, so let us include a papaya rib soup. Su Xiaoxiao instinctively replied. Oh, her curiosity piqued as to why an additional rib soup was necessary. However, she caught Qin Lang's gaze lingering on her chest, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. In a flurry, she escaped from his embrace. What's wrong? Qin Lang asked nonchalantly, crossing his legs without a hint of embarrassment. Flustered, Su Xiaoxiao huffed and darted upstairs to the maid's quarters. Bang! After shutting the door, she collapsed on her soft bed, burying her face in the pillow, repeatedly muttering bad egg. After a while, her face, now flushed from the pressure, finally released her, allowing her to breathe deeply and greedily. Though her mind wandered back to the earlier exchange, she clasped her hands in front of her chest, contemplating her size, engulfed in self-doubt. Was she truly too small? Did the young master prefer more voluptuous figures? Would drinking papaya rib soup genuinely aid her growth? Lost in thought, she scolded herself for being shameless. With her hands covering her face, she rubbed them together in frustration. Su Xiaoxiao, why you always indulge in such wild thoughts? What does it matter if the young master likes larger figures? No more silly musings. If you want me to drink it, I want tea. He prefers the bigger ones. Anyway, being smaller might just mean he stop holding my hand. Chapter 18. Su Xiao, truly delightful observing Su Xiao, who hurriedly ascended the stairs. Qin Lang could not help but smile faintly within. Obedient and considerate, Su Xiao was indeed a genuine little darling. Gradually progressing, this particular advancement might have come a tad too swiftly for her. However, it posed no significant issue. As long as the pace slowed down a bit in the coming days, Su Xiao would surely recover her composure. Young master, there seems to be a situation with the Bai family. Junzi entered the room. Standing beside Qin Lang and scanning the surroundings, he inquired with curiosity. Miss Su is not here? In certain respects, Junzi was quite astute. The treatment afforded to the ugly duckling and the swan was entirely different. Upon witnessing Su Xiao's stunning transformation, even the manner of address had shifted. She's upstairs. Qin Lang indicated toward the maid's quarters on the upper floor. It's fine. Go on. What is the matter? Junzi nodded and candidly stated, there are sounds of an argument from the Bai family. Our people approached and discovered that the dispute was between Bai Ruyu and her father. Moreover, from the snippets we gathered, it appears that there has been a significant cash outflow within the Bai company recently. Understood, Qin Lang replied, pursing his lips and revealing a playful smile. The opportunity to strategize against the Bai sisters had finally arrived. Setting aside Bai Xiaoyun, with her youthful charm, Bai Ruyu was undeniably a prominent figure in the business world. Among the financial elites returning from abroad, most sought merely to embellish their resumes. But Bai Ruyu was genuinely talented. She possessed an exceptionally robust psychological fortitude, poised to become a future queen of commerce. This had already been substantiated in the original narrative. How could Qin Lang possibly let such a talent slip through his fingers? Since he had ventured into this realm, expenditures were inevitable. He could not constantly rely on the Qin family for support. While requesting funds of billions once or twice might seem trivial if it became a recurring occurrence, his family might deem him idle and compel him to return to Yanjing to inherit the family business. He had no desire to be shackled. There were still countless carefree days awaiting him. Should he establish his own company, he could hardly occupy himself with work day in and day out. That would be no different from his past life. Bai Ruyu represented his ideal partner. By winning her over and given her diligent, meticulous nature, coupled with her unwavering devotion to her partner, Qin Lang could confidently embrace a more relaxed role as a hands-off manager. Without hesitation, Qin Lang personally dialed the Bai family, expressing his desire to pay a visit. Given his status, even the Bai family could not afford to decline. After several polite exchanges over the phone, the matter was settled. At dinner, Qin Lang occasionally directed his gaze towards Su Xiao, who was sipping papaya soup. Su Xiao kept her head bowed, feeling utterly shameless. Despite having repeatedly asserted in the upstairs bedroom that she would not drink, upon seeing the young master, all her self-reproaches crumbled, and she indulged excessively. Her little belly now round and taut. In the Bai family courtyard on the second floor, Bai Xiaoyun lay sprawled on her bed, flipping through a brand-new comic book featuring male protagonists who were all strikingly handsome, adorned with halos of charm. As for the plot, utterly dreadful. Yet, Bai Xiaoyun paid it no mind. She simply relished the sight of these superlative gentlemen, considering everything else secondary. Dressed in a delightful lowly outfit, Bai Xiaoyun was engrossed in her comic, her legs clad in white stockings playfully kicking on the soft bed, her cheeks slightly chubby, exuding a charming innocence. Creak! The door swung open, revealing Bai Ruyu, clad in a sleek black business attire. Upon spotting her innocent younger sister, she inhaled deeply, burdened with her own worries. Encountering such unpretentious joy in her sister could only evoke a sense of tenderness. Yin, how many times must I tell you not to lie there? It's not good for your health, Bai Ruyu approached, concerned for her sister, who bore greater burdens than her peers from an early age. Bai Xiaoyan merely responded with a soft "oh," shifting slightly. Bai Ruyu shook her head in a wry smile. Feeling a profound sense of grievance that she found no one to share with, she could only muster a brave "fa-ade" and ask, Yin, do you have a boy you like? No. Bai Xiaoyan promptly shook her head. Those girls at school have such poor taste. They claim this one is the school heartthrob, and that one as well, but when I look at them, they're all quite ordinary. My boyfriend must be extraordinarily handsome and treat me exceptionally well. Such a silly girl, Ryu affectionately teased, playfully brushing her finger against her sister's nose. Even a fool has their merits. At least you won't easily fall for just any boy. With that mindset, even in a few years, you won't readily agree to any arranged marriage your father proposes. As long as I, Ryu, am around, I will never permit my father to make any decisions that could harm my sister, no matter the circumstances or the individual. It shall not be allowed. Sister, are you angry again? I heard you arguing with Dad, didn't I? Bai Xiaoyan grasped her sister's hand, pouting. Please don't argue with him. He treats me very well, and you treat me even better. I don't want you two to fight, okay? Ryu pondered deeply. By conventional standards, Bai Xiaochun's parenting methods were indeed commendable. Unfortunately, her sister remained oblivious to the truth. Once she matured a little more, she would come to understand that, in their father's eyes, daughters were never family. They were merely pawns for seeking personal gain. Chapter 19. The conflict between father and daughter. A fortuitous opportunity for Qin Lang to pursue Ryu on this particular evening. Ryu accompanied her younger sister as they settled down to sleep. In the stillness of the night, she would occasionally pull her sister close, holding her tightly, as if fearing that her sister might drift away. As for Bai Xiaoyan, this adorably naive little girl remained steadfast in her slumber, blissfully unaware, occasionally suckling against Ryu's chest, lost in dreams of her own. As night fell, the Bai household was meticulously arranged. The lights shone brightly, and even the servants donned formal attire. In the living room, Bai Xiaochun leisurely perused outdated newspapers, patiently awaiting the arrival of a distinguished guest. The eldest son of the Qin family from Yanjing was visiting. Although he held a slight reputation in Tianhai City, it was crucial to maintain appearances. After all, one must preserve their dignity, just as a tree requires its bark. Moreover, affluent young heirs are particularly concerned with their status. Thus, with proper hospitality, one might extract valuable benefits from such a prominent individual. Father, are we expecting guests tonight? Bai Xiaoyan, clad in a charming Lolita outfit, approached with a curious expression. Her legs, enveloped in white stockings, appeared exceptionally fair and smooth. Bai Xiaochun's wife had passed away from illness years prior, and he had chosen not to remarry, earning accolades for his noble character. Perhaps his disposition had grown more tranquil, for it had been quite some time since the Bai family had entertained guests at home. Typically, they engaged with visitors outside. Bai Xiaochun reached out to gently pat his younger daughter on the head, smiling as he replied, Indeed, we are expecting a distinguished guest. Who is it? Do I know them? Is it a man or a woman? Are they handsome? Bai Xiaoyan, ever the infatuated little girl, was more concerned with appearances than anything else, chattering incessantly with a flurry of questions, ultimately fixating on the inquiry of handsomeness. Well, he should be handsome, I suppose. Bai Xiaochun hesitated before shaking his head with a wry smile, admitting he had never met Qin Lang. However, one could assume that someone from such a prominent family would possess appealing attributes. After all, wealthy individuals tend to choose partners who are equally remarkable. Is he impressive? Bai Xiaoyan blinked her large eyes in anticipation. Of course he is impressive. He is the legitimate heir of a prestigious family in Yanjing. Bai Xiaochun responded with a sense of pride, stealing a glance at his elder daughter. Bai Ryu stood nearby, observing the exchange between her father and sister, initially intending to remain silent. However, upon catching her father's gaze, she retorted with irritation. What are you looking at me for? I don't know that so-called young master. Do you wish to compare me to him at a time like this? Bai Xiaochun discerned that his daughter was feigning a dispute over an unrelated matter, and he intentionally sought to downplay her worth, responding softly, Compare yourself to him? Perhaps you overestimate your own significance. With your limited stature, how could you possibly be compared to the legitimate son of the Qin family? Do you realize that during the founding ceremony, his grandfather stood in the front row? And so what? He isn't the one standing in the front row. Bai Ryu clenched her teeth in frustration. Each time her father elevated a man's status while diminishing her own, a surge of unexplainable anger ignited within her, accompanied by feelings of resentment and injustice. At that moment, the butler hurried into the room, exclaiming, "Sir, young Master Qin has arrived." Bai Xiaochun stood, straightening his attire. A frown etched on his brow as he glanced at Bai Ruyu. "Maintain your composure in front of him. Some matters can be discussed at home." As the butler led the way, a well-dressed gentleman in a fitted suit entered. Bai Ruyu instinctively turned to face him, their eyes meeting. In that fleeting moment, her tumultuous thoughts, which had been in disarray, were unexpectedly calmed as if a gentle summer breeze had swept through. Soothing her restless mind at the instant, she locked gazes with Qin Lang. Chapter 20. Preparing for opportunities in advance with the activation of the skill affinity. The effect of LV8 grants an impressive 80 affinity for all. Even the most despised individuals become calm in its presence. Not to mention, Bai Ruyu and Qin Lang were strangers, thus no barriers existed between them. As Qin Lang smiled at Bai Ruyu, he deliberately shifted his gaze towards Bai Xiaoyun's face, only for a fleeting moment before turning away. He was well aware of Bai Xiaoyun's infatuation, and teasingly, he left her wanting more. As anticipated, the moment Bai Xiaoyun laid eyes on Qin Lang, her bright, peach blossom-like eyes sparkled with admiration. How handsome! This brother is simply stunning. How could his smile be so endearing? His figure is so tall and elegant, resembling a male protagonist from a comic book. What if he pinned me against the wall? Should I accept it or push back? The little infatuated girl found herself dazed. Just moments ago, she had been complaining about Qin Lang's tardiness, which left her feeling starved. Yet now, upon seeing him, all her grievances vanished. Who cares about hunger? As long as there's a handsome guy, she could easily go 3 days without food. Well, perhaps just skip one meal. Yin yin. Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow and gently patted her sister's shoulder. Bai Xiaoyun, however, was fixated on Qin Lang, unwilling to break her gaze, and muttered in annoyance, "What is up?" A line of dark dots appeared on Bai Ruyu's forehead as she patted her sister's hand gripping her waist. "When you're nervous, you tend to clutch the hem of your clothes. I won't blame you, but next time, could you refrain from pinching my flesh?" "Huh?" Bai Xiaoyun turned to see her hand clutching her sister's waist, hurriedly releasing it with an expression of guilt. "Sister, I'm so sorry." "It's fine." Bai Ruyu smiled wryly and shook her head. At the entrance, Bai Xiaochun and Qin Lang had already stepped inside, engaged in amiable conversation, exuding familiarity. "Dear nephew," and Uncle Bai flowed easily from their lips. Those aware of their recent meeting would find it hard to believe they were not long-time acquaintances. Qin Lang, playing the part of the respectful guest, mused inwardly about the perks of being a villain. His prestigious background commanded respect, even from a business tycoon like Bai Xiaochun, who possessed hundreds of billions in assets. One should note that despite Bai Xiaochun's current affability, he was quite the snob at heart. It was only because of his status that he treated Qin Lang with such courtesy. Otherwise, he would not afford such treatment to just anyone. Who are these two lovely ladies? Qin Lang feigned ignorance, looking at the Bai sisters. Bai Xiaochun pointed to his eldest daughter, introducing her. "This is my eldest daughter, Bai Ruyu, 25 years old, the same age as young Qin. She studied abroad and has only recently returned." Bai Ruyu stood approximately 165 meters tall, and with her high heels, she reached nearly 172 meters. Her graceful figure, accentuated by her black office attire, was striking. Her ample bosom created a visual impact, leaving one to wonder how 2 buttons on her blazer could withstand such pressure. It seemed precariously close to bursting, as if a slight movement would cause it to break free. Yet, despite her alluring silhouette, Bai Ruyu's waist was as slender as a willow branch, delicate to the touch. The stark contrast between her exaggerated curves left one dizzy, almost yearning to lose oneself in her embrace. The black pencil skirt fit her perfectly, showcasing her enchanting curves. She epitomized the term devilish figure, and her exquisite features were equally captivating. Bright eyes, radiant teeth, elegantly arched brows, a delicate nose, and luscious lips. She truly embodied the title of a fortunate daughter, undoubtedly one of the leading ladies. "Miss Bai, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Qin Lang." He extended his hand in a friendly introduction. Bai Ruyu's initial impression of Qin Lang was exceptionally favorable. He was a dashing gentleman, exuding the aura of someone from a prominent family. However, Upon witnessing her father's excessive cordiality, her attitude shifted, and with a hint of disdain. She merely shook Qin Lang's hand without further words. Bai Xiaochun, sensing his daughter's coldness, concealed his displeasure and began to introduce his younger daughter. Bai Xiaoyan, however, needed no introduction. She was eager to meet the handsome brother and chimed in, "Handsome brother, I'm Bai Xiaoyan, the younger sister, currently a freshman at Tianhai No. 1 high school. Do you like my sister?" Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback by the question, ignoring her sister's cough. Bai Xiaoyan cheerfully grasped Qin Lang's large hand and continued, "If you don't like my sister, you can wait a few more years until I grow up. Then I can be your wife, okay?" She gestured to her figure, somewhat reluctant but filled with confidence. "Don't underestimate me just because I'm young. In a few years, I'll definitely be heavier than my sister." "Small? I'm really not small." Qin Lang discreetly glanced at the youthful Bai Xiaoyan, who was blossoming into a woman. Her striking figure, if clad in professional attire, would undoubtedly captivate many. Yet this little girl favored a cute style. Dressed in Lolita fashion, she wore white stockings, complemented by her cherubic face, sparkling large eyes, and a delicate nose. When she pouted, her lips appeared even more luscious. Was she not the rare embodiment of youthful charm? While he appreciated her allure, he maintained a fade. He gently ruffled Bai Xiaoyan's hair and said, "Little sister, you must study diligently. Your sister is so exceptional. If you don't work hard, you'll never catch up." Bai Xiaoyan deflated like a puncture balloon. She had only mentioned catching up to her sister in terms of figure, not academics. Her sister had been labeled a genius since childhood, and while she studied abroad, she returned to Tianhai City during breaks, completing in less than 4 years what others took 7. In this regard, she felt no confidence. Bai Ruyu glanced gratefully at Qin Lang, leading her sister aside to offer comfort. She knew her sister was infatuated, but did not anticipate Qin Lang would use this to motivate her sister to study. Undoubtedly, Qin Lang's words were more effective than her own months of earnest pleading. At least now, her sister felt a pang of regret for not studying harder in the past. With a warm smile, Qin Lang focused his attention on Bai Ruyu, knowing that patience was key. As for Bai Xiaoyan, there was no rush. He would proceed step by step, ensuring he did not disrupt the order of his plans. Chapter 21. Inebriated confessions captivate Bai Ruyu under a warm and enthusiastic reception. Qin Lang was graciously seated. The gifts he had brought along were embraced by Bai Xiaoyan and placed in the living room. The entire Bai household was abuzz, with an array of dishes continuously being served from a kitchen. "My dear nephew, it is a rare occasion for you to visit today. You must indulge your uncle in a drink." Bai Xiaochun, seated at the head of the table, personally filled his wine glass to the brim. When tea overflows, it signifies a farewell. When wine is filled to the edge, it represents a warm welcome. Qin Lang, not relying on his family as prestige, gracefully rose and lifted his wine glass, proactively toasting. He gently tapped the rim of his glass against Bai Xiaochun's, humbly remarking, "It is I who am unaware of the customs, allowing my esteemed uncle to pour the wine for me. Thus, I must drink this cup as a penalty. I implore you to forgive me." With that, he tilted the glass back, draining the moutai without leaving a drop. "Ha ha! Dear nephew, what customs are these? You make this old relic feel somewhat disconcerted." Bai Xiaochun took a sip, feigning reproach while secretly reveling in satisfaction. The more he observed Qin Lang, the more pleasing he found him. As the legitimate heir of the esteemed Qin family, Qin Lang exuded the true essence of a top-tier scion. Even when conversing with him as an equal, Bai Xiaochun could not bring himself to act harmfully towards Qin Lang, despite any momentary displeasure. Yet Qin Lang, with his modest demeanor, referred to himself as a mere youngster, displaying a genuine sense of decorum and grace. The meal progressed with exuberance, wine flowing and dishes plentiful. As the evening wore on, Bai Xiaochun's cheeks flushed with a hint of intoxication. He chuckled, "Dear nephew, why have you forsaken the grand estate in Yinjing to establish an investment firm here in Tianhai City?" Tianhai City, while prosperous in its own right within China, paled in comparison to Yinjing. To abandon such a promising inheritance for Tianhai gave the impression that Qin Lang had failed in his family's eyes. However, those with a modicum of insight understood that within the vast Qin family, Qin Lang stood as the sole legitimate grandson, rendering any notion of familial rivalry moot. With a rosy complexion and a slight haze of inebriation, Qin Lang self-deprecatingly replied, "My esteemed uncle, you may not be aware, but in Yanjing, many deem me a prodigal son, relying solely on my family's influence, utterly lacking in any true ability. They say that even a dog could perform better with my lineage." Nonsense. A collection of envious babble, Bai Xiaochun retorted, though inwardly he concurred, smiling as he queried, "So, dear nephew, you have deliberately come to Tianhai to forge your own path, seeking to prove your worth to the skeptics? But why then visit our Bai family alone?" Qin Lang nodded, rubbing his eyes in a drowsy manner. "Uncle, you built your empire from the ground up, with nothing but your own efforts. In Tianhai, your stature is monumental. It is only fitting for someone like me, whether a newcomer or a junior, to pay my respects and seek your guidance." Even Bai Xiaochun did not notice the slight tightening of Bai Ruyu's fist beneath the table when Qin Lang deliberately mentioned the term couple. "Ah, dear nephew, you know not what you speak," Bai Xiaochun lamented, his tone turning reflective. "I am of advanced years. No matter how grand my estate may be, it is ultimately transient. Though the Bai family shines brightly now, once I am gone, who knows what will become of it?" "How could that be?" Qin Lang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, appearing thoroughly intoxicated to outsiders. "How could my uncle utter such words? Everyone in Tianhai knows that the Bai family's young lady has managed the family business with remarkable finesse at such a young age. Many in the business world have already claimed she possesses the same prowess as you did in your youth. As long as she is here, the Bai family's legacy will continue to prosper. Is that truly how you feel?" Bai Ruyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, intently scrutinizing Qin Lang, eager to discern the thoughts behind his words. Yet, despite her keen gaze, Qin Lang appeared blissfully unaware, lost in his inebriation and simply voicing what resided in his heart. Bai Xiaochun's expression darkened. Having traversed the business world for years, his tolerance for alcohol immense, he remained lucid despite his flushed face. Hearing Qin Lang's words stirred discontent within him. A woman, after all, is still a woman. Ultimately, she will marry into another family. How could she possibly inherit the vast estate of the Bai family? He did not shy away from stating, Ryu indeed possesses talent, yet being a woman, she will inevitably be burdened with domestic affairs. It is unlikely she could fully devote her energies to managing the family business. Once again, the same argument. Once more, her efforts were dismissed simply because of her gender. Bai Ruyu's eyes brimmed with tears, her body trembling with indignation. The buttons on her blouse straining under the mounting pressure of her emotions. As she prepared to retort, someone beat her to it. "Uncle, your perspective is flawed." Qin Lang's voice grew stronger. In ancient times, Hua Mulan took her father's place in battle. Today, Bai Ryu navigates the business world. Is that not a tale worth celebrating? What is wrong with a girl? Who says women are inferior to men? At least in my eyes, Miss Bai is far more exceptional than I. If my uncle remains unconvinced, he need not worry. With Miss Bai's abilities, finding a capable husband would be no challenge. This way, she can secure her own future while wholeheartedly managing the family business. Is that not a win-win situation? For a moment, both Bai Xiaochun and Bai Ryu fell into deep contemplation. This statement served as a pivotal point, prompting both to reconsider the feasibility of such an arrangement. Just as Bai Ryu resolved to seek a suitable husband, Bai Xiaochun, having reached a conclusion, waved his hand. "Dear nephew, you have had too much to drink. It is best for you to retire early." With a thud, Qin Lang, inebriated, collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness. Bai Xiaochun was taken aback, glancing at the waiting butler. He spoke plainly. "Where is the driver for young Master Qin?" "Never mind. Prepare a room for him to rest for the night." "I want to stay in my room." "My room," Bai Xiaoyun exclaimed joyfully, thrilled that the handsome young man had gotten drunk, ensuring they would have an opportunity to be alone that evening. Bai Xiaochun's scrutinizing gaze fell upon her, causing Bai Xiaoyun to retract her neck. "I shall sleep in the study next door. What if handsome young master gets upset when he wakes up in his servant's quarters?" "Ah Fu, have someone take young Master Qin to Xiaoyun's room," Bai Xiaochun sighed, rising from the table and making his way towards the study. As Qin Lang was being carried upstairs, Bai Ruyu sat at the table, biting her lip and watching her father's retreating figure, feeling an increase in her own desolation. How ironic it was that even her own father did not trust her as an outsider would. Chapter 22. The Night Raid on the Love-Struck Ding. The female protagonist. Bai Ruyu experiences intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 villain points. Ding. Bai Ruyu's favorability increases. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 villain points. Ding. Bai Xiaoyun's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. As the system notifications echoed in his ears, Qin Lang felt a profound sense of emotion. A single action, yielding double rewards. Sisterly bonds are truly delightful. He pinched his forehead and took a few deep breaths to calm his flushed cheeks. Did the old man by Xiaochun really think he could intoxicate him? Nonsense. In his previous life, he often encountered those who would ply him with alcohol under the pretext of business dealings, leaving their stomachs in distress and requiring hospitalization for gastric lavage. Not to mention, his constitution had significantly improved since then. He had always been able to drink a considerable amount, but now he was uncertain how much he could handle. Lying on the soft, fragrant bed adorned with the scent of youthful innocence, he surveyed the pink room, plastered with posters of handsome men in an array of hair colors. The love-struck girl was indeed charming. A touch of infatuation was not a flaw, as she lacked ulterior motives. Qin Lang inhaled the warmth of the quilt, still infused with a hint of sweetness, likely because Bai Xiaoyun had lingered in bed prior to his visit. Following the gentle aroma, he allowed himself a brief respite. Not in any hurry. To the Bai family, he appeared thoroughly intoxicated. Approaching Bai Ruyu to express his intentions would seem overly calculating. He was uncertain if it was fatigue or the invigorating fragrance of Bai Xiaoyun's room that lulled him into a light slumber. Creak. After an indeterminate period, the Bai family estate fell silent, and the door was quietly pushed open, emitting a faint sound. Had it not been for Qin Lang's enhanced physique, he would not have noticed at all. Clearly, this was a familiar act for the intruder. A nimble figure slipped into the bed, trembling slightly with excitement and anticipation. Brother? Handsome brother? Bai Xiaoyun whispered tentatively. Qin Lang, with his eyes closed, merely stirred, feigning sleep. There were still important matters to attend to that night. He needed to seize the opportunity to convey his intentions to Bai Ruyu, serving as a precautionary measure. He could not afford to be delayed by this foolish girl. Hee. Bai Xiaoyun giggled softly, rising from the covers and darting across to the other side, lying on the quilt, her sparkling eyes fixated on Qin Lang's face. How handsome! What a pity that I am too young. If only I were a few years older, I could ask father to marry me off to this handsome brother. Bai Xiaoyun gazed dreamily, utterly captivated. She felt no annoyance in her admiration. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Did she truly seem foolish? Only enamored with a handsome brother? Lacking intellect? She was not that love-struck. Not only did Qin Lang hail from a remarkable family, but even her father felt immense pressure in his presence. Moreover, during the recent banquet, Qin Lang's eloquence resonated with her beloved sister's sentiments. Above all, Qin Lang's striking appearance was enough to make her feel as if she were surrounded by a mountain of sweetness whenever he smiled. Akin to being engulfed in a pile of candy, such a handsome brother was straight out of a comic book protagonist. She would not let this opportunity slip by. Feigning to offer Qin Lang a comfortable stay, she had her own plans brewing in her mind. Though she sometimes appeared silly, she was quite astute most of the time. His nose was so straight, his eyelashes so long, and his lips so thin. I wonder if they taste sweet? Bai Xiaoyun scrutinized him closely, and the more she observed, the more she appreciated his striking features. Even in slumber, his exquisite features perfectly aligned with her aesthetic standards. Summoning her courage, she inched closer to Qin Lang, pouting her moist lips, longing to plant a kiss. Yet, halfway there, she hesitated. Wasn't that a bit too foolish? This was her first kiss. She had yet to exchange more than a few words with the handsome brother before considering such a bold move. Wasn't it a tad too casual? At the very least, she should wait until he woke up before offering it. What a pity. Bai Xiaoyun mumbled softly, then nestled back under the covers. Curling up against Qin Lang's warm chest, feeling the firmness of his abs, unable to resist caressing them. That night, Bai Xiaoyun felt as if she had discovered a new world, exploring every inch of him, her boldness growing with each passing moment. Ding! Bai Xiaoyun experienced intense feelings of embarrassment. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 villain points. After her failed attempt at a stealthy approach, she quickly rose, her cheeks flushed, and fled in a flustered panic. Once the door was securely closed, Qin Lang opened his eyes with a wry smile, feeling a sense of helplessness. This Bai Xiaoyun. She was certainly more adept at undermining her own interests than Mu Yuyan. Here she was, lingering beside him for nearly 3 or 4 hours, persistently exploring his body without any regard. As the night deepened, Qin Lang was on the verge of abandoning his plans to seek out Bai Ruyu, intending instead to awaken and teach this little rascal a lesson. Yet, this girl had the audacity to play tricks and then scamper away without a second thought. Such behavior was unacceptable. Though he grumbled, the truth was he did not dislike Bai Xiaoyun's silly nature. In fact, after witnessing so much duplicity, he found himself favoring her innocent demeanor. After adjusting his clothing, he glanced at the pink alarm clock on the desk. It was already late, and Bai Ryu had long since retired for the night. He ceased his musings and drifted into slumber. The following morning, he did not encounter Bai Ryu in the Bai family estate. While washing up, he happened upon Bai Xiaoyun, who was clad in a little polar bear pajama set. Upon seeing Qin Lang, she blushed as if she had committed a grave error, quickly turning on her pink slippers and fleeing without looking back. Chapter 23. On tea after enjoying breakfast at the Bai family residence, Qin Lang reluctantly took his seat in the back of the Maybach. Amid the insincere invitation of "Dear nephew, do come by more often." As the vehicle drove away, Junzi sighed, "Young master, from now on, I will support you instead of leaning against the wall when I relieve myself." The Bai family, after all, was a prestigious clan in Tianhai City, particularly by Xiaochun, who had risen from humble beginnings to amass an impressive fortune of several hundred billion. It was astonishing that with just a single visit, the young master had captivated Bai Xiaochun. Captivated? Qin Lang scoffed. A beauty like Bai Ryu deserves to be captured. As for Bai Xiaochun, he is merely subdued at best. Besides, do you truly believe that Bai Xiaochun has grown fond of me? Beneath that eager facade, he likely wishes for me to be as far away as possible. Bai Xiaochun, that name is unworthy. He should be renamed Black Filth. Junzi could not help but chuckle. Despite Bai Xiaochun's courteous demeanor, the young master's performance was undeniably formal, showing utmost respect as if addressing a senior. Yet, just outside the door, he had the audacity to rename Bai Xiaochun. What a surprise! Junzi thought to himself. During this period, he had noticed a change in the young master, who now wore a smile on his face while likely cursing inwardly. Clearing his throat, Junzi spoke seriously. "Young master, the Blood Wolf mercenary group has sent someone to Tianhai City, and there have been some unusual developments on Miss Su's end. It seems she has made contact with Yifeng. However, due to Miss Su's status, we are unable to access her chat records." The Blood Wolf mercenary group was an organization established abroad by the Child of Fortune, wielding significant power in the chaotic lands of Africa. Yifeng, as the founder of this mercenary group, was notorious and held the power over life and death. Of course, that was overseas. Once back in Huaxia, even a tiger must lie low, and a dragon must coil. Mercenary group? AK-47? How about a same-day delivery service? Once entering Huaxia, the Blood Wolf mercenary group's members would be significantly weakened, their capabilities reduced to that of unarmed special forces, unable to stir significant trouble. Yet, with still more than half a month until the Child of Fortune's return, it was unusual for Blood Wolf's members to appear in Tianhai City at this juncture. Had the narrative shifted, causing Yifeng's return to be expedited? Returning to the matter at hand, there was also Kai Yong to consider. Qin Lang began methodically outlining his next steps. Days prior, Kai Yong, whom he had beaten, was now apologizing through various channels, promising to do anything to atone for his actions. As he needed personnel from the real estate company, why not make the most of it? No, given Qin Lang's standing, it was not merely taking advantage. It was providing Kai Yong with an opportunity to redeem himself. Yet, manpower remained insufficient. Leaning back in his seat, Qin Lang took a deep breath, gazing out the window. while Yi Feng possessed a formidable organization like the Bloodwolf mercenary group. He only had a handful of bodyguards like Junzi by his side. More personnel were needed. That night, under a canopy of stars, Su Xiaoxiao donned a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her graceful figure. As she walked towards the orphanage, her mind was tumultuous. Little Feng had returned, and his words hinted at deeper meanings, seemingly confirming the young masteress' suspicions. Moreover, he had already sent someone to meet her. Should she go? On one hand was her younger brother, whom she had protected since childhood. On the other was the young master, who invaded her dreams every night. It was hard to choose between either side. Although the implications in Little Feng's words were profound, perhaps she was overthinking it. At the very least, when they met again, she could clarify her feelings and express that she had always regarded him as a brother. With this resolution, a smile gradually spread across Su Xiaoxiao's face as she joked. Little Feng has become successful and bolder. He used to call me Sister Su, and now he dares to call me Xiao Xiao. She wondered what the director wanted so urgently that night, given his excited tone. Curiosity piqued. Su Xiaoxiao quickened her pace towards the old, dilapidated orphanage that was etched in her memories. Upon arrival, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The orphanage was in ruins, with crumbling walls. The already small structure had seemingly shrunk by half, with the outer walls completely gone. The colorful sign of Sunshine Orphanage, a symbol of hope, lay shattered on the ground, torn violently in two. What was happening? Had the orphanage been forcibly demolished? Who are you? What are you doing? On what grounds are you tearing down Sunshine Orphanage? This is illegal. Su Xiaoxiao rushed forward, gripping the arm of a foreman directing the demolition, her voice ringing with indignation. She had long been aware of the real estate company's interest in the orphanage, but negotiations over compensation had stalled. The amount they were willing to offer would barely cover half the cost of building a new orphanage. If they proceeded with the demolition, the children would be left without a place to call home. Who are you to interfere? Can't you see we are demolishing this place? The foreman frowned, retorting, I'm just here to do my job. If you want answers, go talk to Boss Qin. He ordered the demolition. Boss Qin? Which Boss Qin? Suonontai Xiaoxia Presidon. Refusing to back down. The Sunshine Orphanage held her childhood and her dreams. She wanted to repay the director, to earn a significant fortune and donate it to him so he could provide a safe haven for more homeless children. Yet now, witnessing the devastation before her, it felt as though her dreams had been shattered in an instant. The foreman rolled his eyes, exasperated. Boss Qin Lang from Daqin Tianxia Investment. Just step aside, will you? Stumbling back, Su Xiaoxiao felt a whirlwind of emotions. In her mind, the image of the gentle young master merged with that of the ruthless boss overseeing the demolition. Young master? How could it be him? This is impossible. Overwhelmed, she sank to the ground, tears streaming down her face, falling like raindrops onto the dusty demolition site, staining the earth with her despair. Chapter 24. This moment, alas, finds Su Xiaoxiao trapped in an inescapable predicament. A torrent of emotions, grievance, helplessness, despair, floods her chest, rendering her trembling uncontrollably. Why? Why must it be the young master? Had his mind never truly departed from the orphanage? Was his discourse regarding the orphanage merely a prelude to his ulterior motive of forcefully seizing its land? A suffocating sensation envelopes Su Xiaoxiao's heart, causing her excruciating pain. It hurt so much. It's unbearable. Were it another proprietor, her feelings would likely have leaned towards anger and a desire to contest. Yet now, upon discovering that the mastermind behind the demolition of the orphanage is Qin Lang, she finds herself engulfed in a profound heartache. Deception? Betrayal? Or perhaps, this has simply been a game of cat and mouse. Qin Xiao. A soft exclamation draws Su Xiaoxiao's attention. She lifts her gaze, her eyes misty with tears, and sees Qin Lang emerging from the nearby community, his familiar and handsome visage now evoking regret and embarrassment within her. She dashes towards him recklessly. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here? Why do you come at this late hour? Qin Lang's demeanor betrays a hint of panic as he glances at the partially demolished orphanage, casting a stern look at the foreman who had just called out to him. Su Xiaoxiao's delicate cheeks are streaked with tears, and witnessing Qin Lang's flustered expression fills her with sorrow. Surely, Even he did not anticipate her presence here tonight. Otherwise, why would he appear so rattled? There is no greater sorrow than a heart rendered lifeless. She struggles to believe that Qin Lang could be such a heartless proprietor. Yet the stark reality before her leaves no room for doubt. Why are you crying? Who has bullied you? Qin Lang reaches out, his hand aching to wipe away the tears from Su Xiaoxiao's face. Caught in a whirlwind of betrayal and shattered dreams, Su Xiaoxiao wrestles with a myriad of chaotic thoughts. The anger within her, previously suppressed to its limit, had prepared her to claw at Qin Lang, but now, standing before him, she can only unleash her pent-up grievances upon her clenched fists. Why? Why must it be you? Why do you insist on demolishing the orphanage? So many children have finally found a place to call home, and yet you covet this small piece of land? Su Xiaoxiao, in a fit of rage, collides into Qin Lang's embrace, her tiny fists raining down upon his chest like a torrential downpour. Tears cascade down her cheeks, glimmering in the harsh light of the demolition site. You wicked man, you great villain. My colleague was right. You, a young master, find amusement in toying with others. Why do you torment me? Why? Qin Lang, exhibiting a peculiar inclination towards masochism, allows Su Xiaoxiao to pummel him without resistance, even thrusting his chest forward in provocation. Strike harder. Hit me. The more fiercely you lash out, the greater my guilt will be when the truth is revealed. As Su Xiaoxiao's strength wanes, Qin Lang gently seizes her delicate wrist, his expression a blend of anguish and indignation. Xiaoxiao, what are you saying? What do you mean by me usurping the orphanage's land? Overcome with fury and exertion, Su Xiaoxiao's tear-streaked face glows crimson. Gazing into the handsome face before her, so often a vision in her dreams, she feels an unbearable torment. She points accusingly at the demolition site, where the orphanage lies in ruins. The evidence is laid bare. What further explanation could there be? From the very moment you insisted I stay, you had already resolved to seize the orphanage's land, hadn't you? It is no wonder her mind wanders in this direction. When Qin Lang shattered the Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, his first demand was for her to persuade the director to sell the orphanage's land at a pittance. After all, he is merely a businessman. When no other options remained, he resorted to the means of demolition. And what of the director's frantic call, summoning her? Only to hastily hang up, presumably to shield her from the clutches of this powerful magnate? Suddenly, everything became clear. Qin Lang, silent and stoic, endures Su Xiaoxiao's ire without retort, even as she accuses him with a finger pointed at his nose. Once Su Xiaoxiao regains her composure, he finally speaks, his brow furrowed and his expression pained. With a self-deprecating laugh, he asks, Xiaoxiao, do you truly perceive me as such a selfish and despicable individual, willing to deceive you for mere land profit? Su Xiaoxiao's heart skips a beat, as if she has committed some grave sin, causing her to instinctively soften. Yet, turning her gaze back to the demolished orphanage, she steels herself and retorts, is it not so? Are you still attempting to argue your case? Their quarrel attracts the attention of numerous workers on site, including an elderly woman with silver hair, emerging from the community. Xiaoxiao, what brings you here? Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao, the director's face instinctively brightens with a smile. However, as he approaches and senses the tense atmosphere, he inquires with suspicion, Qin Xiaoxiao, what has transpired? Are you two quarreling? Director, do not fear. We are in the right. We need not be afraid of him. Su Xiaoxiao clasps the director's rough hand, standing resolutely beside him, biting her lip in determination. Her beautiful eyes gleam with unwavering resolve. Reminiscent of the day she stood before Qin Lang, defiant even in the face of Kai Yong's slap. She is unafraid, for she feels no grievance in her heart, convinced that her actions are just. What is there to fear? Xiaoxiao, what nonsense are you spouting? Why do you speak as if Qin Xiao is some villain? The director chuckles bitterly. Su Xiaoxiao, Basil, gestures towards the demolished orphanage. Is he not a villain? The orphanage has been forcibly razed. The director rolls his eyes. Xiaoxiao, what are you babbling about? What do you mean by forcible demolition? Our orphanage has long been in disrepair. It was a dilapidated structure. Demolition was only to be expected. Moreover, Qin Xiao has purchased an apartment in Sunshine Community to serve as the new orphanage, significantly expanding its size. Every child will finally have their own room. As he speaks, the director presents the property deed left by Qin Lang, smiling warmly. Qin Xiao, your assistance is a blessing for our Sunshine Orphanage. We cannot accept this deed. It is far too valuable, over 50 million. Even if we were to demolish 10 orphanages, it would hardly compare. Chapter 25, Pain, Regret, and Self-Blame. Qin Lang pushed the property deed aside and politely declined. Director, please keep the property deed. It is ultimately a residence for the children, and having it with you provides greater assurance. The director, with a face full of gratitude, replied, Mr. Qin, you have put in so much effort for this matter, agreeing to the exorbitant demands of the property owner for proximity. 50 million. That is an astronomical sum. In my entire life, I have never encountered such wealth. Qin Lang shrugged, offering a somewhat forced smile. It was merely for the convenience of the children's future education. After the orphanage is demolished, a new elementary school will be constructed, providing the children with a place to learn. The director felt a warm glow in her heart as she looked at Qin Lang, increasingly convinced that this was the true demeanor of a genuine entrepreneur. Greater ability equates to greater contributions to society. She glanced at Su Xiao and, feeling a twinge of guilt, added, Mr. Qin, this is all my fault. I did not realize you intended to surprise Xiao. I immediately called her, and in the ensuing discussions about purchasing the apartment, I forgot to return your call. Please do not hold it against Xiao. She meant well, but her attachment to the orphanage led her to misinterpret your actions in a moment of anger. Su Xiao stood there in a daze, listening to the conversation between the director and Qin Lang, as if her worldview had been shattered. The orphanage was not being forcibly demolished. It was the young master who, seeing its dilapidated state, arranged for its demolition to pave the way for a new elementary school, providing a place for the children to acquire knowledge. Furthermore, he had spent 50 million, knowing full well he was being taken advantage of by the property company, to purchase an apartment for the children, vastly improving their living conditions. Most astonishingly, the director had hung up the phone not out of fear of attracting malevolent forces, but rather because the young master intended to give her a surprise, which she inadvertently uncovered. A thunderous sound echoed in Su Xiao's mind, leaving her in a state of confusion. The young master was not the unscrupulous owner she had imagined, who would demolish the orphanage for profit. Instead, he had expended significant time, effort, and money solely to transform the Sunshine Orphanage and surprise her. How could this be? Why would he go to such lengths for her? It was more perfect and moving than any dream. Had she known all of this half a day earlier, she would have been utterly melted by the warmth of his affection. She would have thrown herself at him, willing to dedicate everything she had. But now, no, she no longer had that qualification. The young master was so perfect, and everything he had done for her was sufficient to touch any girl's heart. Yet, she had not only failed to express gratitude, but had also accused him of being unscrupulous and deceitful. She felt akin to a treacherous wolf, ungratefully biting the hand that had fed her, a clear example of repaying kindness with harm. A sharp intake of breath broke the silence. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, his face contorting with pain, and he collapsed onto the ground, utterly disheveled. Young master, Mr. Qin, Su Xiao and the director rushed to his side, and a few workers approached as well. Young master, what is wrong? Please do not frighten me. Are you all right? Where does it hurt? Su Xiao embraced Qin Lang's frail figure from behind, preventing him from falling, tears streaming down like a kite set loose, landing on his shoulder. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, shaking his head in pain. I'm fine, just a little hurt. Where? Where does it hurt? Su Xiao leaned in closer, her anxiety and fear erupting in that instant. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, trembling, and gently poked at the area over his heart, sighing weakly. It hurts here. The director, astute as ever, immediately took a few steps back, creating a private space for Qin Lang and Su Xiao to be alone. However, Su Xiao was oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, her entire heart fixated on Qin Lang, unable to divert her attention even a fraction. Her delicate hands gently caressed his chest, sobbing with a mix of concern and guilt, quietly asking, "Are you feeling any better, young master? Why did your heart suddenly start to hurt? As soon as she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao's expression faltered as she recalled the overwhelming pain she had felt while crouched on the ground in a state of helplessness. In retrospect, wasn't that the same agonizing feeling in the region of her heart? Did the young master feel the same way? It dawned on her that in the young master's heart, she was not inconsequential, but rather a girl worthy of his concern. The surprise? That was merely a fleeting moment, quickly overshadowed by guilt and anxiety. Su Xiaoxiao knelt on the dusty ground, one hand gently patting Qin Lang's back, while the other softly soothed his chest. Xiao, I should not have kept this from you, causing you to misunderstand. I'm truly a bad person. Qin Lang grasped her delicate hand resting on his chest, his voice filled with emotion. Seeing this, the director decided not to linger any longer. She stood up, preparing to leave, waving to the workers to signal their departure. Before long, the vast area was left with only Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao, completely oblivious to the outside world, as if they were trapped in their own realm. Young master, please do not say that. It is all my fault. All my fault for overthinking, speaking nonsense, and fabricating stories. Su Xiaoxiao vigorously shook her head, tears sparkling under the light as they streamed down her face. Her heart ached with regret, and she cried uncontrollably, Young master, you can scold me or hit me. It is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this state. The little girl, unable to bear any injustice, especially in her current state of overwhelming guilt, felt the anguish of having misunderstood a good person. She would rather endure tenfold physical pain than witness the young master in such distress, bringing her psychological torment. As long as the young master could recover, she would endure anything. Do not cry. I do not blame you. Qin Lang attempted to wipe away the shimmering tears. Yet the more he tried, the more the tears flowed, bursting forth like a dam unable to hold back the tide. Please do not cry. What I desire is to see you happy, to bring you joy, to ensure you live each day merrily. The more you suffer, the more I feel useless. Chapter 26. The prodigal son of fate has yet to return. Let's first dig a pit, don't cry. I want to cry. Su Xiaoxiao stubbornly pursed her rosy lips, striving to hold back her tears while vigorously wiping the corners of her eyes. She did not wish to distress her master or cause him further anguish. She made every effort to suppress her tears. After some time, with her delicate nose wrinkled, Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip and stammered. Master Qin Lang, perplexed, inquired, What is the matter? With a quiver in her voice, Su Xiaoxiao choked out, Why are you so good to me? You spent such a large sum on the children's apartment. Are you not suffering a loss? Qin Lang chuckled. How could that be? I am a heartless boss, a villain. How could I engage in a losing venture? Heartless? A villain? If even a master is heartless and a villain, then where are the good people in this world? Su Xiaoxiao pondered it. Hertotsturning suspicious. Does the master have other plans? Qin Lang, with a serious demeanor, grasped Su Xiaoxiao's delicate hand and replied, Of course I do. Consider this substantial expenditure. It was all for you. You must compensate me. Moreover, for the vase you broke, surely you owe me 400 or 500 years of labor for damages. He added with a teasing tone, Do not fear. If you cannot repay in this lifetime, then we shall be together in the next, and the next master. Su Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush, nearly unable to lift her head under the weight of his touching words. This evening, she felt as if she were riding a roller coaster, soaring to the heavens and plummeting to hell, a dizzying rise and fall that left her back soaked with sweat. Amid her self-reproach, she was enveloped by a profound sense of happiness and security, observing the mix of guilt and shyness in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Qin Lang sensed it was time to alleviate his own weakness. He braced himself to stand, saying, Let us head home. The dust here is excessive and filthy. Su Xiaoxiao softly agreed. Your injury, should I call Brother Junzi to come pick us up? Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. No need. As long as you are not sad, I am quite robust. Let's walk home together and enjoy the fresh air. With their hands intertwined, Su Xiaoxiao glanced down, no longer resisting, instead pulling Qin Lang's warm hand closer. Under the starry sky, the shadows of trees danced gently. The summer evening breeze caressed Su Xiaoxiao's cascading hair, the fragrant strands brushing against Qin Lang's cheek, filling the air with a delightful scent. Walking side by side, they resembled a couple enjoying a nighttime stroll. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, gazing at her shoelaces, her mind wandering. The master treated her so well, so intimately. Now, holding hands, they walked home together. Throughout her life, she had never been this close to a man. Was she now considered the master's girlfriend? Instinctively, Su Xiaoxiao yearned to catch a glimpse of Qin Lang's reaction. Yet, at that moment, the hand holding hers suddenly released, forcefully pushing her aside. As she steadied herself, Su Xiaoxiao looked up to see Qin Lang locked in a struggle with a mysterious figure clad in black. With a swift motion, the assailant brandished a dagger, slicing through Qin Lang's arm, blood oozing forth. "Master!" Su Xiaoxiao cried out in alarm. "Stay back!" Qin Lang shouted without glancing back, charging toward the assailant. Despite his lean physique, Qin Lang possessed hidden strength. With fierce kicks, he forced the cloaked figure to retreat, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Ultimately, the mysterious assailant, unable to reclaim the weapon, turned and fled. "Master, your hand is injured." Su Xiaoxiao rushed to his side, immediately dialing Brother Junzi's number without waiting for Qin Lang's command. Within 10 minutes, Brother Junzi arrived, accompanied by a personal physician. After a quick bandaging, the bleeding from Qin Lang's arm was staunched. Brother Junzi, guilt-ridden, stood before Qin Lang with his head bowed. "Master, it is my fault for failing to protect you." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. "What does this have to do with you? I chose to walk back myself." As he moved his arm, a wince escaped him, cursing inwardly for not having evaded the dagger better. The cut was deeper than it should have been. Thankfully, his constitution was extraordinary. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Qin Lang's bandaged arm, filled with concern. "Master, who was that man? Why did he attack you?" Qin Lang shook his head in confusion. "I do not know." Brother Junzi displayed the dagger he had retrieved, which bore a peculiar insignia, one that neither had ever seen before. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze fixed upon the dagger, now in Brother Junzi's grasp, its hilt marked with a vivid red wolf's head. Her breath caught, her mind blank. Qin Lang waved his hand nonchalantly. "No need to dwell on it. We shall enhance our security measures moving forward. There are many who wish for my demise. How can we possibly investigate each one?" Brother Junzi drove them back to the villa. Su Xiaoxiao, unsure what to do, hurried back to her room after confirming Qin Lang's injury was not serious. As for Qin Lang, he lay on the bed, activating the system's notification sound. Previously, he had found the system's voice grating and had silenced it. Now, with the situation settled, it was time to review his gains. Ding! The protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, experienced a significant fluctuation. Congratulations to the host for gaining 800 villain points. Ding! Su Xiaoxiao's favorability increased. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain points. Ding! The luck of the prodigal son, Yi Feng, decreased by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. Ding! The luck of Yi Feng decreased by 1,000. Congratulations to the host for receiving a beauty pill for healing external injuries and erasing scars, along with the prescription. Listening to the system's notifications, Qin Lang surmised that Su Xiaoxiao had likely deduced the dagger's connection to Yi Feng, prompting her to rush to her room to question him. Qin Lang chose not to involve himself in the matter. Being overly enthusiastic and casting blame on Yi Feng would only appear conspicuous. After all, Su Xiaoxiao had witnessed the incident firsthand, and the true member of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps wielding the dagger was now dead, leaving no witnesses. Regardless of how much Yi Feng tried to explain, it would merely come off as a defense. Setting the matter aside, he glanced at the system backpack. "Wow!" Qin Lang exclaimed, marveling at the rich rewards obtained from the prodigal son's misfortune. Not only were there villain points to gain, but also a prescription. This beauty pill was precisely what he needed to mend the wound on his arm. He retrieved the beauty pill from the system backpack and consumed it. A fiery sensation coursed through his arm, quickly replaced by a soothing coolness. In no time, the discomfort had entirely dissipated, and he moved his arm freely, fully healed. Chapter 27, A Blessing. An early detonation of the beauty pill recipe? A product of the system must be of exquisite quality. Qin Lang scrutinized the prescription provided by the system. The ingredients listed were all readily available in the market, albeit some primary herbs were rather expensive, such as aged ginseng. However, the efficacy of this beauty pill was undeniably potent. Having experienced it firsthand, he could attest that it not only healed injuries but also eliminated scars and whitened the skin. It was evident that this concoction was designed specifically for the beauty-conscious women. Naturally, if it were to be manufactured, it would be impossible to adhere precisely to the proportions in the recipe. The cost would be exorbitant, and the potency far too overwhelming. Perhaps diluting it by 100 or 1,000 times would render it more suitable for market circulation. As he pondered, his phone, resting on the bedside, lit up with a call from Mu Yuyan. Upon answering, she immediately launched into a tirade. Qin Lang, do you not understand my words? I asked you to call me when you got home. Did you not take it to heart? Qin Lang was taken aback, recalling that Mu Yuyan had indeed uttered such a phrase as they parted ways at Jiangnan No. 1 Villa. How could she still remember that? He replied with a stiff demeanor. Are you kidding, Mu Yuyan, President Mu? Must I report every little thing to you? Mu Yuyan huffed, given our relationship. Isn't that only natural? How audacious. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. It seemed she had clung to that parting remark all this time. And instead of addressing it the very evening, she had waited several days to confront him. Surely, she had been brooding over it all this while. Ultimately unable to contain her frustration, he decided not to reveal her feelings, adopting a teasing tone. What's this? At this late hour, are you in the villa all alone and thinking of me? Shall I come over and keep you company for the night? Mu Yuyan snapped in annoyance. Think again. Who is alone? Don't even think of coming over. There won't be anyone to let you in. I have a serious matter to discuss. The Pinnacle gathering in Tianhai City is happening the day after tomorrow, and nearly every prominent entrepreneur and wealthy individual will be attending. You are coming with me. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Mu Yuyan pressed. Are you going or not? Yes, Qin Lang agreed. He recalled that Tang Tianpei had mentioned it during his previous invitation. Such gatherings were primarily avenues for the affluent to network and forge connections. Surely, Bai Ryu would also be in attendance. He had missed the opportunity for a private conversation with her at the Bai residence yesterday. To seek her out blindly might provoke her suspicions. A chance encounter at the Pinnacle gathering would appear far less calculated. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Lang hung up. At Jiangnan No. 1, Mu Yuyan was seething with indignation, muttering to herself, Qin Lang, that bastard, what audacity! Hanging up on me repeatedly. Has he gotten too bold? Her personal bodyguard, a Ning, stood nearby, chuckling. Miss, he used to hang up on Mr. Qin's calls just as casually. Did I? Mu Yuyan questioned, recalling past events with skepticism before defensively asserting, but back then, he was a nuisance, always calling with frivolous matters. I had something serious to discuss. After venting her frustrations, she turned to a Ning with a puzzled expression. Do you feel that Qin Lang has changed? A Ning nodded seriously. Indeed, Mr. Qin's aura is markedly different now. He has become more handsome and more reserved. How could one undergo such a significant transformation in such a short span of time? Was there some hidden intrigue? Mu Yuyan bit her lip, her eyes narrowing. Could it be that Qin Lang was merely pretending in Yanjing, trying to cultivate an image of a reckless scion? After all, someone of the Qin family stature must keep certain matters under wraps. If he had always exhibited exceptional qualities, many would likely have spent sleepless nights in envy. And now, to evade an unwanted fiancé, he had distanced himself from Yanjing. Such a prodigal son would hardly attract anyone's concern. Perhaps he had simply ceased to pretend. That night, Mu Yuyan's mind raced with thoughts, rendering her unable to sleep. Meanwhile, on Qin Lang's side, as soon as someone knocked on his bedroom door, he hastily ended the call to open it. The light, delicate footsteps could belong to no one else but Su Xiaoxiao. Upon opening the door, he found her standing there, still clad in the black silk gown she had worn earlier, looking lost and guilt-ridden. Xiaoxiao, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? His demeanor shifted dramatically as he quickly ushered her inside, concern etched on his face. What happened? Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, her expression one of profound sorrow. Young master, I have discovered who orchestrated the harm against you. Who? With a heavy heart, Su Xiaoxiao replied, it was Xiao Feng. He contacted me from abroad, and the design on the dagger matches an image I received from him. It's identical. What a coincidence. Qin Lang's heart raced. Surely this was a misunderstanding. The design, while peculiar, could hardly be linked to someone overseas, separated by vast distances. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, it's definitely Xiao Feng. The more Qin Lang defended Xiao Feng, the deeper Su Xiaoxiao's guilt grew. Just before today, Xiao Feng had mentioned that his subordinates were already in Tianhai City and wanted to meet with her. She had yet to decide, but with tonight's events unfolding, when she went to seek Xiao Feng, he refused to acknowledge anything. However, when she mentioned meeting his subordinates, he claimed they had gone missing. What a remarkable coincidence. Young master, I truly didn't mean for this to happen. I had no idea Xiao Feng would harbor such intentions of harming you because of my closeness to you. Don't overthink it. It could be a misunderstanding, Qin Lang reassured her, embracing her in a gentle manner. Meeting with Xiao Feng's subordinates? What nonsense. If they were missing, how could Xiao Feng possibly get in touch? As he pondered this, Qin Lang held Su Xiaoxiao's head tighter. What a veritable blessing. He had merely staged a performance to set a trap for Xiao Feng. Goodness. Su Xiaoxiao had unwittingly pulled the right thread amidst a tangle of wires, triggering an explosion. Chapter 28. The Child of Fortune loses another opportunity ding. The female protagonist, Su Xiaoxiao, experiences a significant rift with the Child of Fortune. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5,000 villain points. In her embrace, Su Xiaoxiao appears somewhat bashful. Qin Lang releases his firm grip and gazes down at the young girl, whose brow is furrowed, not out of guilt, but seemingly from physical discomfort. He gently inquires, what is wrong? Are you truly unwell? Su Xiaoxiao's face flushes crimson as she nods, admitting, my stomach hurts. Coincidentally, her relatives have been visiting these days, placing her in a state of irritability and emotional turmoil. To make matters worse, she is grappling with the situation involving Yi Feng, causing a knot of frustration in her chest. She has already misjudged the young master once, and the guilt she feels has yet to dissipate. The repercussions of Yi Feng's actions due to her have further compounded her distress, culminating in sharp pains in her lower abdomen. Qin Lang, concerned, suggests, shall I accompany you to the hospital? Su Xiaoxiao shakes her head. No need. It's not the first time. It will pass in due course. She forces a smile, try to reassure him. Young master, don't worry. How many girls go to the hospital during this time? Qin Lang, puzzled, asks, is it that time of the month? Su Xiaoxiao nods, softly affirming, it's nothing. I just need to sleep it off. That doesn't mean we should do nothing, Qin Lang insists. His expression serious as he helps Su Xiaoxiao to lie down on his bed. Rest here and don't move. With that, he heads downstairs. After a considerable time, he returns, bringing with him a bowl of red sugar water. Su Xiaoxiao, who had been lost in thought, gazes up at him with slightly reddened eyes. Young master, did you boil the red sugar water? Qin Lang nods. What else could I do? ISNT had said that girls benefit from drinking red sugar water during their time. Did I do it incorrectly? That is not what I meant. Su Xiaoxiao shakes her head. Qin Lang holds the bowl to her lips. It's not hot. Drink it to warm your stomach. Su Xiaoxiao takes small sips of the red sugar water, glancing at Qin Lang repeatedly, feeling a warmth spread within her. The rich, yet not overly sweet, liquid flows into her stomach, akin to honey sweetness. The young master is so kind to her. He is warm and considerate, setting aside his lofty status. What merits does she, a poor orphan, possess to deserve such treatment? Does it still hurt? Qin Lang places the empty bowl on the table, his voice gentle. Su Xiaoxiao smiles. Not anymore. Are you deceiving me? Do you take me for a fool? Qin Lang frowns. If it doesn't hurt, why are you still frowning? Lie still. I'll help you massage your abdomen. As Qin Lang's hand slips beneath the covers, he inadvertently brushes against an inappropriate area, causing Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks to flush. Eventually, he settles his hand on her flat, smooth abdomen, gently kneading. Ah! Su Xiaoxiao narrows her eyes, emitting a soft hum of contentment. So warm, so comfortable. Qin Lang's large hand seems to possess a magical quality, alleviating her pain. The sharp pangs indeed begin to subside under his touch. Yet, This intimacy feels somewhat excessive. Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks remain flushed, her composure unsteady. Though no words of rejection escape her lips, she understands the young master's intentions, sincere and noble, merely wishing to ease her discomfort. To speak further might betray a lack of understanding of his good intentions. Moreover, should Qin Lang wish to take advantage, she would not entirely oppose it in her heart after this day's events. Shift over a bit. Let me lie beside you. It'll be easier to massage you this way, Qin Lang states calmly, unabashedly taking advantage. With flushed cheeks, Su Xiaoxiao complies, shyly nestling into his embrace. She remains silent, her movements restrained, akin to a little white rabbit caught by the scruff of its neck. Qin Lang chuckles inwardly, finding no fault in her behavior. Just days prior, when he held her hand, she would struggle. Now they're sharing a bed. What more could he ask? Different personalities require tailored approaches. Su Xiaoxiao, having lacked affection from a young age, needs care in the minutiae of life, a sense of protection. Even a simple gesture, like preparing a bowl of red sugar water, can profoundly touch her heart. This is precisely why Qin Lang finds joy in performing such small acts of kindness. With only one hand tenderly caressing her abdomen, Su Xiaoxiao's rigid form gradually softens. As her courage grows, she reaches out to embrace Qin Lang's chest, resting against him, her face aflame, stealing shy glances at his face. When he momentarily diverts his gaze, she seizes the opportunity, lightly kissing his cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water, before swiftly lowering her head again. You have quite the audacity. Qin Lang frowns, his demeanor turning serious at Su Xiaoxiao's audacity. How could this be tolerated? A mere maid daring to act so brazenly before him. How could he not discipline her? Chapter 29. The summit gathering at times, kissing indeed becomes an addiction. Take Su Xiaoxiao, for instance, who, upon learning of Qin Lang's so-called punishment, revels in challenging the authority of the young master, effectively seeking a form of retribution. After enduring a couple of such punishments, Qin Lang began to find the endeavor somewhat tiresome. It was not that he had lost interest in Su Xiaoxiao. Rather, he was intimidated. A gentle and considerate girl, possessing an exquisite visage, would surely leave even the most composed of men, like Lu Xiaohui, at a loss. Yet, once that inner flame was ignited, what was to be done? Qin Lang had no intention of disregarding Su Xiaoxiao's feelings on this enchanting evening. The following day, in the afternoon, under Qin Lang's guidance, Su Xiaoxiao, adorned in a floral cheongsam, was methodically preparing tea. Her graceful figure was accentuated by the fitted garment, with slits that reached just above her knees. As she moved, a fragrant breeze enveloped her, revealing her delicate charm. At that moment, Junzi rushed in with urgency. Young master, there's trouble at the Bai family. Upon noticing Su Xiaoxiao's presence, he instinctively swallowed his words and lowered his head. Su Xiaoxiao, ever dutiful, glanced at Qin Lang before exiting the tea room. Why the haste? If there is something to discuss, please sit and enjoy a cup of tea, Qin Lang stated calmly. Waving his hand, Junzi plopped down, hastily swallowing a sip of Westlake Longjing tea, and quickly relayed the troubling news. Bai Xiaoyan had been kidnapped on her way home. Qin Lang responded with a simple "oh" and inquired if they had any leads on Bai Xiaoyan's whereabouts. Junzi, perplexed, noted the close bond the Bai sisters shared with Qin Lang. It was indeed strange that he remained so composed upon hearing of Bai Xiaoyan's abduction. He nodded. Our people are outside, but the kidnappers have plotted this for some time. I intend to lead a rescue mission personally. Let us not rush, Qin Lang interjected. Recall our people tracking Bai Xiaoyan and leave one behind as a precaution. We only need to know where they are hiding. He was already well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding Bai Xiaoyan's kidnapping and would not display undue surprise. Besides, the abduction was merely a scare tactic, a means to leverage her as a bargaining chip, devoid of any intent to inflict harm. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. Although Junzi harbored doubts, he would not contradict Qin Lang's wishes. He was Qin Lang's trusted aide, not a bodyguard for the Bai family, so he thought it best to refrain from questioning further. As another day slipped by, it was time to attend the summit gathering. Outside the villa, Junzi awaited. Qin Lang stood at the entrance, while Su Xiaoxiao, resembling a devoted housewife, adjusted his collar and anxiously cautioned, "Young master, please be careful out there, and don't stray too far from Brother Junzi. I've warned Yi Feng, but I still fear he might do something to harm you." Ding! The fortune of the progeny of destiny, Yi Feng, plummeted by 500. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5,000 villain points. Qin Lang affectionately ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair, sensing her genuine concern for his safety. Touched, he leaned down and placed a comforting kiss on her lips, assuring her, "Don't worry. Just be good at home and await my return." Su Xiaoxiao nodded softly, standing at the door, her gaze lingering on the departing Maybach carrying Qin Lang for some time. The Summit International, a towering 100-story edifice in Tianhai City, bustling with luxury cars and a lively atmosphere. Clad in a sleek black suit, Qin Lang encountered the elegantly dressed Mu Yuyan at the entrance. In a flowing blue evening gown, she glided gracefully, her crystal shoes sparkling like a princess of European royalty, exuding an air of nobility and grace. "I thought you wouldn't come." Mu Yuyan approached, linking her arm with Qin Lang's, and, sensing a potential misunderstanding, added, "At this gala, everyone has their own partner. I wouldn't want to be stuck with unfamiliar faces. Isn't that obvious? You are my girlfriend. It would be absurd for you to associate with other men." Qin Lang retorted with a scoff, "If I catch anyone harboring ill intentions towards you, I won't hesitate to deal with them." "How rude." Mu Yuyan rolled her eyes, playfully chastising him. Strangely, had she heard such words from Qin Lang before, she would have likely kicked him away, eager to distance herself from his unruly demeanor. Yet now, his possessiveness felt rather appealing. The couple strolled through the crowd, occasionally stopping to clink glasses and exchange pleasantries. Some approached with ulterior motives, while others sought collaboration. Mu Yuyan welcomed all, engaging in brief discussions, for in business, one cannot operate in isolation. Moreover, with Qin Lang by her side, who would dare to cause her trouble? Little did they know, Qin Lang was not just a member of the Qin family, but their direct descendant, the sole heir. If they were aware of this, they would think twice before harboring any such thoughts of confrontation. Chapter 30. Once again, so what? Sometimes the weight of one's background can be an undeniable burden. Qin Lang mused. In such grand occasions, had the fated child been present, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of several oblivious second-generation rich kids seeking to provoke him. A flurry of bold retorts would follow, as he would effortlessly put those wealthy youths in their place, winning the hearts of beautiful women in the process. But here he was, even embracing a stunning beauty like Mu Yuyan, and not a single soul dared to challenge him, let alone voice a complaint. It was as if he was denied even a chance to flaunt his superiority. Qin Lang sighed, pondering the futility of his background. What good was it? And what of his handsome visage? Mu Yuyan turned her head, casting a speechless glare at him. Was it necessary to be so shameless? She almost remarked that he merely had a good father, but recalling Qin Lang's proud expression, she bit her tongue, her lips twitching as she suppressed the compliment. "Qin Shao, your presence graces us." Not far away, Tang Tianpei, with his female companion and surrounded by numerous socialites, approached. In the eyes of these socialites, Tang Tianpei was far more impressive than those second-generation rich kids. After all, he hailed from the illustrious Tang family of Yanjing. Even if he could not inherit the family business, the meager assets he possessed were incomparable to those of the wealthy youth from Tianhai City. Naturally, the socialites flocked to Tang Tianpei. Upon observing his courteous demeanor towards Qin Lang, their curiosity piqued. "Tang Xiao, who is this handsome gentleman?" Tang Tianpei, with his arm around his companion, eagerly introduced Qin Lang. "This is Qin Xiao, a fellow who once roamed the circles of Yanjing. Alas, I have truly fallen to the depths of Tianhai City, while Qin Xiao is merely here to win the heart of a beauty." "Oh," the socialites whispered, intrigued. To have mingled with Tang Tianpei in Yanjing, and by the sound of it, his background was not far behind Tang's. Most notably, Qin Lang was not in a state of decline. He had come to Tianhai City seeking romance. Such a splendid opportunity was not to be missed, and the socialites eagerly approached him with toasts and enthusiasm. Setting aside family backgrounds, in terms of looks and figure, Qin Lang overshadowed Tang Tianpei entirely. In fact, amidst the entire gathering, Qin Lang, with his striking appearance, was indeed a singular presence. Handsome, wealthy, and well-connected. Who else could rival such a golden son-in-law? With Qin Lang's arrival, who had time to pay attention to Tang Tianpei? Qin Shao, Tianhai City is home to many scenic spots. Shall we explore together sometime? Qin Shao, the breakfast stall beneath my apartment is renowned in Tianhai City. You must come over for breakfast one morning. Qin Shao, you are truly handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? May I get to know you? Please, I too wish to have Qin Shao as contact information. These socialites, often referred to as the ambience crew, were the life of the gathering. Perhaps they were not the most noble of ladies, but their discerning taste was unmistakable. Only those who were exceptionally handsome and affluent were worthy of their attention. To be surrounded by such a multitude of socialites was indeed a mark of prestige. A flower-laden palanquin is carried by many. Tang Tianpei followed suit, praising Qin Shao truly has an enchanting charm, drawing all the beauties of the venue to him. Qin Lang maintained a calm smile, accustomed to such attention. Behind the scenes, he engaged in playful exchanges with the socialites, subtly returning their glances with intrigue. Mu Yuyin observed Qin Lang's playful demeanor, her skepticism rising. Accustomed to this? How did you come to be so? Qin Lang glanced at her and cleared his throat. Once, at a gathering, while chatting, everything suddenly went dark. A socialite had buried my head in her bosom. Mu Yuyin scoffed. You could suffocate. Unlike Mu Yuyin, who offered sardonic remarks, the socialites were sympathetic, expressing concern for their brother. How could such a casual girl exist? Qin Shao, you must have been startled. Will you be left with any trauma? Qin Lang replied earnestly, not really. In fact, if it were to happen again, so what? Puffed. Qin Shao, you are quite the comedian. Qin Shao is so mischievous. He knows I'll make a girl smile. Shall we take a walk tonight? There is nothing quite like enjoying ice cream on a summer evening. May I have your contact information? If you're interested, we can meet several times. A slender socialite, with a figure reminiscent of the Bai sisters, winked at him alluringly. Look, familiar faces. Come with me. Mu Yin felt increasingly uneasy, tugging at Qin Lang to distance themselves from the throng of socialites. Once they escaped the crowd, the surroundings finally felt spacious again. Qin Lang teased, what is this? Are you jealous seeing your boyfriend so adored and praised by so many girls? Can we not be so one-sided? Am I jealous of you? Mu Yuyan huffed, her disdainful expression effortless. I simply don't want you getting too close to those women. With your weakness for temptation, if left unchecked, you'd surely find trouble. Despite their polished appearances and designer outfits, the socialites were not unlike any other girls in such gatherings. A mere spark of attraction could lead to a night spent together. Cleanliness? Who could truly know? So, you wish to keep me in check? Qin Lang's gaze lingered on Mu Yuyan. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under his stare, she retorted, who wants to control you? You really think too highly of yourself. Qin Lang raised the arm she had clutched tightly. Then why hold on so tightly? Who cares? Mu Yuyan huffed, releasing him. Liberated, Qin Lang turned without a backward glance and strolled toward the corner, whereby Ruyu, clad in a black OL uniform, sat alone drinking in solitude, seemingly out of place amid the lively gathering. Qin Lang, you scoundrel. Mu Yuyin watched from behind, feeling a pang of jealousy, her heart sour. Isn't this absurd? Leaving me here while you go flirt with another woman? Chapter 31. The recruitment of by Ryu Qin Lang was not preoccupied with Mu Yuyin's thoughts at that moment. He himself felt a twinge of anxiety. Given the recent turmoil surrounding the Bai family prior to the Dingfeng gathering, it was uncertain whether Bai Ryu would attend. However, upon spotting Bai Ryu standing alone in a corner, he could not resist seizing the opportunity and approached her with a smile. Miss Bai, what a coincidence to meet you again. Bai Ryu furrowed her brow and turned to see it was Qin Lang, the visitor from her home a few days prior. A strained smile crept onto her face as she nodded in acknowledgement before averting her gaze. She had little desire to reminisce. Her sister had been abducted and was still missing, with not a single lead to be found. Her heart felt as if it were engulfed in flames, either to be extinguished by the discovery of her sister or to burn on, ultimately reducing her to ashes. Though she harbored a fondness for Qin Lang, stemming from his heartfelt remarks during their previous dinner, her preoccupation with her sister's fate left no room for other thoughts. Even the recent events within her own company had become irrelevant to her. "Miss Bai, you appear quite troubled. Might you share your burdens with me?" Qin Lang inquired, seemingly oblivious to the cold distance emanating from Bai Ruyu as he leaned closer. Bai Ruyu's brow knitted tighter. "Qin Xiao, I apologize, but I am currently in a rather poor mood. Perhaps we can discuss this another time?" "Poor mood?" Qin Lang echoed, a hint of suspicion in his tone. "Could it be related to the rumors of your father having an illegitimate child?" Bai Ruyu spun around, her eyes wide with shock. It seemed he was not merely speculating. Is it possible he has resorted to secretly liquidating company stocks for that child? She thought, her heart racing with fear as she stared at Qin Lang, as if he were a stranger with secrets to unveil. "What else do you know?" Qin Lang's words had inadvertently exposed the scandal within her family. "Yes, Bai Xiaochun had a child out of wedlock, an almost adult boy, no less. This implied her father had already taken a mistress while her mother was still alive. Now, he was brazenly diverting company assets to secure a legacy for that child. Such matters were private to the Bai family. Secrets even Bai Xiaoyun and the company's veterans were unaware of. Had Bai Ryu not stumbled upon this information, she might still be blissfully ignorant. This was precisely why Bai Ryu had tirelessly strived to prove her worth to her father, to combat his dismissive attitude towards women. Now, every time he asserted that women were inferior to men, her fury flared anew. The existence of that illegitimate child had obliterated her worldview. Who could have predicted that her father, a man celebrated in business for his integrity and devotion to family, had been unfaithful long before her mother's passing? Now, he was in the process of reallocating family assets to benefit the offspring of his mistress. How do you know all this? What is going on? Bai Ruyu's astonishment was palpable, mingled with trepidation as she felt exposed under Qin Lang's gaze. Qin Lang shrugged. "Do not be alarmed, Miss Bai. The truth is, I know very little. For instance, I only learned about your sister's abduction yesterday afternoon." "Yesterday afternoon?" Bai Ryu echoed, realizing she had only discovered her sister's disappearance later that evening through a mysterious phone call. How was it possible that Qin Lang had known earlier? "What do you want?" "Please, do not harm Yunyan. I will fulfill any request you have, as long as she is safe." She instinctively regarded Qin Lang as the orchestrator behind her sister's plight. After all, how could he have known the timing of her sister's abduction so precisely? "Miss Bai, is such shock truly necessary?" "I assure you, I am in no way involved in your sister's disappearance," Qin Lang replied with a wry smile. "And you must already have your own suspicions. Why cast the blame on me?" He could not fathom that someone as astute as Bai Ryu would overlook such a simple tactic. Or perhaps she was deliberately avoiding facing the truth. Bai Ryu inhaled deeply, her heart racing. She forced herself to calm her tumultuous thoughts and gazed intently at Qin Lang. "You know far too much that you shouldn't know. Do you also know where Yun Yun is hidden?" Qin Lang nodded. "Not only do I know, but I can also rescue her." "What do you want?" Bai Ruyu's resolve hardened. "I will grant you any request if you can bring Yun Yun back." Without hesitation, Qin Lang stated plainly, "I want you." Before Bai Ryu could react, he continued with a serious tone. "Your father's company is ultimately his domain. No matter how hard you strive or how much you prove yourself, you will never surpass his obstinacy. If he truly intended to pass the company to you, he would not have withheld authority for so long. Nor would he be so brazenly liquidating stocks at such a critical juncture." "Why?" Qin Lang pressed on. "Because he believes his son cannot contend with you. If he were to pass away, his son would likely be left with nothing in your power struggle. Thus, he opts for immediate cash, securing a financial cushion for his son." Despite her outwardly delicate demeanor, Bai Ryu was a formidable force in the business realm, decisive and ruthless, surpassing many brutish men. Given her father's recent actions for the sake of his illegitimate child, Bai Ryu was certain that child would never see a penny from the Bai family. If an outsider like Qin Lang could discern her family's inner workings, how much more so could her own father, who had long been preparing for his own demise? As Qin Lang observed Bai Ryu lost in contemplation, he tactfully suggested, "You'd be better off collaborating with me. I can guarantee you ample personal space to fully utilize your talents. Moreover, I will delegate authority within the company, allowing you to make decisions unopposed. You will have the final say and we can discuss profit sharing, perhaps a 60-40 or 50-50 split. Bai Ruyu regarded Qin Lang with skepticism. As if she were hearing an implausible tale, her voice laced with doubt. You would not fear me diluting the equity and usurping control? Qin Lang shrugged. Having chosen to trust you, I shall harbor no further doubts. If such an event were to transpire, it would be entirely my own fault, bearing no relation to you. I bestow upon you my unequivocal trust. Bai Ruyu is well aware of the dynamics at play. A drop of kindness ought to be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. It could be said that for every ounce of goodwill you extend to her, she shall return it tenfold, or even 100-fold in the future. Given the clarity with which this woman of fortune perceives affection and disdain, what cause does Qin Lang have for concern? Could she usurp the company's leadership? Setting aside Bai Ruyu's character, which would never allow her to act in such an ungrateful manner, even if she were to do so, what difference would it make? She is merely a local company's female CEO, yet to carve out a magnificent future for herself. What wave could she possibly stir? Nevertheless, this is merely his internal contemplation. Outwardly, he must maintain the facade of courtesy and offer her ample trust. I need to ponder this matter further. May I provide you with a response after I meet Yin? Bai Ruyu, feeling tumultuous, did not reply immediately. On one hand, the depth of Qin Lang's knowledge left her astounded. On the other hand, the profound trust he placed in her rendered her somewhat incredulous. Chapter 32. A great opportunity, rest assured. Miss Bai, your sister's safety is assured. Qin Lang comforted softly, patting Bai Ruyu's delicate shoulder. He did not state his thoughts explicitly, but subtly guided her to consider such possibilities. Now that they had begun to recruit, why not take this opportunity to widen the existing rift within the Bai family? After all, how else could Bai Ryu be convinced to make a firm decision? How do you know so much about my family? Bai Ryu scrutinized him cautiously. Qin Lang, maintaining his composure, replied, Miss Bai's remarkable business acumen caught my attention. I have been keenly observing her, hoping for a collaboration, and coincidentally stumbled upon this situation. Bai Ryu, not one to be overly prideful, recognized that her strategic decisions during the reforms of the Bai Group had garnered respect, even from established business magnates in Tianhai City. If Qin Lang wished to recruit her, his reasoning was indeed plausible. Without adopting a coy demeanor, she earnestly remarked, May I see Yin sooner? The sooner I can confirm her safety, the sooner I can make a decision. Qin Lang nodded affirmatively. Of course, you shall be reunited with her tonight. However, hasty actions may lead to errors, Miss Bai. It would be prudent for you to remain here and wait. Observing her anxious expression, he felt compelled to remind her that accompanying him would only be a burden. He turned and exited the venue, ignoring the inquiries from Mu Yuyin, and stepped outside. In the rear seat of the Maybach, he expended 32,000 points of villainous destiny to elevate his physique to 100. System panel, character, Qin Lang age, 25 physique, 100 charm, 98 villainous destiny points, 21. 800 skills, affinity LV8, group affinity 80, advanced piano skills, advanced T-art, advanced aesthetics. Store. Opening, lottery center. Opening, each lottery costs 100 villainous destiny points, system backpack, a photo book of Aunt Shio, a pack of tissues 1, a photo book of Miss Bai, electric medical tools 1. Having acclimated to his enhanced physique, Qin Lang calmly instructed Junzi, have the guards outside withdraw and take me there. Meanwhile, at the kidnapper's hideout, a solitary room echoed with silence, save for Bai Xiaoyan, who curled in a corner, anxiously hugging her knees. Her cherubic face was streaked with tears, her petite frame trembling. She had been abducted, and moments ago, the kidnappers had attempted to intimidate her. How frightening! Having always been the cherished princess of the Bai family, she had never before encountered such dire circumstances. It felt as if she had been cast into a den of wolves, facing a pack of ferocious beasts ready to devour her. Fortunately, a woman clad in black leather had intervened earlier, scolding the ruffians and preventing them from tormenting her. Fear, trepidation, and a sense of injustice coalesced within Bai Xiaoyan, deepening her sorrow. As she cried helplessly, the door creaked open. Curiosity piqued, she looked up to see a familiar, handsome face. Brother, she exclaimed, stumbling towards Qin Lang, who enveloped her in his embrace. Her large, tearful eyes brimmed with distress. Those bad guys are so scary. You're here to rescue me, right? Please take me away. Qin Lang felt as if he had been struck by two oversized softballs, yet he remained composed, gently stroking by Xiaoyun's head. Do not fear, since I am here. I shall ensure your safety. He reassured her, no matter where you are or who is present, as long as I am alive. I will not allow anyone to bully you. Suddenly, the left door was forcefully kicked open by two burly men adorned with a black dragon tattoo on their necks. They glared at Qin Lang, cursing, "What the hell? Did you lose your mind? Making such a ruckus while trying to rescue someone? Do you want everyone to notice?" Bai Xiaoyun's fear escalated as she clutched Qin Lang's clothing tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. "Close your eyes if you're scared. Soon it will be quiet," Qin Lang said, stroking her head, though internally he scoffed. If he didn't make enough noise, how could he attract the attention of the kidnappers? How could he put on a show before Bai Xiaoyun without drawing them in? With a casual flick of his finger, he beckoned the two men, exuding confidence and disdain. "You asked for this. Don't blame others for your misfortune." One of the brutes cracked his neck and charged at Qin Lang, raising an arm akin to Bai Xiaoyun's slender thigh, aiming for Qin Lang's nose with fierce intent. The ferocity startled Bai Xiaoyun, prompting her to shield her face with both hands. With a sharp crack, a pained howl echoed as Qin Lang deftly seized the man's arm, twisted, and with a swift motion, drove his knee upward to shatter the joint, rendering the brute's arm useless. Chapter 33. The clever stroke of Brother Jun. "Ah, my hand! You scoundrel! I will take your life." The burly man howled in agony, raising his foot to kick towards Qin Lang. Yet, how could his speed possibly compare to that of Qin Lang, whose physical prowess was rated at an astonishing 100? As he kicked out, the 2 feet collided with a dull thud, sending the man skidding across the ground. A closer look would reveal a bulge at the knee of his trousers, a result of a dislocated bone, the injury severe enough that had it not been for the fabric, the scene would have been gruesomely bloody. The commotion instantly attracted the attention of all the captors inside the villa. No, they could not simply be called captors. They were members of the Black Dragon Society, a criminal organization. This place was their stronghold, and Bai Xiaoyun was merely a temporary prisoner here. A swarm of Black Dragon Society members rushed in, and upon glancing around, one could count no fewer than a dozen ferocious henchmen. "This fellow is suspicious. He is armed." One of the burly men who had entered first felt a shiver run down his spine at the sight of his unconscious comrade. Gritting his teeth, he urged his companions to attack. They could not allow this man to take Bai Xiaoyun away. That was a significant sum of money. If they kept her captive until the agreed time, they would receive a hefty ransom. How could they simply watch her be abducted? With a predatory gaze, the henchmen closed in on Qin Lang, wielding batons and large knives, weapons commonly used in their line of work. As long as they didn't kill him, incapacitating him would be a piece of cake. However, in this seemingly dire situation, an unexpected scene unfolded. Rather than waiting for the henchmen to approach, Qin Lang boldly advanced, seizing a baton from the nearest henchman with sheer brute force. The strength of his grip was so overwhelming that the henchman stumbled forward, only to be met with a vicious blow to the forehead from his own weapon. Collapsing like a lifeless dog, "You dare to kidnap my people? Today, if I, Qin Lang, do not teach you a lesson, you will not even know your own names." Brandishing the baton like a heroic figure from a legend, he charged forth with the courage of 1,000 men. His speed was remarkable. Each swing of the baton met its target, whether it was a forehead or a collapsing shoulder, sending henchmen sprawling to the ground. A well-placed kick sent one flying out of the encirclement. His strength was unparalleled, far beyond what this gang of henchmen could contend with. It was not a matter of a group of captors bullying Qin Lang. Rather, it was Qin Lang single-handedly chasing down a pack of captors and mercilessly overpowering them. Amidst the pitiful cries, Bai Xiaoyun gazed through her splayed fingers at the invincible Qin Lang, her fantasy of a Prince Charming merging seamlessly with his imposing figure. Having already been captivated by Qin Lang's looks, Bai Xiaoyun found herself utterly entranced by the current scene, her mind devoid of any other thoughts. Her entire being was filled to the brim with the image of Qin Lang. "Let us go." Qin Lang took Bai Xiaoyun's delicate hand and strode confidently out of the villa. In the corridor, a member of the Black Dragon Society attempted to block their path, but with a swift strike of the baton, he was knocked down. Another henchman charged from a side room, only to be met with a powerful kick that sent him back to where he came from. The villa was teeming with members of the Black Dragon Society, a veritable stronghold, and one could only imagine the number of individuals present. Even a special forces soldier would find himself in a perilous situation here, with odds stacked against him. Yet, Qin Lang traversed the corridor as if on a leisurely stroll, completely at ease. What does it mean to possess a physical rating of 100? A typical person has a physical rating around 10. A rating of 20 is already exceptional, equating to the strength of two individuals combined. If a man with a rating of 20 faced two men with ratings of 10, would it be a fair fight? No, it would be a slaughter. With a doubled physical rating, all aspects of physical capability are exponentially enhanced, rendering sheer numbers inadequate to match such power. And now, faced with these henchmen, Qin Lang was akin to a giant amongst infants, easily crushing them at will. He moved without obstruction. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, he encountered no further resistance. Behind him lay a scene of chaos, with Black Dragon Society members sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Is this what they call ruthless captors? Qin Lang tossed the baton into the villa's living room, shaking his head in disdain. He led the dazed by Xiaoyan, who was unable to focus on anything but his profile away from the stronghold. Only after they had walked some distance and reached the roadside did they enter the waiting Maybach. As he gazed back at the brightly lit villa, excitement bubbled within him. Having dismantled a Black Dragon Society stronghold, it was unlikely they would let this transgression go unpunished. Furthermore, his earlier bravado, repeatedly declaring his name, and the presence of cameras within the villa meant that they could easily track him down. He? Huh. It seems the leading lady does not need him to seek her out. Rather, she would come looking for him, content and amused. Qin Lang felt by Xiaoyan tugging at him, prompting him to turn instinctively. He was met with her delicate, exquisite face drawing closer, her soft lips pressing against his, leaving him no room to contemplate. Bai Xiaoyan had fallen under his spell. Her mind was entirely consumed by Qin Lang's actions today, filling her with an overwhelming sense of devotion. She had made her choice. Qin Lang was her Prince Charming. She was willing to be his devoted admirer for life, wholly dedicated to him alone. The sensation of their lips meeting was sweet and enchanting, akin to cotton candy, making it hard to part. After what felt like an eternity, the bashful Bai Xiaoyan slowly lowered her head, burying her face in Qin Lang's embrace. Clinging to his waist, she murmured softly, "Brother, when I grow up, can I be your bride?" The novice driver would seize the moment to advise the passengers to buckle their seatbelts, reminding them that safety comes first on the myriad roads ahead. The seasoned driver, however, discreetly adjusted the rearview mirror and turned on soothing music, embracing the moment. "He shall be your groom. From this day forth, he will be your lifelong companion." Chapter 34. The discomfort of Mu Yiyin by Xiaoyan had never heard this song before. It was an antiquated piece, far removed from the musical tastes of her generation. It was not her preferred genre either. However, the most disconcerting aspect of listening to music lay in the environment. At this moment, having just declared her vow to become Qin Lang's little wife, she was profoundly moved by the lyrics. "Brother, from now on, I will accompany you for a lifetime. Okay?" Bai Xiaoyan clung to Qin Lang, her soft, sweet voice seeming to penetrate deep into his heart. If it were any other man in this situation, he would likely be overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, capable of any reckless act. Even Qin Lang felt a sense of unease, repeatedly reminding himself that she was still young. Bai Xiaoyan was but a child. Yet, as he glanced down, two ample curves before him contradicted his self-assurances. She was not small, truly not small at all. "Just focus on driving and take us home," Qin Lang urged, suppressing the fire within him, directing his frustration toward Junzi. Junzi promptly acknowledged and pressed the accelerator, the Maybach swiftly picking up speed. Qin Lang merely held Bai Xiaoyan gently, exchanging minimal words, occasionally brushing his hand against her thigh inadvertently. Such gestures were quite normal, not excessive. Moreover, Bai Xiaoyan had just walked over, dressed in an adorable pink dress. inevitably causing some creases. Adjusting her skirt and checking for any injuries inflicted by the kidnappers seemed reasonable, did it not? This exhausting endeavor was one Qin Lang had not wished to undertake. Yet, gazing at Bai Xiaoyun's flushed cheeks, and her gaze filled with emotion, stirred something within him. He had done it. And who could blame Bai Xiaoyun for wanting to express her gratitude? In Tianhai City, outside a row of townhouses, Bai Xiaoyun, still holding onto Qin Lang's hand, regained her composure upon seeing Bai Ruyu standing at the door. Her infatuated gaze transformed, now clouded with a veil of mist. With her legs clad in white stockings, she hurriedly ran over, colliding into her sister. "Sister, I thought I would never see you again. Those wicked men were so terrifying." Wu-Wu, in her sister's embrace, Bai Xiaoyun let loose her grievances, seeking solace. Bai Ruyu held her sister tightly, gently stroking her head, soothing her. "It's all right. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will never let you be hurt again. Did Dad find out that my brother rescued me?" Bai Xiaoyun looked up, eager to share the news with Bai Xiaochun. Bai Ruyu paused slightly, smiling. "He knows. It's quite late. Why don't you rest here, okay? No need to go home." This townhouse was Bai Ruyu's personal property, seldom occupied, but she would retreat here whenever she had a fierce quarrel with her father. She did not wish for her sister to return to that unsafe home, which had transformed into something unrecognizable, uncertain of what might happen next. "Will my brother stay the night?" Bai Xiaoyun turned to glance at Qin Lang, her cheeks aflame. Bai Ruyu sighed internally, understanding her sister's nature. Yet Qin Lang was shrouded in mystery, making her feel uneasy about him being too close. Furthermore, the age gap was significant. She took her sister's hand and approached Qin Lang, expressing her gratitude. "Mr. Qin, I sincerely thank you for your help tonight. Once this period passes, can we discuss other matters?" Qin Lang smiled and nodded. "Of course, there is no rush. The reunion of you sisters after rescuing Xiaoyun is what matters most. I shall not intrude." Bai Ruyu's integrity was trustworthy. Moreover, he had clearly indicated the kidnapping incident concerning Bai Xiaoyun, leaving little to the imagination. Anyone with common sense could piece together the truth from the clues. Granting Bai Ruyu some time to uncover the reality would only amplify the existing rift between them, potentially leading to a final fallout. "Brother, don't go." Bai Xiaoyun, seeing Qin Lang turn to leave, suddenly broke free from Bai Ruyu's grasp and rushed to hug his waist, resting her head against him, pleading, "Please don't go." Qin Lang felt as if he had been struck by two soft spheres, his lips twitching as he gently pried her hands apart. Turning to issue a cautionary warning against such collisions in front of Bai Ruyu, he affectionately ruffled Bai Xiaoyun's hair, saying, "Be good, stay with your sister. If you ever face difficulties or feel unhappy, you can always seek your brother, all right?" "Okay." Bai Xiaoyun nodded, still reluctant to release his warm hand, murmuring, "Brother." After a lengthy pause, she finally let go under her sister's comforting words. With lingering glances, they entered the townhouse, the door closing behind them. Ding! The plot has shifted. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. Ding! The fate points of the Son of Destiny, Yi Feng, have decreased by 500. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 villain points. Hearing the constant system notifications, Qin Lang turned back with a satisfied expression. Just as he exited the townhouse's front yard, he spotted Mu Yuyin leaning against the wall, a knowing smirk on her face, observing him. "Why did you leave the peak gathering halfway? Did you come to seek out Bai Ruyu, only to be turned away?" Who was Mu Yuyin? Though her family background was not as prestigious as Qin Lang's, she had garnered attention even in Yanjing, with suitors aplenty. Were it not for her engagement to Qin Lang, admirers would likely have lined up from the square to Daxing Airport. What man did not greet her with a smile? When had she ever experienced a situation like Qin Lang's, where she was completely disregarded at a prestigious event, leaving without a backward glance? It was as if he were entirely indifferent. Later, Bai Ruyu followed suit, curiosity prompting her to see what Qin Lang was up to, willing to disregard her entirely. To her surprise, she witnessed Qin Lang being turned away at night, unable to resist the urge to mock him. Chapter 35. Shattering Mu Yuyin's amulet. Qin Lang cast a significant eye roll. "Have you heard of Lu Huangshu visiting the thatched cottage thrice?" "I'm not just here tonight. I'll be here tomorrow and the day after as well. What business is it of yours? Is it fun to stalk someone? Mu Yuyin, with a cold expression, retorted, is it so unreasonable for a girlfriend to know your whereabouts? If you're gallivanting around outside, can I even ask where you are? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, finding her tone more akin to a wife confronting a mistress than a mere sarcastic remark. It seemed Mu Yuyin was quite serious. He did not wish to provoke her further and replied earnestly, I have a legitimate reason for seeking by Ruyu. The newly established company requires someone capable, and she is the ideal candidate. Another company? I suppose the 10 billion from the Qin family has been squandered, and you're looking for another excuse to swindle more money? Mu Yuyin's insight pierced through his facade. Her skepticism was not unfounded, as the previous Qin Lang had indeed been rather frivolous. She scoffed lightly, if you need someone, why not look at a talent market? Bai Ruyu is the daughter of the Bai family. The vast Bai group is hardly manageable, let alone her taking time to assist you. Things have changed. This time, I am serious, Qin Lang said, stepping closer and leaning against the wall, effectively pinning Mu Yuyin beneath him with a wall slam, his eyes filled with sincerity. Mu Yuyin felt a flutter of panic as she pressed her hands against his chest, attempting to push him away, but he remained immovable. Clenching her teeth, she declared, your seriousness has nothing to do with me. Do you think business is that simple? Even if Qin Lang pretended to be a wastrel before, learning to be good is not as easy as learning to be bad. If starting a company were that easy, there would be successful entrepreneurs everywhere. Where would all the white-collar workers and laborers come from? Qin Lang unfastened his suit jacket, keeping his hand in place. Mu Yuyin, growing anxious, demanded, what do you want? Qin Lang, I swear, if you dare act recklessly without my permission, I will bite you. She clutched his arm, her mouth poised to bite his wrist at the slightest provocation. Qin Lang, with an earnest expression, retrieved a prescription from his pocket and said, could you refrain from jumping to conclusions? What on earth is filling your mind? It's hardly pure. Qin Lang, I'll fight you. Mu Yuyin, filled with indignation, looked up and aimed to kick at him, but her strength was no match for Qin Lang. In mere moments, her knee was pinned down, leaving her utterly restrained, akin to a frog on an operating table, except now the table was a wall, and she was suspended in midair. Let me go. Release me. Mu Yuyin protested. Her face flushed crimson from anger and embarrassment. She was furious, scolding him almost to the brink of collapse. Yet Qin Lang remained unfazed, placing a note before her. Struggling against her shame, she asked hurriedly, what is this? A beauty prescription. ISN to your company focused on beauty products? Qin Lang explained, his mind elsewhere, not preoccupied with the beauty pill at that moment. Mu Yuyin, an expert in this domain, could handle it well, possessing both the channels and production lines. Freebie. ISNT it delightful? With a mere glance, she scoffed. Who provided you with this prescription? Do you think you can just add a few expensive ingredients and call it a beauty product? If formulating a product were truly that simple, why would we need a research team? You fool, you've been duped and don't even realize it. And you think you can start a company with this? Dream on. Also put me down. My knee hurts too much. Qin Lang glanced down at Mu Yuyin, now clad in a fitted skirt, noticing the redness above her kneecap, before gradually releasing her. You needn't concern yourself with whether I've been deceived or not. The prescription is here for you to experiment with. However, I advise against directly using this formula. It's quite potent and should be diluted significantly. The prescription he offered was not a direct copy from the system's inventory, but rather a concoction diluted 100-fold. The beauty pills produced from his formula would not exhibit visibly rapid healing, but would still be rather formidable for beauty products. How to dilute it appropriately would require Mu Yuyin's expertise. This was not his specialty, nor did he wish to waste time on it. Holding the prescription, Mu Yuyin frowned slightly. Are you serious? About starting a company and recruiting by Ruyu? She initially thought Qin Lang had come here for flirtation, but it appeared she had misjudged his intentions. Doesn't matter whether it's true or false. Just follow my directives. The rest is inconsequential. Qin Lang adjusted his clothing and added, and do not forget that our romantic relationship is merely contractual. Once the contract is voided, our relationship will cease. The matter of stalking should not recur. This romantic game undoubtedly had Mu Yuyin entangled. Yet, in the realm of ambiguity, perhaps intentionally forgotten by her. He felt compelled to remind her and shatter that illusion. In this ambiguous space, when Mu Yuyan was ensnared, Qin Lang delivered a sharp slap to awaken her from her stupor. If she wished to feign ignorance and continue to uphold a facade of superiority and pride under the guise of contract, he would not allow it. The previous contract, in Mu Yuyan's eyes, had been a shackle, but now it seemed to serve as a protective charm for her pretended naivety. Qin Lang must tear it apart. To torment a husband brings momentary pleasure, but chasing after a husband leads to ruin. This was not merely a fleeting thought. Chapter 36. Let's book for a month. Mu Yuyan departed, her expression rigid, not even glancing back. The coldness in her demeanor suggested that someone owed her a substantial sum of money. Remember to conduct the experiments. My company relies on this prescription to earn its first pot of gold. Qin Lang taunted as he followed behind. Boom! The only response he received was the white exhaust from the car, as the BMW sped away with a roar. Once the BMW disappeared at the end of the street, Junzi awkwardly emerged from the shadows, chuckling sheepishly. Young master, I'm sorry. I truly did not expect President Mu to engage in such underhanded tactics. It was reckless of me. It has nothing to do with you. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. You've performed admirably these past few days, and the tasks I assigned have been executed quite well. Gather your brothers tonight. Let us indulge at the Qin Club. Upon hearing the name Qin, Junzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been curious about how the young master managed to rescue people from the Black Dragon Society's stronghold. But Qin Lang's sudden decision left no room for inquiry. Why bother asking? Going to Qin was of utmost importance. Half an hour later, a long procession of luxury vehicles, resembling a dragon, slowly came to a stop in front of the Qin Club. Bystanders halted to admire the lavish spectacle, men silent, women captivated. Forget the elongated Maybach. The mere sight of over a dozen Mercedes-AMG vehicles made it clear that the value exceeded 30 million. Who could it be? What kind of gathering warranted such grandeur? Could it be the chairman of a publicly listed group making an appearance? The onlookers were at a loss, unable to guess which wealthy heir was behind this opulence. The scale was simply astonishing and far beyond the petty antics of the affluent. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Junzi exited the vehicle, moving to the rear to open the door, bowing respectfully. Young master, we have arrived. Only then did Qin Lang step out, and the moment his visage appeared, passers-by, including the club's receptionists and technicians who rushed out to see, were left wide-eyed. Oh my, how handsome! Who is this young gentleman? To possess such striking looks and such a lavish entourage. He smiled at me. I might faint. What if he requests my services? Should I comply or take the initiative to offer? This is extravagance beyond belief. Over a dozen luxury vehicles, 40 bodyguards, and he is so young. I only have light makeup on tonight. I must return to touch up. Amidst the gasps of admiration, Qin Lang entered the grand hall of Qin under the escort of 2 bodyguards. The manager, clad in a qipao, promptly approached, greeting him politely, esteemed guest. I am a manager of Qin. May I have the honor of serving you? Those who manage such opulent establishments are well versed in the art of hospitality. The moment she laid eyes on Qin Lang, the presence of his robust entourage and the refinement of his tailored suit left her awestruck, compelling her to adopt a deferential tone. Qin Lang inquired curiously, "What services do you offer?" The manager, with the knowledge of a seasoned professional, replied, "Esteemed guest, our Qin comprises 5 floors. The second floor features bathing facilities, including wellness hot springs and communal baths. The third floor is a leisure area offering a variety of snacks and fruit platters, alongside an entertainment zone. The fourth floor is dedicated to massage services, with technicians of various levels at your disposal. The fifth floor serves as a rest area, featuring private rooms and individual hot spring bathing services." Qin Lang nodded. "What is the price for booking the 5th floor?" The manager chuckled awkwardly. "The pricing varies based on services rendered." Qin Lang frowned. "I meant the cost for reserving the entire 5th floor." "Ah." The manager was taken aback, but upon observing Qin Lang's demeanor, she did not dare to be presumptuous and hastily replied, "For an entire evening, it will be 600,000. 600,000 for a night? That's rather steep." Qin Lang remarked incredulously. The manager quickly began to explain, "Esteemed guest, our fifth-floor resting area employs." Before she could finish, not even mentioning discounts, Qin Lang interjected, "No need for details. I'm not interested in hearing all that. Let us book it for a month. Will you accept a check or cash? I can provide a check immediately, but cash may take a bit longer as I need to arrange it with the bank for delivery." The statement left the staff and technicians in the hall utterly stunned. They initially presumed Qin Lang was merely wealthy, but now they realized he was not just a millionaire. He was a divine tycoon, extravagantly generous. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Qin Lang pulled out a checkbook and swiftly wrote several figures, tearing off a page and handing it to Junzi. "Here, S20 million. Take manager Zhang to withdraw the funds. The remaining 2 million is for you to handle. Distribute bonuses to your brothers." Junzi held the check, having exchanged excited glances with manager Zhang for quite some time. It was well known that Junzi and Zhang shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship, but had yet to take it further. Today was different. Qin Lang's arrival established the tone, and his extravagant spending meant that manager Zhang could earn tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, in commission from this booking. What does this imply? It's equivalent to becoming a millionaire overnight. Given manager Zhang's age, she naturally did not expect too much entanglement with Qin Lang, but that did not hinder her from pursuing a connection with Junzi. As long as she could retain such a significant patron as Qin Lang, she was determined to make every effort. Her gaze toward Junzi grew increasingly alluring, filled with flirtation. Dozens of bodyguards, all embraced by the eager young technicians, ascended the elevator. Without exception, including Junzi, the group of bodyguards regarded Qin Lang with profound gratitude and loyalty. Did they truly believe Qin Lang was simply a wealthy man seeking to flaunt his riches? He was far from foolish. Recently, especially for those bodyguards aside from Junzi, who had been tirelessly following and surveilling, fearful of missing any critical information, the intensity of their work had been staggering, possibly leaving them feeling unappreciated. At such a moment, it was imperative to provide a sense of reassurance. Directly handing out cash, that wouldn't he do. Not everyone shared Junzi's unwavering loyalty. Excessive monetary rewards often breed greed rather than absolute loyalty. Qin Lang understood the principle of reciprocity. By treating them to an outing, granting them due respect, and offering bonuses, he ensured that both women and wealth were enjoyed, thus securing the allegiance of his bodyguards. Moreover, Qin Lang was well aware of who the puppet master behind Qin Zillion truly was. Chapter 37. The appearance of Qiu Jiu'er in the luxurious private room of the Emperor's box. Spanning over 150 square meters, the decor exudes warmth and opulence, resembling not that of a club, but rather the residence of an affluent family. It even boasts a private hot spring bath. Wrapped in a towel, Qin Lang reclines in a carved area beside the bath, blissfully tilting his head back to relish a moment of tranquility. Behind him, a girl clad in a floral cheongsam kneels, gently massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands, exuding tenderness and care. Accompanying Qin Lang in the bath are two young ladies, both strikingly beautiful and around 18 or 19 years of age, one on each side, assisting in kneading his shoulders. "Young Master Qin, is this pressure acceptable? If it's too hard, I can ease up," inquires the girl to his left, adorned in a pink swimsuit, her face aglow with a smile. Qin Lang squints his eyes, leisurely nodding. "It's fine. I can handle it." "Really? I must say, you appear quite slender and tall, yet your physique is impressive. Do you exercise regularly?" The girl on his right, clad in a blue swimsuit, chimes in, eager to flatter while showcasing her own attributes. "Not particularly," Qin Lang replies casually, casting a meaningful glance before averting his gaze. While he possesses a commendable physique, it is all relative. Compared to an average person, he is certainly more than adequate, but placed alongside the Bai sisters, the distinction becomes glaringly apparent. Having returned with Bai Xiaoyun in the evening, he had endured numerous collisions, and he had since developed a certain immunity to the encounters with the girl in the white swimsuit. The collisions here, however, were far milder than those with Bai Xiaoyun. "Young Master Qin, could you please lift your legs? We've already taken care of your arms. Let us assist you with your legs too," the girl in pink pleads. her eyes sparkling with mischief. With a puzzled expression, Qin Lang opens his eyes and glances around. You too? Yes, what's the matter? Young Master Qin, did we not meet your expectations? We can improve. Please don't request a change. Otherwise, we'll face deductions from our wages. The girl in pink implores with a sorrowful expression. The girl in white, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, echoes, please don't change us, young Master Qin. We can do better. We will fulfill all your requests. The two girls, resembling delicate flowers drenched in tears, appear genuinely wronged, as if they had faced an immense injustice. Are they truly afraid of losing money? Perhaps not entirely. In the establishment of Qin, only complaints from guests would lead to such consequences. Conversely, if any other form of service were discovered, the same penalties would apply. If Qin Lang were to invite these two girls out for a night at a hotel, would they still feign such vulnerability? Stop overthinking. It's just you two. You're perfectly fine. Why would I want to change? A playful smile graces Qin Lang's lips. The girl in pink pouts and teases. Then what did your expression just now mean? Were you dissatisfied with our service? Qin Lang shakes his head. Not at all. Merely questioning your numerical prowess. The girl in white, feigning indignation, retorts, what do you mean by that? With a mischievous grin, Qin Lang replies, Isn't there's still one person missing? Oh, young Master Qin, you're so naughty. You're so annoying. How can you say such things? Isn't that bullying? Both girls seize the opportunity to snuggle closer to Qin Lang, playfully chiding him. Wow, what a situation. Qin Lang feels as though he has become bait, ensnared by several octopuses. Though somewhat awkward, he adheres to his lifelong principles of not initiating, not rejecting, and not taking responsibility, thus refraining from pushing the girls away. Amidst the banter, the girl in the Cheongsam steps into the bath area, joining the throng around Qin Lang. This joyous scene, which ought to have been a spectacle for a fee, is abruptly interrupted by the entrance of a newcomer. The woman who enters is clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, accentuating her alluring figure. A slight smile graces her lips, yet her eyes harbor an icy indifference. As she approaches nonchalantly, the three girls clinging to Qin Lang eye her with hostility. Who are you? What are you doing here? This is the Emperor's box. The door is closed. How did you get in? Did you steal a room key? If you offend young Master Qin, do you believe we want to report you? The three girls vocally defend Qin Lang, each taking turns to assert their position. The woman in black leather slightly inclines her body, perching on the edge of the bath. Her long hair cascading over her shoulder as she gazes at Qin Lang with a teasing smile. Young Master Qin, is this your taste? Engaging with these girls has piqued your interest? Who are you insulting? The girl in pink retorts fiercely. With a smile, the woman in black casually removes a watch from her wrist and tosses it into the pool, declaring, take this watch and leave. Please, who do you think you are? You think you can dismiss us with just a watch? How valuable can a watch be? Don't take yourself too seriously. The three girls huddle even closer to Qin Lang, their camaraderie intensifying. While they may not envision a long-term relationship with Qin Lang, a single night of favor would suffice to sustain them for years. How much could that broken watch be worth? Right, young Master Qin? The girl in pink beams at him. Qin Lang, feigning earnestness, nods, of course you're correct. It's merely a Patek Philippe, worth at most 8 million. What is that to us? With a splash, the three girls dive towards the location where the watch fell, frantically swimming to retrieve it. After a brief tussle, they obediently retreat under the cold gaze of the woman in black leather. The bath area falls silent, leaving only Qin Lang and the woman in black. She gazes at him and remarks, young Master Qin, such extravagance. First, you rescue by Shaoyan from my Black Dragon Society, and now you lavishly spend in our Qin Zillion. Do you truly believe my Black Dragon Society is powerless against you? Her voice is laced with laughter, yet her words are icy, imbued with a palpable threat. The woman in black leather is none other than Xiao Jior, the head of the Rose Hall in the Black Dragon Society. Chapter 38. Intoxicated. I can drink no more. Qin Lang nodded earnestly, acknowledging that perhaps he had indeed overstepped, failing to extend even a simple greeting. After completing his tasks, he had proactively arrived at her doorstep. Let us handle this amicably, Master Qiao. If you can quell your anger, I am open to any discussion. Master Qiao, Qiao Jior, cast a penetrating glance at Qin Lang before rising to leave the bath. Shortly thereafter, Qin Lang emerged, having finished his bath and donned a robe. To his surprise, he found Qiu Jiu'er, clad in black leather, seated on the sofa in the living room. Upon the coffee table before her lay several bottles of the renowned flying fairy Maotai. "Join me for a drink," she invited casually. "If I manage to drink you under the table, we shall consider this matter resolved. However, should you succumb first, you must grant me one request without hesitation." Qin Lang was well aware of her capabilities, having witnessed them through surveillance footage. He knew she was not easily bested by mere enforcers of the Black Dragon Society. The incident involving Bai Xiaoyun had already taken a turn for the worse, and any chance of salvaging it seemed futile. Qiu Jiu'er never engaged in ventures that left her at a disadvantage. If she could bind someone of Qin Lang's caliber to her side, or have him train the members of the Rose Hall, their combat prowess would undoubtedly surge. As for eliminating Qin Lang, that thought had yet to cross her mind. In both the underworld and the business realm, dealings were always dictated by mutual benefit. Qin Lang stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "Drinking is not my forte, but having agreed, I shall not decline." Shortly thereafter, a server arrived with an assortment of appetizers. Thus, Qin Lang and Qiu Jiu'er began their toasts. "Master Qiu indeed possesses a remarkable capacity for liquor," Qin Lang remarked, as he raised his glass. After consuming 2 liang of baijiu, his complexion flushed, and he could not help but admire her resilience. He tossed a handful of peanuts into his mouth, savoring their flavor. Inside, Qiu Jiu'er smirked. Her drinking prowess surpassed even that of the burly men in the Black Dragon Society, let alone Qin Lang. After just one drink, his face was already tinged with red, clearly indicating his inability to handle his liquor. Her confidence swelled. "Young Master Qin, allow me to toast you once more. Although we have our differences regarding Bai Xiaoyun, your skills are genuinely impressive. A true man should embody such strength, a solitary warrior capable of fending off 1,000 foes." With that, she clinked her glass against his, and he downed another 2 liang of the fiery spirit, his face growing ever more crimson. After a brief pause, Qiu Jiu'er lifted her glass again. "Young Master Qin, do not merely indulge in the appetizers. You propose un azur toast. I am quite curious. How did you come to know Bai Xiaoyun's location? Could it be that there is a traitor within the Black Dragon Society?" Qin Lang's face turned an even deeper shade of red as he forcibly swallowed another drink. "Feeling lightheaded. A traitor? That I cannot disclose. However, I do possess knowledge of various happenings in Tianhai City. You may consider me an information broker. If there is anything you wish to know, I am willing to sell it to you, provided the price is right." No wonder. Qiu Jiu'er felt a jolt of realization, her regard for him intensifying. It appeared that Qin Lang's abilities extended beyond mere physical prowess. He harbored other, more profound talents. Such an enigmatic figure only fueled her desire to draw him closer to her side. At the table, there were no adversaries. Moreover, Qiu Jiu'er was deliberately probing for information. Their interaction resembled that of familiar friends. Noticing Qin Lang's silence, she raised her glass once more. "Young Master Qin, I toast you again. The man I admire most in this life is one like you. Your skills would surely leave even the Black Dragon Society's elite in awe. If you could assist in training the members of the Rose Hall, it would be splendid. No more. I cannot drink any further. I am already intoxicated." Qin Lang mumbled, swaying slightly as he leaned over the table for a brief respite. Qiu Jiu'er chuckled inwardly, noting that he had barely finished a single bottle. "Is it possible that a man of your stature fears a mere woman like me?" She employed both soft and hard tactics, a skilled persuader of drink. Qin Lang grimaced, mustering his resolve to lift his glass again, taking several gulps before finally swallowing the contents. "All right, refreshing." Qiu Jiu'er followed suit, draining her glass as well. "Young Master Qin, can you still drink? Shall I pour you another?" "I cannot. I feel nauseous." "Young Master Qin, I shall take this one as a tribute." "I truly cannot." "Young Master Qin, perhaps we should stop here? You seem to be nearing your limit." "Limit? Nonsense. A man must never admit weakness before a woman. I am still capable. I feel quite tipsy. Is this all you can handle? One more cup, and I shall concede to all your requests. From training the Rose Hall to serving as your enforcer. Let's change cups This one is too small. No, too cumbersome. Let us drink straight from the bottle. Younger Master Qin? I feel as though I have swapped places. Do not be ridiculous. You are merely seated on the sofa. Younger Master Qin. Is something weighing down on me? Where could that be? Your clothing is soaked with liquor. Master Chiu, this is unacceptable. Let me assist you. The night unfolded slowly. A splendid evening marred by its consequences. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the expansive glass windows of the imperial suite, illuminating the disarray of the circular bed and its linens. A female member of the Rose Hall entered, surveying the chaos within the suite, anxiety tightening her chest as she approached the bedroom. There, she beheld the young lady hidden beneath the covers and the leather jacket carelessly strewn across the floor. Her heart racing. Miss, the woman's voice trembled with concern. You have seen nothing, understood? Xiao Jiuer's voice was cold, her form draped in the blanket, leaning against the headboard, her gaze distant. The woman nodded hurriedly. Miss, young Master Qin. He just left with his bodyguard from the kind Zillion. Qin Lang. As memories of the previous night flooded back, Xiao Jiuer's fury erupted, akin to a volcano. Curse him, scoundrel! How dare he feign intoxication to deceive me, rendering me complacent? How could such a shameless man exist in this world? All she sought was to leverage Qin Lang's value to bolster the strength of the Rose Hall. Yet, this man had the audacity to play drunk, taking advantage of her in her inebriated state. With her trusted confidant present, Xiao Jiuer felt powerless to seek assistance, even have her bedding removed. Given another chance, when he proposed a drink straight from the bottle, she would not succumb to his deceit, but would instead strike him with the bottle. Brute! A brute! This humiliating experience was a crushing blow to Xiao Jiuer, shattering her pride into a million fragments. Her anger was indescribable, wishing to pin down Qin Lang and unleash her fury upon him, even to stomp on his head repeatedly to relieve her frustration. Chapter 39. A bountiful harvest, master. The president wishes to speak with you. The woman from the Rose Hall retrieved her phone, suppressing a bitter smile within. The relationship between the young lady and the president had always been fraught with discord. They had not only avoided meeting, but had also blocked each other's contact information. Yet, today, the president insisted that she personally make the call. What had she done to deserve such retribution? To witness this scene before her. Despite her grievances, she had no choice but to approach respectfully, holding out the phone. Xiao Jiuer, however, had no intention of answering the call. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, I'm busy. No time. The woman sighed. The president said that if you refuse to answer, he will come to find you himself. Has he lost his mind? He intends to come here now? If word gets out about the current situation, I would be finished. If my father were to discover that I had been humiliated by Qin Lang, I wouldn't need to be set up on blind dates. He would simply force me into marriage with some man. Fuming internally, Xiao Jiuer reluctantly accepted the call, connecting it with irritation. It's early in the morning. Are you trying to deprive me of sleep? If you have something to say, then say it quickly. On the other end, a calm voice responded. Is that any way to speak to your father? Xiao Jiuer, if you don't want to listen, I will hang up. Qiu Long scoffed. I have already learned about the events that transpired at the base last night. Stay out of the Bai family's affairs. And as for Qin Lang rescuing someone, just let it be. Do not pursue him any further. What? Not pursue Qin Lang? Es Anna Zorget Anif. This was utterly unacceptable. To rescue someone on her territory was akin to slapping her in the face. If he had no shame, she certainly would not let this matter rest. She could not fathom why her usually uninvolved father would specifically caution her regarding Qin Lang. But one thing was certain. This affair was far from over. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. How could she possibly contain her fury? Qiu Long sighed. There are some individuals we cannot afford to offend. Qin Lang has significant backing. Do not provoke him. Xiao Jiuer laughed bitterly. Is the president truly afraid? Is the Black Dragon Society not the most powerful force in Tianhai City? Are we to cower before a mere wealthy heir? Have you lost your edge? If you lack the courage, why not hand the Black Dragon Society over to me? In your hands, it will surely decline. Qiu Long retorted sharply. Enough of your nonsense. Return to your blind dates. If you do not find a suitable partner soon, I will reclaim both the Black Dragon Society and the Rose Hall. By what right? The Rose Hall is my life's work. If you dare meddle within it, I will fight you. Xiao Jiuer shouted in fury. Enough, you stubborn child. You know her temperament all too well. If you push her to do something reckless, you'll regret it. Hand me the phone. I'll speak with her. On the other end, Xiao Jiuer's mother interjected, her tone gentle yet firm. Jiuer, are you still listening? It's your mother. I am listening. He replied, her anger dissipating slightly. Fang Chunhua continued earnestly, Jiuer, you are 26 now, not a child. Other girls your age already have 2 children. How can your father and I not worry? Please heed my advice. Stop wandering around and come back. I found a wonderful match for you. He's 6 feet tall, handsome, and a brilliant scholar returned from overseas. At this, Qiyue felt overwhelmed. Regardless of her assertive demeanor in the Rose Hall, she was utterly defenseless against her family's incessant nagging, especially from her mother. Gritting her teeth, she stubbornly asserted, there's no need for a brilliant scholar. I already have a boyfriend. Really? Is that true? Jiuer, please don't lie to your mother. Fang Chunhua exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice, while Qiulong's voice could be heard asking who this boy was. You know him. It's that Qin Lang whom you fear. Qiyue talked, smirking inwardly. Are you satisfied now? Impossible. Qiulong took the phone. How could Qin Lang possibly be involved with you? Does he even understand his own family background? Xiao Jiuer seethed. What do you mean? Are you saying I am unworthy of Qin Lang? Qiulong nodded. You're certainly not worthy. However, since you mentioned it, it must not be unfounded. What exactly happened? With a crash, Xiao Jiuer hung up the phone. No, to be precise, she smashed her phone to pieces. The conversation between father and daughter had shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, Qin Lang, having returned to the villa after the events, opened the system prompt. Ding! The plot has changed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2,000 villain points. Ding! You have captured the heroine Xiao Jiuer. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 villain points, plus 1,000 for each of the 6 subsequent developments. Quietly reviewing the influx of villain points, Qin Lang felt a rush of exhilaration. What a treasure! Capturing a heroine grants me 50,000 villain points? And the subsequent multiplier indicates that I can continue to generate villain points? This is sustainable growth. Having amassed a considerable sum of villain points, Qin Lang promptly purchased a boost in charm from the marketplace, leaving the rest untouched, intending to accumulate more for a comprehensive upgrade once his physique reached completion. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 100. Upgrading, Charm, 99 villain points, 42,500 skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity 80, Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced T-Art, Advanced Aesthetic Appreciation. Marketplace, Open. Lottery Center, Open. Each lottery requires 100 villain points. System inventory, a photo book of the landlady, a pack of tissue paper 1, a photo book of Baijia, Advanced Medical Supplies 1. Though only a slight increase in charm, given the base of 98, Qin Lang felt as if he were enveloped in a refreshing wave of rejuvenation. At that moment, Junzi entered, slightly dazed upon seeing Qin Lang. Young master, did you call for me? Qin Lang, tapping his fingers on the table with a smile, asked, how did it go last night? Did you manage to secure your prize? Junzi rubbed his hands together, grinning. I did. Thanks to you, young master. I would still be waiting if it weren't for your help. Zhang manager is quite something. By the way, young master, since we're booked at Xianjulian, we can't visit every day for a month. I've already discussed it with Zhang manager. As long as we exceed 30 bookings, we can go anytime. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. You handle those matters yourself. There's no need to report everything to me. We've enjoyed ourselves. Now, it's time to take care of business. I have several Black Dragon Society bases. Take your men and eliminate them. Chapter 40. For your own good in the following 3 days, Junzi led his men to dismantle 3 strongholds of the Black Dragon Society. 1 each day, not to mention the defeated members who could only lie there. The number of those captured had already exceeded 30. Furthermore, given the judgments on their crimes, each of them would be required to spend nearly a decade in confinement. This blow was akin to the Black Dragon Society severing one of its own arms. Qiyue, already a formidable force, was unwilling to tolerate such unprovoked calamity and directly sought confrontation. Bang! The door was kicked open. Qiu Jiu'er entered with dozens of muscular henchmen from the Black Dragon Society, all with fierce expressions. These were the true elite of the Black Dragon Society, having traversed through perilous situations, each bearing terrifying scars. Just the aura they exuded could intimidate an ordinary person. It was fortunate that Su Xiaoxiao had been preoccupied with the orphanage recently. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would have surely frightened her. What on earth is this commotion? They come in droves, bringing such a protective entourage for me, making me feel rather embarrassed. Qin Lang smiled amiably, waving to Qiu Jiu'er, who was dressed in a flowing black gown, urging her not to linger outside, but to come in for a drink. Qin Lang. Qiu Jiu'er's voice was icy. Do not play coy after taking advantage. You know very well why I am here today. Given our relationship, is there any need for such formality? Qin Lang shot her an exasperated glance. There is no need for your entourage to come inside. They can wait outside. Even if they don't drink, they can have some tea. Miss. The group of bodyguards shouted in unison, their gazes towards Qin Lang filled with hostility. Qiu Jiu'er furrowed her brow and waved her hand. You all wait outside. I will call for you if needed. She followed Qin Lang upstairs to a tranquil tea room. Qin Lang personally prepared the tea, meticulously washing the leaves, pouring water, and brewing with 12 exquisite steps, accompanied by the faint scent of sandalwood. The freshly brewed Longjing tea filled the air with a serene fragrance, gradually calming the tumultuous emotions within Qiu Jiu'er. As she gazed at Qin Lang, who was savoring his tea with an air of tranquility, her suppressed frustration boiled beneath the surface. She had suffered injuries, and even before seeking revenge, Qin Lang was now turning the tables on her. This humiliation was something she was unwilling to swallow. With a voice laced with anger, she exclaimed, Qin Lang, are you being unreasonable? I have yet to settle the score for that night, and now your men have gone and wrecked 3 of my Black Dragon Society's venues. Do you intend to wage war against us? Qin Lang set down his cup, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, I have no interest in battling the Black Dragon Society. Though 3 days had passed, the playful expression on Qin Lang's face rekindled the nightmares of that day for Qiu Jiu'er. A surge of unprovoked anger ignited within her as she lifted her teacup, ready to hurl it at him, only to be interrupted by Qin Lang's raised hand. Hold your temper. Everything I have done is for your benefit. For my benefit? To bring about the downfall of the Black Dragon Society? Qiu Jiu'er scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do enlighten me with your reasoning. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, expressing disbelief. Do not tell me you remain unaware of the activities taking place in those 3 dismantled strongholds. The powdered milk in those strongholds has nothing to do with us. Qiu Jiu'er's beautiful eyes widened in realization, her demeanor turning serious. The dismantling of the strongholds and the subsequent arrests of over 30 individuals stemmed from illicit dealings involving powdered milk. Although the Black Dragon Society operated in the shadows, her father had previously instructed them to steer clear of such business. Now that they had been implicated, Qiu Jiu'er had no choice but to take it seriously. Qin Lang took a sip of tea, remarking, while it may not concern you, it is undeniably connected to the Black Dragon Society, as it was discovered within your strongholds. Qiu Jiu'er furrowed her brow, biting her lip as she contemplated. Are you suggesting that my father was involved in this clandestine operation? Qin Lang involuntarily spat out his tea, splattering it onto Qiu Jiu'er's face. He smiled wryly as he moved forward to help wipe away the liquid. What kind of person is Mr. Qiu? Surely, you as his daughter must possess some understanding. This has nothing to do with him. This revelation was akin to a ticking bomb. If that batch of powdered milk were to accumulate excessively or be sold, the Black Dragon Society would find itself in an irreparable mess, akin to being trapped in a quagmire. Before the bomb detonated, I have helped you avert disaster. At most, you would be blamed along with those involved in the powdered milk dealings. Isn't that for your own good? Qiu Jiu'er pondered for a moment, finding some merit in his reasoning. Even with Qin Lang's considerable capabilities, it was unlikely he could have established contact with the Black Dragon Society's members so far in advance. Are you implying there is a traitor within the Black Dragon Society? Qiu Jiu'er pressed, her hand brushing her cheek as she discarded a tea leaf. Upon noticing the cloth Qin Lang had used to wipe her face carelessly tossed aside on the tea table, she scolded, You used a rag to wipe my face? Qin Lang shook his head. That is of little importance. What matters is that someone has indeed harbored intentions against the Black Dragon Society. Has he not? This serves as a warning, but there are more ticking bombs within the society. I detest traitors above all else, regardless of their identity. Anyone who dares betray the Black Dragon Society will pay an unbearable price. You are an information broker, are you not? Tell me who the traitors are within the Black Dragon Society. Seeing Qin Lang remain silent, she added, "What would your compensation be?" "I will give it to you." Qin Lang nodded, his gaze fixed on the voluptuous Qiuzhou, his intentions unspoken yet clear. Impossible. Qin Lang, do not overestimate your own importance. No matter how furious I am, I shall never consider myself as compensation. Even without you, I would still uncover the identity of the traitor. Chapter 41. The fish has taken the bait. 3 hours later, ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2,000 points of Destiny villain value. Wang Tao. Tian Heng. If what Qin Lang said is true and you dare to betray the Black Dragon Society, I will ensure that you pay an unbearable price. Qiuzhou sat in the back seat of a sleek black Mercedes, her heart brimming with fury. These two individuals, one being the public spokesperson for the Black Dragon Society, essentially its representative seeking redemption, and the other, akin to Qiuzhou, a hall master presiding over the Battle Spirit Hall, one of the 3 main halls of the society. Despite her intense suspicions, she dared not focus her gaze on either of them. However, Qin Lang's words resonated deeply within her, laying bare their familial backgrounds and the amounts they had accepted in bribes. What else was impossible? Once she confirmed the truth through private investigation, she would take decisive action. Losing these 2 key players would be akin to the Black Dragon Society severing its own limbs. It was far better than being ambushed by them at a critical moment, plunging her into an abyss of despair. Not long after Qiuzhou departed, Qin Lang received a call from Mu Yuyan. "Where on earth did you acquire the formula for the beauty pill?" In her voice, there was a palpable shock. She could scarcely believe that the beauty pill, made according to the formula, had such extraordinary effects. Not only could it visibly enhance and whiten the skin at an astonishing pace, but scientific studies had also revealed its remarkable ability to heal wounds and eliminate scars. What did this mean? It suggested that long-term use of the beauty pill could be akin to a healing medication, all without any side effects. Having immersed herself in the cosmetics industry for many years, Mu Yuyan keenly recognized the significance of the beauty pill. If this product were to be launched, it would undoubtedly ignite a fervent craze in the market, with its value and future potential being limitless. Where it came from is unimportant. What matters is whether you've diluted it. To what extent must it be diluted to categorize it among the cosmetic products available in the market? Qin Lang, having grown weary of making excuses, decided against revealing that this exquisite item was produced by the system. Mu Yuyan replied earnestly, stating that she had conducted experiments and had only diluted it 50 times, with effects that far surpassed the best whitening masks on the market. Such a product could not be released. It would disrupt the market, and pricing could not be arbitrary. It required further testing to determine the most accurate dilution ratio. 50 times? Qin Lang inhaled deeply. He had diluted the formula he provided to Mu Yuyan 100 times, meaning he had diluted the original formula from the system by 5,000 times. And this effect still exceeded that of the best masks on the market. It is important to note that masks come in various grades, from the economical versions costing mere dollars to the luxurious ones valued in the thousands, containing precious essences that rival the rare ingredients in the formula. Clearly, the impending launch of the beauty pill promised to be a lucrative venture. Mu Yuyan, visibly exhilarated, declared her intention to compile a comprehensive overview of the major products on the market and, based on the experiments from the RD team, classify the formula into 3 distinct price tiers: high-end, mid-range, and budget. Over the phone, she babbled excitedly, her enthusiasm akin to that of Chatterbox. After all, Mu Yuyan had spent several years away from Yanjing, establishing her business in Tianhai. However, during this time, despite not merely surviving on her family's assets, her profits had barely reached a few tens of millions, at most $1 billion. She once believed that the groundwork she laid over the years would yield steady growth. ensuring annual profits exceeding $1 billion, thus silencing any gossip from her family. But now, with the vast potential of the beauty pill in view, Mu Yuyin felt certain that once it was launched, it would undoubtedly explode in the market. Should anyone from her family dare to speak ill of her and her mother, she would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap in response. It was impossible not to feel excited. After a brief pause, Mu Yuyin nervously inquired, Qin Lang, how do you plan to allocate the production and sales of the beauty pill? Qin Lang replied nonchalantly, what other allocation could there be? Murin International has a research team and established sales channels, all of which take time to build. Since I have these resources, why should I exert unnecessary effort? You will handle all aspects of the production and sales of the beauty pill. My only responsibility is to collect the profits. Mu Yuyin readily accepted. Great. We need to have an in-depth discussion about our collaboration. Are you free now? I can wait at the company, or we can meet later. Rest assured about the collaboration. A dedicated person will discuss it with you. Qin Lang replied with a knowing smile, deliberately avoiding a direct answer. 3 days passed without contact between him and Mu Yuyin. He was intentional about this, but what of Mu Yuyin? Was she genuinely preoccupied with the dilution progress of the beauty pill? Nonsense. That was the research team's responsibility. Mu Yuyin merely needed to review the research reports. Having waited 3 days to contact him without mentioning that night, was she truly too busy to remember? Or was she intentionally avoiding the subject of their agreement? On the other end of the line, Mu Yuyin continued to search for conversation topics. Seemingly unwilling to end the call, but Qin Lang seized the opportunity to excuse himself and abruptly hung up. Meanwhile, abroad, in a luxurious presidential suite, the resolute-faced Yi Feng lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke before slowly turning his gaze to the man below, speaking indifferently. What is it? The man, exuding an aura of overwhelming menace, replied, Sir, our men in Congo were ambushed, and it is closely tied to local officials. They were betrayed. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps is renowned on the international mercenary battlefield, frequently receiving combat invitations. This time, the team heading to Congo was ambushed before they even engaged the enemy, resulting in 5 fatalities and over 20 casualties. Recall the Blood Eagle, send the blood slaughter there. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged, yet his words dripped with palpable intent for vengeance. Regardless of who it was that harmed his Blood Wolf, they would pay a price. Whether they were high-ranking officials in Congo or the leader himself, have blood slaughter hang the head of the traitorous employer in the black market, sending a clear message to the entire mercenary world about the consequences of betraying Blood Wolf. Yi Feng paused before continuing. Starting tomorrow, I will temporarily depart. Blood Slaughter will assume control over everything concerning Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. In my absence, Blood Slaughter will lead Blood Wolf. His words brooked no dissent. They were the ironclad laws of Blood Wolf. As his subordinate slowly exited the presidential suite, Yi Feng gazed out at the neon lights, a hint of melancholy flickering across his features. For reasons unknown, he had felt an inexplicable sense of loss lately, as if he had lost many things but could not grasp what they were. It was this vague feeling, coupled with Su Xiaoxiao's accusations, that prompted him to alter his plans and return to China ahead of schedule. Chapter 42. The Crisis of Bairuyu regarding Yi Feng's return. Qin Lang had already made extensive preparations in his mind, and Junzi and others were closely monitoring the situation. No matter the moment, as soon as Yi Feng set foot in Tianhai City, news would swiftly reach Qin Lang's ears. However, at this moment, Qin Lang lacked the energy to focus on such matters. Upon receiving Junzi's report regarding Bairuyu's troubles at the company, he hurried to the villa to take down Bairuyu in one fell swoop. Inside the villa, Bairuyu and her sister Bai Xiaoyan were huddled together, gently rubbing their faces with cleanser. What is going on? Qin Lang entered with a cheerful expression. Brother. Bai Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of Qin Lang, and she wanted to rush over. However, seeing her sister's sorrowful demeanor, she merely pouted, unable to move from her spot. Bairuyu weakly lifted her gaze, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips. Aren't you an information broker? Is it necessary to ask me what happened at the company? Qin Lang settled onto the sofa opposite her, crossing his legs. True. I am an information broker and am aware that your company has encountered numerous discrepancies, including embezzlement allegations aimed at you, with some seeking to undermine your authority. But I wonder, do you truly have no way to handle this situation? Bai Ruyu's expression shifted from despair to steely resolve. She had merely asked casually, not expecting Qin Lang to be so informed about the recent events at her company. But after a moment of reflection, she felt a sense of acceptance. Qin Lang's network was vast. It was no surprise he knew even the location where her sister had been kidnapped. And it was equally unsurprising that he had knowledge of the company's affairs. She shook her head bitterly. I am no longer allowed to intervene at the company, and they have even threatened to report me. I lack any connections. What can I do? Even if I'm innocent, I know something is amiss. But those antiquated officials at the company won't grant me a chance to defend myself. The evidence has been sealed. How can I prove my innocence? Do not fret. While I would very much like to have you on my side, Qin Lang's voice trailed off with a hint of ambiguity. Before the sisters could react, he continued, I wish for you to assist me, but not at this moment. I do not wish to witness my future business queen in such a state of disarray. With a casual flick, he tossed a stack of documents onto the coffee table and gestured towards Bai Ruyu. Look, these are the undercover reports from within your company, along with details of the incidents. With this information, you need not expend any more effort to prove your innocence. Bai Ruyu being sidelined at the company was a predictable turn of events. Prior to this, Qin Lang had already gathered clues about the intrigues within Bai Ruyu's company. Proving Bai Ruyu's innocence? No. It was merely to help her see more clearly whether the Bai family was worth her continued loyalty. Indeed, after examining the documents, Bai Ryu took a deep breath. She no longer cared how Qin Lang had acquired this information or how deeply he had infiltrated her company. Upon seeing the list of traitors, her heart was consumed by rage. All of them were her father's confidants. She had not wished to think along these lines, but the truth forced her to accept it. Her father was behind it all, kidnapping her sister, colluding with insiders to frame her, seeking to strip her of her power. Was this all merely to pave the way for that illegitimate child? She rose, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. I need to step out for a moment. Please take care of Xiaoyan. Before Qin Lang could respond, she dashed out, unable to contain her urgency. What's wrong with my sister? Bai Xiaoyan looked up at Qin Lang, perplexed. Qin Lang chuckled, patting her head. Do not worry, everything is fine. Even if the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. Brother, you are the best. Bai Xiaoyan exclaimed, moved, as she embraced Qin Lang, burying her face in his shoulder. Qin Lang felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and after several seconds, his vision returned. The familiar scent of cleanser filled the air. However, its potency, under Bai Xiaoyan's application, was astonishing. It not only clouded his vision, but also overwhelmed his sense of smell, lingering in his nostrils with a delicate fragrance until he was released. In his fatigued state, Bai Xiaoyan nestled in Qin Lang's embrace, soon succumbing to drowsiness. Though he suggested she go upstairs to sleep, she refused to leave his side. With no other choice, Qin Lang carried her up, kicked open the door, and gently placed her on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Xiaoyan tugged at his arm, her soft voice a plea, Brother, don't go. Please don't leave me. She felt an acute lack of security. Before Qin Lang's arrival, she had comforted her sister. But deep down, she felt incredibly wronged, unwilling to burden her sister with her own feelings. Finally, Qin Lang's presence brought her a glimmer of hope. But how long had it been? Now, she was to be left alone in the darkness once more. Bai Xiaoyan was terrified of that feeling of abandonment. Should I fetch a chair? Qin Lang asked, observing Bai Xiaoyan lying beside him, puzzled. Bai Xiaoyan shifted closer and patted the spot where she had been lying. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, Brother, sleep here. As Qin Lang settled down, Bai Xiaoyan snuggled into his embrace, mumbling incoherently before gradually drifting into a light sleep. Like a child, she falls asleep so quickly, Qin Lang mused with a smile. He reached out and gently brushed his fingers across her delicate nose. Gazing at her cherubic face, this young girl was undeniably charming. At her tender age, such beauty was remarkable. If she were to blossom further, how enchanting would she become? Would she not surpass Bai Ruyu in allure? Brother in her dreams, Bai Xiaoyun clung tightly to Qin Lang's neck, babbling softly. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, she understood more than she let on. The cruelty of their father and the harm inflicted upon her sister left her feeling helpless. The burden of her grievances weighed heavily upon her heart, which she dared not express, lest it add to her sister's pain. That was not the outcome Bai Xiaoyun wished for. Chapter 43. Late-night conversation with Bai Ruyu this midnight was exceedingly arduous, plunging Qin Lang into a profound state of inner turmoil. Bai Xiaoyun lay beside him, her arms draped around his neck, still in a sleepy haze. Should he accrue villain points, or should he simply bide his time? Before Qin Lang could arrive at a decision, an unexpected guest entered the villa. With his exceptional acuity, Qin Lang, possessing a physique of 100, caught the faintest sounds and hastily vacated Bai Xiaoyun's bedroom to take refuge in the adjacent room. Upon hearing the subtle creak of a door opening next door, Qin Lang pretended to awaken, his eyes still heavy with sleep, and opened the door to meet the gaze of Bai Ruyu, who stood at the entrance of Bai Xiaoyun's room. She gestured for silence, her expression a blend of embarrassment and relief upon seeing him emerge from her sister's room. Fortunately, Qin Lang had the presence of mind to sleep in her room instead of with her younger sister. Otherwise, given Bai Xiaoyun's infatuated disposition and her unrestrained manner while sleeping, he would have surely faced some repercussions. "Qin Xiao, let's speak downstairs," Bai Ruyu whispered, pointing towards the living room below. Qin Lang nodded, and the two descended to the villa's parlor. Bai Ruyu switched on the chandelier, then brewed a pot of tea in the kitchen and served it to Qin Lang. Expressing her gratitude, "Qin Xiao, I owe you a great deal for today's events. Otherwise, I cannot fathom the troubles we would have encountered." Qin Lang took a sip of tea, maintaining an air of composure, as if he had not just been resting in Bai Xiaoyun's bed. "There is no need for excessive thanks. How has the situation been resolved?" Bai Ruyu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. Despite being a woman, she was no coward, having carved out a niche for herself in the business world. While capital flows without bloodshed, the accumulation of such wealth often requires sacrifices. Yet, she had never anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Even the fiercest of beasts do not harm their offspring. How could Bai Xiaoyun repeatedly inflict pain upon them both? First, he harmed her sister, and now he had embedded falsehoods within the company to undermine her. Had it not been for Qin Lang's intervention, she would have found herself entirely marginalized, severed from any ties to the company. Her father had always favored sons over daughters, never considering her and Xiaoyun as true heirs to the Bai family legacy. In his eyes, only a son could inherit the family's fortune. Initially, he intended to leave them a mere 10%, but following the incident with Xiaoyun, he agreed to grant them 20%. However, after a fierce argument upon her return, he consented to a 40% share, contingent upon her complete withdrawal from the company's affairs. As she spoke these words, Bai Ruyu felt an unbearable weight in her heart. Setting aside her years of dedication to supporting the Bai group after her father's retirement, she could not fathom that the combined worth of her and her deceased mother would pale in comparison to that of an illegitimate child. Truthfully, Bai Ruyu did not genuinely care for the Bai family's assets. Rather, she was suffocated by indignation. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Lang inquired, "What are your plans now?" With a bittersweet smile, Bai Ruyu replied, "Had this occurred earlier, even if I had received nothing, I would not have allowed that illegitimate child to thrive. I would have fought to the bitter end. As long as I am here, the Bai family's wealth will not be so easily transferred. But now, I find myself afraid. I do not know what other threats my father might pose. With my mother gone, and my father only caring for that illegitimate child, Xiaoyun is my only remaining kin. For her sake, I can no longer act out of spite. I am frightened." Bai Ruyu was indeed terrified. Had the reality not been so evident, she would never have believed her father capable of endangering Xiaoyun for the sake of an illegitimate child. She could not afford to gamble with her sister's safety any longer. Qin Xiao Bai Ruyu repressed her sorrowful emotions, gazing intently at Qin Lang. "I am profoundly grateful for your assistance today. I never anticipated my own father could commit such unconscionable acts." Bai Ruyu bit her lip. "I accept your previous proposition. I am willing to take over your company, manage its operations, And even if you are reluctant to entrust the shares to anyone else, I am amenable to that as well. The Bai family? Her father had acted so ruthlessly. What more did she have to cling to? Did she expect her father to come and apologize? Such thoughts were utterly delusional. In her father's eyes, her two daughters held no significance, not even the basic trust. Rather than rely on such a malicious father, she would prefer to entrust the future of herself and her sister to Qin Lang. At least thus far, he had not caused them any harm. It was he who had helped her sister evade danger. Qin Shao, from this day forth, I, Bai Ruyu, shall never commit any act against the company. I am willing to sacrifice everything for the firm. Whatever the cost, I shall accept. Bai Ruyu gazed earnestly at Qin Lang, her eyes reflecting a newfound determination. Even toward herself, no one could discern her true thoughts, nor the reasons behind her declarations. Was it to reassure Qin Lang and bolster his resolve to protect them? Was it to safeguard her sister? Or had the severance from her father left her emotionally shattered? Or perhaps it was the boundless trust Qin Lang had bestowed upon her, fueling her desire for alliance? Ruyu, are you truly serious? Qin Lang had not contemplated any of these reasons. He merely stood astonished, unable to fathom Bai Ruyu's return, and her willingness to express such sentiments. To refuse? That would be sheer folly. He was all too aware that he had felt stifled in by Xiaoyan's bedroom moments earlier. Since Bai Ruyu had spoken up, it was only fitting he would not decline. Ding! The host has successfully acquired the female lead, Bai Ruyu. Congratulations! Host gains 50,000 villain points. Chapter 44. The Bai Family Banquet. Bodyguard Yi phoned the following day at dawn. Bai Xiaoyan awoke to find Qin Lang absent from her bedside. In a flurry of concern, she rushed downstairs. However, upon reaching the lower floor, she did not find her beloved brother, but instead encountered her sister, Bai Ruyu, who sat on the sofa, looking haggard. Where's brother? Bai Xiaoyan murmured anxiously. He's gone back. Yin. There is something I need to clarify with you regarding father. Bai Ruyu's exquisite face was marred by a bitter expression. The mention of their father felt like a knife twisting in her chest, and tears welled in her eyes. Bai Xiaoyan stepped forward, sat beside her sister, and gently grasped her arm, whispering, I already know, sister. I heard your argument. You were too loud. It's all right. I will always be by your side, and brother is with me too. Shifting closer, Bai Xiaoyan slowly approached Bai Ruyu, reaching out to wipe away her tears. Sister, please don't be sad. Yin. Bai Ruyu felt a wave of despair. She had never imagined that her usually innocent and carefree sister was aware of the existence of the illegitimate child. What pained her more was the realization that her sister had been silently bearing her own grievances, too afraid to speak up for fear of causing trouble. With a sudden rush of emotion, Bai Ruyu embraced her sister tightly, her heart aching. Yin, mother has left us, and father has abandoned me for that illegitimate child. You're my only family now. Please don't ever leave me. In front of Qin Lang, Bai Ruyu might have suppressed her feelings, but in the presence of her blood-related sister, she let it all out. She was merely a girl, albeit a few years older, facing the cynical machinations of the corporate world and the coldness of her father. How could she possibly endure it all? Please stop crying, sister. I will never leave you. Bai Xiaoyan held her sister's head, instinctively comforting her with gentle words. The two sisters wept together, their bond unbreakable, hidden from the prying eyes of the world. After a long while, Bai Ruyu sniffled, feeling a sense of relief after releasing her pent-up emotions. She tenderly wiped Bai Xiaoyan's tear-streaked face and said, Yin, please don't cry anymore. If you keep it up, you'll look like a raccoon. Okay. Bai Xiaoyan dabbed at her eyes, her brow furrowed in concern. Sister, do I look ugly when I cry? I cried in brother's arms last night. Will he hate me for it? Bai Ruyu chuckled through her tears. You are not ugly at all, Yin. You are simply too adorable to be disliked. Bai Xiaoyan beamed at the compliment, nodding with delight. That's great. If brother dislikes me, then I can't tell him I want to be his wife when I grow up. Want to be his wife? Bai Ruyu felt a pang of bittersweet humor. Her sister had dreams of marrying Qin Lang, yet she had already shared an intimate moment with him the night before. A moment that was both premature and profound. I cannot stop you from thinking about Qin Lang, but I can only hope to influence him on your behalf. Bai Ruyu thought, Yin, tonight father has organized a banquet to celebrate your rescue. He has even hired a high-priced bodyguard from abroad, and you are the guest of honor. Bai Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously, refusing to return. I don't want to see him. Not only was Bai Xiaoyan straightforward in her emotions, but even the most cunning of girls would instinctively resist such a situation. After all, the one who orchestrated the kidnapping was their father, and now he was hosting a banquet to celebrate her return? How could he be so shameless, disregarding his daughter's feelings for the sake of appearances? Bai Ryu gently stroked her sister's head, offering comforting words. Yin, sometimes it's best to keep some things to yourself. You don't need to make a scene. Just scold him in your heart a few times. Besides, your brother Qin Lang will be there tonight. Bai Xiaoyun's eyes brightened, though she quickly pouted in defiance. Well then, I'll go back, but I want to talk to that big bad father. At the Bai family estate, nearly every notable figure in Tianhai City attended the banquet at Bai Xiaochun's invitation. Even those with pressing matters would send family representatives or had arranged their attendance in advance. Despite Bai Xiaochun's preference for sons, his position in Tianhai City remained significant, commanding respect and influence. Moreover, Bai Xiaochun was quite traditional, rarely hosting grand events at their estate, which underscored the importance of this occasion. At the banquet, Bai Ryu dazzled in a flowing purple gown, her graceful movements captivating the attention of many male admirers. Bai Xiaoyan, dressed in a pristine white princess dress, had a prominent curve at her chest that was striking for one so young. With such a youthful figure, one could only imagine the attention she would garner as she grew older. Her crystal-heeled shoes accentuated her slender legs, embodying a youthful charm that drew many gazes. Wow, what a handsome guy. Who is that? I don't think I've seen him before. He is almost as striking as young Master Qin. My goodness, what is happening in Tianhai City lately? It's like handsome men are appearing one after another. Who should I choose? Some socialites noticed a young man in the corner, sipping red wine, his eyes filled with a melancholic allure that effortlessly captivated onlookers. Mr. Yifeng, thank you for accepting the role of my sister as bodyguard. Bai Ryu approached him, raising her wine glass in a toast and taking a delicate sip. Beside her, Bai Xiaoyan's large, sparkling eyes reflected a hint of surprise. With her years of infatuation experience, she recognized him as yet another dashing figure. However, having already committed herself to another, she could only admire from afar, her feelings firmly entrenched in admiration rather than action. Chapter 45. Yifeng's doubt. A smile lingered at the corners of Yifeng's mouth, his gaze subtly scanning the two sisters before him. Indeed, they were exquisite beauties. Both their figures and looks could easily surpass a score of 95. Having spent years abroad, accustomed to the robust frames of Western women, he found himself momentarily captivated by the delicate grace of these refined Chinese beauties. It was an honor to serve as their bodyguard. I have already heard from Mr. Bai regarding Miss Yun's situation, and I assure you such incidents shall not occur again. As long as I am present, I will ensure that neither of you suffers even the slightest harm. With this declaration, Yifeng encompassed both ladies within the protective sphere of his commitment. His skills and capabilities were formidable enough that even without the backing of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, he felt no trepidation in safeguarding two women. This was the absolute confidence born from his prowess. Bai Xiaoyun, with her beautiful large eyes, fixed her gaze on Yifeng, her voice laced with suspicion. Are you going to protect me as well? But I already have an older brother. Perhaps you should just focus on my sister instead? An older brother? Yifeng's curiosity was piqued. You have a brother? Yes, he rescued me when I was kidnapped, Bai Xiaoyan replied, her eyes sparkling at the mention of Qin Lang. Though she acknowledged Yifeng's attractiveness, in her eyes, he paled in comparison to her brother. Despite her youthful infatuation, once she had set her sights on someone, she was unwavering. It wasn't that she disliked Yifeng. Rather, she was concerned that if he were to protect her, it might lead to misunderstandings with her brother. Bai Ryu suppressed a chuckle, realizing her sister had yet to mention her brother's name. She gently clarified. It was Qin Lang who saved Yun, so, in her heart, he is like a brother to her. Please do not misconstrue, Mr. Yi. Qin Lang. Upon hearing this name, Yifeng instinctively furrowed his brow. He had conducted business with Bai Xiaochun abroad, having previously protected her caravan. His acceptance of this invitation was not solely for the protection of the Bai sisters. He had been unaware of their appearances until now. His prior knowledge of Qin Lang however, was unmistakable. The man who had led to the young lady deleting his contact information. Miss Yun, if my information is correct, Mr. Qin Lang's reputation outside appears rather unfavorable. Yi Feng remarked with a smile, devoid of any intent to slander. Yet, fate had conspired for this man to cross paths with Bai Xiaoyan, who cared little for external opinions. If anyone spoke ill of Qin Lang, she deemed them the problem. If 100 voices criticized him, she believed those 100 were mistaken. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Bai Xiaoyun's temper flared as she placed her hands on her hips, her charming face flushed with indignation. What do you mean by that? How dare you speak ill of my brother? Don't you know that seeing is believing? You're just jealous, aren't you? People want my brother to protect them, not you. How annoying. I'm done talking to you. After her spirited outburst, her gaze fell upon Qin Lang, who had just entered, and she dashed over to him, diving into his embrace like a fledgling seeking warmth. Brother, why did you arrive so late? That bodyguard named Yi Feng just said you had a bad reputation. Bai Xiaoyun nestled in Qin Lang's arms, shifting to a comfortable position. Ah, is that so? Then I owe you my gratitude for defending my honor, little Yun. Qin Lang said affectionately, ruffling her hair before looking at Yi Feng with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Their eyes met, and in that brief moment, an electric tension crackled in the air. Qin Lang's heart harbored a cold amusement. He had orchestrated events in advance, yet here was Yi Feng, entangled with the Bai sisters, even taking on the role of their protector. In the original narrative, it was Yi Feng who inadvertently rescued Bai Xiaoyan from the Black Dragon Society, marking the beginning of their fateful encounter. Now, that opportunity had been snatched away from him. Yi Feng's charm with women was undeniably formidable. Alas, even with his premature return, he had arrived too late. Rather than confront Yi Feng directly, Qin Lang simply exchanged a glance before embracing Bai Xiaoyan and moving elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing something unusual about Qin Lang. Redirecting his focus to Bai Ruyu, he inquired coolly, Miss Bai, what is your perspective on the relationship between Miss Yun and Qin Lang? What perspective could there be? Bai Ruyu thought to herself. She could observe it standing, sitting, or lying down. Yet, she maintained a facade of nonchalance as she replied, it is simply a matter of circumstance. Yin Yun's innocent nature and Mr. Qin's role in rescuing her naturally foster a closer bond. Furthermore, Mr. Yi, you need not address me as Miss Bai. It feels rather distant. Just call me Ruyu, as my acquaintances in the business world do. Yi Feng responded slowly. However, I have reason to believe that when Miss Yun was missing, the police were unable to find any trace of her. Yet, Mr. Qin managed to rescue her before the authorities could even act. Do you not find this peculiar, Miss Bai? Yi Feng's mind was coldly amused. Did she think she could outsmart him? He had witnessed all manner of underhanded tactics abroad. Such trivial schemes were mere child's play to him, easily seen through. He had articulated his suspicions clearly. Surely, Bai Ruyu, a savvy businesswoman, would grasp his insinuation. Indeed, he implied that the kidnapping was likely orchestrated by Qin Lang himself, a calculated ploy to stage a heroic rescue. Bai Ruyu cast a measured glance at Yi Feng, contemplating for a moment before her tone shifted to one of unyielding coolness. Mr. Yi, I take back my earlier statement. From now on, you may refer to me as Miss Bai. Chapter 46. Sister, you are truly gluttonous, Ruyo. What do you mean by that? Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Though this was merely a conjecture, he found it quite plausible. Miss Yun, with her innocent disposition, had she not entertained similar doubts? Bai Ruyo remained silent within, questioning whether she had ever doubted Qin Lang. No. When Qin Lang announced at the Dingfeng gathering that her sister had been kidnapped that afternoon, her first suspicion had fallen squarely upon him, and with considerable conviction. But what of the aftermath? Reality had delivered a resounding slap to her face. Not only was Qin Lang not the mastermind, but he had also rescued her sister from the clutches of the kidnappers. Mr. Yi Feng, I can only tell you that some matters are not as simple as you imagine. You may question Qin Lang's character, but regarding Yun, I hope you refrain from further entanglements. With that, Bai Ruyo departed, her wine glass in hand, signaling an end to the conversation. Initially, she had formed a favorable impression of Yi Feng. Calm, composed, and perceptive, seemingly quite astute. However, it now appeared she had somewhat overestimated him. Yifeng gazed at Bai Ruyo's exquisite silhouette, his grip on the wine glass tightening, the glass emitting a grating creak as if it could barely withstand the strain. How could this be? He had always been adept at reading people. He could overlook Bai Xiaoyan's misunderstandings and accusations. After all, as the leader of the Bloodwolf mercenary corps, he was accustomed to life and death, unwilling to stoop to quarrels with such a young girl. But why did even Bai Ruyo react this way? Could it be that Qin Lang had somehow bewitched these sisters? Little did he know that even if he racked his brain, he would never suspect that Bai Xiaochun, the true villain behind the abduction, was the one orchestrating this chaos. A cunning old fox, after committing his misdeeds, not only did he not retreat, but he also hosted a grand feast to celebrate Qin Lang's heroic rescue of his daughter. He even hired a high-caliber bodyguard like Yifeng. Indeed, Yifeng was the protagonist of the original tale, but he was still a man. Aside from those like Qin Lang, who had prior knowledge of the plot, how could anyone see through the multi-layered fade of Bai Xiaochun, that old trickster? What gone awry? At what juncture had he faltered? Yifeng lowered his head, his thoughts in disarray, feeling a nagging sense of unease. Where had he gone wrong? His usual irritation resurfaced, and he quietly retreated to a corner, striving to regulate his breathing and regain his composure. Years of survival in war zones had taught him that maintaining calm was paramount. In a moment of fury, one could easily lose their rationality, leading to defeat. Ruyo. In the center of the venue, Qin Lang called softly, approaching Bai Ruyo from behind. Startled, she turned to face him, suspicion etched on her features. What is it? Qin Lang replied earnestly. I wish to thoroughly discuss matters concerning the company. After all, this is my first foray into business. I cannot afford to be careless. Though you are talented in this area, it is essential that we clarify everything, is it not? That's inconvenient. Bai Ruyo rolled her eyes. What did you say, Miss Bai? Forget it. There are too many people here. Let's discuss business matters upstairs, privately. Noticing someone passing by, Qin Lang deliberately raised his voice to avoid eavesdroppers. After dismissing the casual guest, he lightly patted her back a few times, urging Bai Ruyo to ascend the staircase. An hour later, ding, congratulations. Host has gained 1,000 villain points. Worried about potential complications, Bai Ruyo was the first to descend from the second floor, a slight blush adorning her cheeks. Guests who noticed her would merely assume that Miss Bai was genuinely enjoying herself, perhaps having indulged a bit too much in wine. This perception was not limited to one individual. Even those familiar with Bai Ruyo would share the same sentiment. Just then, Bai Xiaoyan, having just finished her charade with the elderly gentleman, joyfully broke away from them and bounded towards her sister. Looking around, and upon failing to spot her beloved brother, she pouted and complained, Sister, I'm so tired. Is this what you call a charade? If you hadn't warned me beforehand, I wouldn't have lasted 3 minutes amidst those old men. They are truly disgusting, each one claiming to dote on their daughters and professing their fidelity, with some even urging him to take a new wife. Those elderly gentlemen remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to the fact that he had not only mistreated his biological daughter, but that his professed devotion was nothing but a fade. Yin. Bai Ruyo anxiously reached out to cover her sister's mouth, scanning their surroundings before releasing her grip. Do not speak carelessly. Bai Xiaoyan pouted, then clung to her sister's arm, playfully protesting, Oh, sister, you needn't worry. When I came over, I noticed no one was around. Besides, with so many people, who would know who I was talking about? Bai Xiaoyan seemed rather indifferent, whether genuinely oblivious to her surroundings or deliberately venting her frustrations for all to hear. She gazed at her sister and, suddenly curious, stepped closer, playfully tracing a finger along Bai Ruyo's lips. Sister, you are indeed quite the glutton. Today is a banquet, and yet you are sneaking bites? What is this? Let me have a taste. With that, she moved to place her finger in her mouth. Chapter 47. A pleasant conversation. Silence. Do not eat recklessly. Bai Ruyo hurriedly grasped her sister's hand. She felt a twinge of anxiety for her gluttonous sibling, even going so far as to wipe the corners of her mouth clean. There are still so many guests present. Behave yourself, she softly reassured. Her sister, despite her many admirable qualities, was incorrigibly greedy and infatuated. If left unchecked, What would happen if she indiscriminately consumed food offered by strangers in the future? You err, Yin, it is quite a coincidence that you are here too. Qin Lang descended from the upper floor, his demeanor exuding confidence as he greeted the sisters standing at the staircase. Bai Xiaoyun was oblivious to the earlier events and felt as though fate had conspired to bring her to this corner of the house, where she could collide with her brother in such a serendipitous manner. Brother, were you just now? I was dragged off to drink, and you didn't intervene at all. Those old men are quite mischievous, each one praising my drinking capacity, clearly hoping I would drink more. Bai Xiaoyun clung to Qin Lang's waist, nestled in his embrace, her voice tinged with irritation and complaint. They all appeared to be smiling, yet they were nothing but scoundrels, indifferent to whether I enjoyed drinking or not. Your smile, on the other hand, is the most sincere. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Indeed, who could rival his sincerity in smiling? Just as he basked in his pride, a sudden sharp pain made him gasp as delicate fingers pinched at his waist, twisting and causing discomfort. The pain was nearly excruciating. Indeed, Qin Xiao, who could rival your sincerity in smiling? Bai Ruyu smiled with feigned warmth, her fingers tightening their grip before she finally released him. She shot Qin Lang a resentful glare, having previously shared her sister's sentiments. However, after today, especially having been charmed by Qin Lang's captivating smile and led upstairs, her trust in him had evaporated. Have you ever been in a relationship? Qin Lang asked with curiosity, glancing at Bai Ruyu. Bai Ruyu was puzzled. Why would he pose such a question? Was he harboring doubt? How could that be? After all, he had witnessed the remnants of her lipstick on the sofa last night. Qin Lang's lips twitched. I am merely curious about how you possess such a womanly skill. Or perhaps it is an innate ability ingrained in the female gene, requiring no learning. An instinctive art? Is this pinching technique perhaps a hidden passive skill nestled within an NDA? In such situations, any girl could instinctively unleash it. Who knows? If I were to be forewarned, I would be more cautious next time. Bai Ryu huffed, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction as she saw Qin Lang in discomfort, secretly vowing to teach him a lesson the next time he misbehaved. The banquet had reached its zenith, with all invited guests in attendance, and even those who were not invited had arrived. For instance, Mu Yuyao from Mu Run International. She was still clad in her black OL uniform, having just rushed from the research base, initially intending to return to the office to handle some documentation regarding channel distribution. However, upon learning from Ning that Qin Lang was attending the Bai family's banquet, she had rushed over without changing her clothes. On one hand, Mu Yuyao had absolute confidence in her beauty, capable of overshadowing the occasion even without makeup. On the other hand, she was curious to see what Qin Lang, the mastermind behind the beauty pill project, had been up to while she had been tirelessly working without sufficient sleep. Her gaze swept the room, akin to a legitimate wife seeking out a mistress, and it quickly landed on Qin Lang's detestable visage, especially when she noticed Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyan, the pair of sisters, surrounding him. A surge of resentment bubbled within her. Beautiful lady, it seems you harbor a dislike for Qin Lang over there. Just as Yifeng had finally calmed down, he immediately noticed a stunning woman appearing at the entrance. Her beauty and figure were rated above 95, and her black OL uniform exuded a unique charm. While such office attire may be considered appropriate for women, it bore a different allure for men, not just Yifeng. Yifeng, noticing the anger in Mu Yuyao's beautiful eyes, seized the opportunity to engage her in conversation. However, Mu Yuyao was too preoccupied with her own frustrations to entertain his advances. Just as she was about to dismiss him casually, she caught sight of Qin Lang glancing her way, igniting her competitive spirit. With a radiant smile, she turned to Yifeng and said, "It appears you also dislike that guy Qin Lang." Yifeng shook his head. "I wouldn't say dislike, but I am curious why he seems to be a notorious scoundrel in my knowledge, yet others perceive him so differently." In the same predicament, Yifeng was determined not to fall into the same trap twice, wary of repeating past mistakes. This time, he refrained from making direct accusations against Qin Lang, instead voicing his doubts about the information he had received. Perhaps it is not your information that is flawed, but rather the credibility of those who provided it. Mu Yao wore a half-smile, Observing as Qin Lang drew closer to the Bi-sisters, she continued deliberately. In Yanjing, Qin Lang is indeed a notorious playboy, having committed countless misdeeds that one cannot even count. Yi Feng smiled, watching Qin Lang approach, a playful expression on his face as he said, "Qin Xiao, your name is indeed renowned, and it appears, based on this young lady's words, it is not without merit. Whether it is without merit or not is inconsequential." Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly, but he eyed Mu Yuyao with some suspicion, curiously asking, "I merely came over out of curiosity. It seems you two are rather engrossed in conversation." Chapter 48, Breaking the Engagement? Satisfy you, come and see. Mu Yuyan's beautiful eyes scanned left and right at Qin Lang. How dare he come over to her side? With his arms around two beauties, was he not satisfied? Did he wish to add her into the mix? Now that he had seen her, was he pleased? Though Mu Yuyan felt that her demeanor was somewhat unbecoming, the insatiable desire to win flared within her at that moment. Why should Qin Lang be allowed to draw so close to the Bi-sisters within the confines of their arrangement, while she remained solitary? Who decreed such a principle? Yi Feng, somewhat perplexed, sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Could it be that this strikingly beautiful woman in a black silk OL uniform had an ambiguous relationship with Qin Lang? Was there some misunderstanding? He glanced at Mu Yuyan, concerned about encountering the Bi-sisters again, and instinctively tempered his hostility, not entirely erasing it, but rather retreating to gauge Mu Yuyan's reaction. Mu Yuyan scoffed dismissively. What misunderstanding could there be? It was merely the engagement she had with him. After all, engagement. Upon hearing those words by Xiaoyan's large, watery eyes widened in shock as she turned to Qin Lang. "Brother, what is going on? Is she your fiancée, E?" Bai Ryu also appeared uncomfortable. Claiming affection for Qin Lang seemed exaggerated. Not so soon. Yet, it was impossible to disregard the engagement, given the developments that had already transpired. Mu Yuyan sneered, dismissing it as just a piece of paper set by the elders, who dictated that it must be adhered to. What a rigid society it was. She was seething inside, especially when witnessing the Bi-sisters' unusual reactions to the mention of the engagement. Surely, there existed some unspoken bond between Qin Lang and these sisters. She could not suppress her resentment. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with the matter of beauty pills, toiling tirelessly, while Qin Lang gallivanted here, pursuing women. Had he ever considered her feelings? So this was how it was. Yes, it was too rigid. It was best not to heed the elders' words. One should decide whom to marry for oneself. Bai Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing with Mu Yuyan's perspective. She could not possibly marry him. What would happen to her in the future? Would she be left with no one to marry? That thought terrified her. Bai Xiaoyan pressed her hand to her chest, calming her racing heart. Qin Lang gazed at Mu Yuyan for an extended moment, until her eyes flickered away, glancing towards Yi Feng. Sighing, he realized the situation. The fish had taken the bait. But was this the moment to reel it in? No, it was not. It was time to cast the line. The willing would bite. Given this circumstance, he began to comprehend her feelings. Taking a deep breath, he earnestly looked at Mu Yuyan and solemnly said, "Mu Yuyan, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused by our engagement. I regret obstructing your freedom to love. However, you need not worry, as this binding will be entirely lifted from tonight onward. You shall no longer be constrained by any engagement or contract. Let us go." It seems that this misfortune has inadvertently led to a beautiful conclusion, Qin Lang said with a self-deprecating smile, taking Bai Xiaoyan's hand and turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused, looking back at the dazed Mu Yuyan, and added, "I wish you happiness in the future. May you find someone to love and cherish for a lifetime." As Qin Lang vanished from her sight, Mu Yuyan stood there, somewhat stunned, while Yi Feng hesitated beside her. Truly, from his experience, this situation was undoubtedly suspicious. The past experiences of Bai Xiaoyan and Bai Ryu warned him that at such a moment, one must never rush to offer congratulations or blessings regarding a liberation. That would lead to discomfort. It seemed that the enchanting Mu Yuyan shared an inexplicable relationship with Qin Lang. Not quite romantic, but rather entangled. Reason told him it was time to leave. Before departing, to express his respect, Yi Feng pulled out a business card and offered it to Mu Yuyan. "Miss Mu, here's my card. If you encounter any safety concerns, I can assist you. I must take my leave now. Mu Yuyin took the card, her dazed expression gradually returning to normal. She turned to Yifeng, coldly asking, "Are you ill?" Yifeng frowned. Mu Yuyin pressed on. "Why are you giving me your card? Did I ask for it? If I have safety issues, I would seek security, not you." Yifeng's frown deepened. Unyielding, Mu Yuyin continued, "Did you not say you were leaving? Why are you still standing here? Are we familiar? Is it amusing to flirt with women? Are you out of your mind?" Yifeng's brow furrowed even tighter. Even with his composure, he found it difficult to suppress his rising anger. What had he done wrong? He had said nothing. This was all Mu Yuyin's doing. Why was he the one at fault? Clearly, it was she who was irrational. Yet, after her tirade, she departed the Bai family estate without granting him an opportunity to retort. In truth, Yifeng's instincts were not incorrect. He simply failed to realize that when a woman is angry, she is indeed irrational, and particularly so in Mu Yuyin's case, it was amplified significantly. Having left the Bai family estate, Mu Yuyin drove directly back to her residence, neglecting a myriad of tasks awaiting her at work, feeling utterly frazzled. Damn you, Qin Lang. Scoundrel. Shameless Qin Lang. Breaking the engagement? Abrogating the contract? If you can, then do it. Anyone can talk. Why pretend in front of the Bai sisters? If you truly wish to end the engagement, would you still hesitate? Damn it. Even if you come begging me next time, I may not even give you a pleasant face. Mu Yuyin cursed under her breath, tossing and turning on her bed, clutching a large white bear. This was a gift from Qin Lang when her mother first passed away, a token meant to provide comfort during sleepless nights, making her feel as though he were there with her for security. I could strangle you. Mu Yuyin gripped the bear's neck tightly, her eyes bulging in fury. As if that alone could alleviate her anger, she hurled the bear to the floor, stomping on it in frustration. Then, leaning against the headboard, she fell silent. After a while, perhaps this position did not bring her comfort, and she gradually curled up, hugging her knees, shrinking into a small ball. In the bedroom, only her breathing echoed, starkly audible. Glancing to the left, she saw the bear lying on the ground, return to its original state. Mu Yuyin's arm shifted outward hesitantly before stopping, as if caught in a dilemma. Ultimately, she reached out, picked up the bear from the floor, and hugged it tightly. Murmuring softly, "I'm sorry, I'm not angry with you. I just detest that scoundrel Qin Lang. I shouldn't have taken my frustrations out on you." If Yifeng were present, witnessing Mu Yuyin's actions, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with rage. This woman is capable of apologizing to a plush white bear. Yet not once has the thought of offering him an apology crossed her mind. Chapter 49. The irreparable regret of Mu Yuyin. Who is she trying to scare? Breaking off the engagement. Mere words hold no significance. If one truly wished to dissolve such a bond, would they still establish a contract to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Embracing her plush white bear, Mu Yuyin scoffed inwardly at Qin Lang, who always postured dramatically, only for matters to fizzle out in the end. Just like last time, when she expressed her desire to end their engagement, Qin Lang had leveraged his family's influence to impose an inequitable agreement upon her. She wondered what kind of tricks he would play the next time they met. She constantly reminded herself that it wasn't that she didn't want to break off the engagement with Qin Lang. It was merely the discomfort that arose from hearing that word, dissolve, escape his lips. If it were to be dissolved, it should be her who initiated the conversation. And what of that scoundrel? Where did he come from, meddling in her affairs? Mu Yuyin recalled her encounter with Yifeng at the Bai family estate, her brow furrowing in irritation. Qin Lang must have seen her conversing animatedly with Yifeng, which ignited his fury and led him to declare the dissolution of their engagement. Reflecting on it, could it be jealousy that stirred within him? It made sense. How could Qin Lang, who had once been so infatuated with her, suddenly change his mind? Surely, he was merely consumed by jealousy. She chided herself for overthinking. How could she possibly develop feelings for a stranger? Moreover, Yifeng clearly exuded a sinister aura, with a cunning mind that made Qin Lang's overtly mischievous demeanor seem preferable. Having come to this realization, Mu Yuyin reclined on her plush mattress, still clutching her white bear, her mind racing yet unable to find tranquility. Just then, her phone rang, the sound piercing through her thoughts. Almost instinctively, she answered. Instead of hearing an apology from Qin Lang, She was met with Lin Wanqing's urgent voice. Yuyan, what transpired between you and Xiao Qin? I just received a call from the Qin family, stating that if you have someone else you like, you should pursue them boldly, without concern for the constraints of the engagement. Boom! Lin Wanqing's words detonated in Mu Yuyan's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned, the phone held rigidly in her grasp. The Qin family had communicated this to her mother, although couched in gentle terms. Was this not a clear indication of their intention to withdraw from the engagement? Qin Lang was not jesting. He was indeed resolute about breaking their engagement and had already informed his family. How could this be? Was Qin Lang truly determined to sever ties, rather than merely attempting to frighten her? What on earth had transpired? Yuyan, tell me, do you truly not have feelings for Xiao Qin? Lin Wanqing's voice revealed a hint of anxiety. In the past, she had indeed entertained thoughts of leveraging the Qin family's influence. However, after witnessing Qin Lang's ardent pursuit of her daughter, she genuinely believed him to be a commendable young man. Not to mention their previous trip to Tianhai City, where Qin Lang had pointed out her health concerns. Without him, she might have remained oblivious to her own peril. Now, as a mother-in-law observing her prospective son-in-law, she found herself increasingly satisfied. She feared that unnecessary misunderstandings between her daughter and Qin Lang could lead to irreparable rifts. Should that occur, it would be too late for regrets. Mu Yiyan gripped her phone tightly, her teeth clenched, her eyes reddening. Why should he act as he pleases, completely disregarding her feelings? He dallied with other women, yet she was not permitted to voice her opinions. She felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Though she spoke defiantly, tears began to well in her eyes, shimmering with unshed sorrow. Lin Wanqing felt a wave of desolation wash over her. Yin, I have previously warned you, this is a common ailment among prominent families. It is not merely an individual issue. In Yinjing, which influential family does not harbor secrets? Even those seemingly affable elders may have mistresses younger than their own granddaughters. As long as such matters remain discreet, they are often overlooked. Alas, if you cannot endure it, then do not. If breaking off the engagement is what you desire, then so be it. I still hold a fondness for Xiao Qin. Even without the engagement, friendship remains an option. Perhaps she had not adequately considered her daughter's feelings. With those words spoken, she resolved not to impose her will upon her daughter. One could not sacrifice a child's happiness for the sake of familial ties. The Qin family's stance was gentle. Acceptance would mean treating the engagement as if it had never existed. Other interactions could continue as before, unchanged. Mu Yuyan hesitated, beating her lip, murmuring. I never stated I wanted to end the engagement. It was Qin Lang's unilateral decision. Yin, what do you mean by that? Lin Wanqing pressed, her concern palpable. Could it be that you have developed feelings for Xiao Qin? If so, why the discord? Mu Yuyan faltered, her voice quivering. I don't know, Mom. What should I do now? Panic surged within her. She felt an inexplicable heaviness, as if discomfort enveloped her whole being, especially her exposed calves, which felt unusually cold, as if a chill were creeping up from her feet. Even as she uttered her unwillingness to dissolve the engagement, no justification arose within her to defend her stance. She found herself devoid of such thoughts. Her once active mind now lay in disarray, incapable of discerning a path forward. The mere thought of Qin Lang no longer entangling himself with her sent a wave of emptiness through her, akin to losing something profoundly precious. Lin Wanqing composed herself. She genuinely wished for her daughter and Qin Lang to unite, harboring sincere affection for him as a prospective son-in-law, admiring his lineage, character, and his affection for her daughter. Yet now, with matters having escalated to this point, she felt an overwhelming urge to scold her daughter, to admonish her for her actions. See what your stubbornness has wrought. Now you regret it, don't you? Complaints, however, would not resolve the issue. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. In this situation, I cannot assist you further. The Qin family will not pressure Xiao Qin to pursue you any longer. If you wish to continue this relationship, you must take the initiative. The Qin family's message was gentle. If you can persuade Xiao Qin to reconsider, all will be well. The mother-daughter duo conversed until the late hours of the night, only concluding their dialogue when the nursing staff at the Shanshan Sanatorium urged them to end the call. After her mother's counsel, Mu Yuyan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. Unconsciously, she reached for her damp pillow, realizing it had become soaked. Had she been crying? Was it true that she had developed feelings for Qin Lang? Did she truly have to take the initiative in pursuing him? Yet, throughout her life, she had never pursued a boy, never felt such a stir in her heart. How could she possess such experience? Anxiety, resentment, sorrow, grievance, heartache. An array of emotions brewed within Mu Yuyan. This night felt interminably arduous. Each time she closed her eyes, she recalled Qin Lang's resolute declaration to dissolve their engagement. Regretful tears having already drenched her pillow. Chapter 50. With a 98% chance of victory, what is the difference from seeking death? In stark contrast to Mu Yuyan's quiet sorrow, Qin Lang reveled in his triumph. The system's notifications rang incessantly in his ears. Ding! The heroine by Xiaoyan has severed ties with the child of destiny. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20,000 villain points. Ding! The heroine by Ruyu has developed a rift with the child of destiny. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10,000 villain points. Ding! The child of destiny, Yi Feng, has lost 200 points of fortune. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20,000 villain points. Ding! The child of destiny is experiencing intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 villain points. Ding! The heroine Mu Yuyan has severed ties with the child of destiny. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20,000 villain points. A steady stream of villain points flooded into Qin Lang's account, leading him to ponder. How could Yi Feng be anything but a source of villain points? The rewards were substantial. Initially, with by Ruyu's 50,000 villain points, the total barely exceeded 100,000. Yet now, after a mere encounter with Yi Feng, it had surged to an impressive 215,300. System store, physique pills, 1,500 points, basic firearms mastery, 1,000 points, advanced firearms mastery, 100,000 points, disguise technique, 50,000 points, sturdy, physique pills, 1,000 points. The store was a cornucopia of goods, each accompanied by illustrations and prices, with detailed descriptions available upon selection. For instance, purchasing basic firearms mastery would impart an understanding of fundamental firearm principles, covering various weapons beyond just handguns, though the initial effects were modest, focusing primarily on foundational knowledge. Once upgraded to advanced, mastery over all firearms would be achieved, resulting in unparalleled accuracy, akin to the elite marksmen of major military districts. The efficacy was undoubtedly impressive, as the system guaranteed quality. However, the prices were somewhat steep, and, given the circumstances in the country, firearms were not immediately necessary. So there was no urgency to enhance skills in that area. However, upon spotting the physique pills, Qin Lang's eyes sparkled. This was a remarkable item he had encountered during the initial novice gift package, with no upper limit. Consuming just one would enhance his physique. Though his physique was already over 100, surpassing Yi Feng's by a few points, it was still prudent to consider the potential risks. Yi Feng, as a mercenary leader abroad, had emerged unscathed from perilous situations, and being the child of destiny, even with his current suppression, he would not be easily eliminated. Moreover, as their encounters continued, Qin Lang anticipated further opportunities to exploit Yi Feng's vulnerabilities. A deadly rivalry was inevitable, and he harbored concerns about potential assassination attempts from Yi Feng. Such a slight advantage in physique could not be taken lightly. Reluctant to take such significant risks, Qin Lang decisively spent 150,000 villain points to purchase 100 physique pills. As his villain points dwindled, his inventory filled with 100 dark green physique pills. He hastily grabbed a handful and popped them into his mouth like candy. After consuming all 100 pills, his physique could surpass 200 points. In solitary combat, his odds of victory soared to an impressive 98. With a 98% chance of victory, how was this different from courting death? He had traversed into this realm to become a formidable figure and savor life. Not to risk everything to eliminate Yi Feng with such a slim margin. It appeared he needed to orchestrate some tasks for Yi Feng. Qin Lang mused about assigning Yi Feng a visible adversary to engage with. As for himself, he could remain in the shadows, awaiting the moment when Yi Feng and his opponent would weaken each other, allowing him to strike with ease. Having made up his mind, Qin Lang spent another 50,000 villain points to acquire the indispensable skill of disguise technique. System panel. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 108. Charm, 99 villain points, 15. 300 skills. Affinity LV8, Group Affinity 80, Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced T-Art, Advanced Aesthetics, Disguise Technique. Store. Open Lucky Draw Center. Open. Each draw consumes 100 villain points. System inventory. A photo album of the landlady. A pack of tissue 1. A photo album of Sister by an electric massager 1, worn out. Gazing at the rapidly depleting villain points, Qin Lang felt a pang of regret and popped another physique pill to soothe his aching heart. Simultaneously, his mind wandered, contemplating which unfortunate soul to incite a conflict with Yi Feng. Suddenly, a light bulb moment struck. The cunning figure of Bai Xiaochun flashed through his mind. How could he have forgotten about Bai Xiaochun? This man, with a blatant preference for sons over daughters, had connections with Yi Feng, and most importantly, he was fiercely protective of his illegitimate child. Qin Lang summoned Junzi into the room with a serious demeanor, instructing him to keep a close watch on Yi Feng's activities in Tianhai and report every detail. Junzi hesitated. Young master, that man is no ordinary individual. His strength is remarkable. Even I would not stand a chance against him. Just tonight, 2 of our brothers were discovered trailing him, and he broke 2 of their ribs. Ordinary people cannot approach him, and he possesses an acute sense of counter-surveillance. Junzi's reluctance was not due to cowardice. He would obey Qin Lang's orders without hesitation, even at the cost of his life. However, he feared that if he failed to fulfill the young master's commands, it would lead to dire consequences that could not be remedied by mere punishment. Pay those 2 injured brothers 200,000 each for their medical expenses. They must be compensated for their efforts, Qin Lang stated calmly. After a moment of contemplation, he added, as for the surveillance, maintain a safe distance, but do not abandon the task. We can explore other avenues, such as hiring nearby residents to assist in monitoring his whereabouts. I need to be informed of his movements. Nurturing subordinates requires investment. One cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it. In this world, there are no foolish subordinates. The strategy of leadership is not through oppression, but through mastery and control. Understood. Junzi nodded earnestly, clenching his fists with a serious expression. It was evident that the young master held Yi Feng in high regard, and if necessary, he would personally oversee the surveillance, even if direct confrontation was unfeasible. Maintaining a safe distance would minimize the risk of detection. Qin Lang popped the candy into his mouth and inquired, "What is the recent status regarding Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate child?" He chuckled with curiosity, gazing at Junzi. "What do you think would happen if Bai Xiaochun discovered that someone was involved with his illegitimate child?" Without hesitation, Junzi replied, "He would likely go insane. Our people have recently observed that Bai Xiaochun has been quite close to that illegitimate child, showing extreme affection. To call it indulgence would be an understatement. A traditional patriarch, such as Bai Xiaochun, would undoubtedly place immense value on lineage. In his eyes, the importance of a son likely outweighed that of both his daughters combined." Chapter 51. Mu Yian's proactive invitation regarding Junzi. Qin Lang regarded him as a trusted confidant, nurturing him with care. Though certain matters were not articulated directly, Qin Lang subtly revealed his innermost thoughts. As time passed, Junzi, no longer rigid, began to grasp his intentions through observation. Consequently, many trivial matters required no verbal communication, as Junzi could intuitively comprehend and arrange them, which was quite convenient. Suddenly, the sharp trill of a mobile phone interrupted their conversation. Glancing at the screen, Junzi noticed it was a call from Mu Yuyan. Immediately understanding the situation, he bowed slightly and said, "Young master, I will step out to attend to some tasks. Please continue with your work." Qin Lang waved his hand, but just before Junzi turned to leave, he called him back and handed him a pill. Junzi looked down, puzzled, and inquired, "Young master, what is this?" "It is a supplement to enhance your physical constitution. devoid of any side effects, and will make you stronger. Qin Lang began to appeal to his emotions. You have been by my side for several years now. To me, you are like an older brother, always protecting me. Sometimes I find it difficult to make demands, but when it comes to matters concerning women, you must exercise restraint. This pill will help improve your recent fatigue. Junzi's dark circles were particularly pronounced, and his pallor indicated he was overworked. Qin Lang understood this was due to Junzi's recent busyness, but subtly shifted the blame onto women, not intending to make Junzi feel reproached. Rather, this insinuation conveyed a deeper message. As your master, I see you indulging in frivolities, yet do not chastise you. Instead, I care for you by offering a restorative remedy. Do you feel a sense of favoritism in your heart? Young Master Junzi wanted to explain that his dark circles were not due to distraction from Manager Zhang, but rather from late nights spent gathering information for Qin Lang. However, the words caught in his throat. Hearing Qin Lang's previous words filled him with warmth, and he solemnly replied, "Understood, young master. I will take my leave." As the door gently closed behind him, Qin Lang withdrew his gaze. Junzi's loyalty was unquestionable, yet at times, it seemed more a manifestation of duty, stemming from his role as a bodyguard. What Qin Lang desired transcended mere obligation. He sought Junzi's genuine devotion. In times of peril, Junzi would perform at his utmost capacity out of duty. Yet if he were to wholeheartedly protect his master, he could unleash even greater strength. This small supplement, worth a mere 1,500 points of villain value, was not exorbitant. If necessary, he could have Chojiu Donner made outfit a few more times. After all, investing in Junzi meant that as his strength increased, the ultimate beneficiary would still be Qin Lang. This was merely the beginning. Junzi's power must be augmented. How could it remain limited to such paltry abilities while at his side? Not long after, the phone rang again. Qin Lang deliba ateli delete. Feeling it was time to answer, and picked up with a yawn, expressing irritation. Who is it? Why are you calling so late at night? It's me, Mu Yuyan. Am I disturbing you? Her voice was soft, tinged with an awareness that her call at this hour might be inappropriate. She hesitated, murmuring if it's inconvenient. I can contact you tomorrow. It's you? Speak, what is it? Qin Lang's tone sharpened, awakening slightly. Are you here to remind me about our engagement? Rest assured, I will handle it properly. I've already informed the Qin family, and you will receive news shortly. From now on, we have no ties. You may associate with whomever you please, pursue any romantic interests without concern. I guarantee that I will not complicate matters for you as I did in the past. Mu Yuyan's voice faltered, revealing a hint of grievance. She hurriedly clarified, my relationship with that Yifeng is not what you think. I barely know him. We merely crossed paths at the banquet. Let us not dwell on that. The contract has been dissolved, and who you associate with is no longer my concern. Qin Lang insisted. Let us discuss the matter at hand, or I will hang up. Mu Yuyan felt a mix of frustration and sorrow, yearning to cry and express her feelings to Qin Lang, but she knew he would not entertain her emotions. Fearing that he might end the call, she suppressed her grievances, recognizing the truth in her mother's words. It was all her fault. Had she not acted out, would the situation have escalated to this point? From Qin Lang's tone, she sensed an unmistakable impatience. We have finalized the cooperation on the beauty pill. The dilution ratio has been confirmed. I would like to discuss further details with you. How about we meet tomorrow? This was the first time Mu Yuyan had proactively invited someone, and her heart fluttered with anxiety over the possibility of rejection. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and replied, yes, we should clarify everything and draft a contract. You choose the location. Tomorrow works for me. Perhaps I could come to your home? Elated by his lack of rejection, Mu Yuyan felt a surge of joy. If she could go to Qin Lang's home, she could clarify everything face to face, including her relationship with Yifeng. She needed to assert that she did not know him, and that there was no possibility of a romantic connection with someone like him. Is that really appropriate? Qin Lang hesitated. We are no longer in the same relationship as before. Is it suitable for a man and woman to be alone together? As he spoke, a playful smile graced his lips. He sensed Mu Yuyan's current emotions. Her unusual softness was a stark contrast to her previously proud demeanor. There's no need to worry. We are merely conducting business, with no other intentions. Mu Yuyan insisted, striving to win back Qin Lang's favor. If she missed this opportunity to see him, Who knew when the next chance would arise? The grievances weighing on her heart were unbearable. She had to express them in front of Qin Lang. Very well, then. Qin Lang acquiesced, cutting off any chance for further dialogue before abruptly ending the call. The following day, in the afternoon, Mu Yuyin prepared meticulously for their meeting. Before stepping out of the car, she checked her appearance in the rearview mirror, ensuring her lipstick and eyeliner were perfect. Visibly anxious and serious, the female bodyguard remarked, "Miss, we are merely here to discuss business. Is it really necessary to be so concerned? Besides, with your looks, even without makeup, you would easily captivate that Qin Lang. Dressed like this, he will be utterly spellbound. Stop talking." Mu Yuyin shot her a glare, feigning annoyance while secretly pleased. In the past, she had been indifferent in front of Qin Lang, often neglecting her appearance and never considering his feelings. As she reflects on the past, could it be that her natural appearance was not as appealing, which caused Qin Lang to change his affections? Now, she must begin to focus on her image before him. She needs to convey that her beauty, Mu Yuyin, is resilient and captivating. "You may go back for now. I will contact you when necessary," Mu Yuyin instructed Aining while leaning out of the car window, before making her way towards the luxurious villa. The front yard was adorned with vibrant, blooming flowers, and to one side was an open-air swimming pool, shimmering a brilliant blue under the sunlight. The spacious front yard of the villa was utterly inviting. Amidst the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms, Mu Yuyin strode in her high heels, heading straight for the open dark green wooden door where someone was already waiting inside. For reasons unknown, upon entering Qin Lang's home, Mu Yuyin felt her heart race uncontrollably. Her entire being tensed involuntarily, and her expression became one of acute nervousness. Passing through the foyer, she arrived in the living room, where 2 cups of tea were set out, steam still rising from them. Not far away, the sound of running water echoed from the restroom. She took a seat with her back to the restroom, gently patting her cheeks in an effort to compose herself and stave off any signs of weakness. The moment of confrontation was near. She was finally about to meet Qin Lang. After contemplating all night, yet now at this crucial moment, Mu Yuyin found herself wavering, her carefully prepared words becoming a jumbled mess. Lost in her own thoughts, she snapped back to reality as someone approached her. She lifted her gaze, ready to greet Qin Lang with a tender smile, but upon seeing the figure passing by, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" The person who entered was not Qin Lang at all. It was Bai Ruyu, who had been entangled with Qin Lang at the Bai residence the previous night. Chapter 52. A confrontation between 2 women. How did you end up here? Mu Yuyan furuit herburais. This was Qin Lang's residence, and with Bai Ruyu present, it implied that the 2 had been living together. Had their relationship truly escalated to such an extent? "Why can't I be here?" Bai Ruyu replied, seated opposite, her elegant legs encased in black stockings crossed at the ankles, leaning slightly against the corner of the sofa. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, wearing a pleasant smile. Yet, as memories of the previous night surfaced, a peculiar amusement stirred within her. She lifted a cup of tea and took a delicate sip, deliberately stating, "I came to visit my boyfriend. Does that concern you?" With Qin Lang absent, she expressed these words without a hint of embarrassment. Mirdi intendento prevouk Mu Yuyan. As the saying goes, beautiful women are often rivals, and this sentiment was palpably evident between Mu Yuyin and Bai Ruyu. "Calm down. Don't get angry. It's all a deception." Mu Yuyan unfaded deeply, silently admonishing herself. "What boyfriend? How could Qin Lang possibly have a girlfriend? Don't think I'm unaware. You merely work under Qin Lang's command and dare to claim you're his girlfriend? Who do you think you are?" It wasn't he that she was unwilling to acknowledge it. Rather, Qin Lang's nature precluded the possibility of him having a steady girlfriend. Even amidst the throngs of beautiful women in Yanjing, he had never publicly acknowledged anyone as his girlfriend. How could he suddenly be involved with Bai Ruyu? What a despicable scheme. Bai Ruyu was attempting to unsettle her, and she absolutely refused to fall for it. As the flames of anger gradually subsided, she found herself in a daze, unable to believe that Qin Lang had actually recruited Bai Ruyu. She had assumed it was merely Qin Lang's unrequited affection, considering that Bai Ruyu was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, with a vast family fortune awaiting her management. Little did she know, the impossible had unfolded right before her eyes. There was no need for provocations. However, I must inquire why you agreed to work for Qin Lang. Also, regarding your close association with him at the Bai family residence, was that also due to his recruitment efforts? Mu Yuyin felt she might have wandered into a misunderstanding. Perhaps it was not as she had imagined. Qin Lang's closeness to Bai Ruyu was not for other entanglements, but rather for the purpose of recruiting her. The more Bai Ruyu spoke so candidly, the more confidence Mu Yuyin felt. President Mu, your inquiries seem unrelated to this collaboration. I'm afraid I cannot disclose the reasons. Bai Ruyu coldly declined. She was unwilling and unable to respond. It wouldn't be due to reveal that her father had an illegitimate child and had expelled her from the center of power within the Bai family. Nor did she intend to justify the untruths. Despite Mu Yuyin's persistence, it seemed their relationship had yet to reach that stage. As for her, though reluctant to admit it, she had already become wholly Qin Lang's. In retrospect, she could vaguely sense the terror that Qin Lang embodied. Mu Yuyin, her expression stern, pushed the documents she had brought before Bai Ruyu. Since she was Qin Lang's subordinate, they still had to adhere to proper protocols. This is the experimental report and the classification and pricing of various beauty pills. Please take a look. Bai Ruyu did not refuse and accepted the documents, scrutinizing them thoroughly. Upon witnessing the data within, even she, who had seen her fair share of grand spectacles, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Was this truly a beauty product? How could this be? The cost-effectiveness was astonishing. The mid-range beauty pills surprisingly matched the effects of high-end cosmetic products on the market, while the premium ones far surpassed the vast majority of available products. If launched, wouldn't it ignite the market? She had presumed Qin Lang's descriptions were exaggerated. Yet the experimental data was astonishingly impressive. Mu Yuyin slowly spoke. Previously, I had a conversation with Qin Lang, and he indicated that the production and sale of the beauty pills would be entrusted entirely to Mu Run International. Is that agreeable? Bai Ruyu closed the document and nodded indifferently. No problem. Were it not for the fact that the Bai family had ousted her from the center of power, and her father forbidding her from engaging in business matters, she would have eagerly taken charge of the beauty pill business herself. The Bai family also had a beauty product company, albeit smaller in scale than Mu Rin International and merely legitimate. But that was inconsequential. There's a saying, even a pig can fly if it stands at the right wind outlet. Now, these beauty pills represented the next big opportunity, and she wouldn't mind letting the Bai family be the pig this time. Of course, that was merely a thought. The remaining matters could wait for Qin Lang's return. Mu Yuyin felt disinterested in continuing the confrontation with Bai Ruyu. However, Bai Ruyu furrowed her brow, stating, "Since I am here today, I shall take responsibility for this matter. Do you not trust me? Or are you deliberately attempting to entangle yourself further with Qin Shao?" Mu Yuyin's brows knitted tighter, anger rising within her. What do you mean? What do you mean by entanglement? What does my relationship with Qin Lang have to do with you? Relationship? What relationship? Bai Ruyu scoffed. She was inherently competitive, especially regarding Qin Lang, harboring a peculiar sentiment towards him. Perhaps it was not love, but it certainly was not so easily relinquished to another. If memory serves me correctly, you seem to have severed ties with Qin Shao yesterday. After all, you were the one who expressed the desire to annul the engagement. Qin Shao merely complied with your wishes. Where is your little white-faced companion? Why is he not by your side? Bai Ruyu, have you overestimated your significance? The pointed remark struck a nerve, and Mu Yu interrupted. Having cried all night over Yifeng, she had spent a considerable amount of time in the morning to conceal her reddened eyelids. She had come here to leave a good impression on Qin Lang, not to endure humiliation. Bai Ruyu's expression likewise turned frigid. Whether I consider myself significant or not is of little concern to you. If you wish to discuss business, continue. If not, then there is no need for further conversation. Should you choose not to pursue this opportunity, there are plenty willing to take it on. In fact, we could establish our own production base. It's merely a matter of time. As a woman, how could she tolerate Mu Yuyin's immediate declaration of sovereignty upon their first encounter? They were at an impasse, neither willing to yield even an inch. Chapter 53. Young man, the waters here run deep as the atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly tense. An argument erupted outside, drawing the attention of both women. "It's Xiao Xiao. I will go take a look," Bai Ruyu remarked before heading toward the door. She had only just met Su Xiao Xiao earlier that day and was aware that she was Qin Lang's maid. From the sounds outside, it seemed that trouble had found her. Although Mu Yuyin felt a surge of anger within, she suppressed it and followed Bai Ruyu outside. Not far from the villa, Su Xiao Xiao stood with a handful of fruits and vegetables, her face a mask of frustration as she glared at Yifeng. "Yifeng, I've told you countless times not to disturb me, yet here you are, stalking me instead? What on earth have you been through all these years? How did you become this way?" She found the Yifeng before her to be an enigma, a stranger even. Indeed, people do change. After all these years, Xiao Feng had transformed into someone unrecognizable. "Miss, I truly did not intend to," Yifeng said, gazing at the Su Xiao Xiao he had longed for from afar. Feeling a deep sense of distress, he recalled how, in their childhood, she had defended him against the bullies at the orphanage. Now that he was capable, he wished to return and protect her. Yet, reality had played a cruel trick on him, leading to a grave misunderstanding. Not only had he lost the means to protect her, but he had also lost all contact with her, his number deleted. "Miss, you removed my contact information and blacklisted my number. Whenever I call from public phone, you hang up as soon as you hear my voice. There's a misunderstanding here. Please allow me to explain." Ye Feng implored gently. Su Xiao Xiao, inherently kind-hearted, felt a twinge of sympathy upon seeing Yi Feng's distressed expression. However, recalling the blood that had flowed from the young master's arm that fateful night, she gritted her teeth and replied, "What is there to explain? I know you have capabilities now, but you should not have harmed the young master." "Harmed the young master? I did not even know Qin Lang before this. How could I possibly harm him? Furthermore, my subordinates sent to Tianhai City have not reported back. I suspect they have been dealt with." Ye Feng exclaimed in frustration. He found the situation utterly bizarre, with nearly all evidence pointing towards him. But did he not know what he had done? "Miss, the world is filled with complexities, and many individuals are far more intricate than you might presume. It is entirely possible that the true culprits are the ones shouting the loudest," Yi Feng said urgently. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you saying? How dare you cast such slander upon the young master? How can someone be so shameless?" Yi Feng's transformation only deepened her sense of estrangement. "Miss, I have never changed. I am still the same Yi Feng you knew as a child, forever your Xiao Feng. There is something truly amiss here." Yi Feng insisted, "Regardless of whether I was involved or not, such circumstances should not exist. I know the capabilities of my own men. A wealthy heir like Qin Lang would never survive an assassination attempt. How could he merely suffer a cut on his arm? Moreover, why was the emblem of my blood wolf left at the scene, exposing my identity? You must have mentioned my name to Qin Lang, prompting him to act thus." In an effort to salvage his relationship with Su Xiao Xiao, Yi Feng laid bare all his doubts and evidence. Suddenly, applause erupted from within the villa. Before Su Xiao Xiao could respond, Mu Yuyin and Bai Ruyu emerged. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Mu Yuyin first let out a cold laugh before questioning, "Yi Feng, you are truly sincere, aren't you? Who do you think you are? What was your character like before? Did you already know how to flirt with girls and hand out business cards, claiming to protect them when you were a child?" Yi Feng, momentarily lost in thought, was entirely focused on Su Xiao Xiao and failed to notice the presence of these two acquaintances. Coincidentally, Mu Yiyin was still harboring resentment over Yi Feng's advances the previous night, and now she was ready to mock him further. Yi Feng's complexion darkened, and he struggled to find the words to explain himself. He had anticipated encountering Qin Lang, but had not expected to face Mu Yuyin. Bai Ruyu wore a frosty expression as she interjected, "Mr. Yifeng, while I must concede that I agree with some of your points, Qin Lang's character is indeed questionable. You cannot continually besmirch someone's reputation without basis. Last night, you accused Mr. Qin Lang of being the mastermind behind my sister's abduction. But do you even know who the actual perpetrator is? If it weren't for Qin Lang, my sister might have been imprisoned for a considerable time. Have you considered the feelings of others when you falsely accuse someone of such grave matters? What a coincidence! Had Yifeng not made those accusations last night, Bai Ryu might have entertained the possibility of his claims, for she too held doubts about Qin Lang as character. However, After the events of the previous night, and witnessing Yi Feng pursue Su Xiaoxiao, Bai Ruyu had already branded him as a scorned suitor resorting to character assassination. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at Yi Feng with an expression as cold as ice, her resentment intensifying. Yi Feng felt overwhelmed, his fists clenched in frustration, yet he had to endure. Miss, things are not as you perceive them. There is a misunderstanding. They are unfamiliar with me. Do you not know who I am? What do I know of you, Yi Feng? We have not seen each other for many years. How could I possibly know what you have become? Moreover, I must tell you this. I have not mentioned any of your affairs to the young master. He knows nothing of your mercenary group or your actions outside. Why would he accuse you? Enough. Yi Feng, leave. I do not wish to see you again. Whether it was by Ruyu, Mu Yuyin, or even Su Xiaoxiao herself. All evidence pointed towards Yi Feng. In Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, he had transformed into a person who, out of unrequited love, would harm the young master. Now, he had added another layer to that image, insulting the young master's honor without cause. The three women turned to leave, and an elderly man who happened to be walking by witnessed the scene. He approached Yi Feng, placing a hand on his shoulder, and sighed, "Young man, this love quadrangle runs deep. Be careful not to drown." Chapter 54. Let's not meet again, leave. Yi Feng spun around swiftly, fixing a fierce gaze upon the elderly man, his eyes glinting with the ferocity of a wolf lurking in the shadows. The old man trembled at the sight, hastening his steps to escape while muttering the words unethical repeatedly. Qin Lang, just wait. I shall remember this grievance. Yi Feng's fury surged within him like an unrelenting tempest, fueled entirely by Qin Lang's machinations behind the scenes. A potent desire for vengeance swelled within his chest, so intense it felt as if it might materialize. Meanwhile, in Tianhai City, at the luxurious three-story private room of the Queen's Bar, Qin Lang lay languidly on the sofa, igniting a cigarette and savoring the smoke. Before him stood Qiu Zhi, clad in a sleek black dress, one hand resting against the expansive glass wall while the other slipped into her glossy high heels, accentuating her delicately blushing cheeks and alluring demeanor. Her graceful figure formed a perfect S-curve, captivating in its elegance. She turned to Qin Lang, irritation flashing in her eyes, and coldly declared, "We should refrain from meeting again in the future." Why? Qin Lang exhaled a smoke ring, curiosity piqued. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Qiu Zhi rolled her eyes. What do you think our relationship resembles? Is this how you conduct your affairs? Do you think this is merely a glitch? She believed such a relationship could no longer persist. It was mentally exhausting, as the mere sight of Qin Lang had begun to instill a psychological unease within her. Observing Qiu Zhi's intense, emotional fluctuations only brought Qin Lang further amusement as he activated the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,003 villain points. Ding! The female lead, Qiu Zhi, experiences intense, emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host, you have gained 800 villain points. Ding! The fated child, Yi Feng, experiences intense, emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 villain points. Ding! The fated child, Yi Feng's fortune value decreases by 500 points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 villain points. Listening to the notifications, Qin Lang smiled faintly. All the time and effort he expended on Qiu Zhi paled in comparison to the villain points earned from Yi Feng's hatred. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. I shall strive to make us a 100-day couple as soon as possible. Approaching Qi Yue, he boldly wrapped his arms around her waist, laughing heartily and choosing not to engage in argument, instead gesturing towards the bustling dance floor below. This private room, exclusive to Qiu Zhi, featured one-way glass, allowing them to observe the outside. Qin Lang pointed to a young man in a white shirt below, who was audaciously pouring red wine over a middle-aged man's head, exuding arrogance. "Who is that fellow? He seems familiar," he inquired. Initially, Qiu Zhi would have retaliated against Qin Lang's boldness with a slap, or, at the very least, would have fiercely struggled. However, having already experienced far more excessive behavior and attire, she instinctively overlooked this small infringement. With a huff, she replied, "Am I complimenting you? Are we here to engage in such antics? Gazing at the young man in the white shirt, she sneered. That's Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son. Of course, he looks familiar. Realization dawned upon Qin Lang. This was the very reason the Bai sisters had developed a rift with Bai Xiaochun. He had arrived at the bar upon learning that Bai Xiaochun's illegitimate son frequented the Queen's bar, intending to establish a connection with Qiu Jiu'er. Now that their rapport had intensified, it was time to attend to serious matters. Qin Lang feigned accidental curiosity, smirking. Tell me, what would happen if I were to assist the Bai sisters in dealing with that little scoundrel down there? In front of Qiu Jiu'er, there was no need for subterfuge. Their relationship had reached a level of intimacy that rendered pretense unnecessary. Even if it remained unspoken, Qiu Jiu'er had always acted like a compliant partner whenever he visited. They were akin to family, requiring no excessive caution. After all, Qiu Jiu'er's temperament was well known to her. She appeared cold but was warm-hearted, harboring deep concern for a man despite outward appearances. Qiu Jiu'er turned her gaze towards Qin Lang, frowning. I believe it is best for you to refrain from such thoughts. Qin Lang chuckled playfully. Are you suggesting that you fear I cannot match Bai Xiaochun? Qiu Jiu'er shook her head. It's not about being unable to match him. It's simply unnecessary. Bai Xiaochun dotes on this illegitimate son excessively, and his existence is scarcely known. Were it not for our deep involvement with the Black Dragon Society, it is doubtful anyone would even be aware of his son. This fellow, Bai Shui, was unaware of his father's significance during his youth. When bullied at school, Bai Xiaochun ordered several familiar gang leaders to break the legs of those who tormented his son, disposing of them in distant locales. Their fates remain unknown. On another occasion, after a school principal struck Bai Shui for bullying a girl, the next day, the principal's body was fished out of a lake in Tianhai City. Such incidents are commonplace. Bai Xiaochun's indulgence of his illegitimate son is extreme. If he would be harmed, he would likely go mad and commit unthinkable acts. Why provoke a madman? What appeared to be a cold warning was, in truth, a kind reminder. It urged Qin Lang to tread carefully, for while he possessed a formidable background, should he cross paths with a true lunatic, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, Qin Lang stroked his chin, casting a wicked glance at Qiu Jiu'er's exquisite visage. The woman who just claimed we should not meet again is now concerned for my safety? I have no intention of entertaining you. Qiu Jiu'er snapped, her high-heeled shoes clicking as she sashayed towards the restroom. She had no desire to linger with Qin Lang, feeling somewhat uncomfortable and needing to excuse herself. As Qin Lang withdrew his gaze from Qiu Jiu'er, he resumed observing the dance floor below, chuckling softly at the sight of Bai Shui bullying others. The show is about to begin. He called Junzi, instructing him to wait outside the Queen's bar, and departed ahead of Bai Shui. Chapter 55. Heartfelt and touching. Su Xiaoxiao's downfall as Junzi drove away from the Queen's bar. Qin Lang, seated in the back, relaxed his body and slowly spoke. How are the matters I instructed you to handle progressing? With steady hands on the steering wheel, Junzi replied calmly. The target has been located, and action will be taken tonight. Young master, you have no idea. Bai Shui is nothing short of a scoundrel. His crimes are numerous and unforgivable. The deeper we dig, the more we uncover the extent of his misdeeds. Several families have been utterly ruined by him. I feel no guilt in dealing with someone like him. In fact, it feels quite satisfying. Compared to Bai Shui, the mischief of your former self seems almost forgivable. Thus, utilizing him is certainly advantageous. Qin Lang merely hummed in acknowledgement, not surprised. Although his previous incarnation could be deemed a debauched youth, he operated within the capital, under the watchful eyes of the Qin family, and every action he took was conducted discreetly, with an ever-present fear of being discovered by his family. In stark contrast, Bai Shui acted with impunity, even having Bai Xiaochun cover for him when he went wrong. No, it would be more accurate to say she bit back. In such indulgence, it would be a miracle if Bai Shui possessed a decent character. With Bai Xiaochun's enabling, Bai Shui only grew more arrogant and contemptuous. Young master, just as you predicted, Yi Feng indeed sought out Miss Su and created a significant rift between them. Their relationship is now irreparably broken. If this were ancient times, you would be akin to the cunning Zhuge Liang. Junzi exclaimed sincerely, giving a thumbs up. Qin Lang rolled his eyes, Zhuge Liang was a master strategist. I advise you to read more and expand your knowledge. Have you returned all that you learned to Manager Zhang after your outing last night? Certainly not. Junzi chuckled awkwardly, his Beijing accent evident. To demonstrate his erudition, he suggested, I believe we need not rush back. Let Miss Su remain alone for a while, allowing the situation to develop further. In doing so, Yi Feng will have no chance to recover. Tonight, we have other matters to attend to. We shall head directly to the Sunshine Orphanage. Qin Lang leaned back, closing his eyes, and ceased speaking. Junzi's thoughts remained rather simplistic. Rather than allowing Su Xiaoxiao to ponder Yi Feng's transgressions alone, it would be more advantageous to stoke the flames of conflict at this moment. Of course, this would be done in a manner that could ultimately ensnare Yi Feng. Half an hour later, they picked up Su Xiaoxiao from her home. Upon entering the car and seeing the young master asleep, she chose not to disturb him, but instead sat quietly beside him, her mind heavy with thoughts and her spirits low. Upon arriving at their destination, she continued to follow Qin Lang with her head bowed, silent and seemingly burdened by grievances. Before Qin Lang stood the old Sunshine Orphanage, now a mere heap of rubble. He ambled for short while before stopping in front of a swing, inadvertently colliding with the oblivious Su Xiaoxiao, who was still lost in her thoughts. What's wrong? Are you distracted? Qin Lang turned, gently stroking Su Xiaoxiao's head, and asked softly, Has someone bullied you? Tell me, and I shall help you confront them. Su Xiaoxiao looked up, her lips pressed together in confusion, mumbling, Young master, why do you think Yi Feng has become the way he is? He not only followed me today, but also slandered you. And by Xiaochun mentioned, he has done the same in her presence. Moreover, this evening, I unexpectedly received a large sum of money in my bank account, presumably from him. What does he mean by this? Is he attempting to buy me off? In Su Xiaoxiao's heart, Yi Feng had always been akin to a younger brother. She had once fantasized about their reunion and even considered finding him a beautiful girlfriend. But now, all those dreams lay shattered. Yi Feng not only harbored ill intentions towards her, but also went to great lengths to tarnish the young master's reputation for his own gain. What did this mean? Did Yi Feng perceive her as a superficial girl, someone who stayed by Qin Lang's side solely for his wealth? The transformation of Yi Feng was beyond her expectations. Rather than mere disdain, her heart was filled with sorrow. After all, this was the boy she had regarded as a brother. How could he have changed so drastically? Do not dwell too much on it. With time, people inevitably change, Qin Lang said, opening his arms and enveloping her in an embrace. Resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder, whispering softly in her ear. He chose not to mention the significant amount of money Yi Feng had transferred to Su Xiaoxiao. Feeling like a timid quail in Qin Lang's arms, Su Xiaoxiao dared not move, her cheeks flushed with a hint of anxiety. There was no resistance, nor any inclination to push him away. In fact, at this moment of inner turmoil, being held in his warm embrace brought her an overwhelming sense of happiness and trust. Not only has Yi Feng changed, but you too have undergone some transformation, albeit without your awareness. Qin Lang withdrew a slightly tarnished iron box from his pocket, stepping back to gaze into Su Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes, smiling as he asked, Do you remember this box? This was an item he had obtained from the headmaster, of great significance to Su Xiaoxiao, akin to a powerful weapon. You have that box. Su Xiaoxiao looked at him in astonishment. This iron box was something from her childhood. Back then, she had a penchant for fantasizing about unrealistic dreams, often writing them down and attempting to hide them like the heroines she saw on television. However, since she could not afford a wish bottle, she had to store her dreams in this iron box. Within it were many of her aspirations, but she had lost it long ago, forgetting its existence entirely. Had it not been for Qin Lang retrieving it now, she would have completely overlooked it. Qin Lang remained silent, extracting a piece of paper from inside the box. Due to its good sealing, the words were still clear. Perhaps because Su Xiaoxiao had been quite young when she penned her wish list, the handwriting was somewhat crooked, both amusing and endearing. Today, the headmaster mentioned once again that funds are insufficient, worrying over finances. I wish to grow up and earn lots of money to help the headmaster, so she no longer has to worry about money. Today, a child in the orphanage found $1 and bought 2 ice creams, looking very happy. I wish to eat ice cream too, and I will earn lots of money, not only to help the headmaster, but also to buy myself ice cream. The headmaster says that girls should marry when they grow up, so before that, we need to find boyfriends and learn to love ourselves, seeking a very good boyfriend. Today, I saw on television a girl having fun with her boyfriend at an amusement park. I want to go to the amusement park too and find a very good boyfriend, as described by the headmaster, to enjoy the amusement park together. Listening as Qin Lang read her childhood wishes aloud, Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, contemplating the possibility of a hole opening in her head from embarrassment. She rushed forward, blushing, eager to snatch the small piece of paper from Qin Lang's hand. Her voice urgent as she pleaded, "Young master, please don't look at it. These are just things I wrote when I was young and naive. I can hardly remember the contents. They don't count. They don't count. Please don't read it out loud." Although the wishes of her childhood were somewhat hazy in her memory, she still retained a vague impression, especially since the kind matron had often expressed her hopes for her to find a loving boy in the future. Who would have imagined that these whimsical childhood wishes would be seen by the young master? At that moment, she wished fervently to dig a hole in the ground and bury her head in the earth, utterly mortified at the thought of facing anyone. Desperate to reclaim the little notes, she made several attempts, yet all were in vain. Qin Lang placed the notes into an iron box, lifting it above his head, his gaze fixed on Su Xiaoxiao's sparkling eyes, gradually growing serious. "Perhaps to you, these wishes are mere childish scribbles, rendered insignificant. Yet to me, they represent everything you once yearned for. Even the wishes of your youth hold a unique significance in my heart. I wish to accompany you in bringing them to fruition." He took Su Xiaoxiao's hand, earnestly asking, "Su Xiaoxiao, I find myself feeling quite greedy with many requests. I wish to share ice cream with you, to explore amusement parks together, to watch the sunrise alongside you, and I am so greedy that I want to help fulfill all your wishes. Will you accept this?" Chapter 56. The little girl's hidden thoughts. The two gazed at each other for a long while. Su Xiaoxiao had become entranced, standing there with red-rimmed eyes, a few tears rolling down her cheeks. It was neither anger nor grievance, but rather an overwhelming sense of emotion. She found herself at a loss for words, momentarily dazed. Qin Lang took a small step closer, leaning in a bit more. Instantly, Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, pouting her lips and inching forward, waiting in silence. "Little rascal." A teasing remark startled Su Xiaoxiao back to reality. Upon seeing the playful expression on Qin Lang's face, her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully scolded, "Young master, you are truly wicked." Qin Lang pinched the tip of Su Xiaoxiao's nose, affectionately saying, "I'm just worried you might get addicted and ask for punishment for wasting time. We have so much to do tonight. If we go late, the amusement park will close." Su Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding, linking her arm with Qin Lang's and resting her head on his shoulder, not letting go even as they approached the car. Though the soldier's eyes sparkled with amusement, Su Xiaoxiao was much more reluctant to release Qin Lang's arm than to face the laughter of others. She yearned for closer proximity, wishing to preserve the warmth of her heartfelt emotions. The amusement park at night was a riot of colors, with neon lights twinkling. Unlike the family-oriented atmosphere of the daytime, the night embraced couples who strolled arm in arm, wrapped in each other's warmth. Logically, Qin Lang and Su Xiaoxiao, with their linked arms, should not have drawn much attention. Yet, Qin Lang's smile and natural charm made several young girls glance over, causing their own boyfriends to pale in comparison. They couldn't help but envy Su Xiaoxiao, wondering why such a handsome man favored a girl like her. Is it true that handsome men now prefer princesses like her? Though the girl next to him is beautiful, her figure doesn't measure up to mine. The thoughts of those girls swirled with frustration. Why was it not them standing beside the charming young man? Indeed, the dynamics between men and women today are rather peculiar, especially among the average crowd, where girls often exhibit a bold, assertive demeanor. Some spoke disparagingly of their boyfriends right in front of them, leaving a few boys speechless, casting envious glances at Qin Lang and the charming, understanding Su Xiaoxiao by his side. As they walked under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Xiaoxiao caught snippets of the nearby girl's chatter. Bowing her head, she glanced at her modestly curved figure, pouting unhappily. Though she knew comparisons were futile, she couldn't shake the feeling that the young master preferred more voluptuous forms. After all, why else would he insist she drink papaya rib soup? Although she claimed not to enjoy it, she had been consuming it daily, feeling a warmth spread through her body, as if she were growing. Yet, she still felt inadequate compared to many girls. A sense of dejection enveloped her heart, and instinctively, she leaned away from Qin Lang. It wasn't that she wished to distance herself. Rather, she feared that if the young master noticed her modest figure, he might not cherish her as he did. Girls can be particularly sensitive, and Su Xiaoxiao was no exception, possessing an intricate and delicate heart that dreaded loss. Even minor disappointments lingered in her thoughts for a long time. This was inevitable, as Su Xiaoxiao was an orphan, raised in an orphanage. Despite the kindness of the matron, her attention could never be solely on her, given the multitude of children there. As they passed a milk tea shop, a catchy tune played on repeat. You love me. I love you, the sweet honey of Mishuai City. After purchasing 2 ice cream cones, one for each, Qin Lang led Su Xiaoxiao toward the Ferris wheel. Along the way, Su Xiaoxiao's ice cream began to melt, prompting Qin Lang to take a bite and curiously ask, why aren't you eating? Su Xiaoxiao rimant saident. Merely lowering her head and gently licking the spot where Qin Lang had bitten. Observing her peculiar behavior, Qin Lang felt a mixture of amusement and surprise. How could such a simple thought remain hidden from anyone? He leaned closer, whispering playfully in her ear, what are you so engrossed in? Let me see too. Su Xiaoxiao was unable to withstand the closeness, feeling as though she were a boiled crab, her spirit nearly escaping her body. She instinctively shrank her neck, inadvertently brushing even closer against Qin Lang's face, her legs growing weak, her voice tinged with a plea, young master. Qin Lang planted a kiss on her slightly flushed ear, smiling indulgently. You look quite lovely, I must say. Su Xiaoxiao blushed, murmuring softly, young master. You just enjoy flattering others. Just the other day at home, you insisted I drink the papaya rib soup. You do prefer the fuller figure, don't you? As she uttered these words, a pang of bitterness struck her heart. Though she was not particularly small, she certainly did not embody the voluptuousness that the young master seemed to favor. Frustrated with her own body, she resolutely decided that after tonight, she would double her consumption of papaya rib soup, from 1 bowl a day to 2. Seizing the moment, Qin Lang playfully pecked her at the corner of her mouth, startling her into a quick glance around to check for onlookers. His voice then whispered in her ear, you're right, I do prefer the fuller figure. A wave of disappointment washed over Su Xiaoxiao, her heart feeling achingly empty. Yet before she could fully process her feelings, Qin Lang continued to tease her. But what I love most is still the little one. Do you want to know why? Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, her eyes wide with anticipation, resembling a diligent student ready to take notes. With a mischievous grin, Qin Lang elongated the final syllable because I can cherish you from the very beginning. Chapter 57 Boundless Fury. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiaoxiao felt her entire body grow weak, her lively eyes shimmering with panic yet refusing to avert their gaze. On one hand, she felt embarrassed. On the other, it seemed as though the knots in her heart had suddenly loosened. Qin Lang held her hand, and under the guidance of the staff, they ascended the Ferris wheel, the enclosed compartment gradually rising higher. In the confined space meant for just the 2 of them, it felt particularly cramped. The moon hung in the sky, adorned by a sprinkle of stars. From the heights of the Ferris wheel, the dazzling and luxurious night view of Tianhai City unfolded before them. The vehicles on the roads appeared more numerous than usual, a continuous stream punctuated now and then by the rush of police cars, seemingly responding to some significant incident, conducting a thorough investigation. Has it already begun? Qin Lang observed the increasing number of police cars, a cold smile gracing his lips. Bai Xiaochun truly was mad. Had they already begun to exert their influence at such an early stage? When Bai Xiaoyan was kidnapped, despite the show of force, there was never such tension. The extent of favoritism towards males had truly reached an absurd level. Lost in thought, Qin Lang turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, who sat beside him. Her head bowed as she fiddled with her fingers, appearing utterly bored, yet occasionally stealing glances at him, revealing her inner turmoil. Young master, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, startled as she was suddenly lifted, and before she could finish her sentence, she found herself seated on Qin Lang's lap, her back against his warm chest. She shrank her neck, feeling as nervous as a little rabbit. Remembering the young master's earlier words, her heart raced even faster. She felt a twinge of fear. Merely having the young master touch her abdomen had been so pleasant and joyful. What would happen if he touched somewhere else? From their elevated vantage point, although Tianhai City was not the most bustling, its night scene was indeed breathtaking. Qin Lang wrapped his arm around her slender waist and pointed out the window, saying, "You were seated in the innermost part, only able to see the amusement park. From my side, I can see the city." Su Xiaoxiao, nestled in Qin Lang's embrace, had no thoughts of admiring the night scenery. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment, and she could hardly lift her head. Although the young master earnestly guided her to view the night, her mind wandered to disheveled and inappropriate thoughts. Truly, how shameless! Watching the young master deep in contemplation, she increasingly felt her thoughts straying into the realm of impropriety. She could hardly fathom why, whenever alone with him, such shameful ideas would arise. In the Bai family courtyard, the lights were ablaze. Bai Xiaochun, typically composed and calm, was today exhibiting an unusual fury. Where are the bodyguards? What on earth are they doing? How could they let someone go missing like this? Call me Zhang Zhu and have people search. Send members of the Black Dragon Society to look door to door. I demand that you find him tonight. This is outrageous. Who dares to harbor ill intentions toward my son? If I find out who it is, I will have their skin flayed. What are you staring at? Get out and find him. If you can't locate him, don't bother coming back. The Bai family's chief steward, Ah Fu, was unceremoniously driven out by Xiaochun from the second floor. He lowered his head, meekly addressing Bai Ruyu as Miss when he encountered her at the staircase before hastily exiting. This is retribution, isn't it? Bai Ruyu listened to the unending shouts of anger from the study above, a cold smile forming within her. Having someone kidnap her daughter, and now losing a bastard child. Was this not karmic retribution? She retrieved a box of milk from the refrigerator, pouring 2 cups on the coffee table and gently offering one to Bai Xiaoyan. Drink some milk to calm your nerves. Once things quiet down, we can go to bed. Bai Xiaoyan took a sip, feeling a tumult of emotions. After all, he was her father. How could she not feel disheartened by such disparate treatment? Sister, are boys truly that important? Are girls not worth cherishing at all? Bai Ruyu embraced her sister, gently ruffling her hair. Silly sister, how could you think that? I care for you. Bai Xiaoyan nodded, her thoughts suddenly drifting to Qin Lang, her big eyes sparkling with joy. He cared for her too. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase as Bai Xiaochun descended, striding into the living room, his face ablaze with fury as he glared at Bai Ruyu. Does this situation involve you in any way? If it does, release him immediately. We can overlook past grievances, but if you dare to harm Shui, don't blame me for being ruthless. Upon reflection, he felt his eldest daughter could very well be the mastermind behind Shui's kidnapping, especially considering her indulgence toward Xiaoyan. It was quite likely an act of deliberate retaliation against him. His anger exploded, disregarding whether the accusation was coincidental, questioning her like a suspect without any semblance of paternal affection. Witnessing this scene, even Bai Ruyu's usually stable demeanor was shaken. Was this truly her father? Even a stranger should not be so quick to suspect others. She bit her lip, her body trembling with indignation as she snapped. Don't assume everyone is as malicious as you. Some things I would never stoop to do. I strive for the Bai family fortune, not for money, but to ensure that my mother's sacrifices are not in vain. I declare this now, whether you like it or not. If anything happens to Bai Shui, I will not take a single cent from the Bai family. I have no interest in that filthy money. Bai Ruyu grasped her sister's arm, casting a fierce glare at their father, filled with resentment, anger, and disdain, but lacking any sense of reluctance. Her heart had been shattered, pulling her sister along. She resolutely turned towards the door. Xiaoyan, let us go home. This is no longer our home. Bai Xiaochun stood in the living room, watching the retreating figures of his daughters, a fleeting sense of guilt quickly overshadowed by the fury of his son's abduction. Chapter 58. The captivated Su Xiaoxiao in the dead of night. Tianhai City erupted into turmoil under by Xiaochun's boundless rage. The municipal headquarters mobilized nearly half of its police force to embark on a search. There was no choice. Bai Xiaochun was a significant taxpayer in Tianhai City, and any trouble he faced demanded utmost attention from the authorities. It was imperative to placate this affluent taxpayer. Otherwise, should Bai Xiaochun become displeased, he might relocate his business interests to another provincial capital, which could lead to a catastrophic loss of GDP and countless job opportunities for Tianhai City. Furthermore, nearly 80% of the personnel from the Black Dragon Society were also dispatched, driven by the allure of financial reward. After all, why would anyone refuse to roam about for the chance to earn money? Who knows, they might stumble upon a lucrative opportunity worth tens of millions. Amidst this chaotic atmosphere, Qin Lang accompanied Su Xiaoxiao at the amusement park, remaining until closing time. Upon returning to the villa, he received a phone call from Qiujiu, who immediately informed him that Bai Shui had been kidnapped. Qin Lang chuckled. After all, what did it matter to him if someone was kidnapped? Qiujiu, however, spoke with a hint of suspicion, questioning whether this incident was unrelated to him. She sensed something amiss. Today, Qin Lang had encountered Bai Shui, only for him to be abducted shortly after. Was it merely coincidence? Moreover, she understood Qin Lang's character well enough to know that he was not one to act without personal gain. His inquiries at the Queen's Bar had been too diligent to be without ulterior motives. And now, with the timing of the incident, something fell off. Qin Lang found her concern amusing. Are you worried about me? Afraid of retaliation? Qiujiu scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not worried about you. I'm merely investigating your potential involvement. After all, Bai Xiaochun has offered a hefty reward of 500 million for the safe return of Bai Shui. Qin Lang laughed heartily. 500 million? Indeed, a substantial sum. That could cover my expenses for half a year. Any leads on the situation? Let us earn some money together. We're practically family at this point. Qiujiu, accustomed to Qin Lang's tone, responded generously. All right then, I have over 100 suspects, all with grievances against Bai Shui. Since you're in the intelligence business, how about sharing their information with me? With that, Qin Lang abruptly hung up the phone. Over 100 enemies? Quite impressive. Bai Shui certainly had a talent for making foes. Given his reputation for being a rogue and stirring up animosity, it was rather surprising just how many enemies he had accumulated. In a way, Qin Lang felt a sense of gratitude towards Bai Shui, as the latter had effectively cleared him of suspicion. The only lingering doubt was Qiujiu, but she had already reached out, indirectly providing him with a warning. If she truly intended to expose him, Bai Xiaochun would have personally confronted him by now. As Qin Lang contemplated this situation, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Su Xiaoxiao stepped inside, wearing an outfit she had seemingly procured from nowhere, accentuating her slender figure. Although her physique was not particularly voluptuous, she radiated youthful charm and innocence, especially with her head slightly bowed, evoking a sense of endearment. Where did you find that outfit? Qin Lang inquired, astonished. Blushing, Su Xiaoxiao replied, Master. I discovered it while cleaning the tea room, hidden in a small cabinet. Do you like how I look? She was no longer a child. Upon discovering the attire, she realized it had been hidden away by Qin Lang. Remembering the several outfits she had found, this one seemed the most appropriate, and she mustered the courage to wear it. It was evident that Qin Lang had purchased these clothes because he liked them. In her heart, as long as Master was pleased, she was willing to make an effort to please him. Qin Lang beckoned her with a finger, and Su Xiaoxiao timidly approached, sitting on his lap without a word. Do you know what you're doing? He asked with keen interest, observing her reaction and realizing he had successfully reached his goal. He had anticipated needing to escalate the situation, but Su Xiaoxiao had come to him willingly. She nodded, aware that tonight she had no escape. Yet, she felt no inclination to resist. In every conceivable way, she had been thoroughly captivated by Qin Lang, resigned to a fate of being cherished. As the matron had advised, every girl inevitably seeks a boy whom she adores to entrust herself to. She had never harbored aspirations of climbing the social ladder or transforming into a swan. In her eyes, Qin Lang would always be her master, the one she was bound to serve. Yet, repeated misunderstandings had left her feeling guilty towards him. If Qin Lang had been harsh, she would have accepted it as deserved, recognizing that she had unjustly maligned him. But in reality, Qin Lang had shown her nothing but kindness, defending her and considering her well-being, even going so far as to understand her childhood dreams. Indeed, had it not been for Qin Lang's initiative, she might never have thought to revisit those aspirations, overwhelmed by the burdens of reality. Raising her head, cheeks flushed, she gazed at Qin Lang. Memories of their earlier encounter at the mall flooded her mind, recalling how he had punished those who had wronged her. She remembered the reluctance in his eyes when she had misunderstood him, his gentle comfort during her moments of pain. Gradually, Su Xiaoxiao's world narrowed to just Qin Lang, his presence filling her entire being. Chapter 59. The Touching of the Daughter of Fortune Ding. The host has successfully captured the heroine Su Xiaoxiao. Congratulations to the host for receiving 50,000 villain points. Ding. The heroine Su Xiaoxiao experiences intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 villain points. Listening to the system notification by his ear, Qin Lang rose and gently covered the sleeping Su Xiaoxiao with a blanket, planting a soft kiss on her forehead before departing the room. The moment the door clicked shut, Su Xiaoxiao, who had been feigning death, opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as if she were intoxicated. Embracing the pillow that had just cradled the young master's head, she buried her face into it, inhaling deeply. A faint smile gracing her lips, completely enveloped in a wave of blissful contentment. After leaving home, Qin Lang made his way directly to the villa where the Bai sisters resided. A night of relentless activity awaited him. Upon arrival, Bai Ruyu emerged from the living room, her face etched with concern. "I'm truly sorry for calling you at such a late hour, but Yun Yun is in a foul mood and refuses to eat. I find myself a loss." Feigning ignorance, Qin Lang inquired, "What has happened? Surely you have some inkling? What discord has arisen this time?" A flicker of resentment crossed Bai Ruyu's eyes before she nonchalantly shook her head. "It's the same issue regarding the illegitimate child. I have no idea who kidnapped that child. Father, Bai Xiaochun is in a rage at home, almost deranged, and even suspects that I orchestrated it. Yun Yun and I couldn't bear it any longer. So we left and one be returning. If in Bai Xiaochun's mind, only that illegitimate child is considered his, then let him live with that child. And what of Yi Feng? He is your bodyguard. He must be nearby, correct?" Qin Lang scanned the vicinity, feeling unease. "What if that man has ulterior motives toward you?" Bai Ruyu observed the earnestness in Qin Lang's expression, detecting no signs of pretense. Her tone softened as she replied, "During this period, Yi Feng has been too occupied to pay us any mind. Though his character leaves much to be desired, Bai Xiaochun has complete trust in his abilities, even asserting that Yi Feng is most likely to locate that illegitimate child." "Ah, I see." Qin Lang nodded, not at all surprised. Bai Xiaochun, aware of Yi Feng's identity, would undoubtedly seize such a valuable asset for his plans. As long as Yi Feng was involved in the search, his scheme could proceed smoothly. Bai Ryu glanced upstairs, sighing. "When Yun Yun throws a tantrum, I am utterly helpless. She won't even eat." Sigh. "But you needn't worry too much. Yun Yun has a somewhat complicated personality, yet her heart is genuinely kind, as you should know better than I." Having gathered information regarding Yi Feng, Qin Lang felt a weight lift. The efforts to track Yi Feng had yielded little success and were easily detected. In contrast, Bai Ruyu's intel from the Bai family was far more precise. "I understand. I'll check on Yun Yun now. We must ensure she doesn't do anything foolish, especially since she refuses to open the door." Bai Ruyu's face was a portrait of concern. Qin Lang nodded silently and ascended the stairs. As he reached the door, he found it slightly ajar, requiring no knock to enter. Bai Xiaoyun sat upright, her demeanor reminiscent of a schoolchild awaiting reprimand from a teacher. Qin Lang refrained from scolding her, merely asking, "Do you not wish to eat?" Bai Xiaoyun nodded lightly, glancing up at him, and upon seeing no anger in his eyes, she nodded more vigorously. "Are you not going to eat the meal I prepared?" Qin Lang pressed. "Ah." Bai Xiaoyun was taken aback, quickly shaking her head, then hesitatingly nodding. "I will eat. Of course, I will eat your cooking." How could she possibly refuse a meal prepared by her brother? Even if her stomach was already full, she would make room for it. "Then come down," Qin Lang said, taking Bai Xiaoyun's small hand as they made their way to the living room, where he donned an apron and stepped into the kitchen. These tasks were not his responsibility, but for the sake of the sisters' villain points, he was willing to exert himself. A single effort reaps double rewards. Quite a bargain. He exchanged some villain points for temporary advanced culinary skills, which only cost 20 points. While he possessed enough villain points for a permanent upgrade, he deemed it unnecessary. The sisters stood at the kitchen's edge, watching Qin Lang deftly flip and sort. No matter how bold Bai Ruyu was, she could hardly fathom that Qin Lang possessed such culinary skills. To her, he was the quintessential upper-class heir, utterly unacquainted with domestic chores. Yet the scene before her shattered her preconceived notions. In less than half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were flawlessly prepared. Bai Ruyu stepped forward to assist in serving the dishes on the table. Qin Lang and Bai Xiaoyun sat together as Bai Ruyu took a seat across from them, the three enjoying a meal of home-cooked dishes. "It's delicious. How you cook so well, brother?" Bai Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with delight. The young girl, already lacking in decorum, devoured her food with gusto while singing Qin Lang's praises. "Perfect. Brother is simply outstanding." The more time she spent with him, the more she realized he was her true destined partner, more perfect than any prince from her dreams. Such thoughts were beyond her wildest imaginings. "Eat well. You'll need your strength to continue sparring with your sister," Qin Lang remarked, bringing a hush to the table. Bai Xiaoyun, pausing mid-bite, suddenly found her food less appealing. "Do you think your sister is living too comfortably and that you should stir up trouble for her? Or do you believe only you are suffering while she is not? Are you still sulking and refusing to eat?" His three-pronged inquiry left Bai Xiaoyun dazed, repeatedly shaking her head in denial. Ding! The heroine Bai Ruyu's favorability rating has increased. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 villain points. Ding! The heroine Bai Ruyu's favorability continues to rise. Congratulations to the host for receiving 800 villain points. Bai Ruyu watched from the side, warmth blooming in her heart. Though Qin Lang appeared disheveled before her, he fully assumed the role of brother-in-law in front of Yin. She felt an inexplicable surge of emotion, as if that night's extreme exchange had become far easier to accept. Chapter 60. The chairman requests leave from the manager at the dining table. Bai Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming sense of shame as she was lectured. Her sister had done so much for her, yet she had failed to show understanding, sulking instead and refusing to eat, which only saddened her sister. Her actions were akin to pouring salt on her sister's wounds. "I'm sorry, brother. I realize my mistake. I shouldn't have sulked. I was just feeling aggrieved." Bai Xiaoyun pouted, acknowledging her error in losing her temper. Qin Lang affectionately patted her head and smiled. "Why are you apologizing to me? It is your sister you should apologize to." Bai Xiaoyun nodded earnestly, immediately slipping on her sparkling sandals and standing up, her legs adorned in white knee-high socks. As she rushed towards Bai Ruyu across the table, her pink dress swayed charmingly. While not plump, it exuded a playful spirit. As she approached her sister, who had just set down her bowl and was smiling, Bai Xiaoyun crashed into Bai Ruyu's embrace, wrapping her arms around her neck. "Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I was just so angry. Seeing how her father was with us made me feel especially wronged." Adjusting herself comfortably in her sister's arms, she firmly declared, "From now on, I will never sulk with you again." Listening to her brother's words, Bai Xiaoyun recognized how hurtful her actions had been. She understood that her sister loved her dearly, yet her little tantrums had caused her sister pain. Guilt welled up inside her, making it difficult to meet her sister's gaze. Bai Ryu looked at Qin Lang with a warm smile in her heart. She gently pinched her sister's cheek and cheerfully said, "As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. We won't be angry. From now on, I'll always take care of you." No matter how aggrieved she felt, Bai Ryu would never voice it. She cherished her sister, her own flesh and blood, whom she had raised since childhood, and she could never bear to reproach her even slightly. Glancing at Qin Lang, Bai Ryu felt a flicker of warm anticipation. Perhaps without the Bai family, she could lead a more liberated and joyful life. Yes, a home that belongs solely to the three of us, including brother. Bai Xiaoyun nodded vigorously, making sure to include Qin Lang as a family member. Then, with a huff, she added, "I won't be angry anymore. Even though we don't have our father's affection, I still have my brother. He is much better than father. I don't even care about him. Sister, you have only me now. I will take good care of you. Alone? Bai Ryu smiled bitterly, feeling a strange sensation in her heart as she listened to her sister repeatedly refer to Qin Lang as brother. It wasn't jealousy, it was merely an odd discomfort. Yes, the brother in her sister's words cared for her, but what her sister didn't realize was how often Qin Lang had worried about her sister. Thoughts of Qin Lang inevitably led her to consider their more intimate moments, and she found herself looking forward to the rest of the evening. Sisterly affection was expressed in intimate words. After a while, noticing the time, Qin Lang finally stood up and looked at the hand-holding sisters with a smile. Seeing you both so harmonious is truly delightful. I won't disturb your sisterly time any longer tonight. Brother, are you leaving already? You just arrived. Bai Xiaoyan pouted, clearly reluctant. Bai Ryu patted her sister's head, urging her to go upstairs while secretly vowing to keep Qin Lang from leaving. With that, Bai Xiaoyan reluctantly ascended the stairs, glancing back several times. The living room fell silent, leaving only Qin Lang and Bai Ryu exchanging glances. What? Don't you think my staying is a disturbance to your sisterly bond? Qin Lang joked lightly. Bai Ryu rolled her eyes playfully, responding with a soft huff. What do you think? Xiaoyan cares so much about you that I, as her sister, am feeling a bit envious. It's already so late. Why would you go back? There are rooms here for you to rest in. If it's really necessary, I can share a room with Xiaoyan, and you can sleep in my room. Qin Lang shook his head. That would defeat the purpose of staying. If you leave, what am I to do here? He gazed at the graceful and alluring curves of Bai Ryu with an amused expression. After a brief hesitation, Bai Ryu bit her lip and said, Considering how you helped me tonight, if you stay, I'll come find you after Xiaoyan falls asleep. It was unclear whether her invitation stemmed from gratitude or a genuine sense of loneliness. Whenever she spent too long alone, feelings of anxiety would rise, conjuring images of Bai Xiaochun's ugly face in her mind. Conversely, being with Qin Lang, despite the teasing and some discomfort, left her in a state of blissful emptiness where nothing else mattered. It was almost intoxicating. I'm afraid I must decline, Qin Lang said, seemingly oblivious to her feelings. He had pressing matters to attend to tonight regarding Bai Xiaochun, having already tasked Yi Feng with searching for Bai Shui. It wasn't that he lacked faith in Junzi, but he needed to secure the situation before any unforeseen events arose. Moreover, he had been running around all day, and his energy was somewhat depleted. Bai Ryu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intelligence as she scrutinized Qin Lang. You're in such a hurry to leave. It wouldn't be that you're going to meet Mu Yuyan, would it? Let me remind you, you've entrusted me with the beautifying pill matter. So don't be bewitched by any charming schemes. She felt somewhat unsettled, having been rejected despite her invitation, causing her heart to feel somewhat bruised. If Qin Lang were indeed going to meet Mu Yuyan, she feared she wouldn't be able to sleep a wink that night. Impossible. Qin Lang shook his head vehemently. What does she have to do with me? He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around Bai Ryu's slender waist, and earnestly stated, Manager Bai, I trust you completely with the company matters. I have no intentions of meddling. I must also request something from you. Request what? Bai Ryu was bewildered. Qin Lang chuckled awkwardly. I'm requesting Manager Bai's permission to take a night off to grant the chairman a respite. Chapter 61. Disguised as Yi Feng. Rescuing Bai Shui? After being berated as a rogue, Qin Lang finally departed from the villa where the Bai sisters resided. He stealthily moved through the darkness, resembling a specter. Darting swiftly, his speed was extraordinary. Even an assassin of Yi Feng's caliber would find it challenging to rival Qin Lang at this moment. Having consumed all the physical enhancement pills, his physique had reached an astonishing 200 points. Against ordinary people, even the most robust, he could easily dispatch them with a mere breath or pierce their skulls with a single finger. Now, Qin Lang's physical prowess was unparalleled, and his combat strength was unfathomably formidable. In a life-and-death struggle against someone like Yi Feng, he held a high degree of confidence, barring any other unforeseen circumstances. Of course, such lethal matters would be left to his subordinates. As a grand antagonist, why should he engage with these fortunate sons? Reflecting on the situation, Qin Lang was aware of Bai Shui's abduction location. Although the kidnappers had no direct ties to him, they were instigated by Junzi's men, a common breed, and had arranged for Junzi's trusted brothers to follow closely. Bai Shui had offended too many individuals, too numerous to count, including several ruthless characters. With just a little provocation, they would readily explode with fury. And now, the man had been taken away. Within an hour, Qin Lang arrived at a secluded residential building. Silently, he donned a human skin mask from his system's backpack, and upon full alignment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Yifeng. Under the guise of this disguise, his skeletal structure underwent subtle changes, morphing into Yifeng's physique. Unless one was particularly familiar, it would be nearly impossible to discern the difference. This disguise technique was a perfect tool for framing others. However, he considered the potential repercussions of this disguise, such as only being recognized by Bai Shui and a few other unrelated men. He would never employ this technique in front of those who knew Yifeng or any of his acquaintances. Even though it was his own body, wearing another's face made him feel profoundly uncomfortable, even at the thought of merely conversing. Inside a relatively obscure residential building, 3 tattooed men lounged around a table, drinking beer while snacking on peanuts. One man, irate, guzzled his drink and shouted, "What the hell? Didn't Tiwi hear this kid was merely a wealthy heir? Why has this escalated so dramatically?" The entire Tianhai city was in turmoil, sirens blaring outside, and just moments ago, a chat group mentioned that the Black Dragon Society had mobilized. The trio exchanged glances at Bai Shui, bound and bruised in the corner, their teeth clenched in frustration. They had only intended to abduct him, give him a beating, and let him suffer for a few days, seeking retribution for his earlier humiliation when he had stolen their girl in the bar and sent them a video of the incident. Who could endure such indignity? Yet now, with their anger partially vented and realizing the situation had spiraled out of control amidst the cacophony outside, they felt a heavy dread settle in their hearts. They understood this was a serious matter, but with the arrow already on the string, there was no turning back. "Ahu, go ask," commanded a man with a black scorpion tattoo on his neck, his face cold and unyielding. Ahu, clutching a dagger, stepped forward and yanked the 2 pairs of worn underwear from Bai Shui's mouth, coldly admonishing, "Behave yourself. If you scream, I'll show you what it means to bleed." Bai Shui's eyelids twitched wildly, not out of fear, but due to the swelling and blood that trickled into his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he managed to suppress his anger. "What do you want? Let me go, and we can negotiate. I could pay you anything you ask. Do you think we're in this for a few stinking coins? Have you forgotten how you humiliated us?" Ahu seethed. If it weren't for not wanting to escalate things, I'd have been the first to stab you. That student girl was drugged by me. If we're going to have fun, there should be some order, right? Bai Shui rolled his eyes. "Isn't it just a woman? If you want to play, just say so. Let me go, and you can have whoever you want. I'll set it up for you." He had completely forgotten that it was his own lackeys who had engaged in beating people and abducting women. Slapping around a thug's girl and sending videos is nothing new for me. It's just for the thrill. With a swift motion, Ahu slapped Bai Shui across the face. Cursing, "I'm not here to discuss that. Tell me, which family do you belong to?" Bai Shui grimaced in pain, defiantly replying, "My father is Bai Xiaochun." His hands bound, he couldn't wipe the blood from his face, so he had no choice but to comply. As a child, he had been unaware of his father's identity. But now that he was grown, how could he remain in the dark? Even if Bai Xiaochun had not revealed it, could he not investigate himself? Even if Bai Xiaochun had retreated from the spotlight, a glance at old photographs or newspapers would suffice for him to recognize his father, the chairman of the Bai Group, a billionaire tycoon in Tianhai City. Had he not known his father's identity and been so pampered, he would never have dared to act so arrogantly in public. Yet, he never anticipated falling into the hands of such reckless men today. Damn it! Ahu angrily shoved the soiled underwear back into Bai Shui's mouth. Returning to the table, he plopped down on a chair, opened a can of beer, and gulped it down. Slamming his fist on the table, causing peanuts to scatter, he exclaimed, "Brother, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest. We shouldn't have bragged to those guys. This kid is Bai Xiaochun's son, and now the entire Tianhai city is hunting for us. This doesn't seem like a lie. Only a family as powerful as the Bais could create such a ruckus. What do we do now?" Ahu felt overwhelmed, his heart racing with anxiety. He never imagined they would provoke the Bai family. A wealthy family could crush them like ants without a second thought. The scorpion, ever vigilant, narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning murderous as he scanned Bai Shui. Bai Shui struggled violently, desperate to explain, but the foul taste in his mouth silenced him. Settle down, Scorpion coldly commanded, waiting until Bai Shui quieted before slowly addressing his two subordinates. At this point, regret is futile. The entire Tianhai city is on the lookout for us. If Bai Xiaochun discovers we abducted his illegitimate son, he'll stop at nothing to kill us. Ahu questioned. No way. Bai Xiaochun is a major businessman and philanthropist in Tianhai city. He harbored a lingering hope within, a hope for a possible escape route, such as returning Bai Shui and offering a sincere apology. Even if it meant suffering a broken leg, it would still be preferable to being perpetually on the run. The Scorpion rolled his eyes. With the Black Dragon Society involved, did one truly believe that the police were orchestrating the Society's actions? It was none other than Bai Xiaochun pulling the strings from the shadows. Those who play with capital possess hearts as tainted as their dealings. So be it, he thought. Let us observe for now. After all, our position here remains relatively safe. I need to relieve myself, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. Scorpion felt an urgent need to urinate. Likewise, he glanced at Ahu and the others, a look of resignation in his eyes. At such a critical juncture, they still clung to the delusion that Bai Xiaochun would choose to bury the hatchet. Wasn't he that absurd? Among the current wealthy elite, who among them was ever a paragon of virtue when they first amassed their fortunes? They are all heartless and ruthless in their actions. He could not be bothered to explain further, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him as he rose and made his way towards the restroom downstairs. Just as fate would have it, at the very moment Scorpion departed, the door of the room was forcefully pried open from the outside, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Chapter 62. Yi Feng. I know it's you. Ahu and his companion, Sha Chong, instantly turned solemn upon hearing the sound. They set down their beers, grasped their daggers, and stealthily approached the door. Just as the person knocking stepped inside, Ahu and Sha Chong, with a determined resolve, thrust their daggers outward simultaneously. A dull thud echoed as two blades pierced flesh, followed by anguished cries. Both Ahu and Sha Chong felt their right hands sliced open by the opposing daggers, blood gushing forth, and their wounded arms were seized. Qin Lang, wearing a mask of Yifeng, entered the room, his face obscured by a black mask he had retrieved from the system's backpack, a collection of trinkets won through the system's lottery. With an air of confidence, he held onto the two bleeding arms, a glint of amusement in his eyes as he smirked. With such pitiful skills, do you really think you can harm me? He was not hesitant to speak, having previously acquired an intermediate voice mimicry skill from the system's shop to ensure his anonymity. Only an expert in voice recognition might discern the truth. Bound and helpless, Bai Shui squirmed like a distressed creature, his cries echoing in the room. Qin Lang discarded Ahu and shot Chong onto the ground and pointed at the object stuffed in Bai Shui's mouth, urging, take it out. Ahu, filled with dread, stumbled towards Bai Shui. Instead of removing the item, he pressed his dagger against Bai Shui's throat and shouted frantically at Qin Lang, don't come any closer, or I'll kill this kid. You're after Bai Xiaochun's money, right? Let's negotiate. Just let us leave Tianhai City, and we'll release him. He knew of Bai Xiaochun's connections, but was taken aback by the swiftness of the situation. Fortunately, despite the intruder's formidable strength, he seemed somewhat reckless, having captured them only to let them go. Qin Lang remained unfazed, swiftly taking Sha Chong hostage. To avert any threats, he picked up a dagger from beside him and plunged it into Sha Chong's right chest, declaring, don't act rashly. Put down the knife, or your dear brother will perish. Blood flowed profusely. Sha Chong grimaced in pain, inwardly seething. What have I done to deserve this? Who is truly the kidnapper here? Ahu had yet to make a move, merely issuing verbal threats. Yet Qin Lang had already struck without hesitation. Ahu, bewildered, swallowed hard and yanked the original flavor of Bai Shui's undergarment from his mouth, shouting, make him stop. Bai Shui, in a state of panic, cried out, Yifeng, what the hell are you doing? Do you want me dead? If you can save me, then show your face. I know it's you. If anything happens to me, my father will not spare you. With a swift motion, Qin Lang's dagger found its way back into Sha Chong's chest, creating 2 gaping wounds. Sha Chong looked up, his face pale and on the verge of tears. Brother. Qin Lang chuckled awkwardly. I have a bit of a compulsive disorder. There is a hole on the right, but not on the left. It just feels off. Bai Shui was left dumbfounded. He recognized Yi Feng, having dined with him, where his father had shown him great respect. Yet, in this moment, it was clear to anyone that Yi Feng had no intention of rescuing him. I get it. You're in cahoots with those 2 harlots, aren't you? You want me dead so they can inherit the Bai family's fortune. Bai Shui, feeling the dagger's pressure against his throat, quickly shifted his tone. If you save me, I can offer you anything you want. Just save me. Qin Lang twirled the dagger playfully, regarding Bai Shui with amusement. Can you compare to Bai Ruyu or Bai Xiaoyan? Even if you fancy fencing, I have no taste for it. Without further ado, having heard enough from Bai Shui, Qin Lang thrust the dagger directly into his heart, delivering a fatal blow. Bai Shui's last thoughts were of disbelief, unable to comprehend that it was Yi Feng who had taken his life so ruthlessly. As if he feared the kidnappers wouldn't finish the job and had come personally to deliver the fatal strike. His eyes widened in shock as he slumped in Hu's arms, their gazes locking in a moment of helplessness. Sha Chong met a similar fate. His neck snapped without mercy. Hu, filled with terror, recoiled, his face a mask of panic. Before he could betray his companion, he was silenced with a swift kick. Afterward, Qin Lang meticulously arranged the scene, leaving a Chong's fingerprints on the dagger and Sha Chong's neck before vanishing into the night. The scorpion, who had witnessed everything from a distance, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Only when the coast was clear did Scorpion lean against the restroom wall, sliding down to the ground, soaked in cold sweat. Madness. What a cunning move to use us as shields. That damned Yi Feng is after Bai Xiaochun's inheritance. Such a treacherous tactic. He swallowed hard, quickly erasing any trace of his presence before fleeing the scene. Seeking revenge against Yi Feng? Foolish. That man possessed strength beyond comprehension, capable of snapping necks with bare hands. His brothers, all towering figures, were mere rabbits in his grasp. Why risk a futile endeavor? As for betraying Bai Xiaochun, that was even less feasible. After all, Yi Feng had murdered Bai Shui, making him an accomplice in the eyes of the law. Scorpion, having spent more time in this world than Hu, was far more astute. Reporting the incident would only ensure his demise at the hands of Bai Xiaochun. After much contemplation, he decided to flee the scene while he still could. In the shadows, Qin Lang concealed himself, observing Scorpion's retreat before removing his black gloves and returning the human mask to the system's backpack. Though now useless, it was imperative to avoid leaving behind any incriminating evidence. Regarding the chaos left behind, he paid it no mind. Should anyone investigate, Scorpion's attempts to erase his tracks would be futile. The deaths of Hu and Sha Chong could never be attributed to a mere brawl. Let Bai Xiaochun handle the aftermath. He relished the peace. The chosen one of fate? After enduring blow after blow, one must wonder how Yi Feng fared. Did he sense the impending turmoil? Perhaps he envisioned rising to greatness with Bai Xiaochun's assistance, seeking to create a legacy. Yet, little did Yi Feng realize that he was not the only one plotting against him. As the ultimate antagonist, failing to grasp the importance of striking first would render him obsolete. He might as well self-destruct to become a cautionary tale for Yi Feng. Chapter 63. Unveiling the true face of Qin Lang in the Bai family courtyard. The hour was late, and the first light of dawn had begun to break over the horizon. Inside the study, Bai Xiaochun had spent the night in restless agitation, his spirit aflame with fury. The events of the previous night had yielded no tidings from the police, and the Black Dragon Society had remained ominously silent. Such a commotion had stirred half of Tianhai City, with the airports and high-speed rail stations under close scrutiny. His son's abduction had occurred just last night. Where could he possibly escape to? Bai Shui, your father shall not spare anyone who harms you. Bai Xiaochun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his eyes slightly bloodshot. Just then, the door swung open, and Yi Feng, looking somewhat pale, stepped inside. Bai Xiaochun sprang to his feet, hope flickering across his face as he inquired, Mr. Yi, is there any news about my son? He was well aware of Yi Feng's powerful connections and harbored great expectations. Yi Feng shook his head. Not yet. What about Bai Dao and the Black Dragon Society? In truth, he had not sought out any information. Firstly, he was in poor spirits and reluctant to trouble himself with such matters. Secondly, he had suffered an unfortunate bout of food poisoning the night before, leaving him utterly drained. He increasingly felt that something was amiss. At times, he was inexplicably irritable. Even upon encountering a beautiful woman, he would often assume she might have an interest in him, only to be met with indifference when he attempted to strike up a conversation. His luck had soured drastically. Food poisoning, run-ins with con artists, and even the misfortune of bird droppings plummeting upon him while seeking shade under a tree. Bai Xiaochun regarded him intently, noting his pallor. He assumed it was due to a night spent searching. There is still no news. I apologize for troubling you, Mr. Yi, but I must ask for your continued assistance. There will be ample rewards afterward. Yi Feng offered a reassuring nod. Do not worry. The kidnappers are likely motivated by greed and will not harm young Master Bai. No sooner had he spoken than Bai Xiaochun received a phone call from Bai Dao. As he listened to the officer's account, especially upon hearing the critical news, his heart sank, and the phone slipped from his grasp, hitting the floor with a sharp crack. His eyes glazed over, and it seemed as though he aged a decade in an instant, only to be followed by an explosive rage erupting from within. Who has killed my son? His roar reverberated through the study as he dashed out in a frenzy, leaving Yi Feng stunned and distressed. Was it truly possible? Just as he had reassured Bai Xiaochun that Bai Shui would be safe, the next call informed him that Bai Shui had been slain? Such misfortune. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan No. 1 Villa District, Mu Yuyan's abode was filled with a different atmosphere. In a living room, a girl clad in a white panda t-shirt lounged on the couch. The panda's round face stretched adorably. With her delicate hands, she was massaging Mu Yuyan's shoulders, softly suggesting, President Mu, since you're not in the mood for work today, why not accompany me for some shopping? It's been ages since we've gone out. Mu Yuyan cast a sidelong glance with weary disinterest, shaking her head. I'm not interested. Lin Yuchu, with a playful pout, clung to Mu Yuyan's arm and gently shook it. How about a movie instead? There's a new comedy out that's been getting great reviews. It would be a perfect diversion for us. Not in the mood, Mu Yuyan repeated, rolling her eyes in annoyance. You're older than me by a month, so stop calling me sister all the time. Lin Yuchu huffed internally. Despite being older, her youthful appearance often led others to mistake her for a high school student. She had never been rebuffed when referring to Mu Yuyan as her elder sister. This was a first. Clearly, Mu Yuyan's heart had been shattered by that scoundrel. With a frustrated huff, Lin Yuchu exclaimed, Is he really worth all this sorrow? Just a worthless man. Why let him get to you? You're too good for such treatment. Don't you realize he might be reveling in your misery right now? Lin Yuchu's tone was laced with resentment. She had witnessed too many heartless men, particularly among the wealthy elite of the capital. They often treated relationships as mere games, throwing money around to woo women, which she found utterly distasteful. She had hoped Mu Yuyan would remain wise to their schemes, especially since, just weeks ago, she had expressed distaste for Qin Lang and frequently complained about him. Lin Yuchu could hardly fathom how quickly Mu Yuyan's feelings had shifted. It's just Qin Lang. I'm certain he's deliberately stringing you along, employing the age-old tactic of wanting what you can't have. You're too occupied with work to notice. Any girl with a bit of experience wouldn't fall for such petty tricks. Just wait. Once you arrange to meet Qin Lang, I have 100 ways to expose his true nature. Mu Yuyan turned, her brow furrowed. You mustn't interfere. This matter does not concern you. Don't add to my troubles. I'm already overwhelmed. Despite understanding Lin Yuchu's good intentions, Mu Yuyan was all too aware of her friend's nature, whimsical and prone to exaggeration, pretending to be a relationship expert while lacking any real experience herself. Lin Yuchu dismissed Mu Yuyan's warning, glancing at Ning beside her. Do you really want to watch Yuyan spiral into despair? You know what kind of person Qin Lang is, don't you? Even if Yuyan is infatuated, she shouldn't be with such a cad. Let us work together to keep her grounded. Once Qin Lang's true colors are revealed, we'll all be better off. Mu Yuyan snapped. You wouldn't dare. Lin Yuchu leaped forward, undeterred. What is there to fear? Don't forget, I've trained in Taekwondo for 2 years. Minutes later, Mu Yuyin found herself restrained, while Ning stood by helplessly. Miss, honestly, as an observer, I feel pain to see you like this. Perhaps Lin is right. What if Qin Lang truly is a man unworthy of trust? Yuyin, cease your struggles. Today, Qin Lang shall undoubtedly face public disgrace. Lin Yuchu toyed with Mu Yuyin's phone, and after a moment, she raised the screen triumphantly, declaring, I've already made the arrangements. The venue is at my family's hotel. Await the revelation of Qin Lang's true nature. Lin Yuchu's eyes sparkled with self-satisfaction, her countenance radiating pride and overflowing confidence. She possessed myriad strategies capable of exposing the true character of this scoundrel, Qin Lang. A mere rogue, she could effortlessly unveil him in an instant. It is one thing to bully other girls, but to think he could intimidate her cherished friend, Lin Yuchu? Such a notion is nothing short of fanciful delusion. With a sly smile dancing in her eyes, Lin Yuchu mused to herself, Qin Lang, do not blame me for withholding my favor. You have merely chosen the wrong target. Witness how I shall orchestrate your downfall, leaving you utterly humiliated. Chapter 64. Lin Yuchu in the rain at noon. Qin Lang was on his way to Kaiyuan International. Junzi, with one hand on the steering wheel, gave a thumbs up to Qin Lang behind him. Young master, when it comes to dealing with women, I would dare say you are unparalleled. You are like a hunter in search of prey. Once you have identified your target, there is no challenge you cannot conquer. It's truly remarkable. I still remember when President Mu first laid eyes on you. She would either ignore you or display a look of disdain. But now, she visits your residence frequently and even invites you to lunch. She is clearly pursuing you. Junzi was genuinely impressed by Qin Lang, who could even win over someone as aloof as Mu Yuyin. What others did not know, but he understood well, was that young master was a master of multitasking, engaging multiple avenues simultaneously, all yielding bountiful results. It was simply astounding. Qin Lang chuckled lightly. Hunter? What kind of hunter? A bounty hunter? If not for the circumstances, I would hardly have the leisure to dine with Mu Yuyin. If I hadn't teased since the system alerting me to Mu Yuyin's fluctuating emotions, perhaps due to some incident, I would likely be preparing for a second lesson with Su Xiao, continuing to impart knowledge. Surely, this is far more comfortable than dining with Mu Yuyin. The Maybach came to a smooth halt at the entrance of Kaiyuan International. Due to the rain, Qin Lang emerged with an umbrella, his tailored suit accentuating his compelling presence. At the hotel entrance, he paused and glanced at a young girl nearby. Though she was referred to as a girl, she stood over 6 meters tall, her figure elegantly developed, clad in a black and white JK uniform paired with knee-high white stockings. She showcased her long legs exquisitely. Most strikingly, Qin Lang noticed that her figure was hardly inferior to that of the Bai sisters, and beneath the JK uniform, it was even more captivating. Such an impressive physique was complemented by a delicate, youthful face, making her appear as if she were merely 17 or 18. Ding! The protagonist Lin Yuchu experienced a surge of emotions, and congratulations to the host for gaining 100 villain points. At the hotel entrance, Lin Yuchu stomped her feet impatiently, her large, watery eyes fixed on the transparent rain shield outside, seemingly eager to rush out and hail a taxi. Yet internally, she was in a state of agitation. Damn it, what is Qin Lang doing? Doesn't he see that I'm without an umbrella? He shows no gentlemanly demeanor. Couldn't he at least come over to strike up a conversation? Lin Yuchu felt a mix of anger and injustice. In such dreadful weather, wearing so little while it poured outside, any man who saw her would likely consider offering her a ride. Yet Qin Lang stood there, merely watching without approaching or entering the hotel. Determined to expose Qin Lang's true nature, Lin Yuchu resolutely muttered under her breath, stepping out from the rain shield, and intentionally slipped, landing dramatically on the ground. Inside the hotel surveillance room, Mu Yuyin and Ning sat before the LCD screen, able to observe the high-definition video and audio through the cameras. Upon seeing Lin Yuchu fall into the rain, Mu Yuyin exclaimed in distress, "How can Yuchu do this? She is clearly taking advantage of Qin Lang's sympathy. And in this downpour, if she wanted to entice Qin Lang, she need not go to such lengths. I have to bring her an umbrella. I cannot just watch Yuchu continue to get soaked," Mu Yuyin insisted. and Ning quickly blocked her path, smiling wryly. Miss, please do not add to the chaos. Miss Lin has gone to such lengths for you, even braving the rain, to uncover Qin Lang's true identity. If you go now, wouldn't it waste her efforts? And Ning was astute. Having followed Mu Yuyin for several years, she knew her well. If Mu Yuyin intervened, though Lin Yuchu would no longer be in the rain, her identity would certainly be compromised. She did not wish to see Lin Yuchu's hard work go to waste. Just then, Qin Lang moved in the video, prompting Ning to exclaim, Miss, look, Qin Lang is about to take action. In the puddles, Lin Yuchu was drenched, her black and white JK uniform accentuating her curves. She sat in the rain, holding her knees, unable to contain her sobs. Vulnerable, helpless, and full of grievances, her emotions were evident. Any reasonably decent man would surely not stand by as such a beautiful girl got soaked, Lin Yuchu thought with certainty, confident in her looks and figure. She believed that as long as Qin Lang was willing to engage her in conversation, she could easily draw him away from here. Once he left, it would be a breach of contract. What could a man want when leaving with a strange woman? The implication was clear. He was certainly a scoundrel. After waiting for a while, Lin Yuchu stole glances at Qin Lang, her heart leaping with joy as she noticed him move. However, when she saw him head towards the recently arrived Maybach instead of approaching her, her excitement turned it out, quickly followed by self-assurance. He must be going to fetch an umbrella. He intended to offer her an umbrella, seeking an excuse to exchange contact information. It was clearly the old tricks of scoundrel. How could he fool her sharp eyes? Moments later, Qin Lang emerged from the Maybach, indeed holding an umbrella, but standing beside him was Junzi, his driver and bodyguard. The two approached within 2 meters of Lin Yuchu, glancing left and right. Despite holding the umbrella, Qin Lang did not advance to shield Lin Yuchu from the rain. Instead, he wore an expression of amusement as he remarked, Junzi, what do you think is going on with this girl? Heartbroken, or perhaps pregnant, and unable to afford an abortion? Junzi replied absent-mindedly, heartbroken, I suppose. Her belly isn't showing, so doesn't T seem like she is pregnant? Perhaps it's too early to tell? Lin Yuchu was dumbfounded, looking up as raindrops slid down her cheeks, mingling with her tears. She gazed at Qin Lang, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, even meeting her gaze with a look of feigned curiosity, leaving her utterly stunned. This man? A scoundrel? He was clearly a stalwart, unyielding man. To see a vulnerable woman in the rain and not approach her with concern was one thing, but why gather his bodyguard to stand before her and gawk? Was there any greater humiliation? Chapter 65. An umbrella with a fruit knife? Ding! The protagonist Lin Yuchu experienced a surge of intense emotions. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 200 villain points. Ding! Lin Yuchu's anger continued to escalate. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an additional 500 villain points. Ding! The affection value for Mu Yuyin steadily increased. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 600 villain points. Ding! The incessant system notifications ringing in Qin Lang's ears confirmed that his choices were indeed prudent. Clearly, this girl was not virtuous, although she was a legally recognized lowly. In the original work, Lin Yuchu, who was Mu Yuyin's close friend, was also known as the scumbag identification machine, having confronted Yi Feng numerous times, mischievous and notorious, wielding influence with reckless abandon. This time, Mu Yuyin's emotional turmoil was undoubtedly tied to Lin Yuchu. Furthermore, the blatant flirtation made Qin Lang wary. Others might be oblivious, but he was well aware of Lin Yuchu's concealed familiarity. It was merely girl love. Simultaneously, she exhibited a masochistic tendency. The more kindness one showed her, the more she would rebel. How could she initiate a conversation? Perhaps Mu Yuyin was watching from a distance, and Lin Yuchu had already set a trap, eagerly awaiting his fall. Qin Lang sneered inwardly, turning the tables and seizing the initiative, gazing at Lin Yuchu, who sat in the puddle with a charmingly sinister air. Merely bullying Lin Yuchu could yield 2 portions of villain points. 1 effort, 2 rewards. Why not indulge? As the rain fell incessantly, soaking her black and white JK uniform, her alluring curves became even more captivating. Lin Yuchu gritted her teeth in frustration, unwilling to abandon her previous efforts, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "Brother, it's raining so heavily. Could you lend me an umbrella?" Qin Lang counted the 2 umbrellas and the 3 individuals present, responding with a smile. "Little sister, are you unable to count? There are only 2 umbrellas. How can I lend you one?" Lin Yuchu fumed internally, incredulous that Qin Lang, standing before her, was so oblivious. Hadn't she made her request clear? How could he not just help her hold the umbrella for a moment? Truly, she never expected to squat in a puddle for so long, her white skirt already dampened by the rain. With an umbrella in hand, Qin Lang approached Lin Yuchu. But just as the canopy was about to cover her, he abruptly halted a mere few centimeters away, pointing toward the nearby hotel's rain shield. "You can seek refuge there." Lin Yuchu wiped her face, not knowing whether it was tears or rain, forced a bitter smile, and, feigning innocence, said softly, "I just twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Brother, could you just hold the umbrella for me, please?" Qin Lang ignored her, instead pointing at the glint of something black protruding from her waist, his voice turning serious. "What do you have there? It looks bulky. Let me see." Lin Yuchu's expression shifted. "And no need for that, right? Junzi, let us go." Qin Lang turned, calling out to Junzi as he prepared to leave. Lin Yuchu hurriedly pleaded, "Don't go. I'll show you, okay?" Reluctantly, she retrieved a small fruit knife from her waist. This item was originally intended for self-defense, should Qin Lang act recklessly, even in the event of her revealing her true identity. Naturally, she had to carry a means of protection. Now exposed, she had to maintain her image as a weak woman, offering a feeble explanation. "Brother, this is just a fruit knife for cutting fruit." Qin Lang furrowed his brows, skeptically questioning, "Cutting fruit? On a day like this, you venture out without an umbrella, but with a knife? What is the meaning of that? Rainy night with a knife, but no umbrella? What was the implication?" Lin Yuchu was on the verge of exploding with anger, wishing she could stab Qin Lang repeatedly, avoiding any fatal wounds, leaving him in a state of helplessness. But considering Mu Yuyin was likely watching from the surveillance feed, she tossed the fruit knife aside and resorted to her ultimate tactic. Feigning vulnerability, "Brother, I'm still young, just starting high school. My parents are fighting at home, talking about divorce, and they even hit me. I'm so scared and cold. Could you take me somewhere warm?" She hugged herself, trembling in the rain, her petite figure evoking pity in anyone who saw her. Even Junzi, a person who typically relished in authority, felt a pang of compassion, contemplating whether to provide her warmth. Qin Lang assessed her from head to toe, extending his hand to help Lin Yuchu up, remarking, "It's not easy for anyone. How about this? I happen to have a friend who is particularly interested in students like you, those lacking in care. Shall I call him over? We can all have a good chat." Heavens! Lin Yuchu internally screamed with unexpected delight. Who would have thought that this seemingly ironclad Qin Lang would propose such a bold suggestion in such a critical moment? Inviting a friend over for warmth? For a gathering? 3 people, or perhaps 4? Lin Yuchu was ecstatic, facing Qin Lang with her right hand behind her back, signaling an okay to ensure Mu Yuyin witnessed Qin Lang's true nature. In the surveillance room, Ning wore a look of indignation. "Miss, I never imagined that Qin Lang could be such a person. It's terrifying. Not only does he want to target Miss Lin, but he also wants to involve a friend. How can he be so shameless?" Mu Yuyin, puzzled, did not immediately lash out at Qin Lang. Instead, she sensed something was amiss, but couldn't quite grasp what was wrong, feeling particularly uneasy. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds emanated from the surveillance video. Beneath the rain, Lin Yuchu stood at the edge of the umbrella, droplets cascading from the canopy onto her head, the chilling sensation failing to draw her under its shelter. Instead, she stared blankly at the approaching figure of a police officer in black uniform, stepping out from a vehicle flashing alarm lights. Her beautiful lips trembled as she gazed into Qin Lang's eyes, hesitantly asking, "Is this your friend?" Chapter 66. A public embarrassment before the words had left his mouth, the middle-aged officer with a square face approached, extinguishing his radio. With a stern expression, he questioned, "What are you doing out here in this downpour? Did you call the police?" His gaze, somewhat unfriendly, fell upon Qin Lang. The scene before him resembled a quarrelsome young couple, one elegantly dressed while the other, drenched and disheveled, was clearly in distress. Qin Lang smiled and nodded, gesturing towards Lin Yuchu. I made the call. This young lady is still in high school. Her parents had a fight and she was beaten. She doesn't dare go home. Could you please give her a ride? Upon realizing it was a misunderstanding, the officer softened his gaze, shifting his attention from Qin Lang to Lin Yuchu, his heart acknowledging her as a pitiable student. Please tell me your home address. I will take you back. Lin Yuchu stammered, feeling flustered at the sight of the officer, instinctively feeling a wave of anxiety. There's no need to trouble the police. Qin Lang, with a hint of suspicion, retorted, Did you not just say you were afraid to go home alone? You even asked me to help you warm up at my place. What gives? Do you think my home is cozier than yours? Lin Yuchu shot him a furious glare, internally fuming. Why does this guy talk so much? Can't he just shut up? The officer, furrowing his brow, began to piece together the situation, his expression turning cold. What's going on here? Show me your ID. Lin Yuchu hesitated, stammering, I forgot my ID. She could no longer conceal the truth, admitting, Actually, I'm not a student. I'm of legal age. I was just joking with a friend. Please don't take it seriously, officer. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Lang seized the opportunity to press on. A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding? Did you not just claim to be a high school student? We've only just met. How could we be considered friends? Ding! Lin Yuchu's anger spiked, and she received a boost of villainous energy. 1,000. The officer cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yuchu, his distaste for such frivolous women evident. His son had once fallen for a girl of similar temperament and was still reeling from the experience. After hearing Qin Lang's account, he instinctively regarded Lin Yuchu as a girl deliberately seeking attention. With a stern demeanor, he reprimanded her. You are hindering law enforcement and wasting our time. Do you find this amusing? Lin Yuchu, feeling meek, realized she had not anticipated Qin Lang would involve the police, and now, under the officer's scrutiny, she weakly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The officer coldly replied, If apologies were effective, we wouldn't need to be here. He produced a booklet on civic duties and handed it to Lin Yuchu, reading it aloud. Memorize this within 3 days. Then come to the station and recite it publicly. Holding the green booklet, Lin Yuchu's face turned ashen, her mind racing. Memorizing a civic code? She had intended to expose Qin Lang as true colors, hoping to humiliate him before Mu Yuyan. But now, it seemed she was the one facing public disgrace. What could she do against such an upright officer? Feeling wronged, she fidgeted with the civic code, and under the watchful eyes of onlookers, she recited, Be patriotic and uphold the law. The weight of their gazes felt like daggers piercing her heart. Her simmering anger was suppressed, redirected entirely towards Qin Lang in her thoughts. After a brief moment, having finished reciting the civic code, the officer turned to leave, emphasizing that she must return in 3 days to recite it. Once the officer departed, Lin Yuchu erupted, lunging at Qin Lang, claws bared. I'll have my revenge. How dare you humiliate me and call the police? You scoundrel. Her 2 years of Taekwondo training manifested vividly as she launched her attack, each punch and kick brimming with ferocity. As she lunged forward, Qin Lang swiftly retreated. Intentionally or not, he stumbled and fell backward, reaching out instinctively, inadvertently grabbing her ample bosom for support, which steadied him. The force sent Lin Yuchu tumbling toward a puddle. Ouch! Lin Yuchu yelped, believing she was about to fall, but instead, she found herself suspended in midair, pain radiating from her chest. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Qin Lang's hand was still gripping her, preventing her from falling. Qin Lang, you scoundrel, are you taking advantage of me? Let go. Release me, she scolded, her voice laced with indignation. She had never endured such humiliation, feeling trapped and infuriated, the pain in her chest only amplifying her rage. Qin Lang glanced down, gradually withdrawing his fingers from her chest. No Lin Yuchu began to protest, but before she could finish, his hand had completely released her. Plop! She landed squarely in the puddle, thoroughly soaked and disoriented, feeling as if she had shattered into pieces. Qin Lang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized. I'm truly sorry. I lost my balance and accidentally. My intention was to help you up, but the grip was misplaced, and when you yelled at me, I had no choice but to let go. Lin Yuchu, feeling both wronged and physically pained, retorted angrily, "What are you pretending for? You did that on purpose. Slip? With two perfectly functioning legs, how could you possibly slip?" Qin Lang rolled his eyes, weary of explaining himself. After all, arguing with someone as two-faced as her was futile. Lin Yuchu opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. A mix of indignation and an inexplicable feeling surged within her. Chapter 67. The Plastic Sisterhood. As Lin Yuchu composed herself, preparing for her second counterattack, Mu Yuyin finally arrived with Aining. The situation had already been determined, and Lin Yuchu's plan to expose the truth had been entirely thwarted. Although Aining was quite displeased, she had no choice but to allow Mu Yuyin to leave. Misunderstanding. Qin Lang, please don't be angry. She is actually my close friend, Lin Yuchu, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family in Yanjing. Mu Yuyin stood before Qin Lang, her expression troubled, explaining weakly, "She only did those things for my sake. Please don't hold it against her." Qin Lang's expression turned skeptical as he glanced between Lin Yuchu and Mu Yuyin, seemingly oblivious until suddenly enlightened. "You two are best friends? What are you doing? Putting on a show for me here?" With Aining's support, Lin Yuchu stood up, her tone sharp as she retorted, "Qin Lang, don't pretend. You must have seen through it long ago, right? Don't think I'm unaware of your filthy little thoughts. It's futile, even if you can deceive Yuyin. You cannot escape my keen insight." With a derisive laugh, Qin Lang cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yuyin. "It seems your friend harbors quite a prejudice against me. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer." He turned to leave. "Stop." Mu Yuyin's heart raced, and she quickly reached out to grab him, casting an angry glare at Lin Yuchu. "What exactly do you want to put me through before you're satisfied?" She was genuinely frightened by the turmoil. Having already developed a rift with Qin Lang, Lin Yuchu's antics felt like a push into the abyss. Lin Yuchu pursed her lips, wanting to confront Qin Lang, but upon seeing Mu Yuyin's visibly furious gaze, she suppressed her frustration, huffing quietly and turning her head away. With a sigh, Mu Yuyin helplessly looked at Qin Lang, explaining, "Actually, there are some matters to discuss today. The product report for the beauty pills has come out, and I've brought it along. As the provider of the formula, it would be prudent for you to take a look and provide some feedback. Don't you want to make money by starting a company? This beauty pill is your company's first venture. It deserves serious attention. Shall we book a private room at a hotel to eat and discuss?" After considering, Qin Lang nodded. Discussing business was indeed paramount. The group returned to Kaiyuan International Hotel and reserved a luxurious private room. After taking a shower, Lin Yuchu re-emerged, dressed in a more mature outfit, a white camisole and a pink skirt, although she no longer appeared as youthful as in her previous school uniform. She still exuded a playful charm. She sat beside Mu Yuyin, attempting to rescue her from Qin Lang's clutches. However, Mu Yuyin was too engrossed in discussing the beauty pill report with Qin Lang to pay her any mind. Qin Lang meticulously examined the report, nodding in acknowledgement at various sections. While the report was well presented, it still had flaws. The introduction was rather mundane, which was understandable, but the advantages of the beauty pills were well articulated in the middle. However, wasn't the conclusion a bit too hasty? "Let us find a time to go over this report together and fill in the gaps," he suggested. "Sure." Mu Yuyan nodded earnestly, though she failed to grasp the deeper implications. With a light-hearted chuckle, Qin Lang casually placed a piece of cola chicken wings in Mu Yuyin's bowl. "Let us eat. Some people have kept us waiting for too long, and the food is getting cold." Mu Yuyin felt a surge of joy. Cola chicken wings were one of her favorite dishes. She remembered competing with Qin Lang over them when her mother visited Tianhai City. To her surprise, he still remembered her preferences, suggesting that she had not completely faded from his memory. Taking a small bite of the chicken wing, she exclaimed, "This tastes amazing." Seeing the two of them appearing harmonious like a couple, Lin Yuchu could no longer bear it. She felt compelled to disrupt this atmosphere. Otherwise, her naive friend might fall deeper into Qin Lang's trap without realizing it. She picked up a piece of black garlic and placed it in Mu Yuyin's bowl. "Yuyin, if you're hungry, you should eat more." Mu Yuyin glanced down, her brow furrowed, showing no intention of picking up her chopsticks. Lin Yuchu placed another piece in her bowl, insisting, "Don't underestimate this black garlic. It's specially prepared by our hotel's chef and tastes delightful, both delicious and sweet. As Lin Yuchu brought the black garlic to her lips, she was assaulted by an overwhelmingly unpleasant odor, instinctively grimacing and gagging. Mu Yuyan's frown deepened. Caught in a difficult position, Lin Yuchu held her breath and bit into the black garlic, exclaiming, "Wow, this black garlic is so tasty. It melts in your mouth. Don't be fooled by its smell. It's as fragrant as stinky tofu." But as she praised it, she could only manage to choke out a few words before gagging again, tears streaming down her face, nose burning. Under Mu Yuyan's strange gaze, Lin Yuchu felt a surge of indignation, but could only force herself to endure, attributing her discomfort to having gotten slightly wet in the rain. Insisting it had nothing to do with the black garlic, she merely felt queasy. Suddenly, she could no longer continue. Lin Yuchu slammed her hand on the table and spat out the black garlic, pointing at the waiter who had just entered. "Which chef prepared this dish? It made me vomit. Tell him to go to the front desk and settle his wages. He should leave immediately. How embarrassing." "Understood." The waiter nodded and quickly exited. The private room fell silent once more. Lin Yuchu felt as though she had been slapped, her face burning with embarrassment as she crossed her arms, sulking in silence, unsure of who she was angry with. Mu Yuyan raised her glass, urging, "Yuchu, don't be upset. If the food doesn't suit your taste, just leave it. Let's toast to put today's unpleasantness behind us." Lin Yuchu felt as if she had been cursed all day, feeling deeply wronged. Her gaze toward Qin Lang grew increasingly hostile. Yet, under Mu Yuyan's mediation, she reluctantly lifted her glass, feigning agreement, and the three clinked their glasses, downing their drinks in one go. The drinking session continued. Chapter 68. Mu Yuyan in tears. Qin Lang. "There are certain things for which I must apologize. In the past, I have wronged you in many ways, though it was never my intention. I was unaware of the burdens you bore for your family, believing all along that your outward demeanor was merely a facade. It is only now that I realize." Mu Yuyan's cheeks flushed, and, as she spoke, she raised a glass of wine, tipping it back in one swift motion. "This drink is my penance. I sincerely apologize to you." In her attempts to reject Qin Lang's affections, she had resorted to feigning a relationship and presenting a cold demeanor during their encounters. Looking back, she felt profound regret. She too had been deceived, unaware that the debonair guise Qin Lang displayed was for the benefit of outsiders. Realization dawned upon her that regardless of the timing, this cup of contrition must be consumed. Moreover, regarding matters with my mother, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance. When I spoke to her last night, she mentioned that her health has significantly improved, and her condition is now under control. Mu Yuyan lifted her glass once more and drank it down. "This one is to express my gratitude." Qin Lang, intrigued, scrutinized Mu Yuyan. "Can you truly handle your liquor?" With a rosy complexion, Mu Yuyan shook her head. "I'm not particularly good with alcohol. It's just that some sentiments must be expressed. If I keep them bottled up, I find it uncomfortable and restless at night." "Not able to drink? Then let us fill your glass again. If you're feeling unwell, a little more will do you good. A good sleep will set it right." Mu Yuyan, slightly tipsy, swayed her wine glass unsteadily, yet obediently nodded. "I'll heed your advice. A drink will ease 1,000 sorrows. Cheers." Qin Lang clinked his glass against hers, and they both emptied their cups. As Mu Yuyan became increasingly inebriated, her hands trembled while attempting to serve herself food, occasionally dropping it onto the table. Qin Lang took the initiative to assist her, pouring more wine. "Who would have thought? Yuyan, you possess such spirit. Truly, a friend in wine is a friend indeed. Let us have another round." "I can't anymore. I'm quite tipsy now." "Yuyan, are you refusing to honor me? Your glass remains full, as if you're keeping fish in it. I need a moment." I'll drink. Just don't force me." With at least a bottle of red wine consumed, Mu Yuyan's head rested on the table, drowsy and motionless. Qin Lang had moved his chair beside her, gently draping an arm around her shoulders, savoring the wine as he caressed her delicate shoulder, embodying a relaxed demeanor with fine wine and a beautiful companion. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchu, who had been observing silently, spoke with a chill in her voice. "You continue to take advantage of Yuyan, don't you? Pouring her more wine. Do you think that by getting her drunk, you can do as you please?" "Humph. Do you know why haven't he stopped you? She pulled out her phone from her bag, snapping several pictures of Qin Lang with his arm around Mu Yuyin. With a mocking smile, she added, just wait. When Yu Yin regains her senses, I will expose your deceitful nature. At that moment, she will see you for who you truly are and will no longer harbor any feelings for you. Before Qin Lang could respond, the intoxicated Mu Yuyin, propped up on her side, half closed her eyes, and without uttering a word, silently mouthed the words fool toward Lin Yuchu. Lin Yuchu stood frozen, her finger hovering over the shutter button, capturing the moment in disbelief. Concerned about making a misstep, Mu Yuyin, in a tipsy haze, leaned into Qin Lang's embrace, silently gesturing toward Lin Yuchu with a mischievous smirk. However, Qin Lang gently pushed her away, shaking his head. Yuchu, if you wish to tarnish my reputation, there's no need. In Yinjing, and even in Tianhai City, who doesn't he know that I, Qin Lang, am a notorious scoundrel? You simply wish for me to distance myself from Mu Yuyin, don't you? Very well, I shall comply. With that, he stood up. At that moment, Mu Yuyin could no longer feign intoxication and quickly grasped his arm. Qin Lang, this was not intentional. Yuchu is merely playful and doesn't he truly wish to oppose you? Under Mu Yuyin's fierce gaze, Lin Yuchu felt a chill in her heart and reluctantly murmured, I'll delete the photos. Is that enough? She had no intention of tarnishing Qin Lang's name. Her desire was to reveal his true character to Mu Yuyin. Yet, after the earlier silent exchange, she realized Mu Yuyin had likely already fallen for him. No amount of intervention could save her friend from this entrapment. With reddened eyes, Mu Yuyin clung to Qin Lang's arm. Please don't be angry. We were truly in the wrong this time. I understand, and I apologize. I promise this will not happen again, and I will not oppose you any longer. Neither will my friends. Qin Lang placed a hand on his forehead, exhaling a sigh of frustration. Yin, it is not anger I feel, but rather regret for lost opportunities. You have missed your chance. Perhaps it is best to end this gathering here and now. Let us meet again another time. Ultimately, Qin Lang departed, silencing the system notification regarding Mu Yuyin's emotional turmoil. A wise bird selects a suitable tree to perch upon. With Lin Yuchu present today, it was clear he could not advance his relationship with Mu Yuyin too quickly, lest complications arise. He preferred to avoid trouble and decided to postpone matters for another time. Once the door closed, Lin Yuchu appeared crestfallen. Yuyin, I did not mean to. Mu Yuyin, head bowed, wiped her tears. Unbothered by her friend witnessing her sorrowful state, she looked Lin Yuchu in the eye and spoke earnestly. Yuchu, if you still consider me a friend, please refrain from interfering in my matters with Qin Lang from now on. Otherwise, our relationship may only reach this point. I understand. Lin Yuchu's heart sank as she suddenly realized she might have genuinely upset Mu Yuyin. Anxious and reluctant to say more for fear of exacerbating the situation, she fell silent. Chapter 69. Citywide manhunt for Scorpion. Junzi had already parked the Maybach in front of the rain shield, standing by the steps with a black umbrella in hand. Upon seeing Qin Lang emerge, he immediately approached him. Once Qin Lang was settled, he slowly closed the car door and then jogged to his driver's seat. Young master, where shall we head now? Home? Or do we seek out Miss Bai or Miss Chiu? Junzi adjusted his tie and asked with a smile, glancing back. Having just finished dinner, it was evident to him that Qin Lang had not engaged in any substantial conversation with President Mu. As a diligent bodyguard, he needed to anticipate his master's thoughts. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead. Let's not go back just yet. How did you fare with the recruitment task I assigned you last time? Junzi responded earnestly. Many candidates have arrived, but none have started yet. I've gathered them all at the same hotel and plan to give them a lecture shortly. À lecture? Qin Lang raised his head in surprise, his lips twitching. What audacity do you possess to lecture them? Initially, it seemed we might have 8 potential recruits. But after your session, I fear more than half will depart. At this rate, Zhuge Liang would appear as a cunning figure under your tutelage. Is there anything you would not dare to say? Junzi retorted with slight disapproval. You cannot speak so lightly, young master. I've been diligently studying as per your directives, broadening my knowledge. It should be easy to persuade a few old comrades. Qin Lang sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall accompany you to witness the extent of the issue. With nothing else to occupy his time, and having already arranged matters with Yifeng, he figured it was best to wait patiently as events unfolded. All right. Junzi ignited the car, his anticipation rising. He had prepared for this day for quite some time, having already mentally rehearsed his speech. With the young master accompanying him, he now had a chance to showcase his abilities. Driving the Maybach, Junzi navigated slowly toward the city center. Meanwhile, at the Bai family estate, Bai Xiaochun was in a furious state, having returned from the crime scene. He wreaked havoc, shattering items in the living room, leaving a disarray of broken porcelain and furniture. Where was the decorum he typically upheld? As a traditional patriarch, he viewed his son as the pride of the family, the torchbearer of their legacy. Regardless of his son's shortcomings, he held him in far greater esteem than his daughters, Bai Ruyu and Bai Xiaoyan. But now his most cherished son was gone, lying amid a pool of blood. A dagger lodged in his heart. The haunting fear in his eyes remained etched in by Xiaochun's memory. Each time he closed his eyes, he recalled the terror and helplessness reflected in his son's gaze. Scorpion, I demand your entire family pay the price for my son's death. I will ensure you suffer endlessly. Bai Xiaochun's eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth. With a crash, he sent an entire tea set tumbling to the floor, shattering into countless fragments. Sir, a Fu emerged cautiously from behind the sofa, bending slightly. His voice timid as he reported, the police have searched all major high-speed rail stations and airports, but there is no sign of Scorpion. Initially, it was presumed to be an internal dispute among kidnappers that led to the fatal outcome. However, further investigation revealed the truth. The fatal injuries inflicted on Sha Chong and Ahu could not have been self-inflicted. As the police delved deeper, they uncovered the identities of the kidnappers, and indeed, one among them had fled, Scorpion. Preliminary assessments indicated that Scorpion was likely the murderer of Bai Xiaochun's son. Currently, the majority of law enforcement in Tianhai City was engaged in the manhunt for Scorpion, yet time was short and results were lacking. Are these police officers merely idle? They can't even locate one person. What good are they? Bai Xiaochun bellowed, his heart consumed with wrath over his son's murder. A Fu stood by silent, knowing it was too soon for updates. It had barely been half a day, and even gathering video footage and witness accounts had only just begun. He dared not voice this in front of Bai Xiaochun, lest he invite his ire. Have the Black Dragon Society take action. If they can find Scorpion, I will offer an increased bounty. Bai Xiaochun's hopes rested on Bai Shui, his favored ally, to whom he intended to delegate the entirety of the Bai group. With his son lost, what did he need the wealth for? He would pay any price for vengeance. And what of Yifeng? Why has he not shown himself today? Bai Xiaochun thought, feeling displeased. Just hours earlier, he had received a call from the police after Yifeng assured him his son would be safe. In a state of fury, even the slightest annoyance could ignite his temper. Accordingly, his feelings towards Yifeng had drastically soured. A Fu awkwardly spoke up, Mr. Yi seems to have encountered some trouble. After leaving the Bai residence, he has remained in his quarters, and according to other bodyguards, he did not go out last night either. The Bai family had multiple bodyguards, and while Yifeng's status was elevated, he still resided in an area surrounded by other Bai family guards, akin to an employee dormitory, albeit with better accommodations. Yifeng's privileged position had drawn envy and jealousy from some, and rumors had begun to circulate. Didn't he go out last night? Bai Xiaochun's voice turned cold. What a fine Yifeng. I expend such effort to employ him, and he returns my trust with such an action? His anger flared repeatedly before finally settling. He set aside thoughts of Yifeng for the moment. He had no spare energy to deal with him. You, go and establish contact with the police and the Black Dragon Society, as well as any other channels you can access. Scorpion has not left Tianhai City. The area is still manageable. I will ensure that by tomorrow, I will confront the one who killed my son, Bai Xiaochun declared, his face a mask of determination. Chapter 70. The Golden Instructor, Junzi in the room. Some wore expressions of deep concern, while others radiated vitality. Junzi epitomized the latter, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, his tie fastened with precision. His hair, clipped short, was slicked back with wax, forming a rather unconventional pompadour. He stood at the front desk of a temporarily borrowed hotel conference room, coughed lightly into his fist, and surveyed the sea of faces below, almost 100 retired Special Forces soldiers, some of whom were his contemporaries and others with whom he shared bond. The young master had instructed him to gather those he trusted, yet anyone familiar from their military days was inherently trustworthy. Inadvertently, he had called forth quite a crowd. Junzi, you've really made it big now. Look at all these brothers you've summoned, each with their own room. This entire hotel floor is practically ours. Indeed, Junzi, I envy you. Among our old comrades, you've fared the best since leaving the service. However, we must clarify some matters. We are here to honor you, but there are certain things we simply cannot engage in. Principles must not be compromised. Yes, Junzi, my current job is quite satisfactory. An 8-to-6 schedule with 4 days off each month, and a salary nearing 10,000. I am on the verge of achieving financial freedom. Among the neatly seated retired Special Forces members, whispers of admiration for Junzi circulated. Yet many remained hesitant, most already holding steady jobs. Qin Lang, seated towards the back, noticed that apart from his good looks, he was otherwise unremarkable. No one was particularly focused on him. He chuckled silently, realizing Junzi had indeed gathered all his old comrades, even those with jobs, perhaps aiming to entice them away. He was curious to witness Junzi's next move. Please let us quiet down. Junzi raised his hand, signaling for calm. As retired soldiers with a deep sense of discipline, the room fell silent almost instantly. The conference room microphone malfunctioned, forcing Junzi to project his voice with effort, striving for all to hear him. He pointed to a comrade who had just spoken. Old Huang, you mentioned financial freedom. What do you believe constitutes true financial freedom? Some comrades chimed in. Isn't it merely having more money? Doing whatever we please? Junzi countered, that is mistaken. True financial freedom means having enough wealth to decline tasks you do not wish to undertake. Do you possess that power? If you're working as a bodyguard and your boss orders you to drink that glass of wine, do you have the right to refuse? How would you respond? Would you dare to confront your boss, declaring, no way, I one tea drink, I quit? What can you do about it? Old Huang lowered his gaze, recognizing the peril of such a confrontation. He questioned, but Junzi, would you dare speak to your boss like that? Junzi scoffed, dare I? Of course not. I am busier than all of you combined. At the mere mention from a young master, I must jump to action, laboring tirelessly every day. Do you think I relish standing here discussing lofty ideals? This vast conference room lacks even a proper microphone, and here I am, straining my voice. I would prefer not to speak at all, but alas, the young master pays handsomely for my service. The retired soldiers were taken aback, and even Qin Lang, sitting at the back, was astonished by Junzi's revelations. Goodness, has Junzi reached enlightenment? Old Huang timidly raised his hand. Junzi, what is your current income like? Almost 100 pairs of ears perked up, attentive. Junzi sighed, not great. My monthly salary barely reaches 30,000, with quarterly bonuses and year-end rewards. It amounts to about $1 million or $2 million. Don't be deceived by the surface. It's not as simple as it appears. In our line of work, we need to unwind. Massages and such cost hundreds or even thousands. Do you understand the burden on us who work for the young master? It's arduous. Each visit costs us dearly. The young master reserved the entire 5th floor of the adjacent establishment for a month, and we, his subordinates, toil relentlessly. Whenever we find a moment to rest, he insists we indulge further. My body can hardly withstand the strain. Moreover, during the last outing, the young master casually handed me $2 million to distribute among my 40 brothers. Do you know how difficult that is? Equal division is impossible. Some work hard, while others slack off. No matter how I divide it, as the leader, I will offend someone. These are tough times, and we must make do. The reason I called you here is to expand a young master's security team. That is all I have to say. I feel quite aggrieved just recounting it. If you wish to join, then make your interest known. If not, there are no hard feelings. We remain comrades. As Junzi finished speaking, the conference room was interrupted by a ringing phone. All eyes turned to Old Huang, whose phone had begun to ring. He awkwardly raised his hand, retrieving it, and after listening for a moment, he erupted angrily in front of Junzi. Overtime? What the hell are you talking about? Don't you know I'm on leave? You want me to come back during the holidays? Has your brain malfunctioned? I quit. Anyone who wants to work overtime can go ahead, fools. With that, Old Huang slammed the phone down, grumbling indignantly before shifting his gaze to Junzi, clearing his throat and making a peculiar sound, eek. A chorus of old comrades echoed his sound, eagerly joining in. Eek, eek, eek. The conference room was filled with this cacophony, and while those within understood it was a meeting, outsiders might assume a rodent infestation had occurred. These old comrades did not wish to make noise. But Junzi offered too much. They too desired to labor tirelessly for a 30,000 salary and experience lavish expenditures, yet their bodies were not what they once were. Chapter 71. The strong-willed Junzi do not rush. Please register one by one. Anyone who has maintained their skills over the past few years is eligible for selection, provided they absolutely cannot betray us. Junzi raised his hand, embarking on a lengthy discourse regarding the standards for recruitment. Qin Lang observed from the back with a subtle smile, pleased with Junzi's performance. However, after the selection process, he would still need to engage with these individuals, as sharing a meal together was inevitable. To genuinely have someone assist you, one must cultivate a relationship akin to friendship, establishing respect before any assertiveness. As evening approached, Qin Lang had reserved several private rooms at a hotel. In the room he occupied, there were a total of 15 individuals, excluding Junzi and Qin Lang. The remaining 13 were all exceptional talents personally selected by Junzi. A rough estimation of their physical capabilities indicated that none fell below a score of 50. Even after retiring, these individuals showed no signs of decline. Rather, they had made substantial improvements. If they were to unite against Yi Feng, even if they could not vanquish him, they would certainly leave him gravely injured. Young Master Qin, I never expected you to remain in the conference room for so long. It's quite astonishing. Indeed, when I first saw young Master Qin, he didn't strike me as an ordinary person. Young Master Qin, allow me to toast to you. The 13 soon-to-be bodyguards began to flatter him politely, and Qin Lang graciously reciprocated, engaging with each of them. After several rounds of drinks and courses, Qin Lang clapped his hands, and the door to the private room swung open. A line of elegantly dressed women in black and white uniforms entered. The proximity of the hotel to the nearby establishment made it exceedingly convenient to find such technicians. Each woman possessed a graceful figure, captivating in their presence. As the last technician closed the door behind her, 7 or 8 women entered, their slender silhouettes drawing the attention of all present. Gulp! Someone instinctively swallowed hard. Qin Lang smiled and encouraged. No need to stand idly. Please take your seats. The women settled in, positioning themselves between pairs of men, regardless of who they were. All eyes frequently darted toward them, stealing glances. Old Huang awkwardly inquired, Young Master Qin, what is that dark substance on these beauties? Each woman was adorned with a layer of dark powder, making them particularly striking. Qin Lang chuckled. It's merely a fashion statement. Let's not be too reserved. We're all here to enjoy ourselves. His intention in inviting these 7 or 8 technicians was not solely for indulgence. More importantly, he sought to gauge the character of Junzi's comrades. After all, certain matters were too sensitive to entrust to ordinary bodyguards. Given that these special forces soldiers had proven their skills, he also trusted Junzi's judgment regarding their loyalty. What he needed to do next was to assess their character and subtly challenge them. Since the arrival of the women, the atmosphere in the private room had seemingly elevated by several degrees. With sparkling eyes and playful gestures, they would occasionally toast while brushing against the men, causing the burly figures to feel as though their very souls were about to escape. Yet, none exhibited any inappropriate behavior. They sat upright, merely casting the occasional sidelong glance. Cough, cough. Qin Lang turned to Junzi on his left, smiling. Isn't this your favorite kind of occasion? What's holding you back? Junzi chuckled awkwardly, Young Master. You mustn't misunderstand. I've been getting closer to Manager Zhang lately, and our relationship has progressed rather swiftly. If I were to engage in any indiscretions, she might very well twist my ear. Is your wife strict? Qin Lang laughed. It seemed that relying on Junzi to lighten the mood was futile. He fiddled with his glass, accidentally letting it slip from his hand and shatter on the floor. In that instant, the lights in the private room dimmed to complete darkness. Ah, who is it? How annoying. Whose hand is that? Stop it. Please. The room erupted with the laughter of the women, creating a lively commotion. Moments later, The lights flickered back on, restoring the previous atmosphere of decorum. Had it not been for the nearly depleted dark powder on the women, one might have truly believed nothing had occurred. Qin Lang's expression turned stern as he addressed the 13 individuals. "Extend your hands." Old Huang led the way, and one by one, they slowly revealed their hands coated in black powder, each man lowering his head in embarrassment. Qin Lang scolded, "I merely wanted to test your composure. Yet each of you has disappointed me. If I were to assign you a task in the future, would a mere woman be enough to divert your focus and abandon your responsibilities?" Generous benefits were akin to offering a sweet date, while subsequent reprimands served as a necessary wake-up call. Without such discipline, these individuals would be difficult to manage. After all, it was not feasible for Junzi to give all the orders. Was Qin Lang not the master, or was Junzi the master? "Young Master Qin, we understand our mistakes. We shouldn't have displayed such a lack of restraint. Indeed, those young ladies were simply too captivating. We momentarily lost our composure." Qin Lang scoffed. "Lost your composure? You are human, yet Junzi is not? Junzi, show your hands." Junzi promptly spread his palms on the table, showing calloused hands devoid of any trace of black powder. "Look at Junzi. This is the discipline and composure a true bodyguard should possess. I'm not dismissing your potential. Rather, in some aspects, you certainly need to learn from Junzi. Understood?" Qin Lang stated with authority. Old Huang and the others nodded in shame. Some even gave Junzi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Jun, you're incredible for being able to resist. You're my idol." "Hee, it's nothing much." Junzi grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming teeth. Chapter 72. The punishment of Junzi. The atmosphere in the room was utterly silent. Indeed, Junzi truly deserved his title as a gold medal lecturer. His thought process was distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals. While others relied on their hands, he employed his words. The technicians beside him were unable to contain their laughter, and the ambience in the private room became increasingly jovial. The 13 bodyguards, in particular, were all giving Junzi a thumbs up, some even pointing at their own teeth, chuckling heartily. Oh no! Junzi was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation, and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, wishing he could slap himself into oblivion. He had already guessed the young master's thoughts, but failed to control his expressions. His small actions had been laid bare. Qin Lang observed Junzi, who had immediately shut his mouth upon sensing the awkwardness, and with a stern expression declared, "Knowing the consequences, yet proceeding regardless. Your punishment will be an additional penalty. Your salary will be deducted by 20,000 next month." In front of these newly appointed bodyguards, he could not afford to lose face. He needed to establish authority, since he could not set a good example. He had no choice but to drag Junzi out and administer 30 strokes as a warning. With his head bowed, Junzi pleaded, "Young master, I understand my mistake. I accept the punishment." The 13 bodyguards, sensing the tense atmosphere, quickly wiped the smiles off their faces. Seeing Qin Lang's serious demeanor made their hearts tremble. If even Junzi, his most trusted aide, could be punished, what would happen to them if they made a mistake? They no longer dared to underestimate the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lang remained silent and simply said, "You all may return." He took his leave from the hotel without glancing back at the 13 future bodyguards, as a psychological reminder that he was dissatisfied with their performance today. Junzi hurriedly organized the evening's entertainment plans for the group before escorting Qin Lang home. Along the way, he incessantly apologized, feeling a deep sense of guilt. However, Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, casually stating, "It was merely for show. There's no need to dwell on it. The people you brought together don't even compare to your importance in my eyes, understand?" In public, he needed to assert his authority. In private, he needed to win Junzi's loyalty. The disparity between public and private personas was stark. A true, cunning character. "Young master, I understand your intentions. If any of those fellows dare to betray you, I will ensure they face the consequences," Junzi declared sincerely, his gaze towards Qin Lang growing ever more loyal. Qin Lang responded simply. Upon returning to the villa, he sent Junzi off to enjoy himself, advising him to relax and unwind. At times, one must not be too stringent. Otherwise, he feared Junzi might develop some peculiar emotions that could be troublesome. As he stepped through the dark blue door, ever since Su Xiaoxiao had moved in. The spacious home remained spotless, never bearing a speck of dust. Even though their relationship had progressed to this point, Su Xiaoxiao still acted like a little maid, attending to every chore daily. According to her, if she were idle for a day, she would feel unwell. In the kitchen, Su Xiaoxiao was washing the dishes, the sound of flowing water echoing. Qin Lang picked up a bowl from the counter and began to wash it at another sink. Su Xiaoxiao turned around, startled, and quickly snatched the bowl from his hands, incredulously exclaiming, "Young master, why are you back? Go rest for a while. There aren't many dishes, and I can finish them soon. Please don't touch them. It'll dirty your hands." However, Qin Lang disregarded her plea, continuing to wash the last remaining small plate. With Su Xiaoxiao alone at home, there were not many dishes since she rarely cooked. He smiled mischievously. "If I can't touch them, does that mean you can? You care for me, but why not allow me to care for you?" "Young master." Su Xiaoxiao pouted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was still so innocent, unable to hide her joy, her eyes betraying her feelings as she feigned complaints. "You shouldn't say that. This is what I ought to do." She observed Qin Lang lingering in the kitchen, feeling a bit suspicious. Usually, he was someone who never lifted a finger. Why was he acting so differently today? Curiously, she murmured, "Young master, you seem a bit strange today. What are you thinking?" Qin Lang wore a warm smile and unexpectedly spoke. "The moon revolves around the earth day and night, yet the earth remains indifferent, still orbiting the sun, even in the face of its blazing light. One day, the sun asked the earth, 'Why do you abandon the moon, which loves you so dearly, to linger by my side? What are you thinking?' The earth sighed and replied, 'I simply love the sun.'" Su Xiaoxiao placed the washed dishes in the cupboard, perplexed, and asked, "What does loving the sun mean?" Qin Lang stepped closer, whispering softly near her ear, "What is the name of the sun?" In that moment, even the slowest to react, Su Xiaoxiao sensed something amiss. Her legs instinctively feeling weak, her voice reduced to a whisper, "Young master, I'm still a little afraid." "Afraid? Well, then I shall endure." Qin Lang sighed, his head lowered, revealing a lost expression that starkly contrasted with the gentle smile he wore upon entering the kitchen. Su Xiaoxiao's heart ached suddenly, regretting her earlier words. After a brief hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's waist, resting her head against his chest, stammering, "Young master, I'm not afraid anymore." "Ah!" Su Xiaoxiao gasped as Qin Lang lifted her effortlessly, swiftly carrying her upstairs. Bang! The door was kicked shut. Before they could even begin their busy evening, Qin Lang seemed to recall something, bursting out of the room and heading straight for the study. When he returned, he held a black and white maid outfit in his hand. Bang! The door was once again kicked shut. Chapter 73. Qin Lang. Request 5 billion having exchange for a brand new and dry set of bedding. I continued to indulge in a deep slumber, undisturbed by dreams. The following morning, I awoke to the gentle chime of the system notification, relishing a moment of satisfaction. Ding! The leading lady, Su Xiaoxiao, exhibited intense emotional fluctuations. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 villain points. Ding! Su Xiaoxiao's favorability rating continues to rise. Congratulations, host. You have gained an additional 1,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 villain points. What bliss! I stretched lazily with one hand, while the other languidly rested upon Su Xiaoxiao's form. In her drowsy state, she felt a gentle scratch and rubbed her sleepy eyes awake. She clutched my arm, nestling it against her chest, resting her head upon my bicep, adorably pouting. Her little head would occasionally slide off my arm, only to struggle back up again, clearly indicating her exhaustion from lack of sleep. "Just a little longer," I said tenderly, patting her small head. Su Xiaoxiao responded with a soft and promptly shut her eyes once more. I remained by her side, leaning against the headboard, picking up a book to read, occasionally withdrawing my right hand from under the covers to turn the page. By the time it was past 9 o'clock, Bai Ryu arrived at the villa and met with me in the tea room. She sat in a chair, taking a sip of tea, her expression rather dismal. The cause of her distress? Once again, it was the fault of Bai Xiaoqian. Although she no longer held a position within the Bai group, remnants of previous business insights lingered in her mind. She wished to reclaim a portion of her liquid assets from the Bai family to facilitate her investments. However, when she approached Bai Xiaochun for funds, not only did she leave empty-handed, but she also endured a tirade of insults that almost culminated in him pointing a finger at her nose in accusation. How could he treat her this way? Did that illegitimate child truly merit such indulgence? Why was it impossible for her and Yun to extract even a single penny from him? Even if he was reluctant to part with his money, there was no need for him to involve her mother in this mess. Just because she had not borne him a son, did all her prior efforts become inconsequential in his eyes? Bai Ryu muttered her grievances, venting her frustrations. I listened with a hint of amusement. Bai Xiaochun's money was meant for Bai Shui. It had all been squandered by him. How could he possibly give it back? Burn it for him? Of course, Bai Ryu was unaware of the intricacies of the situation, and I had no intention of enlightening her. Instead, I inquired curiously, what is the sudden need for this money? Is the company lacking funds? Bai Ryu rolled her eyes, responding, I do not take advantage of others. I merely wish to contribute a portion of funds as my investment stake. Moreover, she had identified promising companies and industries poised for significant growth in the coming years. While the company was currently stable, it would require more capital to venture into these sectors. How much do you need? I can provide it, I stated directly. Bai Ryu frowned, skeptically asking, do you truly trust me? Are you not afraid I might abscond with the funds? After all, I have little to lose in Tianhai City. Taking Yun and leaving for another place is not an unthinkable decision. I smiled warmly, shaking my head. I trust you. Pursue whatever you desire. If you need money, I shall provide it. If you require personnel, I will recruit them for you. Bai Ryu is undoubtedly a business queen, as evidenced by the original narrative. The Bai Group, once on the decline, had not only stabilized under her leadership, but had also transformed into a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, ranking among the top in all of China due to her subsequent investments. What does this signify? It meant that the investment targets in Bai Ryu's mind were all future industry leaders or hot sectors. With sufficient funding, the returns would multiply tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold. How could I not place my trust in her? After all, Bai Ryu is one of the leading ladies in this tale. Once she commits to someone, her loyalty is unwavering, and betrayal is not in her nature. Bai Ryu bit her lip, gazing into my profound eyes, feeling not only gratitude, but also a sense of absurdity. When she sought her rightful share of the family estate from her father, she was met with scorn. Yet, in my presence, simply mentioning her thoughts was met with trust without needing to elaborate on feasibility. In comparison to Bai Xiaochun, she suddenly felt that I resembled a father figure more than anything else. This ludicrous notion caused her cheeks to flush crimson. She shook her head, forcefully dismissing these unfounded thoughts. Just give me $5 billion to start. In reality, the more capital one has in the investment industry, the better. However, consider my trust. She refrained from making it too difficult for me, stating her minimum requirement. After pondering for a moment, I realized that $5 billion was indeed beyond my immediate liquid assets. Bai Ryu chuckled. Then forget it. The production of the beauty enhancement pills has already commenced. Once they hit the market, profits will follow swiftly. In a year or so, I might earn a little less, but I will still catch the wave of success. I merely said, I don't have it on hand. Not that I can't acquire it, I replied with a wry smile. I understood that the sooner investments were made, the greater the returns. Waiting until later would mean that the prime opportunities would have been seized by others. I certainly was not one to let such chances slip away. I retrieved my phone, opened my contacts, and gently tapped on the entry labeled Mom, dialing the number. Once connected, a gentle voice greeted me. Xiao Lang, what brings you to call me today? Are you missing your mother? If you are, hurry back. Don't linger in Tianhai City. Your father has been incessantly mentioning you. Missing you terribly, but too shy to call you himself. I, straightforward and to the point, requested, Qin Lang, need $5 billion. Chapter 74. Qin. The arsonist of affections. 10 minutes later, Bai Ryu received a call from the company's finance department, informing her of a staggering public transfer of $500 million that had just arrived. Her eyes widened in terror as she gazed at Qin Lang, who had just hung up the phone, utterly incredulous. How could such a colossal sum be credited in merely 10 minutes? Even if it were a transfer from a personal account, The bank would surely conduct thorough inquiries. After all, any institution would be alarmed by the sudden disappearance of such a large sum, prompting multiple verifications, if not a direct visit from a senior executive. Qin Lang schlugt nonchalantly. My mother's company is right next to the main branch of the commercial bank. My aunt is the vice president there. Her stamp alone can authenticate this transfer. Bai Ryu opened her mouth, hesitating to respond, her thoughts caught in a web of disbelief. Was it truly so simple for Qin Lang to accomplish what she deemed impossible? I've heard you're the legitimate heir of the Qin family in Yanjing, she ventured. Qin Lang nodded. Yes, and what of it? Bai Ryu regarded him with suspicion. The Qin family in Yanjing, not to mention your father's position, even on your mother's side, you're the sole heir. Why would you come to Tianhai City? Isn't it preferable to revel as a privileged second-generation scion in Yanjing, poised to inherit the Qin family's legacy? Qin Lang rolled his eyes in irritation. Do you think inheriting a wealthy family's fortune is as simple as it appears? It's not as easy as you imagine. Speaking of you, how is life in the Bai family treating you? Her discomfort was palpable as Bai Ryu pressed her lips together. I have my own struggles. But you're different. You're the legitimate heir. Does the Qin family have illegitimate children who surpass you? Not quite. Qin Lang shook his head. The main issue is that you have no idea how troublesome it is to remain in Yanjing. I've reached an age where both my grandfather and my parents are urging me to take over the family business. If I stay in Yanjing, my days will be packed from dawn till dusk. Even if I were to muddle through for a few years, securing a stable position in the stars would be guaranteed. I could easily become a provincial governor before turning 40, or even take over a colossal corporation valued in the hundreds of billions. But what is the point? He continued. Work is meant for living. To be perpetually engrossed in labor, losing my freedom, would strip life of its very essence. Bai Ryu's eyelids twitched as she listened to Qin Lang's earnest reflections, feeling an impulse to silence him by jamming his mouth with her stiletto heels. Yet, inexplicably, as she absorbed his final words, a faint sense of resonance stirred within her, beneath his warm smile. Bai Ryu recoiled slightly, sensing something amiss. If you make another call and secure another 100 or 80 billion, you know the more you invest, the greater the returns. I had no idea acquiring funds was so effortless for you. Had I known you were such a devoted son, I wouldn't have merely asked for 500 million. Qin Lang firmly declined. That's not possible. Acquiring money isn't as easy as you think. Even for pocket money, it takes 2 or 3 months. For now, just this 500 million will suffice. But you need not worry. Since you've asked, I will certainly find a way to assist you. Pursue your ambitions boldly, for I shall steadfastly support you from behind. Remember, behind every successful woman stands a man who cherishes her. I must also remind you to temper your impulses in my presence. I tend to mirror the impetuosity of others. With that, Qin Lang's hand brushed against a small cabinet, slightly opening it to reveal a glimpse of a bunny costume. Bai Ryu, initially warmed by Qin Lang's words, felt a rush of alarm upon seeing the costume, swiftly rising to leave without uttering a word. It was broad daylight, and with pressing matters at hand, she could not afford to be swept away by Qin Lang's impulsiveness, which would necessitate a lengthy recovery period, leaving her unable to accomplish anything. Watching Bai Ryu's graceful silhouette fade away, Qin Lang could only sigh inwardly. Just as he contemplated retrieving a bit of interest from Bai Xiaoyan, his phone rang again. It was Qiu Jiu, who, upon connection, immediately inquired, Qin Lang, I need to know the whereabouts of the scorpion. Bai Xiaoyan has gone mad, raising the bounty to 1 billion. The Black Dragon Society will remit payment immediately upon receiving information about the scorpion. I can offer you a 90-10 split. Qin Lang scoffed internally. He was well aware of the developments on Bai Xiaoyan's end, thanks to his subordinates keeping tabs. It was hardly surprising that neither the Black Dragon Society nor the authorities had managed to uncover any leads thus far. Who could be blamed? It was all due to the scorpion's cunning, hiding in a small village amidst the mountains. Were it not for Qin Lang's operatives stationed in a haystack, constantly switching shifts to monitor the situation, who could have guessed that the scorpion intended to settle there? After a moment as contemplation, he replied, I'm not fond of that profit-sharing ratio. Qiu Jiu was taken aback. ISNK 90 to 10 split sufficient? Bai Xiaochun is offering such a hefty sum due to the Black Dragon Society's manpower. A private investigator wouldn't even secure half that bounty. Qin Lang shook his head. It's not about the amount, it's the ratio. A 90 to 10 split. Mr. Qin? Who does that imply? Just give me 500 million and have it transferred to the public account of Daqin Tiantian Investment. Qin Lang replied casually, not seeking to take too much. After all, Xiaojiu was one of the supply channels for the antagonists. Reflecting on Bai Ruyu's recent departure brought a smile to Qin Lang's face. Bai Ruyu had asked Bai Xiaochun for a sum of money, which he had denied. Now, through the sale of intelligence, he had maneuvered that sum into his own hands. When he later gifted it to Bai Ruyu, it would surely leave a significant impression on her. Was this perhaps the fabled tale of winning a maiden's heart with the money of a thrifty father-in-law? After becoming a bounty hunter, he had acquired yet another title, Qin, the arsonist of affections. Under Xiaojiu's relentless questioning, Qin Lang divulged the Scorpion's whereabouts and instructed Junzi to immediately withdraw the surveillance team to avoid any potential slip-ups. Chapter 75. Daddy will save you. Before hanging up the phone, Xiaojiu did not forget the true purpose of the call, stating, as if it were a mere announcement, "Tonight, at the Queen's Bar, my parents wish to meet you." Upon finishing her sentence, she hung up without waiting for Qin Lang's refusal. Sitting in his chair, with the phone still pressed to his ear, Qin Lang felt a peculiar sensation stirring within him. He was about to meet Xiao Long. This meant the entire storyline had advanced prematurely, suggesting that Lin Yuchu would also make her appearance at the Queen's Bar tonight. After careful consideration, it seemed to be a fortuitous development. He had already sold out the whereabouts of the Scorpion, and it would not be long before Bai Xiaochun learned of the false information regarding Yi Feng's supposed murder of his son. The two would undoubtedly engage in a lethal confrontation, and he could not afford to miss this exceptional opportunity to hunt down Yifeng. If the overall plot did not progress, who could predict whether the Daughter of Destiny would continue to supply villain points after Yi Feng's demise? Without them, would he not suffer losses with every encounter? Could he truly continue to indulge in such a fruitless endeavor? That night, the Queen's Bar was a realm of opulence and excess. The dance floor was alive with women exuberantly flaunting their sweat, swaying gracefully, their scant attire askew. The men, resembling ravenous wolves, flocked around them, hands raised high, their bodies moving to the rhythm, heads bobbing in unison. Amidst this cacophony, Lin Yuchu sat in a booth. Her head bowed as she sipped her drink, her heart heavy with discontent. She felt utterly miserable. Even after calling Mu Yuyan, she received no response. When she attempted to visit, she was met with a closed door. It felt as if they were strangers, and the pain within her heart was akin to losing something profoundly significant. Overwhelmed by her tumultuous emotions, she found herself in this noisy establishment, seeking solace in solitude and alcohol, as if only within this chaos could she suppress her feelings. One bottle of Wang Zai, a familiar voice rang out beside her. She turned in surprise, recognizing a familiar face. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed. Qin Lang ignored her, taking the bottle of Wang Zai from the bartender, popping the cap with a satisfying sound, and tilting his head back to drink. He scrutinized the smiling bartender for several moments until the latter, flustered, averted his gaze, remaining unresponsive. "Ah." Qin Lang shook his head, letting out a sigh, feeling somewhat disappointed. He had ordered Wang Zai. If it had been the Child of Destiny, he would have certainly been mocked. The Child of Destiny could have brandished a black VIP bank card, purchasing 100,000 cans of Wang Zai milk, leaving the bartender to open them all. Such an opportunity for ostentation was squandered when the bartender simply bowed his head, not daring to utter a word. Why is it so difficult to show off? Lin Yuchu, unaware of Qin Lang's melancholic musings, snapped, "Are you following me?" Qin Lang rolled his eyes, retorting, "Are you out of your mind? Must you prattle on incessantly? Have you memorized the civic code and now have nothing better to do?" "You." Lin Yuchu, infuriated, was momentarily silenced by his words, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "If you have the guts, then don't speak to me." In response, Qin Lang made a gesture, mimicking the action of zipping his lips. The two fell into an awkward silence. Before long, a group of men clad in black suits approached, surrounding a menacing figure with a large head, encroaching upon Lin Youchu's booth. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lin Youchu gasped, her alcohol-induced stupor fading. The large-headed man, with an icy demeanor, addressed her. "You are Lin Youchu, the legitimate daughter of the Lin family from Yanjing, correct? The treasure left by the Lin patriarch in Tianhai City has yet to be discovered. What is its approximate location? Provide me with the details." Lin Youchu's expression turned frantic. "What treasure? I don't know." "Don't know?" The large-headed man scoffed. "If Miss Lin is unwilling to cooperate, then I must insist you accompany us until we locate the treasure. You shall endure a brief period of hardship." Lin Youchu, originally from Tianhai City, descended from a notorious thief, her grandfather having amassed untold riches during chaotic times, only to have them hidden away due to warfare. Tragically, he was mortally wounded by a stray shell during his flight, and when his family tended to his wounds, they discovered his treasures were lost to the chaos. In the years that followed, tales whispered among descendants suggested that the Lin family's direct line knew the whereabouts of the treasure but dared not touch it due to its immense value, leaving it buried and forgotten. Zheng Hu, the large-headed man, was a descendant of one of the Lin patriarch's past subordinates, privy to such secrets. The Lin family had previously resided in Yanjing, and even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to cause a ruckus there. Yet now, with Lin Youchu in Tianhai City, wandering alone to drown her sorrows, he could not let this opportunity slip by. "Take her away," Zheng Hu commanded with a wave of his hand, signaling his henchmen to advance. Lin Youchu, struck by terror, was not accustomed to such confrontations. While she could hold her own against Qin Lang, facing these intimidating figures left her quaking. She turned to Qin Lang, desperation in her eyes. "Help me, please. I truly know nothing about any treasure." Though she had heard of the secret, the treasure's whereabouts were unknown to her, her father, or even her grandfather, who had been but an infant during those tumultuous times. Who could possibly know the secrets hidden within? In the original narrative, this plotline was a gaping hole, with the treasure's location remaining a mystery, and even the author had left it unresolved. Though Qin Lang understood Lin Youchu spoke the truth, the large-headed man, or rather, Zheng Hu, would not believe her. As the henchmen approached, a wall of bodies formed around them, preventing anyone from intervening or capturing the scene on their phones. It was evident these men were seasoned in such affairs, their movements practiced and assured. "All right, I understand now," Lin Youchu exclaimed, her composure slipping. "Qin Lang, help me. I apologize. I'll apologize, just help me." Qin Lang, for the second time, made a gesture to his mouth, mimicking a zipper, choosing silence. Lin Youchu's composure shattered. "I'm such a fool. Help me, please. I'm begging you, just say something." Qin Lang took a slow sip of his Wangzai milk, unhurriedly responding, "Call me Daddy. Daddy will save you." Chapter 76. Prepared a gift for the father-in-law, great-grandfather. Lin Youchu exclaimed, her words seemingly out of context. In her heart, since her great-grandfather had already passed, calling out to him felt like a tribute. Her father was still alive, so she could not shout indiscriminately. That would bring dishonor to her mother. Yet, her utterance of great-grandfather sent shivers down Qin Lang's spine, prompting him to glance down. "Damn, your great-grandfather has been blown to bits. Who are you cursing? You all continue. Enjoy yourselves tonight. I shall take my leave first." Qin Lang waved his hand at Zheng Hu and his entourage, rising from his seat. He had lost his appetite for the drink and turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Youchu grew anxious. Ultimately, her inner resolve crumbled under the weight of her fear of Zheng Hu and the others. Her lips parted slightly, and a trembling voice, laced with desperation, emerged. Dad Qin Lang remained oblivious, striding forward. Behind him, heart-wrenching cries echoed, "Dad! Dad! Hurry! Come save me!" Qin Lang turned slowly, pointing at a henchman blocking the path. "Do me a favor and let her go for now." The henchman opened his mouth to retort, but was halted by Zheng Hu's raised hand. He was no ordinary thug. He had seen the world and was a formidable presence, once rivaling Qin Lang in Tianhai City. However, after a failed skirmish in his youth, he had retreated to a neighboring city, where his Tiger Gate had grown to rival the Black Dragon Society. Over the years, Zheng Hu had not relinquished his ambitions for Tianhai City. He He discerned that Qin Lang was no common man, and, rather than being arrogant, he chuckled. You say to give you face, but you must show some sincerity first. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lang suggested, how about a wager? If you win, you can take her and dispose of her as you wish. And I'll offer you a secret about treasure. If you lose, she comes with me. All right. Zhang Hu's curiosity was piqued. What could this secret about treasure be? Besides, as a man who had made his fortune through gambling, he would not shy away from a bet. It would be a good opportunity to indulge in a little thrill. You all head upstairs, secure a private room, and I will join you shortly. Zhang Hu, trusting his instincts, gestured for his men to escort Lin Yuchu to the second floor. Amidst the crowd, Lin Yuchu wore a sorrowful expression, pleading, I don't want to go upstairs with them. Qin Lang turned back, his gaze growing serious. Lin Yuchu pouted. Dad. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively. Be good. Dad is busy. I'll come to rescue you shortly. With that, he returned to the booth in front of everyone and called out to the bartender. Another bottle of Wangzai. One must replenish what is lost. Meanwhile, a stretched Lincoln sedan glided to a stop outside the Queen's Bar, where Qiu Long and his family were seated in the plush back seat. Qiu Long's expression was grim, as if someone owed him a fortune. How audacious! Did they truly believe that because they were from the Qin family, they could trample over him? Even if the Black Dragon Society fell short of the Qin family, his daughter was to marry into that family. Such an attitude toward his father-in-law was unacceptable. He would confront him about this behavior. He glared at his daughter. Is this the man you chose? If I am not satisfied when we meet, not only will he not set foot in my home, but you two will also part ways. You shall obediently return to find a suitable match. What is wrong with my daughter? Qiu Long retorted angrily. Even if she is not extraordinary, am I not worthy of some respect? It was unheard of for a father-in-law to visit his son-in-law first. The very thought ignited his fury. He was determined to teach that young man a lesson. Qiu Jiu sat across from them, folding her arms, pretending she had not heard a word. She was unaware if Qin Lang would even show up for the meeting, let alone inviting him to her home. Based on her 12 encounters with him, and given the one-way visibility of the glass, the chances were slim. Minutes later, the Lincoln came to a halt before the bar. The family of 3 exited, their faces cold as ice. The 8 doormen bowed respectfully, greeting, "Good evening, Chairman." Upon entering the bar, they spotted Qin Lang seated in the booth, having already consumed 2 cans of Wangzai. Their eyes met, but Qin Lang did not rise. He merely gestured towards the entrance. This way. Qiu Long's expression darkened instantly, his face resembling the charred bottom of a pot. Unbelievable. How can a prospective son-in-law behave this way? The father-in-law arrives, and he remains seated without a shred of courtesy. Qiu Long's initial impression of Qin Lang was exceedingly poor. He fit the image of a notorious playboy perfectly. The 3 approached, but before they could speak, Junzi leaned in to whisper something to Qin Lang before falling silent behind him. Fang Chunhua and Qiu Jiu exchanged glances, eager to witness how Qiu Long would react after his earlier bravado in the Lincoln. Qin, Qiu Long began, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Uncle Qiu, Aunt Fang, Jiu, I sincerely apologize. I encountered a bit of trouble just before your arrival and need to handle it upstairs. Would you like to join me? Once I'm done, we can chat more, Qin Lang said, not waiting for their response as he led Junzi upstairs. The attitude one adopts towards elders depends on the individual. With someone like Bai Xiaochun, a little politeness would be reciprocated. However, with someone like Qiu Long, such pretense would be met with arrogance. Qin Lang intended to give Qiu Long a rather unique greeting. Chapter 77. Uncle Qiu, please steady yourself in the private room on the 2nd floor. Qiu Long pondered for a moment before deciding to follow. He was curious to see what tricks this debauched young man was planning. However, upon entering, his eyes immediately fell upon Zhang Hu. Qiu Haiden, Zhang Datu. They both exclaimed in unison, each calling out the other's nickname. It was quite true that while Qiu Long appeared fierce and intimidating, the moniker Haiden was indeed fitting. Zhang Hu, on the other hand, was unmistakably notable. Qin Lang had observed at first glance that his head was larger than that of an average person. Have you come at someone's invitation? Zhang Hu glared at Qiu Long. Qiu Long, being astute, glanced at Qin Lang and, without uttering a word, stepped aside slightly. It was evident to any discerning observer that Zheng Hu bore a grudge against Qin Lang. He found both of them displeasing, particularly Zheng Hu, whose influence had recently infiltrated Tianhai City from a neighboring region. Had it not been for his daughter discovering the betrayal of a few Black Dragon Society members, a significant upheaval could have ensued. He relished the prospect of Zheng Hu and Qin Lang clashing. Should Zheng Hu be suppressed, it would undoubtedly benefit him. Qin Lang chuckled, unfazed by Qiu Long's demeanor. The clearer the situation was, the better. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Let the games begin. They are not my hired hands, merely here to observe." "What do you mean, Qin Lang? Are you betting against him? He is one of the 36 heroes of the gambling world." Qiu Jiu exclaimed in shock. Others may not know, but how could Qin Lang, a seasoned information broker, be unaware? Zheng, who was a notorious gambler. On Earth, the gambling realm comprised 4 elite tiers: the Divine, the Kings, the 36 Heroes, and the 72,000. Zheng Hu belonged to the 36 Heroes. What does that imply? There are merely 111 individuals on this planet who reign supreme in the gambling arena, with Zheng Hu ranking favorably among them. Years ago, Zheng Hu single-handedly won $200 million in Hong Kong, yet returned from a banquet with only 20 million. This was why he had managed to thrive in the underworld upon his return. He understood that to win more money, he needed sufficient power. Had it not been for the renown brought by the 36 heroes, it would have been a question whether he could return with even his life, let alone $20 million. Haha, I never expected some past notoriety would still be remembered. Qiu Haiden, it seems you have indeed spoken of me, often in front of your daughter. Zheng Hu laughed heartily. Qiu Long, his face darkened, remained silent, feeling as though his bravado had been diminished. Yet, when it came to gambling skills, he knew he could never match Zheng Hu. Alas, Lin Yuchu, trapped in a corner, felt her eyes well up with tears upon hearing Qiu Jiu's description. Her hope had vanished. Although she did not gamble, her cousin was a gambler, who had once boasted to her about the most formidable 111 in the gambling world, mentioning how even the 72,000 could have someone among them presiding over a grand game in Hong Kong. How could she possibly compete with the 36 heroes? It's over. I truly have no chance, she lamented, filled with regret. Still gambling? Zheng Hu gazed at Qin Lang with a sly smile. Qin Lang, bewildered by the question, replied, "Why not gamble? Just because you are skilled does not mean I would back down. Furthermore, even if I lose the wager, all I need to do is reveal a secret to you. I won't be taken away." Such cunning, Lin Yuchu thought, feeling an impulse to spit blood. Clearly, in Qin Lang's eyes, he bore no pressure whatsoever. Ha ha ha, how refreshing, how delightful. Zheng Hu laughed, brimming with confidence. Since you insist, do not blame me for taking advantage. Choose your game: mahjong, pai gao, poker, dice, roulette. Whichever you prefer, I shall indulge you. You may gamble as you wish. Were it the favored child of fortune present, he would have received scorn, and upon taking his seat, would have insisted Zheng Hu choose the game, ultimately defeating him in his area of expertise. But who was Qin Lang? He was the antagonist, and the acquisition of gambling skills required a hefty price. Why squander such resources on dealing with Zheng Hu? Why not take advantage of the situation? Qin Lang clapped his hands, sighing, such generosity from a host. I shall not be polite. Let us engage in something a bit more novel today. Let's wager on life. Guess whether you will be alive or dead in 1 minute. Zheng Hu's expression turned icy, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, he managed a strained smile. In my lifetime, I have weathered storms and faced greater challenges. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. If I could survive all this, how could I not endure a mere minute? I shall certainly be alive. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and shook his head, extending his hand, revealing the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at Zheng Hu's head. With a bang, a bullet pierced through, and Zheng Hu's skull exploded like a watermelon. Exhaling a puff of smoke from a gun, Qin Lang sighed. What a pity the 36 heroes have made a grave mistake. If you had wagered on your own demise, I could not have intervened in your suicide. Zheng Hu's bodyguards were left in shock, pointing at Qin Lang. You killed the boss. Qin Lang raised his gaze, training the gun on the one who spoke. Bang! Another shot rang out, claiming another life. Qin Lang slowly shifted the gun to the left, targeting the henchmen downstairs who had prepared to insult him. asking, "Who fired the gun? Who killed your boss?" It was. The henchman trembled in fear. Bang! A third shot rang out, and the one who dared to speak fell backward, lifeless. With the fourth and fifth shots, those who spoke too slowly, gave incorrect answers, or hesitated all received their due punishment. At this moment, Qin Lang bore no semblance of the courteous demeanor he had previously displayed. He was a veritable demon of death. Turning almost instinctively, he aimed the gun at the next person, demanding, "Who fired the gun?" It was me," Qin Lang stammered, his voice quivering, his legs shaking. Even as a leader within the Black Dragon Society, he was thoroughly intimidated by the murderous aura emanating from Qin Lang. He realized Zheng, who was no match for him, and following this encounter, he would undoubtedly be suppressed. Yet, he never imagined Qin Lang would so brazenly open fire in such an environment, eliminating 5 individuals in swift succession. Now, with likely only one bullet remaining in the chamber, Qin Lang was filled with dread, fearing he might be the next target. Gradually calming from his bloodlust, Qin Lang tossed the gun to Huzi to handle, approaching Qin Lang with feigned politeness. "Uncle Qin, what are you saying? It cannot possibly be you who fired. It was clearly my bodyguard. Do not tremble. Everything is fine. What happened here is of no concern to me. I am merely a spectator. When the authorities arrive, there will be no repercussions. After all, it is not a bad thing for an officer with special task force credentials to eliminate a few rogue milk powder salesmen. It is a commendable act, a service to the public." Chapter 78, Sworn Brotherhood with the Father-in-Law indeed, is a good thing. Qin Lang's eyelids trembled thrice. A glance at the corpses strewn on the ground made his heart race with terror. Zheng, whose status was hardly inferior to his own, yet upon their first meeting, he was swiftly dispatched to the afterlife. Qin Lang's methods were ruthlessly efficient. He was certainly not the debauched playboy that rumor suggested. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. Qiu Jiu'er and Feng Chunhua, having spent considerable time with Qin Lang and witnessed their share of brutality, retreated a few steps, covering their mouths and noses, unwilling to gaze upon the grim scene. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchu, the typically fierce young lady, was in a pitiful state, hunched over and retching violently, expelling the very alcohol she had consumed at the booth. It was more effective than any sobering remedy. The ground was littered with fragments of Zheng Hu's skull, given that he had not opened his mouth upon being shot. The internal and external pressure difference would have ensured that the bullet did not merely create a hole in his forehead. A single gunshot to the head resulted in what resembled an exploded watermelon, fragments scattered everywhere, red and white mingled in a gruesome array. Not even the most stoic of men could endure such a sight, let alone a woman. Beep beep, the wail of police sirens echoed outside. Junzi stepped forward, stating, "Young master, you should leave this place at once. Though it is not a grave matter, it still requires resolution. You have important business tonight, correct? Leave the remaining affairs to me." He then produced a red booklet from his pocket, his countenance cold as he addressed Zheng, whose terrified subordinates. "You all know what to say and what not to say. Be honest about the criminal facts. Perhaps you will only serve a few years. But if you utter anything incriminating, even as a witness, you will not survive 3 days. Do you understand?" The henchmen exchanged frantic glances, nodding vigorously, thoroughly intimidated by Qin Lang's brutality, their thoughts of revenge extinguished. Qin Lang, seemingly unfazed, smiled at the Qiu family trio. "Uncle Qiu, let us depart. When the police arrive, we will have to explain everything, which may hinder your conversation with Annie." "Very well. We shall follow your lead, young Master Qin." Qin Lang nodded. The family exited the Queen's Bar through the back door alongside Qin Lang. They had initially planned to take Lin Yuchu with them, but she was paralyzed with fear, her legs splayed like a duck, refusing to move no matter how much they called. Qin Lang, losing interest, thought it no great loss. At worst, she would be taken to the station for a statement, where Junzi would ensure she kept her mouth shut. There was no urgency in the matter. Hours later, the meeting between father-in-law and son-in-law concluded. A slightly inebriated Qin Lang and Feng Chunhua exited from one of their hotels and entered a stretched Lincoln. Feng Chunhua rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What happened to your plan to teach Qin Lang a lesson? You barely spoke before you started drinking, and by the end, You even wanted to swear brotherhood with him? Have you lost your mind? He's your daughter's boyfriend. Whatever happened to acting like an elder? After a tirade, she noticed Qin Lang slumped in his seat, eyes half closed. Her voice softened as she mumbled under her breath. It wasn't until the car had pulled away that a dazed Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, his face flushed, clarity returning to his gaze. Damn it, I nearly died back there. Fang Chunhua frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? You're alive and well. Zheng Hu, your greatest threat, has been eliminated. Qin Lang remained on edge, recalling how Qin Lang had aimed that final bullet at his head. I suspect that kid genuinely intended to kill me. Did you not see how he treated his subordinates? He possesses that red booklet. Eliminating 5 men and then me would hardly make a difference. How terrifying. Who dares to call Qin Lang a playboy? If he is a playboy, then where are the true signs left in this world? He had initially intended to assert himself against Qin Lang, as he was the father-in-law. However, upon their first encounter, before he could utter a word, Qin Lang had already showcased his prowess. It nearly shattered his composure. Had Qin Lang merely executed Zheng Hu, Qin Lang, seasoned in the ways of violence, would not have been so terrified. But the truth was clear. Everything was premeditated by Qin Lang. He had eliminated Zheng Hu without leaving a single trace, and, due to his subordinates' identities, might even gain merit from this incident. Rash and reckless second-generation heirs are not to be feared. What truly terrifies is when such an heir not only possesses a formidable background, but also possesses intellect. Engaging with such a character, Qin Lang felt that even 10 lives would not suffice. What do we do now? Are we being targeted? What about Jior? She's still at the hotel. She is your own daughter. Fang Chunhua exclaimed, her anxiety mounting. Qin Lang sighed. Had it not been for Ji, I might have been the last bullet fired from that gun today. Who knows how far things have progressed between Qin Lang and Jior? Are they genuinely in a relationship or merely seeking fleeting pleasure? Alas, children will find their own fortune. Jior has handled matters on her own with Qin Lang. It is no longer our concern. I hope she can navigate these relationships wisely. Fang Chunhua, infuriated, retorted, Qin Lang, have you lost your mind? You were once a man of principle, yet now you cannot even protect your daughter? Are you not a man? Is this how cowardly you have become? Had I known, I would have stayed with Jior rather than allow her to face that terrifying man alone. Qin Lang held his forehead in silence, grappling with his unspoken torment. Meanwhile, on another front, Qin Lang assisted Jior into a luxurious suite. Observing her flushed face, he expressed concern. Jior, why is your face so red? Are you coming down with a fever? Lie down, and let me take your temperature. Don't move around. Measuring a fever requires meticulous care. A slight miscalculation could yield inaccurate results. Time dragged on slowly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 villain points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 3,000 villain points. Jior, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Qin Lang, you scoundrel. Is this how you bully people? Chapter 79, Finding the Scorpion. The killer, Yi Feng the following day in the early morning. Jior, exuding an air of confidence, cast a cold smile at Qin Lang, questioning his impulsiveness. Qin Lang swallowed hard, shaking his head, indicating he would refrain from impulsive actions. Jior glanced down, her voice tinged with inquiry. Your hand? Qin Lang, resembling an obedient child, retracted his hand from beneath the blanket, grinning sheepishly. Jior, don't stir trouble. You have happiness firmly in your grasp. So please don't act rashly. Is that so? Jior tightened her grip slightly. Weren't you quite arrogant last night? You even aimed a gun at my father. What was that about? Did you intend to take him down as well? No matter his faults, he is still an elder. Qin Lang shifted uncomfortably, a bittersweet smile on his face. I was merely responding to your earlier complaints about him setting you up with blind dates. That is why I felt irked. What do you mean? Qui jouait askit incredulously. Are you jealous? Qin Lang did not directly affirm it, as such an admission would seem contrived. Instead, he turned his head away, letting out a scoff. What a joke. Jealous? My woman is not to be touched by others. Jior regarded him with suspicion, her heart racing at the thought that he might genuinely have feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he be so impulsive whenever they met? Perhaps his busy life led him to seize any opportunity to express his innermost thoughts to her. Relaxing her grip, Jiu teased. When I was younger, my mother always told me not to be mischievous as I grew up. I didn't understand then, but now it seems quite amusing. At least your arrogance has diminished significantly in my presence. Next time, regardless of the situation, don't act like that towards my father, understand? After all, he raised me, and being frightened at his age is not acceptable. Qin Lang took a deep breath. What if he seeks trouble with me? His expression when we first met last night was quite telling. If I don't keep him in check, he will inevitably stir up trouble. Also, do not even think about Zheng Hu's territory. Switch to legitimate business soon. Otherwise, even I cannot protect you indefinitely. Do you understand? Oomph. Jiu scoffed inwardly. This man, who professed to disallow her from encroaching on Zheng Hu's territory, was merely hinting to her not to act recklessly to avoid trouble. Why hide his feelings? If he liked her, why not be forthright? He was no child. His cowardice was quite laughable. Rolling her eyes playfully, she replied, I know. No need for your reminders. You needn't worry about my father. If he dares to bully you, I won't be a pushover either. Her tone softened considerably, and her grip loosened further. What is wrong with you? Sensing something amiss, Jiu's expression shifted. Qin Lang awkwardly chuckled. Jiu, are you truly unaware of your own charm? Shall we practice in the morning together? Every girl enjoys compliments, and Jiu was no exception. Yet, in this situation, her heart raced. How long do you usually practice in the morning? That's uncertain. It depends on the circumstances. As Qin Lang explained, he began to explore. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air, and Jiu reached for her phone, placing it to her ear. Hello. Speak quickly. Miss, we have located Scorpion and captured him. But it seems he wasn't the one who killed Bai Shui. What? How could that be? I have delivered the message. The bounty must be transferred to my bank account by tomorrow. Otherwise, let him wait. Tell him the bounty must go to my Black Dragon Society. Otherwise, we are not to be trifled with. On the other end, the vice leader of the Rose Hall was bewildered, struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Miss, are you hurt? Your voice sounds strange. Do as I instructed. Click. The call ended abruptly. Approximately 60 kilometers from the city center of Tianhai, the vice leader of the Rose Hall was puzzled. She sensed something was amiss. It appeared the young lady had been injured, yet she must have escaped. Else how could she have made that call? Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation, the vice leader had been discreetly groomed by Qin Lang as a confidant, knowing only combat and loyalty, remaining oblivious to other matters. Following the mountain path, she approached a Fu, the butler of the Bai family, with a grim expression. Regardless of whether Scorpion is the killer, the 10 billion bounty is ours. We must see the money by tomorrow. A Fu felt exasperated. Wasn't this just inviting trouble? However, since most people here were from the Black Dragon Society, he had no choice but to relay the message. He walked over to Bai Xiaochun, whispering a few words in her ear. Bai Xiaochun furrowed her brow, merely instructing to arrange the transfer, not giving it much thought. Her eyes, filled with fury, locked onto the kneeling Scorpion. What did you say? If you didn't kill Shui, then who did? Scorpion, kneeling and banging his head like a garlic clove, pleaded Mr. Bai, it truly wasn't me. We had no knowledge that Bai Shui was your son. Had we known, we wouldn't have dared. The real killer was a stranger who barged in, far too powerful for my two brothers to handle. They were injured on the first encounter and brutally murdered afterward. Young Master Bai was also his doing. If I hadn't hidden in the restroom, I would have fallen victim too. I don't recognize him, but Bai Shui seemed to know him and called him Yifeng. Chapter 80. Jiu's true feelings stirred Yifeng. How could it possibly be him? Upon hearing the name Yifeng, Bai Xiaochun felt an intense anger douse him like a bucket of cold water. He was reluctant to engage in any hostile situation with Yifeng unless absolutely necessary. Others might be unaware, but he knew all too well that Yifeng commanded a mercenary organization abroad and possessed astonishing strength. The small fry he controlled stood no chance against Yifeng alone. What on earth was happening? Bai Xiaochun's expression darkened as he observed Scorpion's disheveled demeanor, especially earlier, when several members of the Black Dragon Society had effortlessly captured him upon ascending the mountain. This was entirely unexpected. After all, The investigation results indicated that the other two kidnappers had been eliminated by experts. One had his neck snapped with brute force, while the other had his internal organs crushed by a single kick. Scorpion's capabilities were far from sufficient to warrant such outcomes. With a sorrowful face, Scorpion felt utterly humiliated. He had secluded himself in the mountains, scavenging for food and necessities from a nearby village, too afraid to even return home for money, let alone visit a bank. He had no idea how his whereabouts had been exposed, and now that he had been captured, there was nothing left to conceal. Mr. Bai, I am unaware of your family's circumstances, but according to young Master Bai, it seems that Yifeng has connections with the two young ladies of the Bai family. Young Master Bai mentioned that Yifeng wishes for the two young ladies to inherit the family fortune and then intends to take them into his fold. Bai Xiaochun stood frozen in place, speechless for a long while. Eventually, he turned slowly and began his descent down the mountain. Afu quietly inquired beside him, Master, what about Scorpion? Buried. Scorpion, kneeling on the ground, was struck violently on the back of the head by a heavy object, rendering him unconscious. With no chance of revival, Bai Xiaochun moved slowly, tears streaming down his face. Preserving the family legacy, it was all your fault, Dad. Inviting the wolf into the house, it was all Dad's fault. He had already come to believe Scorpion's words, as everything aligned with Yifeng's strength and the results of the investigation. Most importantly, an outsider like Scorpion could not possibly know the connection between Yifeng and the Bai family, unless he had heard it from his son. No matter how Bai Xiaochun pondered, he dared not question Yifeng. However, now that Scorpion had revealed this truth, everything made sense. Yifeng, a bloodied mercenary leader, was indeed engaged in the business of killing and smuggling. What would he not do for the Bai family's foundation? I want you dead. Bai Xiaochun's eyes blazed with fury, his entire being trembling. In that moment, his fear of Yifeng was entirely obliterated by the grim reality of his son's tragic demise. With his son gone, what else was there to fear? He was determined to avenge his son and ensure Yifeng suffered a fate worse than death. Afu. Bai Xiaochun's voice was desolate. Afu bowed beside him. Master, what do you wish? It seems there's a hit list on the black market. Money is no object. I will pay any price for anyone willing to take on this task. I want Yifeng dead. If one assassin is not enough, send 10. If 10 are insufficient, send 100 until he is slain. Do you understand? Bai Xiaochun's voice was calm. Yet beneath that calm lay the fury of a volcano on the verge of eruption. The bodyguards of the Bai family, the Black Dragon Society members, and assassins from the black market. Bai Xiaochun would summon them all to create an inescapable trap for Yifeng. Meanwhile, Qiu Zhou'er and Qin Lang had yet to part ways when they received news of the plot to surround and kill Yifeng. What has happened? Seeing Qiu Zhou'er's troubled expression, Qin Lang inquired curiously. Biting her lip, Qiu Zhou'er said, Qin Lang, I need your help. They had shared numerous intimate exchanges, but she had never asked for assistance before. It had always been a matter of mutual benefit. Yet this time, she felt an unsettling urgency. Qin Lang smiled as he pinched her cheek. Speak, what is it? Ziying, he you confessed. Bai Xiaochun is plotting to kill Yifeng and has hired my men from the Black Dragon Society. But Yifeng previously caused a commotion at the Queen's Bar, taking down nearly 30 people by himself. I am certain that was not even his true strength. This time, I need you to oversee the situation and, if necessary, eliminate him. Yifeng's disturbance at the Queen's Bar should have been an opportunity for Qiu Zhou'er to connect with him. But Qin Lang's appearance had turned it into a conflict. Given the deep animosity between the Black Dragon Society and Yifeng, Qiu Zhou'er did not wish for him to live any longer. However, her greatest concern was that if Yifeng survived, both her and her father's lives would be in jeopardy. It was imperative to ensure absolute certainty. Qin Lang's brow furrowed. Bai Xiaochun is already making his move? There are still matters left undone. Some essential villainous traits have yet to be acquired. Yet, Yifeng was the embodiment of fortune. Bai Xiaochun's reckless actions might alarm him. And if he escaped abroad, even Qin Lang would face considerable difficulty in taking action. It's fine. This is purely my own desire. Yifeng's strength is formidable, and not just anyone can contend with him. Even you would be in danger. Qiu Zhou'er noticed Qin Lang's hesitance, but felt no discomfort. Rather, it seemed entirely reasonable. After all, Qin Lang was the legitimate heir of the Qin family. How could he place himself in danger? Perhaps she had assumed too much. Don't say that. Qin Lang's expression suddenly changed. Anxiety etched across his face as he gazed at Xiaoju. Are you suggesting that the Black Dragon Society will spare no expense to eradicate Yi Feng, including you? Qi Yue nodded. Indeed. Last time at the Queen's Bar, Yi Feng injured many elite members of my Black Dragon Society, some of whom may never walk again. This is a significant affront to us. If Yi Feng is not eliminated, we cannot maintain our authority. In this world, loyalty is paramount. If our brothers are harmed, how can the leader remain silent? Whether it be Qiu Long or myself, we cannot let this golden opportunity slip away. Qin Lang's demeanor shifted from playful to earnest as he tenderly caressed Xiao Juer's smooth cheek. Juer, I initially did not wish for you to partake in this dangerous affair. However, seeing your serious expression, I cannot bring myself to dissuade you. Go ahead. If you wish to proceed, I will support you at all costs. Wherever you are, whatever the time, I will stand behind you, using all my strength to back you. A ripple of emotion surged within Xiao Juer's beautiful eyes as she gazed at Qin Lang's earnest face, feeling a sense of confusion and guilt. Her audacious request was a sudden intrusion upon Qin Lang's identity, yet he neither admonished her nor hesitated to offer steadfast support. The warmth and acceptance he exuded moved her deeply. Perhaps she had indeed encountered her true soulmate for life. Chapter 81. The Siege of the Child of Destiny. The terror of Qiu one day later, in the evening, at Mangdang Mountain, the moon was obscured, and the wind howled amidst the swaying shadows of the trees. The air was thick with the earthy scent of damp soil and the sharp aroma of crushed grass. Yi Feng, filled with perplexity, turned to Bai Xiaochun and inquired, Mr. Bai, is your young master being held captive here? There appears to be no habitation in the vicinity. Before him lay a desolate wilderness, with only a few graves in sight. Not a single thatched hut was visible. Bai Xiaochun wore a distressed expression, sighing heavily. Mr. Yi, I truly appreciate your assistance. Though I have my family's bodyguards on alert, I cannot rest easy about their skills and judgment. According to reliable sources, my son is indeed hidden by those kidnappers in this very location, though the specifics elude me. I earnestly hope you can aid in locating him. Seeing Yi Feng's nonchalant demeanor ignited a firestorm of anger within Bai Xiaochun. He understood all too well what Yi Feng was thinking. His son could not possibly be concealed here. While others might be unaware, Yi Feng, a seasoned killer, recognized the truth. Thus his impatience was palpable. Let us ascend the mountain for a search, Yi Feng declared, shaking his head without further discussion, and began his ascent, followed closely by the other bodyguards. In recent times, Yi Feng had encountered a string of misfortunes, and he anticipated today's fruitless venture. With a sigh, he recalled recent events that left him feeling uneasy, encounters with unsavory characters, being duped by an old lady, and attempting to rescue a young girl only to receive a slap in return. The girl had no need for a hero. Her champion was the very villain who tormented her. As they delved deeper into the heart of Mangdang Mountain, an eerie atmosphere enveloped them. Yi Feng sensed something amiss. As if every hair on his body stood on end, a familiar sense of impending danger. This instinct, perhaps an innate trait, signaled a threat to someone like Yi Feng, who lived on the edge of peril. It was this very awareness that had allowed him to escape death on numerous occasions. Turning back to caution his companions, he was suddenly met with the swift glint of a dagger aimed at his neck. The assailant intended to kill. The promise of wealth had ensnared Bai Xiaochun, who offered a bounty of 100 million for Yi Feng's demise. Anyone who could fulfill this task would be instantly rewarded. Such a sum could sustain a lavish lifestyle for a lifetime. Who would not be tempted? Seeking death, Yi Feng roared, seizing the would-be assassin's arm, twisting and shaking it to disarm the dagger with a swift motion. In a brutal arc, he slashed the throat of his attacker, blood gushing forth as the man collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Clutching the dagger, he glared fiercely. Who sent you to kill me? Bai Xiaochun or Qin Lang? Facing a dozen bodyguards, Yi Feng felt no fear, only a surge of fury. Come, let's finish this. The bodyguards exchanged glances, their silence a testament to their uncertainty. But soon they all lunged at Yi Feng in unison. With a disdainful snort, he reversed his grip on the dagger and charged forward, a whirlwind of lethal intent. He moved through the throng of nearly 20 bodyguards with eerie agility, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. Yi Feng, the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a true harbinger of death, was an insurmountable force against this inexperienced cadre of bodyguards. Their lack of combat experience rendered them utterly incapable of matching his prowess. Like chopping vegetables, he decimated those who dared to surround him. In less than 5 minutes, all the bodyguards who had accompanied Bai Xiaochun lay dead. Bai Xiaochun, you have overstepped your bounds. Yi Feng cracked his neck, a menacing glint in his eyes reminiscent of a lurking wolf. He had never endured such humiliation, having come to assist. He was instead ensnared in a trap laid by Bai Xiaochun. Did the billionaire of Tianhai City think himself formidable? He had killed higher-ups abroad without hesitation. What was a mere billionaire to him? Striding down the mountain, he was eager to uncover what further schemes Bai Xiaochun had in store. Surely he underestimated Yi Feng's strength. He intended to methodically dismantle the traps set by Bai Xiaochun and, under his fearful gaze, carve into him, witnessing his regretful demise. However, as he took only a few steps, more figures emerged from the underbrush. Members of the Black Dragon Society adorned with dragon tattoos, alongside professional assassins clad in dark garb, darting through the shadows. Come forth. Today, I, Yi Feng, shall demonstrate what it truly means to slay 1,000. With the howling wind at his back, Yi Feng advanced into the fray, the scent of blood beginning to permeate the air. From a distance, atop a high peak, Qin Lang observed through binoculars, marveling at Yi Feng's prowess. Incredible. He has dispatched nearly 50 men and yet suffers only minor injuries. Truly, the child of destiny is not easily slain. He could not help but admire Yi Feng's resilience. If his own men had attempted the assault, they would have suffered heavy losses even if they managed to kill him. Thankfully, they were merely cannon fodder today, a spectacle for Qin Lang to enjoy. However, Qiu Jiuer, clad in a tight-fitting black leather outfit, displayed visible trepidation. Lowering her binoculars, she whispered anxiously, Yi Feng is terrifying. Can we truly eliminate someone like him tonight? The elite enforcers she had dispatched from the Black Dragon Society, equipped with formidable weapons, were rendered as helpless as chicks in Yi Feng's hands. If he survived this night, it could very well be her enemies who would meet their demise by dawn. Do not worry, all will be well. There are still others yet to emerge. These are merely expendable pawns. The true experts remain in the shadows, Qin Lang reassured her, his arm wrapped around her slender waist. The reinforcements he referenced were not himself, but rather the skilled fighters Bai Xiaochun had undoubtedly summoned at great expense, who had yet to make their appearance. If it were not for the infrared capabilities of his binoculars, he might have been deceived as well. Chapter 82. The astonishing female assassin in the desolate mountains. The number of fallen corpses continued to rise. If this situation were reported to the authorities, it would undoubtedly leave the entire Tianhai City police in a state of sleepless turmoil. Amidst the bloody ground, Yi Feng staggered toward the foot of the mountain, his body riddled with countless wounds left by the assassins, still oozing with venom. However, as the chosen one of fate, and having spent years in the mercenary life abroad, he had unknowingly injected himself with a myriad of antidotes against various common poisons. Despite the multitude of toxins coursing through his veins, Yi Feng experienced only a faint sense of numbness, hardly impeding his movements. His eyes blazed with fury as he approached the mountain's base, spotting Bai Xiaochun standing not far away. "Old dog, why you seek to kill me?" he roared, his entire being trembling with rage. An overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from him, causing even a billionaire like Bai Xiaochun to stagger back a few steps. Yi Feng lunged at Bai Xiaochun like a ferocious tiger, gripping a dagger that glimmered faintly in the moonlight. Yet, just as the dagger was about to slice through Bai Xiaochun's neck, several enigmatic figures appeared, blocking his path. One was a withered old man, resembling desiccated bark with no flesh visible, wielding a cane that struck Yi Feng's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Another was a dwarf, with a weathered face yet a childlike stature, brandishing a katana that was longer than he was tall. He swiftly slashed at Yi Feng's right leg, severing a piece of flesh. Lastly, a female assassin, cloaked in black attire, emerged. With a strikingly prominent single eye, her presence alone sent Yi Feng stumbling backward, eyes filled with trepidation. "The withered tree reborn, short-legged 7, blood-colored mandrake," he exclaimed. "I never anticipated all 3 of you would appear." As the leader of the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps, Yi Feng was well acquainted with prominent figures in the black market. The 3 before him were indeed among the top 10 assassins on the leaderboard, with the blood-colored mandrake ranking in the top 3. Her strength was surely formidable. Moreover, she was known for her penchant for lurking in the shadows. The blood-colored mandrake had already shown restraint. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured by now. "Lord of the Bloodwolves, the Butcher, or should I call you Mr. Yi Feng? You are already at your wit's end. Why not just offer us your head?" The old man, dubbed the Withered Tree Reborn, chuckled lecherously, propping his cane against the ground. "Mr. Yi, your head is worth over $100 million. What a delightful prize. If I could claim it, I would ascend at least 3 ranks on the assassin leaderboard." Short-legged 7 brandished his katana, appearing somewhat clumsy. Yet anyone who underestimated this 6th-ranked assassin would find themselves swiftly dispatched. "Kill." The few bodyguards surrounding Bai Xiaochun, incited by the command, charged forward as the Withered Tree Reborn and short-legged 7 slinked behind, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yi Feng punched one bodyguard, caving in his skull and killing him instantly, but he felt a searing pain as short-legged 7 sliced away flesh from his left shoulder. With a powerful kick, Yi Feng collapsed another bodyguard's chest, yet was simultaneously struck in the right shoulder blade by the Withered Tree Reborn's cane, fracturing the bone. This was an almost insurmountable predicament. Even in his prime, Yi Feng would have struggled against such renowned assassins, let alone in his current state of injury. Even the chosen one of fate deserves a chance to grow. Having just returned to the country, he found himself ensnared in a life-and-death struggle within mere weeks. Where was the time to catch his breath? With a swift motion, Yi Feng seized a dagger from a fallen bodyguard and hurled it towards Bai Xiaochun's neck, aiming for his forehead. The speed was astonishing. Should it connect, Bai Xiaochun would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, the blood-colored mandrake sprang into action, deftly deflecting the flying dagger. However, Bai Xiaochun let out a pained scream. "My!" The blood-colored mandrake looked down to see a gaping wound between Bai Xiaochun's legs, blood gushing forth. Yi Feng, drenched in blood, grinned wickedly. "Old dog, this is merely the interest I've collected from you. Given time, there will be even more delightful greetings awaiting you." With that, he turned and fled up the mountain. After him, Withered Tree Reborn and short-legged 7 pursued without hesitation. The blood-colored mandrake glanced at Bai Xiaochun, noting the approaching bodyguards, and followed suit. Her reluctance to intervene earlier was not due to any personal feelings towards Yi Feng, but rather her intent to remain detached from the act of murder. Yet, Yi Feng had just incapacitated Bai Xiaochun before her eyes, a tremendous affront to her profession, and she felt compelled to reclaim her honor through his demise. On a distant peak, Qin Lang observed Yi Feng's escape, having previously deployed his hidden subordinates to prepare ambushes. He marveled at the female assassin weaving through the mountains. With a slender waist and graceful figure, her long legs boasted strength rivaling that of the chosen one. Such a remarkable assassin could only be a protagonist in disguise. He was certain that if this astonishing female assassin were to seize an opportunity, she could enhance her villainous reputation by at least 50,000 points. Without hesitation, he left Xiao Zhou'er behind and took a shortcut to intercept Yi Feng, the chosen one of fate, surviving a calamity, flaunting his prowess. He couldn't wait to see if Yi Feng would still possess any semblance of luck when faced with his encirclement. His heart brimmed with anticipation. If capturing a fortunate female could yield such substantial rewards, vanquishing the protagonist would surely result in an even greater bounty. Chapter 83. The Execution and Ashes Yi Feng. You have no escape left. Before you lies a precipice. If you persist in your obstinacy, your corpse may well be shattered into a mist of blood. It would be wiser to surrender, leaving only a headless body behind. The cold voice of Ku Mu Feng Chun pressed him relentlessly. Following closely were the diminutive Qi Jiaoqi and the blood-red Mandragora. The trio instinctively positioned themselves together, their eyes glinting with murderous intent as they gazed at Yifeng, who was cornered at the edge of the cliff. Ha ha ha. You wish to kill me? You three just wait. If I survive this time, none of you will escape. The humiliation of today will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Yifeng laughed heartily, stepping forward and leaping off the cliff. Kumu Fengchun rushed to the cliff's edge, staring down into the misty abyss, gritting his teeth in frustration. This madman would rather be smashed to pieces than face us in battle. Let's go down and see, even if he becomes nothing but blood. As long as we can prove his demise, our mission will still be accomplished. Qi Jiaoqi took a narrow path toward the base of the cliff. Alive, we seek the man. Dead, we seek the corpse. Meanwhile, as Yifeng plummeted rapidly, even he thought this time was surely fatal. However, just as he was about to hit the ground, branches erupted from a cliffside. Crack! Crack! The drywood struck his back, snapping upon impact, yet his descent was slowed. Moments later, he landed amidst a thicket of bushes. With a rustling sound, countless leaves stirred, followed by a muffled thud as Yifeng hit the ground. Pain coursed through him, and he grimaced, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. Yet, he harbored no regrets. Instead, he looked up at the cliff with a glimmer of surprise. He had survived such a perilous fall. Surviving this calamity must surely lead to future fortune. His legs still had the strength to move, and not far off he spotted a river. If he could reach it and float along, he might still have a chance at life. Suddenly, as he attempted to shift his body, a sharp intake of breath escaped him, and he trembled with excitement. Ha ha ha! That cursed old dog and those 3 assassins have inadvertently granted me a new lease on life. Their doom is nigh. Yifeng reveled in his newfound strength. He had unexpectedly broken through to the second level of his internal cultivation, significantly enhancing his abilities. Even his injuries began to heal on their own. Given time, he would recover completely and embark on a path of greater power. The desire for vengeance took root within him, like a seed germinating in his heart. Just then, a barrage of bullets erupted, striking Yifeng's legs with deadly precision. It was not merely a series of holes. His legs were obliterated, blood spraying forth, revealing bone beneath. Following this, a contingent of armed soldiers emerged from the dense forest. Goodness, the young master truly has foresight. Such a big catch has fallen from that height, and yet remains alive. How terrifying. One soldier marveled. I must say, the young master is akin to a reincarnated Zhuge Liang. Utterly remarkable. Zhuge Liang, my foot. You old sycophant. Does the young master even bother with your flattery? Besides us, the caves in Mangdang Mountain, and even the large lake, are rigged with explosives. This fellow wouldn't escape even with wings. He merely stumbled into our trap. The soldier expressed his disdain toward Lao Huang, glancing at Yifeng, whose legs were utterly destroyed, and continued, Who told you to shoot? Now he has lost both legs. What if he dies? Lao Huang scratched his head awkwardly. I was just startled. That blood wolf mercenary's monster is too frightening. How many has he killed alone? Without some decent AK-47s or firearms, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. There were only 10 individuals present, including the soldier, due to the vast expanse of Mangdang Mountain offering numerous hiding spots. Despite the young master's efforts to maintain balance, only this few were stationed at the cliff's base, awaiting their prey. The firearms they possessed were merely borrowed for the occasion and would need to be returned afterward. After all, while handling such weapons was exhilarating, excessive use could lead to complications. Who did this? A cold snort echoed from the forest as Qin Lang emerged, his expression dark as water. Glaring at the injured Yifeng, who lay on the ground, legs destroyed and eyes blazing with pain. Lao Huang trembled. Young master, it was my doing. I acknowledge my mistake. I was concerned that this monster would harm others, so I incapacitated him. Qin Lang fixed a cold gaze on Yifeng, his face stern. Who allowed you to fire? Did I instruct you to shoot? Do you not know who Yifeng is? He is the leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a formidable figure among foreign mercenaries. Your actions have tarnished his reputation. Lao Huang felt regret wash over him. His head bowed in shame. He was genuinely distressed. He had embarrassed himself during the initial character assessment, and now, facing a real crisis, had made another blunder. Would he be dismissed? Even without the high bonuses and dividends like the soldier, his salary was still around 30,000, and he had already formed a connection with Qin. Qin Lang placed a hand on Lao Huang's shoulder, giving it a firm pat. Lao Huang, there is something I'm unsure whether to say, but if I were to condense 1,000 words into one, it would be, well done. PFF. Yifeng, lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting from rage. Instinctively, he summoned all his remaining energy, bracing himself with his fractured hands and enduring immense pain as he lunged toward Qin Lang. All his dreams were drowned in the loss of his legs. Even in death, he sought to drag Qin Lang along to the grave. Young master, watch out. The soldier's eyes widened in horror, yet they were powerless to stop Yifeng's advance. Qin Lang, somewhat surprised, turned to see Yifeng, resembling a ferocious wolf with glowing eyes, extending a hand effortlessly to press down on his head, twisting forcefully. With a crack, his neck was violently snapped at a 90-degree angle. Yifeng's once fiery gaze dimmed, his breath fading. His body collapsed to the ground, blood pooling where his legs had been. Get to work, Qin Lang urged, prompting a slightly dazed bodyguard to snap back to reality. Grabbing a flamethrower, he approached Yifeng's corpse and unleashed a torrent of flames. Under the intense heat, it wasn't too long before Yifeng's remains were reduced to mere ash, vanishing into the night wind. Thus, the fated son Yifeng met his end. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the fated son Yifeng. The calculation of the villainous destiny points is underway. Please hold on. Chapter 84, Madness. A bounty. System upgrade. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring advanced firearm proficiency. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining basic medical skills. Critical reward. Congratulations to the host for achieving intermediate medical skills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining basic danger perception. Critical reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring intermediate danger perception. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first stage of the Divine Dragon Technique, True Dragon Art. Critical reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 9 transformations of the Celestial Dragon Art. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 50 physique points. Ding. At this moment, Qin Lang's mind was inundated with the sound of system notifications, each one heralding a bountiful reward, evidently stripping the already vanquished child of fortune of all essence, even his very soul. Almost all rewards were directly seized from Yifeng or were products of further enhancement. Particularly, the True Dragon Art was a rare martial arts technique, while the upgraded 9 transformations of the Celestial Dragon Art was terrifyingly powerful, akin to an exponential increase in force. With each of the 9 steps taken, the power contained within multiplied dramatically. Upon mastering the first stage and unleashing its full potential, one could amplify their physique by 5 times, with the second stage promising an equally terrifying augmentation. Ding. System upgrade successful. The value of the destined antagonist has been calculated. Please check the system panel for details. System panel. Character, Qin Lang. Age, 25. Physique, 250. Charm, 99. Destined antagonist value, 216. 700. Technique, 9 transformations of the Celestial Dragon Art. First stage amplification 5. Advancing to the second stage requires 200,000 destined antagonist points. Skills, Affinity LV8, Group Affinity 80, Advanced Piano Skills, Advanced T-Art, Advanced Aesthetics, Disguise Technique, Advanced Firearm Proficiency, Intermediate Danger Perception, Intermediate Medical Skills. Store, Open Lottery Center, Open, each lottery costs 1,000 destined antagonist points. System Backpack, Photo Book of Aunt Xiao. 1 pack of tissue, 100 used, photo book of Ms. by 1 electric massager damaged. Hiss. Even Qin Lang, upon gazing at the current system interface, couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Over 1 million destined antagonist points? How much was seized from vanquishing Yifeng? Over 1 million. Is this truly the system? Is this the child of fortune? He had previously thought that Elbu was unrivaled in the world. Yet the child of fortune proved to be even more formidable. Who exactly was Yifeng's commander? Ding. The new storyline has been successfully integrated, requiring a consumption of 200,000 destined antagonist points. Would the host like to be informed in advance? Yes. As 200,000 destined antagonist points were deducted, Qin Lang felt a pang of regret. After toiling for so long and expending such vast energy, he could only afford to learn about the next segment of the storyline in advance. Fortunately, eliminating Yi Feng compensated for over 1,000,000 points. Otherwise, how long would he have to labor to recoup that loss? A stream of gentle information flowed through his mind. This storyline involved the divine doctor descending from the mountains, and the time until the plot's activation was short. It was possible that the Child of Fortune was already in Tianhai City. However, the only commendable aspect was that, following Yi Feng, the next Child of Fortune appeared to be in the early stages of growth, lacking substantial strength, likely not much stronger than Yi Feng. For Qin Lang at this moment, the threat was minimal. He was an excellent target for exploitation. Moreover, the striking female assassin who had just appeared in Mangdang Mountain had piqued Qin Lang's curiosity regarding her identity. The blood-colored mandala? Ranked among the top 3 on the assassin's list, she was proud and possessed a sense of honor befitting a top assassin. Indeed, she was worthy of earning 50,000 destined antagonist points. No, that can't be right. The system has upgraded, and even the lottery now costs 1,000 antagonist points. Surely, she must be worth more than 50,000 points. Young Master, Junzi, standing nearby, observed his master lost in thought and called out softly, feeling a peculiar sensation. His mind buzzed. He never anticipated that Yi Feng would meet his demise at the hands of his own master. Even with his legs shattered by gunfire, his final desperate strike would have severely injured anyone else. Yet under his master's hand, Yi Feng's death was inexplicably swift. It was simply unfathomable. Qin Lang turned and took the micro-submachine gun from Junzi's hands. With advanced firearm proficiency, a skill bestowed by the system, Qin Lang's mastery of firearms was on par with, if not superior to, veterans like Junzi and Lao Huang. Under the influence of danger perception, he detected 3 sources of danger, 2 of which emanated from the same location. He aimed the micro-submachine gun at a dense thicket in the forest and unleashed a hail of bullets. Lao Huang and the others also raised their micro-submachine guns and followed suit. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by 2 agonizing cries, Lao Huang and the others dragged out 2 assassins, riddled with bullets. They were none other than the recently descended Kumu Fengshan and the short-legged Qi. With intermediate danger perception, which far surpassed Yi Feng's rudimentary awareness, Qin Lang could discern the direction of the impending threat. The extensive range of the gunfire left no hiding place for the concealed assassins. He glanced towards another section of the forest and snorted coldly. With Yi Feng dead, this information could not be divulged to anyone, not even by Xiaochun. If they wished to survive, they best depart quietly. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to open fire. That palpable sense of danger had caused Qin Lang's hairs to stand on end. Rat-a-tat-tat. He aimed the micro-submachine gun at the bushes beside the forest and fired a burst. Not intending to kill, but merely to intimidate. The blood-colored mandala, proud as she was, I shall trample your arrogance beneath my feet. If that is insufficient, I shall spit upon it again. What if this striking female assassin, faced with defeat, chooses to flee? For an assassin of such caliber, should she wish to escape, even Qin Lang might struggle to trace her whereabouts in a timely manner. It would be wiser to provoke her, marking her as a target to await her return. Before long, the eerie sensation at his back dissipated. Qin Lang glanced back, knowing that the blood-colored mandala had retreated. He instructed Junzi and the others to clean up the scene and swiftly made his way in another direction. He had other critical matters to attend to, and an unsettling sense of urgency weighed heavily on him, even bordering on fear. Chapter 85. Qin Lang's fear. Qiu Jiuer's affection. Qin Lang moved with astonishing speed, almost unleashing the full potential of his extraordinary physique. Anxiety surged within him like relentless waves crashing upon the shore. He raced towards the mountain where Qiu Jiuer was located, and after a brief span of time, he arrived at the previous site, only to find it deserted. Qiu Jiuer was not there. Yue, where are you? Qin Lang's heart was heavy with worry. Unlike Lu Bu, he was not a legendary hero, and Qiu Jiu'er was certainly no Jiao Chan. Jiao Chan was at Lu Bu's side, but where was Qiu Jiu'er? He retrieved a pair of binoculars from his system backpack and scanned the vast expanse of Mangdang Mountain. The area was littered with scattered corpses. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted Qiu Jiu'er amidst the devastation, and he hastily stowed the binoculars before resuming his frantic pursuit. After a grueling chase, Qin Lang finally reached Qiu Jiu'er. She stood there, her expression somber as she directed the members of the Black Dragon Society in clearing the battleground. The casualties had far exceeded her expectations. Even the Black Dragon Society struggled to withstand such a brutal assault. That Yi Feng is utterly insane. How could he bring himself to slaughter so many? He is nothing short of a demon. As she organized the removal of the fallen members, Qiu Jiu'er assured them that the Black Dragon Society would provide comprehensive support for the injured and ensure that the families of the deceased were well taken care of. Her words were intended to soothe the distraught members, as she knew she would have to shoulder an even greater burden moving forward. Jiu'er, Qin Lang's voice broke through the chaos. Qiu Jiu'er turned in surprise to see him, his eyes tinged with red. What are you doing here? Where are Yi Feng and those assassins? Qin Lang stepped closer, his demeanor icy. What are you doing here? I told you to stay put. Qiu Jiu'er bristled at his reprimand. How could I stand idly by while the members of the Black Dragon Society suffer such heavy losses? Does your presence here serve any purpose? Do you have any idea how terrifying Yi Feng is? He kills without a second thought. He's a monster. Are you his equal? Qin Lang's voice was filled with frustration. Foolishness. If he comes back and kills you, what then? Have you given no thought to my feelings? All you think about is the Black Dragon Society and not yourself? Qiu Jiu'er opened her mouth to retort, but as she observed Qin Lang's agitated state, an unexpected warmth enveloped her heart, softening her gaze. She had never seen him in such disarray, and it dawned on her that perhaps she held more significance in his heart than she had previously believed. I'm Fina. You need not worry. Just give me a moment. Qiu Jiu'er murmured softly, then turned to the approaching members of the Black Dragon Society, commanding them with authority, follow my orders. Take all the injured to the private hospital. Clean this area thoroughly, leave no trace behind. In the early days of the Black Dragon Society, fierce confrontations were commonplace, resulting in numerous injuries. To avoid complications at public hospitals, Qiu Jiu'er had established a private hospital years ago, which had since gained a reputable status in Tianhai City. Once she had given her instructions, Qiu Jiu'er felt it was time to leave the scene. She grasped Qin Lang's hand and led him deeper into Mangdang Mountain. Eventually, they came upon a concealed cave, where she halted, playfully admonishing him. There are so many witnesses here. I am the young lady of the Black Dragon Society, and I command considerable respect. It is unseemly for you to treat me like a little girl. Please refrain from doing so in public next time. Do you not comprehend what I am worried about? Why do you not heed my words? This place is dangerous. What if something were to happen to you? Qin Lang's expression remained stern, refusing to indulge in playful banter, even as he chose not to expose the inconsistencies in her words. There seemed to be a misunderstanding, and Qin Lang opted to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Qiu Jiu'er held his hand gently, whispering, I am aware of my own circumstances. I only descended to handle matters upon seeing Yi Feng vanish into the depths of Mangdang Mountain. Did you encounter any danger? Are you injured? Qin Lang's expression remained serious as he moved closer to inspect her for injuries. Qiu Jiu'er felt a bit shy, but did not reject his concern. Suddenly, Qin Lang exclaimed, Jiu'er, you're hurt. Leaning against the rock, Qiu Jiu'er crossed her arms over her chest and retorted, I am not injured. She realized that Qin Lang was indeed insatiable. One moment he expressed concern for her safety, and the next, he was back to his mischievous antics. Insolent, she scolded, pushing him away after a minute of playful resistance. 3 minutes later, Qiu Jiu'er found herself half-heartedly resisting his attention, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Despite her reluctance to display her feelings, she felt her heart swell with emotion, unable to truly reject Qin Lang's genuine concern. 2 hours later, ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained an additional 2,000 villain points. The fear that had gripped Qin Lang began to dissipate. He had been terrified, fearing that if the child of destiny perished, the entire plot would unravel and the villain points would cease to accumulate. Yet, it appeared that this was not the case. The child of destiny remained distinct from the child of fortune, both possessing their own fates, largely independent of one another. Thus, it seemed he had not missed out on opportunities he had intended to pursue. He could continue to complete his tasks moving forward. Moreover, in pursuit of villain points, he resolved to strive even harder, as cultivating good habits was essential. It was not merely the pursuit of immediate gratification. The swift accumulation of villain points was what truly mattered. Chapter 86, spending 500,000 villain points, advanced medical skills seated upon a stone. Qin Lang exhaled a smoke ring, relishing the moment. As the saying goes, a smoke after matters conclude brings bliss akin to that of celestial beings. Moreover, it had been experimentally confirmed that the fortune of the daughter of destiny would not dissipate upon the demise of the son of destiny. What could possibly evoke greater joy than this? Where did you procure that cigarette and lighter? Xiaojiu asked weakly, yet still extended her delicate hand to toss the cigarette from Qin Lang's mouth onto the ground, exclaiming with irritation, "Why smoke so much? It reeks dreadfully. If you dare to smoke in my presence again, do not expect to touch me." She covered her mouth and nose with disdain. But who was Qin Lang? A master of advanced tea artistry. He could discern the authentic from the counterfeit. It was evident that Xiaojiu was merely concerned for his health, reluctant to see him indulge in smoking, rather than truly abhorring the smell of tobacco. As the head of the Rose Hall in the Black Dragon Society, while she herself did not smoke, had there ever been a meeting within the society that was not shrouded in smoke? If Xiaojiu truly cared about this, why had she not raised the issue before? Qin Lang chose not to unveil her pretenses. Instead, he retrieved another cigarette from his system's inventory, ignited it, and before Xiaojiu could respond, posed the question, "Can you cook?" Rolling her eyes, Xiaojiu retorted, "Who do you think I am? A cook or a common girl? Those of the Rose Hall only wield daggers, never pots and pans." With a sigh, Qin Lang lamented, "What a pity. I had thought, with your feminine charm, you would possess domestic skills. Alas, it appears I was mistaken." Xiaojiu, exasperated, replied, "Dream on. Why would I need to manage a household? I only need to oversee my Rose Hall." With that, she donned her black leather jacket, turning away like a sulking child. As for Qin Lang, he silently opened the system panel, first spending 200,000 villain points to upgrade the 9 turns True Dragon technique from the first to the second turn, enhancing its multiplier from 1.5 to 2.25. This meant that with a physique of 250, he could unleash an explosive power of 562.5 while executing the second turn of the 9 turns True Dragon technique. What did this imply? A previously evenly matched opponent could be defeated in a single punch if Qin Lang unleashed the 9 turns True Dragon technique when they least expected it. The element of surprise was most lethal. "Lottery," he silently chanted, and a pale golden wheel appeared before him, beginning to spin. Previously, he had been eager to validate certain matters, and now, with the desired outcome, he was keen to observe the effects of the system upgrade, particularly regarding the lottery. The cost had escalated from 100 points to 1,000 per draw, a 10-fold increase. It was only natural to assume the corresponding rewards had also amplified 10-fold. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Heartfelt Wet Wipes 3. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received Sister Huey's Substitute Doll 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a Cleansing Pill 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Baby's Burp Bag 10. Ding! Wet Wipes. Substitute Doll? Upon seeing these 2 items, Qin Lang's expression darkened. Damn it! This lottery is a trap. Can I just buy these myself? If I must, I prefer the bulk version. The system just gifts these useless items. All related to that aspect. What is this? A way to satisfy my curiosity with a little sweetness? At least the subsequent cleansing pill can enhance the user's physical constitution. Otherwise, I might have considered shutting this down. What a scam. Everything here is a deception. Just like football, it's all staged. How can one play under the sun at night? It's all pre-recorded. Continuing, he gritted his teeth. Glancing back at the system store where the cleansing pill had yet to appear, he steeled himself to gamble on his luck. While the rewards might be meager, occasionally, an unexpected gain could emerge from a larger pool. If he could draw 1 or 2 advanced skills, any of them would suffice to break even. Should he suffer a significant loss, he would have to make do with Qiu and Bai Ruyu, the unfortunate sisters with no blood ties. Or perhaps teach Su Xiao to count. At least that would recoup some of his losses. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a cleansing pill 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your constitution has increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired advanced medical skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a brand new electric medical device 1. After spending 500,000 villain points, Qin Lang glanced at the system panel and momentarily closed the lottery interface, feeling a pang of regret. Fortunately, he had obtained advanced medical skills. Otherwise, even with the cleansing pill, the expenditure of 500,000 villain points would have been quite painful. System panel, character, Qin Lang, age, 25, physique, 320 charm, 99 villain points, 316,700 cultivation method, 9 turns true dragon technique, second turn multiplier 2, 25, requires 500, 000 villain points to upgrade to the third turn. Skills, affinity LV8, group affinity 80, advanced piano techniques, advanced tea art, advanced calligraphy, disguise, advanced firearms proficiency, intermediate danger perception. Advanced medical skills. Store, opening lottery center. Opening, each draw consumes 1,000 villain points. System inventory. Cleansing pill 18, Aunt Chio's photo album. Qing Feng tissue 1, use 120 draws. Lady Bai's photo album. Sister Huey substitute doll 1, heartfelt wet wipes 3, baby's burp bag 10, brand new electric medical device 1. Qin Lang took a brief glance. Having spent 200,000 to gain insights into the Nexon of Destiny storyline, 200,000 to elevate the 9 turns true dragon technique to the second turn, and 500,000 villain points on the lottery, acquiring advanced medical skills among other items. With over 310,000 villain points remaining, he had made a profit. This round was a win. However, without sufficient villain points, recklessly entering the lottery could result in significant losses, as the rewards from this dog of a system only escalated in value. Feeling his physique at 320, even if the post-breakthrough Yi Feng were alive, engaging him in full force would yield a victory probability below 0.02. If he were to unleash the 9 turns true dragon technique, the chances would dwindle to approximately 0.0001 perhaps. I'll head back now, Qiu mumbled, spotting the Rose Hall's vice leader searching nearby. Staggering yet determined, she rose and walked step by step toward the dense forest. Allow me to assist you. Qin Lang began to offer his support, but Qiu rebuffed him, seemingly in a huff. After meeting with the vice leader, having distanced herself from the cave, Qiu finally spoke. The cooks at the Rose Hall have been performing poorly lately. I want them to come to my place tonight. I shall personally assess their culinary skills. If they do not meet the standard, they shall be dismissed. Chapter 87. The Truth Serum Pill. After failing to catch a glimpse of Qiu, Qin Lang returned to the villa. He entrusted the subsequent matters concerning Mangdang Mountain to Junzi, who would not only avert trouble, but also earn rewards and promotions. Behind the scenes, he had uncovered an underground conflict involving assassins and successfully eliminated all the dangerous individuals involved. This was undoubtedly a significant achievement for Junzi, who held an official position. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Lang leaned back on the sofa in the living room, gazing at the lights in the dining area. Xiao, he called out. Su Xiao promptly dashed out from the kitchen, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing her young master return so late. Catching a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen, Qin Lang teased, so when I'm not home, you secretly indulge in pork rib and papaya soup by yourself? Su Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she realized her secret had been exposed, leaving her feeling embarrassed and at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma. Come here, let me help you. Qin Lang beckoned, pulling the timid Su Xiao into his embrace. This soup, do you feel warm in your heart after drinking it every day? With her face still red and her neck drawn in, Su Xiao trembled slightly, offering a shy, almost inaudible affirmation. Then you need someone to help disperse that warmth. Only then can you grow completely, Qin Lang coaxed gently, resembling a cunning wolf leading Little Red Riding Hood. If you find yourself in such a situation again, come to me. Although I may be busy, I will spare no effort in this regard. Understood? Su Xiaoxiao felt flustered, her mind buzzing in confusion. She felt as if she were on fire, her face burning brightly, yet nestled in her young master's embrace. She was reluctant to pull away. Ouch! Su Xiaoxiao frowned, inhaling sharply as her head bumped against Qin Lang's chest, clearly in discomfort. Does it hurt? Qin Lang halted his movements, leaning against Qin Lang's heart. Su Xiaoxiao stammered, "Not really, young master. How should I put it?" Su Xiaoxiao was a pure, yet conflicted girl. Sometimes, before receiving affection, she wanted to hold on a little longer, fully aware that if a girl were easily obtained, she might be taken for granted. Yet when the moment of intimacy arrived, she felt fear creeping in, momentarily forgetting the meaning of rejection. Ultimately, she feared that her refusal might evoke Qin Lang's disdain, leading to a rift between them, resulting in their paths diverging. Being a traditional and innocent girl, Su Xiaoxiao believed that once she gave herself away, she would belong solely to her young master for life. Having endured many hardships in her childhood, she had grown up and was no longer truly afraid of other forms of suffering. Moreover, even if Su Xiaoxiao was reluctant to admit it, every time her young master acted that way, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Fool, if you feel uncomfortable, just admit it. What is there to hide from me? Qin Lang gently ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair and produced a cleansing pill from his pocket, placing it at her lips. Swallow it. With a gulp, Su Xiaoxiao swallowed the pill, then inquired curiously, "Young master, what did you give me? It tastes sweet and rather good." Qin Lang chuckled mischievously. "It's a little pill that allows you to express your true intentions." Truth serum pill? The name immediately sprang to Su Xiaoxiao's mind, followed by a wave of embarrassment as she realized her thoughts. Surely, there could not be such a thing as a truth serum pill. What her young master had given her was clearly something that would make a girl act quite shamelessly. Before Qin Lang could clarify, his lips were suddenly sealed by hers. Qin Lang's eyes widened. "Xiao, why do you suddenly become so bold? A kiss is one thing, but why won't you let go?" With her cheeks flushed like a drunken maiden, Su Xiaoxiao stammered, "Young master, I feel like the effects of the pill are kicking in." She sensed a warm sensation enveloping her, which was undoubtedly a sign of the pill's effect. Why bother with concealment? After all, she had been fed the pill by her young master. She might as well take this opportunity to pour out the love she had harbored within her. Previously, she had always been passive, but this time, she yearned to savor the taste of her young master's lips. "Xiao, you misunderstand. It's not what you think. This is a pill that can enhance your physical constitution, eliminating impurities from your body and improving your overall health." Seeing that things were spiraling out of control, Qin Lang hurriedly interjected. There was no turning back now. From the moment he sensed a threat, Qin Lang had already devised a plan to gently guide Su Xiaoxiao away. The cleansing pill would not only enhance her constitution, but would also keep her occupied in the bathroom for a considerable time, facilitating his forthcoming endeavors. Blood Red Mandrake? An arrogant female assassin? One of the top 3 on the assassin leaderboard? A woman of fortune rivaling the luck of the heir? Come and try your luck. Let us see if your fearsome reputation on the assassin leaderboard surpasses my cunning methods. Chapter 88. The Crimson Mandala Assassination. As midnight approached, a lithe figure darted through the shadows of the villa. In previous days, bodyguards would have been stationed nearby, but tonight, Qin Lang had expressly instructed them to attend to other matters. The Crimson Mandala, with her agile form, effortlessly slipped inside the villa, drawing upon her assassin's intuition. She swiftly discerned the location of Qin Lang's bedroom and stealthily entered. Upon seeing the figure beneath the covers, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her, and she plunged her dagger into the bedding. Thrust! But where was the blood? Confusion flooded her beautiful eyes as she lifted the covers, only to discover not Qin Lang, but rather a lifelike silicone doll. Bang! The door slammed shut, and Qin Lang stood behind it, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the flustered Crimson Mandala, who had just stabbed the bedding 3 times. What a ruthless tactic. He scoffed. You think you can take my life simply because you lost to prey to me? Those who dare to snatch away my quarry deserve to perish. The Crimson Mandala's pupils narrowed, quickly reacting by raising her dagger and lunging at Qin Lang. Her strength was formidable. Even the earlier encounter with Yi Feng at Mangdang Mountain had not posed a challenge. And now, facing a wealthy heir? In her eyes, Qin Lang was merely an arrogant fool, daring to confront her alone, oblivious to his impending doom. Failing her assassination attempt, she resolved to crush him with sheer power. The dagger, imbued with dark poison, slashed towards Qin Lang's neck. It should have been an effortless kill, but Qin Lang evaded with a slight shift, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. In the same motion, he executed a swift kick that landed squarely in her groin. Despite being a woman, the Crimson Mandala doubled over in pain, gritting her teeth as she let out a fierce growl. You shall pay for this. As one of the top 3 assassins, she carried the pride of her profession. Qin Lang had not only stolen her prey, but had also dared to threaten her like a mere animal. This was an affront to her very being. Now humiliated face-to-face by Qin Lang, her tolerance shattered, she brandished another poison dagger with both hands, launching a flurry of strikes at him, akin to a torrential downpour. 2 swords, how intriguing, Qin Lang mused, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the fierce Crimson Mandala effortlessly dancing on the edge of danger. No matter how frenzied her attacks became, she could not touch a single hair on his body. Calculating her physique, it was evident that she had not surpassed 100, at best. She was on par with the unbroken Yi Feng. In stark contrast, Qin Lang's physique had reached 300, rendering his dynamic vision and reflexes far superior to those of the Crimson Mandala. Growing weary of the game, Qin Lang yawned, casually swatting away her 2 daggers before capturing her delicate wrists and pinning her against the wall. Don't move. How can you be this strong? The disbelief in the Crimson Mandala's voice was palpable. She had arrived at the base of the cliff only after Qin Lang had slain Yi Feng, initially believing that he had relied on his bodyguard's firepower to defeat him. Who could have anticipated such formidable strength? Is this what you call power? I have even greater abilities waiting in the wings. Qin Lang retorted coldly as he retrieved a crimson rope from his system's inventory, binding her wrists together and coiling it around her figure. Before long, the curvaceous Crimson Mandala found herself ensnared in a peculiar knot, unable to move, reduced to lying on the ground, whimpering in frustration, her eyes ablaze with fury and humiliation. Never before had she endured such disgrace. It was an affront beyond comprehension. She longed to devour Qin Lang's flesh, to cleanse the humiliation that weighed heavily on her heart. Crouching before her, Qin Lang removed her black mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, her enchanting peach blossom eyes mingling with a potent blend of murderous intent and humiliation, captivating yet fierce. Kill me. The Crimson Mandala's voice turned cold, a command laced with desperation. Yet, due to her bindings, her breath became labored, causing her once steely tone to tremble. Qin Lang's hand gently caressed her cheek, exclaiming, "Such a beautiful face, clearly capable of making a living from your looks. Why resort to such perilous endeavors? Enough with the chatter. Either kill me or release me. I will find a way to kill you." The Crimson Mandala, overwhelmed with emotion, leaned forward, her exquisite face pressing against the cold ground, while her elegantly curved legs rose behind her. Qin Lang, with a hint of kindness, pressed down on her back, chiding, "Don't be so agitated. What if you injure your pretty face? Don't touch me," she shrieked, her disdain for physical contact evident, especially from men. Witnessing her fierce reaction, Qin Lang pondered, is this what they call misandry? To harbor such deep-seated animosity over the loss of a prey? To threaten murder over a mere touch? After all, he was now a skilled physician, committed to healing. How could he stand idly by while a patient, infected with a virus, lay in distress? One must strive to assist all. Since the Crimson Mandala harbored such fears, it was imperative to help her overcome her psychological barriers. 1 minute later, anguished screams resonated from the bedroom. "Qin Lang, I will kill you." Chapter 89. The Child of Fortune. Chun Ping. An hour later, the Crimson Mandala regained her composure. her bewitching eyes now filled with malice as she gazed at Qin Lang. "You had better kill me, or I shall stop at nothing to take your life." "Your words bring me solace," Qin Lang replied, loosening the crimson bindings that restrained the mandala. "You may leave now. I eagerly await your next assassination attempt. However, I must inform you that tonight, fortune is on your side, for my mood is quite amiable. Otherwise, I would not have shown such benevolence in treating your wounds." The crimson mandala struggled to her feet, her body trembling as if under the influence of a tranquilizer, leaving her devoid of strength and causing her to stumble as she walked. She resolved to regain her strength before returning to seek vengeance on Qin Lang. "I shall not cease until he is dead." With a slam, the door closed behind her, leaving only a smoldering glare, as if she would soon return. Qin Lang smiled knowingly, unperturbed by the mandala's potential visit, but rather concerned she might flee far away. After tonight's events, even if presented with 10 billion in assassination contracts, her heart would be solely fixated on eliminating him. Letting her depart was ultimately a decision that would lead her back. Moreover, the mandala was clear in her vendettas, only targeting those who had wronged her, leaving others unscathed. She was akin to a good-natured presence that might unexpectedly intrude upon his solitude late at night. A night of sweet dreams. The following morning, Su Xiaoxiao prepared breakfast early and headed to the orphanage to care for the children. As Qin Lang enjoyed his meal, he noticed Junzi approaching and casually inquired, "Have the matters been resolved?" Junzi, slightly embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head. "It has been resolved, but all the benefits have fallen to me." The previous cases of dismantling the Black Dragon Society and the recent conflict had elevated Junzi's rank significantly, propelling him 3 levels up and granting him a prestigious position, even that of a 1-star war general. With a higher rank, tasks become more manageable, Qin Lang remarked, sipping his millet porridge. "By the way, I have a matter for you. Please assist me in transferring to Tianhai University." Junzi nodded without question, replying, "Understood." There was no need for contemplation. After all, it had been over 2 years since the young master graduated. At this point, if he sought to attend university again, it could only be for the purpose of courting women. Yet, Junzi was curious. Was it necessary to go through such trouble for merely pursuing a romantic interest? Little did he know, Qin Lang's enrollment at Tianhai University was essential. It was not merely a matter of one leading lady. Several prominent female figures resided there. The next child of fortune, Chun Pingyan, would have the primary task of safeguarding the enchanting Chu Mingyao, with her narrative playing a significant role in the unfolding events. He needed to seize opportunities from the very source while also accruing some villain points for a chance at rewards. As Junzi departed to attend to the transfer, Mu Yuyin entered, her face a portrait of urgency and anxiety. Coughing, Qin Lang inadvertently choked on his porridge, lost in his thoughts. "Are you all right?" Mu Yuyin rushed forward, gently patting his back. "What were you thinking, heading to Mangdang Mountain?" "What?" Qin Lang turned, puzzled by her concern. Mu Yuyin expressed her frustrations. "Was it really necessary? Even if I made mistakes in the past, you needn't distance yourself from me so starkly. I know everything now. A Ning told me. You went to Mangdang Mountain last night with Junzi to eliminate some skilled assassins, didn't you? Why did you feel the need to show off?" Mu Yiyin had pressed a Ning for information about Qin Lang's whereabouts, compelling her to contact Junzi, thus uncovering the truth about his escapade. She had even heard that he had been injured. Unable to remain calm upon learning this, Mu Yiyin rushed to Qin Lang's home, neglecting her neatly organized paperwork. "Where are you hurt? Don't just sit there. Let me help you to your room to rest." She supported Qin Lang's arm, guiding him upstairs to the bedroom. After carefully placing him on the bed, she began to probe for any injuries. "My injuries are internal. They cannot be seen from the outside," Qin Lang coughed, clenching his fist to his mouth. With a bitter smile, he added, "I feel utterly weak, as if even a girl could overpower me." He shook his head, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. As Mu Yin's hands wandered, she inadvertently grew too intimate, causing her to retract in surprise. The thought of Qin Lang's words lingered in her mind. Could it be that she was now stronger than him? "What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Some things cannot be forced. We must follow our hearts." Qin Lang, startled by Mu Yin's advancing demeanor, exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? If you dare to proceed, I will not let you off easily." Chapter 90. Let's speak calmly, Mu Yuyin. Please remain composed. We must communicate openly. There seems to be a misunderstanding between us. You cannot act this way. I am not the person you think I am. Even if you continue down this path, I could never entrust my heart to you. Mu Yuyin, do you believe that once I recover, I will confront you? Do not move recklessly. You are injured. Mu Yuyin gently caressed Qin Lang's cheek, her beautiful eyes brimming with deep affection. Qin Lang pushed her away, urging her to sit upright, his expression cold. Mu Yuyin, I truly misjudged you. I never imagined you would resort to exploiting my vulnerability while I am seriously injured. Had this been the previous day, Mu Yuyin would have felt her heart race at such words. But now, she could hardly be oblivious to Qin Lang's hidden intentions. His words were a mere facade, masking the anger he felt toward her past actions. Even Mu Yuyin herself could not fathom why she felt as though she had encountered two different people in Qin Lang. Before arriving in Tianhai City, she had harbored a strong dislike for him, wishing to silence him by stuffing her stockings into his mouth whenever they met. Yet, upon her arrival in Tianhai City, the Qin Lang she encountered was an entirely different being. What began as habitual antagonism gradually transformed into an undeniable attraction, subtly unfolding over time. It was only when she feared losing him that she made this unprecedented move today, without a hint of regret. Deep within her heart, she felt a surge of triumph, convinced that her gamble had paid off. As for why, despite his harsh words, Qin Lang's body betrayed his true feelings. Time seemed to drag on, yet it also passed slowly, stretching into a long hour. She rested her cheek against Qin Lang's chest, embracing his neck. Her lips murmuring softly, Qin Lang. At that moment, all her love poured forth, and there was not a shred of embarrassment within her. Her mind was entirely consumed by the image of Qin Lang. She was determined to express her feelings, to convey her affection. Rejection? Humiliation? She had not considered the consequences. After a brief pause, Mu Yuyin nestled closer, showing no intention of leaving. Qin Lang struggled to retrieve a cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply, releasing a swirling cloud of smoke. Mu Yuyin looked up, her eyes reflecting a hint of something unusual. Qin Lang chuckled. I seem to have forgotten that you dislike the smell of smoke. If it bothers you, you may leave. I cannot accompany you. Mu Yuyin's eyes sparkled as she took the cigarette from his hand, inhaling a puff that sent her into a fit of coughs, the smoke escaping in a chaotic cloud, lacking any semblance of a proper ring. She stubbornly shook her head. I will strive to embrace what you cherish, although I still dislike the smell of smoke. At the very least, I no longer loathe it. Furthermore, even if I wish to leave now, I find myself unable to do so. Will you forgive me? I promise I will no longer oppose you. I truly do not understand what has come over me. Previously, I found you utterly detestable, but now, a day without seeing you leaves my heart feeling hollow. I have never pursued a boy before, yet I am certain I have developed feelings for you, feelings that run deep. You may scold or strike me as you please. I am resolute in my stubbornness. Even if you reject me tomorrow, I will still seek you out. Mu Yuyin leaned against Qin Lang's chest, pouring forth her heartfelt declarations. Qin Lang listened in silence, his heart stirred. Although they shared the same name, he realized they were indeed not the same individual. A sense of accomplishment surged within him. With a soft clap on Mu Yuyin's back, Qin Lang remained silent. She looked up puzzled. Was that all? Have you forgiven me? Qin Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Some understanding requires time to nurture and develop. Chapter 91. Words must be kept. Waiting for a rabbit ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the female lead. Mu Yuyin. Reward. 50,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1,000 Destiny Villain points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2,000 Destiny Villain points. Mu Yuyin lay in Qin Lang's embrace, only waking as dusk approached, startled by the ringing of her phone. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she noticed Qin Lang sitting at the head of the bed, his head bowed in a somewhat bashful manner. The earlier fierce demeanor had finally softened. Now, faced with Qin Lang, she felt an inexplicable sense of humility. Not answering the phone? Qin Lang glanced at the bag on the floor, asking curiously. Mu Yuyin mumbled softly. It's a company dinner. I was supposed to attend, but now I don't want to go anywhere. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the desire to be with Qin Lang. Feeling his stomach rumble, Qin Lang chuckled. It's almost dinner time. Aren't you considering my feelings at all? Su Xiaoxiao had other commitments that night and would be returning late. Otherwise, Qin Lang would not have been so close to Mu Yuyin now. People are iron, and rice is steel. Missing a meal leaves one famished. Mu Yuyin shivered slightly, hesitating before murmuring, if you agree to one request, I'll cook for you. Is that all right? Request. Qin Lang responded, somewhat displeased. Did he seem too easy to please, leaving Mu Yuyin feeling unaccomplished? Was she starting to make demands again? With her head lowered, Mu Yuyin weakly murmured, just give me a kiss. Just one, okay? Since morning, Qin Lang had yet to touch her cheek, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened, as if she had not received the affection a girl ought to enjoy. With a soft peck, Qin Lang kissed Mu Yuyin's cheek. She then got up, intending to wash up before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a refreshing shower, Mu Yuyin busied herself in the kitchen, humming a tune while referencing a recipe on her phone, a bit clumsily preparing the dishes. After quite a while, she finally managed to whip up a few simple home-cooked meals. Although they may not have been visually striking, they were certainly edible. Unlike the foolish characters in novels who might explode a gas canister or start fire, an excellent girl like Mu Yuyin, even without prior kitchen experience, could manage quite well with a little willingness to learn. Such basic mistakes were simply implausible. Moreover, she had helped her mother cook a few times in the kitchen. She resolved that whenever she had the chance, she would prepare more dishes at home. As her mother always said, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She knew she was not quite there yet, but her mother certainly was. If all else failed, she could invite her mother to Tianhai City for recuperation and learn from her. Have some soup. Your complexion seems a bit pale. Mu Yuyin served a bowl of pork rib soup in front of Qin Lang. He took a sip, savoring the flavor, while Mu Yuyin stood beside him, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. How does it taste? Is it too salty or too bland? If it's salty, I can add some water and cook it again. If it's bland, I can add some salt. The taste is satisfactory. You've done quite well, Qin Lang replied nonchalantly. You're not a chef. Why are you so concerned? I want to know what flavors you prefer. It's not like I'm only cooking for you once, Mu Yuyin said, dragging a chair closer to Qin Lang's side. She helped herself to a generous serving of dishes for him, resting her chin on her hand, watching intently. Try each one, and if you find anything unsatisfactory, I'll improve it next time. Qin Lang felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. It seemed she had taken on the role of a devoted wife. However, there was a certain charm to it. Being cared for like this was undeniably pleasant. Mu Yuyin attempted to edge even closer to Qin Lang, unintentionally bumping her shin against the table leg, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. While he appeared indifferent, he pulled out a cleansing elixir and placed it in her mouth. What is this? Some candy? It's sweet, she said, swallowing it with curiosity. Before long, Mu Yuyin felt warmth spreading through her body, accompanied by beads of dark sweat. Qin Lang sipped his rib soup and remarked casually, it's a medicinal substance, more miraculous than beauty pills. It can enhance one's physical constitution. With your current condition, you'll have to wait until I recover. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuyin's eyes glimmered with moisture. Although Qin Lang's tone was cold, she sensed the value of the cleansing elixir from his words, leaving her with an indescribable sense of gratitude. Today, she truly made the right bet. After dinner, fearing she might embarrass herself in front of Qin Lang due to his teasing, Mu Yuyin quickly called Aining to drive her back home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the air, bringing forth a spine-tingling sense of danger once more. Qin Lang leisurely retrieved a hook from the storage room, returning to his bedroom, and firmly drove the hook into the ceiling. Chapter 92. The treatment of the scarlet mandrake's ailment as the night deepened. The creaking sound of the bedroom door echoed, pried open from the outside. The scarlet mandrake, clad in a nocturnal outfit, made her reappearance. However, this time, Qin Lang did not place the unfortunate sister Hui beneath the covers as a mere decoy. Instead, he leaned back against the headboard, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the scarlet mandrake's graceful silhouette. Ah, you've come? for reasons unbeknownst to her. Despite her intent to exact vengeance, the Scarlet Mandrake felt an impulsive urge to respond with an affirmative sound. Before she could make her move, Qin Lang, with curiosity, posed a question. Why do assassins always enter through the front door instead of the window? With a cold expression, the Scarlet Mandrake retorted, "That window is made of bulletproof glass. Do you think I am ignorant? Even with a submachine gun, it could withstand fire for a while. Let alone if I could even acquire such a weapon. What good would it do? By the time I got it, the target would have long fled. Besides, I'm an assassin, not a machine gunner. Quickly, change into this outfit." Qin Lang tossed a set of clothes onto the Scarlet Mandrake. With gritted teeth, she seethed, "Qin Lang, you are truly despicable." Rolling his eyes, Qin Lang replied, "What does it matter whether I am despicable or not? Can you best me? I've already seen through your intentions. There's no need for bravado here. I'll give you a chance. Wear this outfit, and I'll use only one hand against you. Are you serious?" The Scarlet Mandrake glanced at the clothes on the floor. While the fabric was somewhat scant, if it could indeed diminish Qin Lang's combat prowess, she found it acceptable. After all, what was there to fear in front of him? "Stick to your word. Hurry up," Qin Lang urged. With clenched teeth, the Scarlet Mandrake picked up the clothing and stepped outside. When she returned, clad in a black leather outfit that perfectly accentuated her curves, Qin Lang approached her swiftly, executing a sweeping kick that sent her crashing to the ground. He pinned her arm behind her back with his knee and threatened, "Do you submit?" The Scarlet Mandrake trembled with rage. "No, you ambushed me." "Ambush?" Qin Lang chuckled incredulously. "You are an assassin. Your very profession is to kill in the shadows. And now you accuse me of ambushing you? I never claimed I wouldn't strike first. Besides, I still have one arm unengaged. My words have not been contradicted. Have the courage to release me. Let's face each other in combat." The Scarlet Mandrake, feeling the familiar coldness of the floor, spoke with fury. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. "Why would I want to fight you again? One arm is sufficient for me." He skillfully bound her up. "All right, I yield. Let me go. I promise not to return tomorrow night." For the first time, the Scarlet Mandrake displayed a hint of capitulation before Qin Lang. "Now you understand fear?" Qin Lang patted her exquisite cheek. Suppressing her fury, the Scarlet Mandrake begrudgingly muttered an affirmative. "Do you realize your arrogance?" "Yes, I know now." Qin Lang proceeded to hoist her up. "I was wrong. I acknowledge my error. Please release me." The Scarlet Mandrake pleaded in terror, not wishing to endure such humiliation even in death. "Now you fear? It's too late," Qin Lang retorted, rolling his eyes. The Scarlet Mandrake desperately attempted to struggle, but Qin Lang had her secured, leaving no room for resistance. "Qin Lang, I will kill you, if you spare me. I will make it my mission to exact 1,000 cuts upon you next time. I will feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. We are sworn enemies." The Mandrake screamed in wrath. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the bedroom was commendable. Otherwise, one might have thought a calamity was occurring within. Qin Lang turned off the lights, retrieved earplug from his system backpack, and succumbed to slumber while listening to music. It was not that he refrained from dealing with the Scarlet Mandrake. Rather, he recognized her formidable strength and potential as a candidate for cultivation. As a divine physician, Qin Lang felt it was his duty to assist her in overcoming her misandry. Once he shattered her pride, he would have the opportunity to recruit her, the third-ranked female assassin on the leaderboard, into his clandestine endeavors. The following morning, upon being lowered, the Scarlet Mandrake staggered to her feet, nearly dragging herself along the wall. Just before leaving, she cast a glance back at Qin Lang, her gaze brimming with murderous intent. In the days that followed, Qin Lang found himself with little to occupy his time. He occasionally pondered how to manipulate the son of misfortune while also assisting Bai Xiaoyan with her homework and discussing grand enterprises with Bai Ruyu. Yet, the nighttime activities remained monotonous, still involving the treatment of the Scarlet Mandrake, who tirelessly sought his medical expertise despite her grave condition. On Friday, the weather was clear, and the patient, the Scarlet Mandrake, arrived at night, where Qin Lang hung her up, shattering her pride. On Saturday, the skies turned overcast, and light rain fell as she arrived seeking treatment, exhibiting signs of madness, and Qin Lang silenced her with a cloth. On Sunday, the weather cleared again, but the patient had forgotten her fruit knife, which she had left at Qin Lang's residence the previous night. when she returned without her knife. She hurled the fruit knife he offered to the ground in anger, prompting him to strike her thigh in frustration. Chapter 93. The enchanting Professor Zhou Zhaching. It was yet another deep night. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and the crimson mandrake had arrived a few hours early. Perhaps the efficacy of the treatment was remarkable, as even the patient felt the change, noting that the mandrake's visits had become increasingly frequent. Alas, with no time to assist, Qin Lang had no choice but to convey the truth that he could not continue the treatment. The crimson mandrake turned to leave, but as she glanced back at Qin Lang, her gaze held less malice and more a hint of melancholy. Ding! The protagonist, the crimson mandrake, experienced an emotional fluctuation. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 1,000 villain points. Ding! The luck of the son of destiny, Chun Pingyan, has decreased by 500 points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 villain points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for seizing an opportunity from the son of destiny. Reward, 1 peach blossom charm. As Qin Lang listened to the notifications from the system, he felt a swell of emotion. With the mandrake's visits becoming more frequent, her abrupt departure when he had no time to spare felt rather jarring. Truly, women can be quite capricious. Fortunately, he had accrued 1,000 villain points. Otherwise, the loss would have been significant. Upon examining the sources of income on the system panel, Qin Lang was astonished to discover that with the son of destiny's luck diminishing, he was no longer receiving a 10-fold return, but rather a 20-fold return of villain points. Chun Pingyan's luck had decreased by 500 points, earning him a staggering 10,000 villain points. If Yifeng was akin to a free-range sheep, then Chun Pingyan was undoubtedly a sheep that had run away from home for years. Why? Because Chun Pingyan, this sheep, had roamed outside for several years without ever being sheared, thus enjoying an abundance of resources. He could graze freely without fear of becoming bald. Continuing his exploration, Qin Lang discovered a vivid red charm prominently displayed in his system inventory. He retrieved the Peach Blossom Charm and clicked on the description. Peach Blossom Charm, a one-time use item. Upon activation, the host may randomly encounter a woman of fortune, gradually increasing mutual affection. Ding! Does the host choose to use the Peach Blossom Charm? Yes. As soon as he spoke, the charm transformed into a beam of crimson light, gradually dissipating into his being. Qin Lang surveyed himself, finding no abnormalities. However, being a product of the system, he held no concerns regarding its effectiveness. He was merely curious about which woman of fortune he would encounter. Eager to see the charm in action, Qin Lang rose and, with a spirit of experimentation, left the villa. Tonight, Junzi was on duty nearby, and upon seeing the young master exit, he approached with curiosity, asking where he was headed. I'll fetch the car right away. Qin Lang waved his hand, declining, stating he would just take a stroll. If Junzi had nothing pressing, he could help him procure 2 large electric massagers, the kind that required 6 batteries, no, 8. Junzi did not pry further, simply nodding in compliance before departing to make the purchase. Meanwhile, Qin Lang wandered aimlessly down the street. Before long, he heard a woman's cry for help emanating from a nearby alley. Help! Help me! Goodness! Is this happening already? How utterly absurd! Qin Lang stood frozen, gazing into the dimly lit alley, feeling bemused. It was indeed a script only the protagonist could encounter, and here he was, caught in such a ridiculous plot. He stepped forward towards the alley, where a group of 5 or 6 ruffians, adorned in garish colors, had cornered a girl. No, a woman, in the depths of the alley, clad in a fitted white t-shirt and a black knee-length pencil skirt. Complemented by black stockings and glossy pointed high heels, she epitomized the professional look. Notably, she wore striking crimson glasses that accentuated her already gentle features, adding an air of intellect. Zhou Zhaching. This woman was undoubtedly the stunning Professor Zhou Zhaching from the original narrative. There was no mistaking it, with those crimson glasses and this ensemble. No one else could embody the exquisite professor style. Bang! Qin Lang advanced, delivering a swift kick to one of the ruffians, sending him sprawling. Before the others could react, he dispatched them with similar ease, leaving them sitting on the ground in disarray. He exerted just enough force to incapacitate their fighting spirit. approaching with a warm smile. Are you all right? Did they harm you? Thank you. I'm fine, Zhou Ziqing replied softly, adjusting her crimson glasses, her heart fluttering slightly. Please wait here. I had already reported to the police when I noticed these individuals following me and pretended to be on the phone with a friend to inform them of my location. I intended to call for help to attract attention and prevent these hooligans from escalating, but it seems I inadvertently drew you into this instead. Smart, mature, intelligent, gentle, with an alluring figure, and bolstered by the attributes of a stunning professor. In the original work, Zhou Ziqing was nearly a flawless goddess. In their first encounter, Qin Lang had merely played the role of a bystander. Without his intervention, Zhou Ziqing likely would not have faced any danger. Nevertheless, this initial meeting left a favorable impression, perhaps a budding affection. Moreover, the peach blossom charm was not limited to a single encounter. Many more opportunities awaited. Glad you're safe. I'll keep you company while we wait, Qin Lang replied with a smile, standing by as he occasionally stole glances at Zhou Ziqing's exquisite visage. He had been pondering how to pursue the enchanting professor, and he never expected the charm's effect would target her. What a stroke of luck. Before long, a police car arrived, and several officers, along with a female officer in a deep blue uniform, alighted. We'll take these individuals into custody. If you two wouldn't mind, could you accompany us to provide statements? Zhou Ziqing turned, smiling gently like a blooming water lily, and looked at Qin Lang with a soft voice. Do you have time? If not, I can explain to the officer so you can leave. I feel guilty for disturbing you today. Since it's not a major issue, I have some free time. I'll accompany you, Qin Lang said cheerfully. Curiosity piqued within him. Was the charm's description incorrect? Was it supposed to lead to a random encounter with a woman of fortune? Yet here stood the police officer, Chanziki, as well. The female officer, descending from the police car in her deep blue uniform, exuded both charisma and allure. It could only be Chanziki. Even without Junzi collecting photographs of women of fortune, he could definitively ascertain that this officer was indeed Chanziki. In one evening, he encountered two women of fortune. Was the peach blossom charm truly delivering a critical effect? Chapter 94: The two fortune's daughters clash subsequently, amidst the blaring of police sirens. Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing were both taken to the station. However, the locations for their interrogations differed. Zhou Ziqing was in the hall, voluntarily recounting the events of the incident and how she had alerted the authorities. The recording officer occasionally gave her a thumbs up, impressed by her cleverness and intelligence. In contrast, Qin Lang was taken aside by Chanziki into a special small room, furnished with only a wooden table and a glaring desk lamp. Chanziki sat opposite him, directing the lamp towards his eyes, her youthful face stern and unsmiling. Holding a small notebook, she began to detail his personal history. Qin Lang, 25 years old, from Yanjing, who had recently arrived in Tianhai City. After a lengthy discourse, her voice suddenly turned cold as she inquired, "Were you present at the murder that occurred at Mangdang Mountain a few days ago?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, aware that Chanziki was a principal police officer. However, he was taken aback that she even knew about the Mangdang Mountain incident. Despite his surprise, he remained unperturbed, humorously retorting, "Beautiful officer, have you made a mistake? I was merely acting heroically to save someone. Why are you questioning me? You've already recognized me, so what is left to ask? Isn't the case at Mangdang Mountain resolved?" Chanziki scoffed. "A rivalry over the hit list? Do you think we are fools here? The bloodshed, injuries, and fatalities at the scene were undoubtedly more than what was visible. Additionally, there have been numerous injured patients admitted to the Black Dragon Private Hospital in recent days, which cannot be dissociated from this matter. Qin Lang, I am aware of your background, and I know that Lin Jun is connected to you. However, some actions once committed bear consequences, regardless of who you are or whose son you happen to be. Surely not. You can't be suggesting that you intend to imprison me? Qin Lang feignet shook. Be serious. No one is joking here." Chanziki maintained her serious demeanor, her eyes shimmering with anger. She had little patience for the frivolous antics of the privileged second-generation youths. Upholding justice and clarifying the intricacies of cases was her lifelong pursuit, deeply intertwined with the tragedies she had witnessed in her childhood. This rendered her particularly cold when dealing with offenders. Qin Lang shrugged, uttering the classic line of a scoundrel. If that is how you feel, there's nothing I can do. At that moment, the door of the interrogation room swung open. A police officer entered, accompanied by Zhou Ziqing. What is going on? Do you not see that I am in the middle of an interrogation? Qin Ziki snapped at the officer. The officer lowered his head in embarrassment, unable to confess that he couldn't refuse Zhou Ziqing's request. Moreover, Zhou Ziqing had reasonable grounds to meet with her savior, making her demands understandable. Zhou Ziqing, in her pointed high heels, stepped into the interrogation room. Her expression won a suspicion. Officer, what do you mean by interrogation? This Mr. Qin Lang is a good Samaritan who saved my life. Why are you interrogating him? Qin Ziki's tone softened slightly. This matter does not concern you. It is a separate case. If you have nothing further, you may leave for now. Leave? How could I possibly leave while my savior is being interrogated? If I remain indifferent, wouldn't that be heartless? Zhou Ziqing shook her head, stepping closer to Qin Lang, a refreshing fragrance wafting towards him. She shifted from an inquisitive tone to a more assertive stance, locking eyes with Qin Ziki. May I ask, do you possess any evidence of Mr. Qin's criminal activities? Or is there a witness who has seen him commit any unlawful acts? Qin Ziki fell silent. Zhou Ziqing continued her questioning. If there is no evidence, what grounds do you have to interrogate him? What qualifies you to do so? Just because Mr. Qin saved my life and kindly accompanied me to the station to provide a statement. Are you taking this opportunity to tarnish the good intentions of a righteous person? Qin Ziki opened her mouth to argue. She was accustomed to eliciting confessions from guilty criminals, but now faced with the resolute Qin Lang and the articulate, logically astute Zhou Ziqing, she found herself at a loss for words. Defeated, she finally said, "You may go." She glanced at Qin Lang and waved her hand, temporarily relinquishing the interrogation, knowing she would return to confront him once she had gathered evidence. Before Qin Lang could rise, Zhou Ziqing placed her slender hand on his shoulder. Gazing at Qin Ziki, please apologize to Mr. Qin for your discourtesy. If you truly find evidence of his wrongdoing, I will remember today as proceedings and offer you my apologies. Is that really necessary? The young officer chuckled awkwardly, having never seen his captain cornered to such an extent. He felt a pang of sympathy. Zhou Ziqing shook her head. It is necessary. If you officers exploit the goodwill of individuals to apprehend suspects, I believe this contravenes the principles of arrest and undermines the sanctity of the profession, compelling me to question your professionalism. Impressive. As Qin Lang sat listening, he felt an urge to rise in support of Zhou Ziqing. What a brilliant argument. Truly insightful. He was not surprised that she was a stunning professor at Tianhai University, as she had effectively put Qin Ziki in a difficult position. Apologies, Qin Ziki said coldly, offering no further words as she walked out of the interrogation room. Qin Lang watched her graceful silhouette, having transformed his plans regarding this fortunate woman from mere chance encounters to a pursuit of conquest. You wish to play games? I still hold a trump card against you, Qin Ziki. Impressive. Keep flaunting your prowess. Let us see how long you can maintain that. Mr. Qin Lang, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused, Zhou Ziqing said with a bittersweet smile. Qin Lang quickly shook his head, offering a warm smile. No, it was I who caused you alarm. The vastness and depth of Chinese culture are profound and timeless. Even though Zhou Ziqing was exceptionally knowledgeable, she didn't consider this aspect and instead proactively invited, "Thanks to you, Mr. Qin Lang, I might have faced significant losses tonight. How about I treat you to a late-night meal? How does noodles sound?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "You're personally cooking?" Chapter 95. The Enchanting Professor and the Ordinary Campus Belle. Zhou Ziqing shook her head, expressing her willingness to personally attend to him. But she had pressing matters to attend to this evening. She intended to visit one of her students who happened to run a noodle shop. She thought to herself that if Mr. Qin Lang did not mind, it would be an opportune moment to sample the delightful fare. "Then it would be my honor to accept your invitation," Qin Lang replied, his demeanor shifting from jest to earnestness. Though Zhou Ziqing wore a smile, she concealed profound emotions beneath her composed exterior. Few students had managed to breach her guarded heart, and now, with the revelation of a noodle shop, her thoughts inevitably drifted to Lin Sierre, the campus belle. While Zhou Ziqing's offer carried significant allure for Qin Lang, he remained adept at navigating the nuances of the situation. The duo left the precincts of the police station and hailed a cab, heading straight for the bustling food street. Walking alongside a mature and intellectually stimulating figure like Zhou Ziqing drew the attention of passersby. However, as Qin Lang was perceived as an antagonist, the onlookers could only muster feelings of envy and admiration, refraining from uttering any disparaging remarks. They arrived at Little Lin's noodle shop, where the proprietress greeted Zhou Ziqing with familiarity and warmth. "Teacher Zhou, you've come. And this young man is your boyfriend?" The proprietress glanced at Qin Lang, who stood beside Zhou Ziqing, exuding charm and elegance. Even in the presence of such a stunning beauty, he appeared perfectly matched rather than overshadowed. "He is a friend of mine, here to enjoy your culinary skills this evening," Zhou Ziqing explained with a smile. She then turned to Qin Lang, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "I have always had a fondness for braised beef noodles," Qin Lang replied, casting a glance at the menu affixed to the table. Zhou Ziqing nodded and directed her attention to the proprietress. "Then 2 bowls of braised beef noodles, please." "Certainly, Teacher Zhou. Please take a seat while I call Sierra out," the proprietress said, wiping her hands on her apron before scurrying back into the shop. The noodle shop featured an outdoor canopy with several foldable tables and chairs. Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing sat across from one another. In a rare moment, Zhou Ziqing initiated a conversation, asking, "Mr. Qin Lang, what do you do for a living?" "Me? I'm just a wayward son, living off my family's wealth," Qin Lang replied candidly. "However, I recently managed to transfer to Tianhai University, hoping to acquire some knowledge to prepare myself for eventually taking over the family business without it falling into ruin." "Is that so? You just transferred? What's your major?" Zhou Ziqing inquired with genuine interest. Qin Lang shrugged. "International trade and economics." "International trade?" Zhou Ziqing exclaimed in surprise, a smile breaking through as she teased, "Perhaps I shall be your professor." Clearing her throat, she formally introduced herself. "I am Zhou Ziqing, a professor in the Chinese department at Tianhai University, and I also teach courses in various other disciplines. As it happens, I am currently leading a class in international trade." Qin Lang, feigning ignorance, responded, "If I am indeed assigned to your class, I shall rely upon your guidance." Before Zhou Ziqing could respond, a girl in a floral dress arrived in an electric wheelchair. She radiated an ethereal grace, her delicate features and joyful demeanor captivating all. Her eyes sparkled like clear water, exuding a refined elegance that left others feeling inadequate. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Lin Sierra beamed, her delight evident. As a student of Zhou Ziqing, she shared a close bond with her, confiding in her about matters she wouldn't share with her parents. Zhou Ziqing smiled warmly, akin to an elder sister, gently pinching Lin Sierra's cheek. "Why should I come? Or is it true that you have a boyfriend, and now you've forgotten your sister?" Lin Sierra hastily shook her head. "No, I have nothing to do with Huang Wenbin. I've told him as much, but he hasn't given up. He's just not my type." Her gaze fell to her legs, a shadow of disappointment crossing her face. She was acutely aware of her limitations. Though her beauty was undeniable, her inability to walk was a lifelong burden. "Why, how can that be?" Zhou Ziqing remarked. "Countless girls envy your stunning beauty." Lin Sierra pouted. "Teacher, you just enjoy teasing me. I might believe others, but when someone is beautiful as you says it, it doesn't bring me any joy." "Even teachers can envy your charm," Zhou Ziqing replied, glancing at Qin Lang with a playful smirk. "What do you think, Mr. Qin Lang?" Qin Lang remained silent, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized Lin Sierra's flawless legs. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Lin Sierra instinctively tugged at her already long dress. She felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Initially drawn to the handsome boy accompanying Zhou Ziqing, she now found his unwavering stare unsettling. "Mr. Qin Lang?" Zhou Ziqing prompted softly. "Huh?" Qin Lang appeared startled, as if pulled from a trance. "What is it?" Zhou Ziqing, eager to defend him, chuckled. "While it's true that Sierra is beautiful, there's no need to stare so intently. You're making her blush." Lin Sierra shot Zhou Ziqing a reproachful look, rolling her eyes. Yet Qin Lang, unperturbed, finally voiced his thoughts. "She is indeed beautiful, but I am more intrigued by a different aspect." Logically, someone in a wheelchair should show signs of atrophy in their legs, yet yours appear perfectly formed and strikingly beautiful. Lin Xier, the campus belle, a symbol of purity in the narrative, was indeed a lotus blooming amidst the mud, untouched by its filth. Despite her disability, her legs were long, straight, and elegant, a remarkable contradiction that left Qin Lang both impressed and bemused. This narrative flaw, although glaring, was one that Qin Lang found oddly fascinating. Chapter 96, Selling Favor with Zhou Ziqing. Advanced medical skills displayed. Lin Xier lowered her head, unable to conceal the disappointment etched upon her face. She had visited the hospital numerous times, yet those esteemed specialists could not ascertain the true cause of her ailment. They speculated it might be a neurological issue, or perhaps a malfunction related to joint integration and bone marrow. Regardless, she remained unable to stand. Qin Lang, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Do you have any sensation?" Lin Xier shook her head. "None at all. Something seems amiss. Your legs are so beautifully formed, delicate, and enchanting. If there were indeed issues with the bone marrow, they would not appear so healthy. Furthermore, problems with the bone marrow should manifest as systemic failures," Qin Lang mused, feigning ignorance while harboring doubts. Zhou Ziqing, perplexed, asked, "Do you possess knowledge of medicine?" Qin Lang nodded. "I have a modest understanding." He glanced at Lin Xier, awkwardly parting his lips, hesitating to speak. Lin Xier, dismissive, replied, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish. After so many years, I have grown indifferent to these matters. If I cannot stand, so be it. Life will continue." Qin Lang produced a silver needle, a smile playing on his lips. "I would like to test my medical skills. I wonder if they will prove effective." Zhou Ziqing, anxious, cautioned if you lack proficiency, it would be wise not to act recklessly. Traditional Chinese acupuncture is indeed miraculous. It can also lead to errors. Lin Xier, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "It's fine. After all, I lack sensation. What harm can needle do? Let us give it a try." Qin Lang rose from his seat, moving closer, and knelt beside Lin Xier's wheelchair. He deftly inserted the silver needles into a precise spot just below her slender waist. The advanced medical techniques he had acquired were no jest. Even the renowned Qin Pingan would struggle to match his expertise, as he had yet to reach the pinnacle of his medical prowess. A tingling sensation coursed through Lin Xier's body, akin to tiny insects nibbling at her skin. With a bittersweet smile, she remarked, "However, I always had some sensation there." At that opportune moment, the proprietress emerged with 2 bowls of beef noodles. As she was about to inquire, Qin Lang swiftly struck Lin Xier's knee with a gentle yet decisive motion. Though subtle, her left leg instinctively arched upwards. With a thud, the proprietress froze, her grasp on the bowls faltering as they crashed to the floor, creating a mess. The soup splashed onto her calves, yet she felt nothing. In a state of alarm, she rushed forward, her voice filled with astonishment. "Xier, your leg." Their essay response. Lin Xier's eyes widened with uncontainable joy, the knee-jerk reflex. "How could this be? My legs lack sensation, yet I am experiencing a reflex." Qin Lang adjusted the needles in Lin Xier's back, pushing them deeper and striking her knee with greater force. Suddenly, one leg shot up, aligning perfectly with Qin Lang, who had leaned down. As Lin Xier's left leg draped over his shoulder, she hastily covered her skirt and averted her gaze, her modesty taking precedence. "Apologies," Qin Lang chuckled awkwardly, gently placing her delicate foot back onto the footrest of the wheelchair. "It seems this isn't an issue related to joint integration or bone marrow. What could it be then?" Zhou Ziqing, Lin Xier, and the proprietress echoed in unison. Qin Lang asserted, "It's a neurological issue. This condition, given current medical practices, is often misdiagnosed. Even in the capital, experts in this field are scarce and difficult to find. Young doctor, do you know any specialists in this area? Can you heal Xier's affliction?" The proprietress's face was etched with urgency, though she hesitated to trust such a young man. The miraculous event she had just witnessed compelled her to consider his capabilities. "I cannot guarantee anything. I do know some experts, but their availability is uncertain. They are akin to imperial physicians. Moreover, Your daughter's condition is quite complex and will require careful management. Otherwise, even the foremost specialists may struggle to untangle the intricate web of nerves, and a slight misstep could result in a lifetime of paralysis. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. Glancing at the eagerly awaiting Zhou Ziqing, my mentor's teachings advise against intervening. Yet Miss Lin's connection with Professor Zhou compels me to act, especially since I owe him a favor today. Thus, I shall bend the rules of my training. Mentor? Nonsense. He said this merely to shift the responsibility of his intervention onto Zhou Ziqing, as if declaring before Lin Sierra and her mother, Professor Zhou, I have defied my mentor's teachings for your sake. Is this not commendable? It was merely a favor, a simple exchange of words. Qin Lang did not perceive it as a waste of time. The trio ascended to the second floor of the noodle house, under the watchful eyes of a few patrons. In Lin Sierra's bedroom, adorned with minimalistic decor, she lay on her bed, her voice trembling. I'm a bit scared. Could you please be gentle with the needles? Qin Lang shook his head. No, it must be firm. Only through intensity can you feel the pain that leads to healing. Do not worry. The discomfort will soon become bearable. Ah, it hurts, it really hurts. Lin Sierra raised her exquisitely sculpted chin, crying out in pain. The proprietress, observing from the side, felt her heart clench. Young Dr. Sierra is quite sensitive to pain. Please be gentle. Qin Lang's hands moved methodically along Lin Sierra's calf, applying pressure as he inserted needles intermittently. With each needle and stroke, Lin Sierra gasped sharply, beads of perspiration forming on her smooth forehead. Zhou Ziqing, listening to their conversation, felt it all rather peculiar, yet she refrained from interrupting, offering reassurance. Sierra, the fact that you feel pain signifies a response. I never anticipated that, mister. Qin Lang would possess such remarkable skills. She reflected on the serendipity of the evening. Had she not been followed, had she not cried for help, Qin Lang would not have intervened, nor would he have arrived before Lin Sierra. Was this what they called fate? Over half an hour passed. Qin Lang collapsed onto the bed, his head buried in the covers. Turning to Lin Sierra, who had also turned away, he asked, What do you feel? It's a bit tingly and numb. It's quite strange, Lin Sierra replied softly, uncertainty lingering in her voice. Chapter 97. The Evolution of Nanny Su Xiaoxiao Apologies. I seem to have dampened your bed. Qin Lang managed to utter, his strength gradually returning as he shifted slightly, awkwardly wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead with a bittersweet smile. Lin Sierra lay there, shaking her head gently. Thank you, although it hurts. I can feel my legs a bit now. Over the past 2 decades, her family had taken her to countless hospitals, all in vain. Not only had they failed to cure her, but they couldn't even ascertain the cause of her affliction. However, now, thanks to Qin Lang's intervention, hope reignited within her, an immense hope. She could feel her legs. She felt pain. At last, she had the chance to become a normal girl. The proprietress approached anxiously. Little miracle worker, will Sierra be able to walk? Zhou Ziqing gazed at him with eager anticipation. Qin Lang shook his head with a wry smile. It's not that simple. After being paralyzed for 20 years, even if treatment is possible, it won't happen overnight. It requires gradual rehabilitation. If I have time, I will assist your daughter with a few more massages to help her body recover. Additionally, I will contact the top specialists in Yanjing to discuss scheduling the surgery. Under the auspices of advanced medical techniques, it is fair to say that Qin Lang alone could enable Lin Sierra to stand for a brief moment in a short span of time. However, that would merely be a fleeting moment. To ensure Lin Sierra could walk without concern, he needed to collaborate with top-tier specialists in the field for a comprehensive consultation to facilitate her true recovery. His words were grounded in reality, not merely a pretext to increase his interactions with Lin Sierra. He certainly had no intention of complicating the treatment process to showcase the extent of his efforts and connections to the mother and daughter or Zhou Ziqing. Little miracle worker, thank you, truly, for your willingness to help. If you can cure Sierra, our family. The proprietress grasped Qin Lang's hand tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. She wanted to express her gratitude, but upon seeing Qin Lang's handsome visage and extraordinary medical prowess and connections, she felt uncertain about how her family could repay him. Not to mention the top specialists in neurology from Yinjing were akin to imperial physicians. Who could afford to summon them? Although the large hospital held consultations a couple of mornings a week, appointments were booked well in advance. Without Qin Lang's assurance, Lin Xier might never have the opportunity to meet such esteemed physicians in her lifetime. Immensely grateful, truly, young. The proprietress felt an urge to kneel, but Zhou Ziqing held her back. Qin Lang quickly helped her to her feet, smiling. "Annie, please don't be so overwhelmed. I am just happy to be of assistance." He had observed Lin Xier's leg for quite a while earlier, not because he had detected any issues, but rather because they appeared almost perfect. She had nearly mistaken him for a nefarious character. Upon recalling the earlier misunderstanding, Lin Xier buried her face in the pillow, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Had her feelings been so transparent? Or was Qin Lang simply too astute? "Let us pause the treatment for tonight. Xier needs time to adjust. I will return when I can." Although he could have offered more words of comfort to ease the worries of Lin Xier and her mother, he intentionally left his words vague, even omitting when he might visit again. This classic playboy tactic would keep Lin Xier in a state of anxious anticipation, often thinking about him until his next arrival. Of course, Qin Lang did not presume that such a brief interaction would foster romantic feelings, but to remain in her thoughts was already a significant achievement. Subsequently, Qin Lang and Zhou Ziqing descended the stairs, sharing a hearty meal of beef noodles before exchanging contact information and parting ways. The following morning, Su Xiaoxiao lay nestled in Qin Lang's embrace, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and, in a daze, pecked him softly on the cheek. "Can we sleep a little longer? You returned so late last night, and now we must go to the orphanage?" Qin Lang affectionately stroked her hair. Su Xiaoxiao responded obediently, resting her head on his shoulder and playfully brushing her hair against his cheek. For reasons unknown, she relished this intimacy with her master, feeling a sweet warmth in her heart. Now that the orphanage has improved, the director has more energy to educate the children. "Although I'm not exceptionally clever, I can still help teach them," she said. Qin Lang, slightly exasperated, replied, "Although the school hasn't been completed yet, I can recruit a few teachers to alleviate your workload. I cannot bear to see you exhaust yourself." "I quite enjoy being a teacher," Su Xiaoxiao murmured softly, pressing her hand against Qin Lang's heart, her voice sweet and gentle. "Besides, you don't let me do chores at home every day, so I might as well keep occupied." "You," Qin Lang lightly tapped her forehead. "Even if you cannot sit idle for a day, you must allow yourself some rest. It's not fair for me to see you overwhelmed without considering my feelings." "Master," Su Xiaoxiao's eyes shimmered, her heart brimming with warmth. "Keeping busy is fine. I initially intended to hire teachers. Since you're willing to take on the role, I will consider it as hiring you." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lang suggested, "Perhaps I should offer you a salary. It wouldn't be right for you to teach without compensation." "No, I don't want a salary," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, tightening her embrace around Qin Lang's neck. "I owe you a tremendous amount of money. Teaching is something I choose to do voluntarily, and I do not wish for a single penny. I may never repay this debt in this lifetime, but perhaps in the next, or the one after, I will come to serve you and repay what I owe." The innocence of young girls like Su Xiaoxiao makes them particularly fearful of loss, yet deeply appreciative. In the past, she had struggled to express herself. Now, she had learned the art of repaying kindness, adeptly navigating her emotions, and planting a gentle kiss on him. There was nothing to feel shy about. After all, she was already his. Chapter 98. Lin Yuqi, a single dog, deceived into this circle of slaughter. What have I done since my transmigration? Why am I constantly surrounded by women? Is this truly my new life? My existence should not be this way. It is utterly disheartening. Qin Lang lay on the bed, his eyes vacant and bewildered, utterly dazed. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 3 minutes later, Qin Lang's thoughts gradually became clearer, and he began to comprehend. What a splendid life this is. What is there to complain about? Why did he just entertain such despondent thoughts? Looking down, he suddenly realized, oh, so that was just a sage time ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,003 villain points. As the sun rose high in the sky, Su Xiaoxiao finally had the opportunity to fulfill her dream of becoming a teacher at the orphanage. making her way out along the wall. Life is arduous, yet one must continue to forge ahead. Since there is no way to change the situation, one must learn to enjoy. Su Xiaoxiao had begun to embrace this enjoyment. Meanwhile, Qin Lang, at the invitation of Mu Yuyin, was headed to a banquet. Due to the relationship that had developed between Mu Yuyin and Qin Lang, the rift between her and Lin Yuchu had been mended. Lin Yuchu was not a girl who would be ungrateful. In gratitude for the favor shown to her at the Queen's Bar, she had deliberately invited Qin Lang to dinner through Mu Yuyin. The Maybach came to a halt at the entrance of the Kaiyuan Hotel, where Lin Yuchu and Mu Yuyin had been waiting for quite some time. "Why does your complexion resemble my father's? So pale." Lin Yuchu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qin Lang for the first time. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. How could he not be pale? He had expended so much energy. "No worries. Today I'll have the kitchen prepare a feast to properly replenish you." Lin Yuchu confidently patted her chest. The three of them proceeded to the private room where their previous plastic sisterhood incident had occurred. Lin Yuchu raised a glass and earnestly said to Qin Lang, "Thank you for saving me last time. If it weren't for you, those fellows would have truly imprisoned me. I want tea, say more. It's all in the drink." With a gulp, she downed a small glass of alcohol, turning it upside down to show no drop remained. "How bold." Qin Lang, I, Lin Yuchu, declare here, if you need anything in the future, seek me out. I will never refuse to help if I can. Lin Yuchu sat down, her shirt emblazoned with two striking black-eyed pandas. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lang inquired, "The best private hospital in Tianhai City is owned by your family. Isn't it?" Lin Yuchu nodded. "Yes, how did you know?" "Well, Tianhai City is the stronghold of the Lin family's business. There are too many wealthy families in Yanjing, and we couldn't compete. So the family relocated its economic center to Tianhai City." Mu Yuyin was taken aback. "You guys are involved in making money too? Is your family really that wealthy?" My family is rich," Lin Yuchu proudly declared. "We Lin family members are born business people, each with a keen business acumen." "Indeed," Qin Lang chimed in, wholeheartedly agreeing. When it comes to the Lin family's ability to generate wealth, he couldn't help but fully support it. In business, the more unscrupulous one is, the more one profits. How shameless is the Lin family? It's a legacy passed down through generations. The Lin family's elder is among the most adept at making money. The treasures left behind may not be enough to rival a country, but they are certainly of immense worth. How is it earned? By unscrupulous means. To what extent? At his death, even the vines were stripped bare. I may have a friend who might need to trouble you. I wanted to give you a heads up." Qin Lang smiled. He had no intention of seeking a top expert for Lin Xier. The commotion that would ensue from such an esteemed figure would complicate his further developments with Lin Xier. Besides, after his treatment, Lin Xier's leg could recover about 70 to 80%. A minor surgical adjustment to realign her misaligned bones would suffice, negating the need for an expert of such high caliber. Discussing such matters was merely a way to make things more troublesome and complicated. Later, he would confer with Lin Yuchu to arrange a grand presentation, and that would be that. As they chatted, numerous waitstaff continued to bring dishes to the table. A stir-fried delicacy was presented, vibrant and aromatic, highly appetizing. Qin Lang's lips twitched as he glanced skeptically at Lin Yuchu. "Is this what you call replenishing me?" Lin Yuchu nodded earnestly. "Yes, my father often turns pale, and every time he does, he eats this dish. It works wonders." Mu Yin, curious, picked up a piece with her chopsticks and examined it, utterly bewildered by what it was. "What dish is this? I've never seen or tasted it before." Lin Yuchu hesitated, unsure of how to explain. However, Qin Lang interjected playfully, "It's an organ, good for replenishing one's health." "An organ? What kind of organ? Are there any in the human body?" Mu Yin inquired, her curiosity piqued, gazing intently into Qin Lang's profound eyes, much like a curious student questioning a teacher. "Well," Qin Lang pondered for a moment, "I have this organ, but Lin Yuchu does not." "What about me?" Mu Yin asked, shaking her head. Qin Lang maintained a serious demeanor. "You have it sometimes, and sometimes you don't." "Huh?" Even if Mu Yin had never tasted this dish, she was enlightened by his words. Startled, she dropped the piece she was holding onto her skirt. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, amused by the situation. "Oh, look at that. This delicacy is quite capable. Chopped and stir-fried, it even knows its way home. Stop bullying me. Mu Yin's exquisite cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she rolled her eyes playfully at Qin Lang, swiftly brushing the fallen piece off her skirt with her chopsticks. She lightly slapped his shoulder in mock annoyance. You're so annoying, Qin Lang shrugged. All right then. If I'm so bothersome, I simply want tea, let it go home next time. There are others present. Mu Yin blushed and reached out to cover Qin Lang's mouth. Both turned their attention towards Lin Yuchu, who seemed on the verge of tears, opening her mouth to utter a single sound. This isn't fair. Today I am a host. Why do I feel like a single dog? Deceived and brought here for slaughter? And I don't even have that delicacy. Glancing down, she realized, oh, that thing isn't with me. Chapter 99. The heir of the divine physician of Yin Jing, when silent, remains unnoticed. When speaking, astonishes all. Could you refrain from flaunting your affections in my presence? Yu Yin is my dearest friend, and though she has already succumbed to the affections of a swine, must you flaunt it before my very eyes? Lin Yuchu pouted, her heart heavy with sorrow. It aches. It is unbearable. The sensation in her chest is particularly discomforting, as if something of great importance has been wrenched away from her. Younger Chu, although you are petite, you are not so young anymore. It is time for you to seek a partner, Mu Yin remarked, somewhat sheepishly. After assisting Qin Lang with a few dishes, her tone earnest. Lin Yuchu rolled her eyes dramatically. What partner? Those filthy men are all no good. My dear self possesses both wealth and figure. If I wish to find someone, what kind would I not attract? My parents are incessantly urging me to engage in blind dates. I truly wonder what occupies their minds. The candidates they present are hardly superior to Qin Lang. The mere mention of finding a partner ignited a wave of frustration within Lin Yuchu, who began to lament vociferously. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Lang, and a sly smile suddenly illuminated her face. Inspiration struck her. They're all second-generation heirs. Qin Lang is undoubtedly a top-tier scion in Yanjing. If she were to introduce him as her boyfriend, who would dare propose a blind date with her? Don't look at me. It's out of the question. Qin Lang glanced over, immediately declining, well aware of Lin Yuchu's intentions. This woman is no saint. It's an old trick, merely using the favored child of fortune as a shield while advancing their relationship. Now that the favored child, Yi Feng, has been thoroughly dispatched, Lin Yuchu seeks to employ him instead. But Qin Lang had no desire to complicate a straightforward matter. Was it truly necessary to complicate things with someone like Lin Yuchu? Before she had a chance to speak, the door to their private room was flung open, and a flustered waiter rushed in. Miss, it's terrible. Someone has collapsed at the hotel entrance, claiming food poisoning from our restaurant. The lobby manager has already gone, but the family insists on meeting our leadership. Lin Yuchu rolled her eyes again. Her mood was already sour, and now this? Why would someone collapse and not immediately call for an ambulance, instead opting to confront leadership? Clearly, they were looking to extort money, weren't they? Let us go see. It's probably nothing serious. We'll accompany you, Mu Yin offered kindly. Lin Yuchu nodded, and the group promptly made their way to the elevator, heading down to the lobby. Upon arrival, they found a crowd had gathered. The lobby manager and staff from Kaiyuan Hotel were present, alongside curious onlookers. Who is in charge of this hotel? Look, my husband collapsed after eating your food, and you must take full responsibility, a boisterous woman shouted aggressively. The lobby manager leaned close to Lin Yuchu, whispering, Miss, it seems this guest is merely feigning illness. She knows the situation and is trying to extort money. We should ignore her until the ambulance arrives. The woman's voice rose another octave. What are you whispering about? Are you conspiring together? Look, everyone, this hotel is so large, yet it has no accountability. Is this how the wealthy behave? Will we ever be able to dine here again? Her outrage was palpable, riling up the crowd. Even Mu Yin, who had no connection to Kaiyuan Hotel, felt her ire rising. This woman was clearly attempting to take advantage of the situation. I'm a doctor. Allow me to examine him. At that moment, a young man clad in shabby attire, wearing faded canvas shoes, stepped forward with an air of confidence. Qin Lang turned his head slightly to glance at him. A passerby in distress, offering treatment, while helping Lin Yuchu resolve a predicament and possibly forming a connection. Incredible. This was the treatment reserved for the favored child of fortune. Was this Qin Pingan? Had he descended the mountain? How amusing that his first attempt at conversation was with Lin Yuchu. Clearing his throat, Qin Lang rose calmly. I am the heir of the divine physician of Yinjing. I have encountered this ailment countless times. Allow me to take a look. There is no need for such theatrics. The assertive woman pointed accusatorily at Qin Pingan. And who are you to offer treatment? What nonsense is this? Are you here to cause trouble? Qin Pingan was momentarily taken aback. What had he said? The fiery rhetoric was directed at him, while the assertive woman had overlooked Qin Lang entirely. I warn you, if anything happens to my husband, you will be the first to face the consequences. She continued to berate Qin Pingan. She was not foolish. She knew how to choose her targets. Control her. I will examine the patient. Qin Lang instructed the nearby security personnel. Lin Yuchu attempted to intervene, but at a glance from the compliant Mu Yuyan, she obediently assisted in directing the guards. Several security staff restrained the assertive woman, allowing Qin Lang to approach the unconscious man who was convulsing. He took the man's pulse, his brow furrowing and then relaxing. In a discreet corner of his vision, he deftly inserted silver needles into the man's body, then withdrew them without anyone noticing. Standing up, Qin Lang adjusted his slightly rumpled suit. Lin Yuchu approached, curiosity evident on her face. Do you truly understand medicine? What is his ailment? Qin Lang waved dismissively. It's nothing significant. It hardly warrants attention. Then why not cure him? This woman is causing chaos, and it tarnishes our hotel's reputation, Lin Yuchu murmured. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Professional matters are not my concern. He addressed the assertive woman loudly. Cease your antics. It is a trivial matter. Contact the mortuary. Have them send a vehicle to take him away for cremation.